In the dimly lit electronic factory, the young and strikingly handsome Xiao Wuya, a student who had failed to qualify for vocational school, encountered a fake person during his shift. With a single shot, he obliterated the fake person's head. His extraordinary ability, the demon hunting card catalog, was immediately activated, granting him the power to draw upon the abilities of any anime character, starting with a template of Wu Tiao Wu. For each demon he vanquished, he would earn points to redeem for prizes and purchase items. Xiao Wuya mused to himself, as spring breezes bring new life, one must eradicate weeds at their roots. There is nothing a single shot of Tsang cannot resolve. If there is, then 2 shots will suffice. Chapter 1. The 3-year agreement has arrived. Card catalog, activate. Xiao Wuya, an 18-year-old male, a traveler from another realm and the possessor of the demon hunting card catalog, works at the My Electronics factory in the City of Fallen Angels. It's merely a night shift. Quite simple. Isn't that why I joined the factory? He remarked nonchalantly. In his previous life, Xiao Wuya was a carefree rich heir, sent abroad by his parents at a young age to study in the United States, where he eventually settled. However, he found such a life unbearably mundane and, in a fit of boredom, stole an airplane from an airport, ultimately crashing on a remote island and traversing into this parallel world. The original owner of this body suffered from severe anxiety, succumbing to his own worries the night before an important exam, leading to his demise. Upon his rebirth, Xiao Wuya unsurprisingly performed poorly in his vocational examinations and, 3 years later, fell victim to a rigged system, resulting in his unfortunate failure after dozing off in an internet cafe. With no prospects of attending college, Xiao Wuya reluctantly began working at the electronics factory that he toiled away, tightening screws, his mind roaring with frustration over the inaction of his special ability. "Children, I do not feel well at all," he lamented. After completing a grueling day of work, he wearily navigated through the thick night, heading home. Once indifferent to wealth, he now found himself increasingly desperate for it. As a traveler endowed with extraordinary abilities, he harbored a flicker of hope deep within. His special ability, the demon hunting card catalog, as its name suggests, necessitated the slaying of demons to draw cards for power. Yet, the irony was that in the 3 years since arriving in this world, he had neither encountered a single demon nor drawn a card, despite his self-study in martial arts and attending school. Arriving at his apartment complex, Xiao Wuya's melancholy was interrupted when he collided with a sweet young girl clad in a JK uniform, her legs adorned with white stockings. The girl cast a fleeting glance at him, her eyes widening in astonishment at his striking appearance, yet she quickly turned and walked away. Suddenly, a young man with green hair and an eccentric outfit obstructed her path. "Hello, miss. Do you have a boyfriend?" he inquired, puffing on a cigarette with an air of misguided bravado. The JK girl took a step back, her expression shifting to one of caution. "Sorry, I have a boyfriend." "A boyfriend? A beautiful girl like you? Impossible." The young man's tone turned sour, then morphed into a smirk. "Oh, I see. You're playing hard to get." "You've certainly caught my interest. I don't understand what you're saying," she replied, pivoting to leave. "Sorry, I need to go home." "Hey, where do you think you're going?" The young man sprinted after her, blocking her path once more. "Don't be shy. A charming and talented guy like me couldn't possibly be unworthy of being your boyfriend. Absolutely not." She vehemently shook her head. "I'm sorry, you're just not my type." "Sigh, women these days are so superficial." The young man's expression soured further. "Fine, if soft methods don't work, I'll resort to force. What do you want?" The JK girl sensed danger as she noticed his predatory gaze. "What do I want?" He seized her arm with a wicked grin. I want to engage in the kinds of activities that men and women enjoy. Help me. Huh. In the dead of night. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you. Green-haired fool, look here." The young man turned at the sound of a voice from behind, only to find a handsome youth, Xiao Wuya, capturing evidence of his misconduct with his phone. "Pretty boy, I advise you to mind your own business. Do you even know who I am?" The young man growled menacingly. "I certainly know who you are," Xiao Wuya replied with a faint smile. The young man felt a surge of pride, believing his reputation preceded him. Just as he prepared to speak, Xiao Wuya interjected, "You're nothing but a smelly scoundrel." "What did you say?" Enraged, the young man released the JK girl and charged at Xiao Wuya. "Enjoy meddling, do you? I'll take you down first, pretty boy." The young man lunged at Xiao Wuya, but he remained unfazed, casually returning his phone to his pocket as he delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Xiao Wuya's foot connected with the young man's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Ouch, that hurt like hell. The young man struggled to rise, groaning as he clutched his stomach. He lifted his gaze to Xiao Wuya, continuing to curse. "Pretty boy, You're as good as dead. Let me tell you, I'm someone you don't want to mess with. Before he could finish, Xiao Wuya leaped onto him with a forceful thud. The young man shrieked in agony. What are you barking about? I don't care who you are. All I know is that those who are both weak and loud tend to meet a swift demise. Xiao Wuya smiled, raising his arm high before delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the young man's left cheek, sending a bloodied tooth flying. You dare hit my face? You're asking for trouble. Bang! Another punch landed on the young man's right cheek, eliciting a fresh scream. Stop hitting me. I'm someone you can't afford to provoke. Xiao Wuya showed no mercy, his fists raining down relentlessly upon the young man's already battered face. Please stop. You don't know who my father is. I'm going to kill you. The young man's cries filled the air, but Xiao Wuya remained resolute, continuing his assault until the young man was knocked unconscious, unable to utter another word. Green-haired fool, why have you stopped yelling? Is it that you no longer enjoy it? Xiao Wuya chuckled, looking down at the unconscious figure beneath him. This world is filled with lunatics. Have they watched too many domineering CEO dramas, playing the game of hard to get? He swiftly rose, only to discover that the JK girl had vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, this was of no consequence. Xiao Wuya did not seek any form of recompense for his actions. He stepped aside, retrieving his mobile phone, and was just about to dial the emergency services when the unconscious young man, adorned in a shamate style, suddenly opened his eyes wide. That moment, a tangible black mist erupted from the shamate youth's body, his pupils radiating an eerie crimson glow. What is this? A smile of exhilaration graced Xiao Wuya's face, his body trembling uncontrollably with excitement. Today was the day. Seemingly grasping a revelation, he promptly set down his backpack and extracted a gleaming silver handgun from within. Indeed, concealed within the bag that had once held vocational textbooks lay a firearm. He did not question the origin of the gun, simply attribute it to the composure and tranquility of a time traveler. Meanwhile, the shamate youth's body was undergoing a remarkable transformation. A viscous black liquid began to envelop his exterior, and as he collapsed to the ground, he emitted a laugh that was eerily human yet grotesque. I am not human. I am not human. I am venom. I am venom. I am the strongest venom. The vibrant green of his shamate hairstyle was soon to be cloaked by the inky fluid. However, he noticed with astonishment that the young man who had vanquished him was advancing towards him. Before the mighty venom, you do not flee, but rather approach? He sneered, envisioning the moment he would completely transform into a monster and tear Xiao Wuya apart. Yet, as Xiao Wuya ran, he brandished the desert eagle that shimmered with silver light. What the hell? How do you have a gun? The shamate youth's pupils dilated in shock. No sooner had he uttered those words than Xiao Wuya pulled the trigger. Bang! At such close range, the bullet struck the shamate youth squarely in the forehead. Chapter 2. The First Lesson of Life, Forgetting One's Roots. Awakening of Wu Wuju template. The world has changed, dear reader. Beyond 7 steps, the gun is swift. Within 7 steps, it is both swift and precise. Xiao Wuya never imagined he would resort to cold weapons to confront supernatural phenomena. Scalding blood gushed forth from the shattered cranium of the young man, his lifeless body crashing to the ground, dissipating into a wisp of black mist. In this moment, exhilaration adonne Xia Wuya's visage. Finally, after 3 long years in this realm, he had encountered some semblance of the supernatural. Is this what they call magic? It appears to be still in its nascent stage. Before the inky liquid fully enveloped the young man's head, Xiao Wuya had already put him down with a single shot. Ding! The demon hunting card catalog is now accessible to you. Hunting demons. Venom, pestilence level. Gain 10 demon hunting points. Current demon hunting points, 10. First kill of a demon grants additional rewards. 10 advanced draw tickets. Advanced draw tickets. Could draw 35-star character cards and fragment from the advanced card pool in the catalog at that moment. The voice of the omnipotent narrator emerged. Children, I am invincible. 3 years have flown by, and at last, this golden finger of fate has begun to function. Ecstasy filled Xiao Wuya's face. He was finally liberated from the confines of an ordinary existence. Upon his arrival in this world, his biological parents had promptly divorced, each unwilling to continue nurturing the mediocre original self, leaving him to languish alone in a rented room. After the high school entrance examination, he reluctantly toiled in a factory for 2 months. This was his first experience in the workforce, initially filled with curiosity, but soon transformed into exhaustion under the monotonous assembly line. Had it not been for the thought of his golden finger, he might have wished to start new. However, on payday, his biological parents shamefully returned home seeking money. Without hesitation, Xiao Wuye confronted them, physically reprimanding them and seizing every last penny before departing from home. His 3 years in vocational high school were far from splendid. He recognized his lack of academic prowess, coupled with the peculiarities of his golden finger. He dedicated most of his time to physical training. After graduating high school, he was compelled by necessity to return to his former occupation, working in a factory. Work in a factory? I shall not deign to do that. In this life, the first lesson to learn is to forget one's roots. Xiao Wuye promptly tore his work ID in half and disdainfully cast it to the ground. Night shifts? I shall not engage in such labor. At that moment, Xiao Wuye cast aside thoughts of work and earnings. He was now poised to relish the beauty of a promising future. He vowed he would never toil again. Yet, he pondered whether it was better to remain a citizen of his homeland or to forego beef entirely. As for morality, let us not dwell on such trivialities. With a sense of relief, Xiao Wuye's first act was to vent his frustrations. He picked up his phone and dialed number. Hello, Xia. Why are you calling me so late? Are you working tomorrow? An impatient male voice emerged from the other end of the line. It was evident from the tone that it belonged to a bloated, middle-aged man. Work? Wang Fuguwei. I refuse to toil any longer. I shall not endure this any longer. Xiao erupted in a tirade. You fat pig, I have endured your tyranny for far too long. Your worth fluctuates like the value of Bitcoin, never declining but ever rising. With that, Xiao Wuye hung up and immediately blocked the number. His months of labor in the factory had been fraught with pressure from this tyrannical boss, who was quick to insult, deduct wages, and nitpick at every minor flaw. Xiao Wuye no longer cared about the utility of his golden finger. His resentment had reached a boiling point. Labor would crush all idealists. To work again is impossible. I shall never labor again. This golden finger shall grant me a life of joy, and if it proves useless, I shall simply restart. Xiao Wuye placed his handgun into his backpack and swiftly returned to his modest apartment complex. Residing on the 6th floor, he felt a peculiar sensation. Since activating his golden finger, his physical abilities seemed to have improved. Today is unlike any other. Xiao Wuye had awakened his golden finger and was no longer the impoverished youth of yesteryears, but rather a new version of himself. Draw cards. I must draw cards. Xiao Wuye, too lethargic to wash up, collapsed onto his bed. Demon Hunting Card Catalog, activate. As soon as he uttered the words, a chime echoed in his mind. Demon Hunter, the Demon Hunting Card Catalog is now accessible to you. Suddenly, a plethora of options appeared before Xiao Wuye's eyes. Low-level draw pool, high-level draw pool, shop, daily tasks, main quest, demon hunting tasks, backpack, character catalog. What sort of game is this? Such an intriguing golden finger. Xiao Wuye recalled that upon defeating Venom, the catalog rewarded him with 10 advanced draw tickets. Catalog, open the high-level draw pool, and let me have a 10-fold draw. 10 advanced draw tickets consumed. Commencing 10 consecutive draws. SSR character Gilgamesh, Fate Stay Night, Fragment 1. SSR character Guru, One Punch Man, Fragment. SSR character Hawkeye, One Piece, Fragment 1. SSR character Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, Fragment 1. SSR character Light Yagami, Death Note, Fragment 1. SSR character Eren Yeager, Attack on Titan, Fragment 1. SSR character Kagura Yurichi, Demon Slayer, Fragment 1. SSR character Jotaro Kujo, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Fragment 1. SSR character Kirito, Sword Art Online, Fragment 1. SSR character Gojo Satoru, Jujutsu Kaisen. 1. So many character fragments. Xiao Wuye murmured. The good news is that the characters drawn from the 10-fold draw are all 5-star SSRs. The bad news is that most are merely character fragments. Thus, this so-called drawing is the extraction of cards from the world of anime. The upper limit must be exceedingly high. If I were to draw Saitama or All Might, would I not become invincible in the universe? With this thought, Xiao Wuye's breath quickened. This golden finger he had awaited for 3 long years had finally lived up to his expectations. He opened his backpack and was greeted by 9 golden card fragments and 1 complete golden card. Gojo Satoru, I never expected to see you again in this manner. In his past life, Xiao Wuye had harbored a deep affection for anime, and he held a particular fondness for the character Gojo Satoru. He vividly recalled the despair he felt when Gojo was bisected in the manga. What effort must one exert to confidently declare, "Do not worry, I am the strongest"? Catalog, I wish to unlock the character Gojo Satoru. As the golden card within his backpack vanished, the first character was unlocked in the character catalog. Character name, Wuqiao Wuji, quality, SSR, awakening value, 10-100, world, Juju Huijan evaluation. He could have remained aloof, untouched by mortal affairs. Yet he has devoted 95 of his life to the well-being of others. He is akin to a deity ensnared in a mortal frame, utterly out of place in this tragedy-laden world of curses. Abilities, falling flower emotion, black flash, reversal technique, 6 eyes, unlimited techniques, technique of flowing azure, technique of reversal crimson, virtual technique Z, domain expansion infinite void, dossier reminder. Hunters can utilize all of this character's abilities. The awakening value determines the potency of these abilities. Upon reaching an awakening value of 100, the hunter will attain the character's peak combat power. Dossier reminder. A character's awakening value can be enhanced through role-playing and items. However, hunters must always remember that they are not the true characters. Chapter 3. The dangerous criminal Li Shangxia. Demonic beasts at the door. Meanwhile, not long after, Xiao Wuya had just departed. A JK girl hurriedly returned to the scene, accompanied by a young man clad in a black uniform. 34 brother. There was a dreadful ruffian here just now, but thankfully a handsome young man intervened. You must help me seek justice. The young man, named Ying, was both the brother of JK girl Yi Yu and an operative in a special department. Ruffian? Ying bent down to inspect the bloodstains left by the punk after being dispatched, keenly detecting the lingering demonic energy in the air, his expression turning grave. 34 brother. What's wrong? Why do you look so serious? Yi Yu felt a tightening in her chest. There is residual demonic energy here, Ying replied in a low voice. A demon has appeared nearby. Demon. Yi Yu's face turned ashen, and she anxiously grasped her brother's arm. We must contact the Bureau and request investigator support. No need, said Ying, sensing the surroundings and relaxing slightly. This was merely the lowest tier of miasma, and it has been completely eradicated. The miasma has been eliminated? Yi Yu was incredulous. Who could accomplish such a feat? Is there an awakened one hidden near our community? Awakened ones are not common like cabbages. Ying inhaled deeply, contemplating the faint scent of gunpowder in the air. An unarmed, ordinary person could not slay miasma, but if faced with an incompletely formed miasma, employing the right weapon could suffice. Then it must have been that young man who vanquished the miasma. Yi Yu's eyes brightened. Could he potentially be an awakened one? The likelihood is considerable. As for whether he can truly awaken, Ying bent down to pick up the work ID that Xiao Wuya had torn in half. His gaze profound. The era of spiritual energy is about to fully revive. In that time, demons masquerading as humans will proliferate, and we must strive to recruit new awakened ones for the Bureau. At that moment, upon unlocking Wuqiao Wuji in the character dossier, the body of its owner, Xiao Wuya, underwent a transformative change. His once black hair swiftly transformed into a lustrous silver, and his eyes metamorphosed into a crystalline azure. The pale blue 6 eyes, reminiscent of the sky, rejected the world's logic, serving as a barrier for the unlimited techniques. Those azure pupils appeared as vast as an endless galaxy, akin to the world's most resplendent gemstones. A torrent of power surged within him. He instinctively recognized this extraordinary energy as curse power. Xiao Wuya's perception of the world underwent a profound alteration. The realm he once knew now appeared entirely different through the lens of his 6 eyes. At this moment, I feel an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. It is akin to being the singular sovereign beneath the heavens, plucking stars from the firmament, unmatched in this world. In that fleeting instant, Xiao Wuya felt a closeness to divinity, yet a distance from humanity. I am utterly elated. After a brief euphoric moment, Xiao Wuya regained his composure. He presently possessed merely 1/10 of Wuqiao Wuji's power, and thus ought not to grow overly arrogant. Even that fraction of his mentor's strength was more than adequate. A sudden thought struck him. It is widely acknowledged that numerical values are the least significant aspect of Wuqiao Wuji. His greatest strength lies in the unlimited techniques that defy the world's reasoning, also known as the mechanism. Theoretically, even if a nuclear bomb fell upon me, I should remain unscathed. Xiao Wuya could not help but chuckle lightly. Nevertheless, the 6 eyes indeed demanded immense mental acuity. Xiao Wuya rummaged through his bedside cabinet and donned a pair of sunglasses. This feels much better. In the original narrative, Wu Qiao Wuji perpetually employed the reversal technique to maintain his brain in a state of perpetual freshness, thus enabling him to activate the unlimited technique's defenses without fatigue around the clock. However, as a character from my character dossier, his abilities had been entirely replicated, and Xiao Wuye could effortlessly execute such feats. This is astonishing. I feel as though I truly embody Wu Qiao Wuji. After this reflection, Xiao Wuye began to ponder the awakening value the dossier had indicated. The higher the awakening value, the stronger his ability to wield Wu Qiao Wuji's powers. The methods to increase the awakening value were twofold: role-playing and items. As for items, it was unnecessary to elaborate. If he regarded the dossier as a game, his task rewards, or items in the marketplace, should include those that enhance awakening value. As for role-playing, he speculated it required actions and thoughts akin to those of the anime character. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Wuye murmured, "The best way to role-play is to directly recreate the iconic scenes from the anime." He suddenly recalled the various striking moments of Wu Qiao Wuji in Juju Huizhan. Yet, this was not the world of curses, and there were no cursed spirits to perform for him. Forget it, I'll not dwell on this. Let me watch some television. Perhaps endowed with a naturally higher threshold for excitement. After a brief period of exhilaration, Xiao Wuye found himself sitting on the sofa, staring blankly at the television. On the screen was the latest news report. We interrupt this broadcast to deliver an important announcement to the citizens of Duotian City. The serial killer Li Shangxie, wanted in Shangjing City, has evaded capture and fled to our city. This perpetrator brutally murdered an 18-year-old girl 1 week ago, employing heinous methods and specifically targeting young women at night. Citizens are urged to remain vigilant, avoid going out alone at night, and prioritize personal safety. If any suspicious activity is observed, please report it to the police immediately. Remember, do not confront this criminal directly. Following the report, a photograph of a young man appeared on the screen. He was strikingly handsome, yet bore an eerie smile. Why does Li Shangxie smile like a phony? Is he truly just a serial killer? Xiao Wuye's expression turned contemplative, but suddenly, a startling thought struck him. Hunter, the demon hunting card dossier has been activated for you. A demon hunting mission has been issued. Hunt the demon prison, soul within Li Shangxie's body. Mission rewards: 1 high-level card draw ticket, 1 SSR awakening card, 1 universal fragment. Note, he is currently in your vicinity. A demon hunting mission? Li Shangxie. So he is a demon? No, wait. Initially intrigued by the first half of the dossier's statement, the last sentence propelled Xiao Wuye to spring up from the sofa in a rush. He scanned his surroundings, his 6 eyes concealed behind sunglasses, meticulously surveying every corner of the room. The room was devoid of any presence. Perhaps it was unoccupied. With keen intuition, Xiao Wuye swiftly approached the window, gazing down upon the shadowy figure below. Under the scrutiny of his striking azure eyes, he beheld a strikingly handsome young man, impeccably attired, standing beneath him with a peculiar smile adorning his face. This individual was none other than Li Shangxie. Chapter 4. The Mechanism of Oddity. This limitless technique is truly unfathomable. What a stroke of fortune. The window lacked security bars, instead featuring a spacious glass pane. As he flung it open, Xiao Wuye, filled with exuberance, exclaimed, "A murderer? Is it? You must be quite mad, thinking you can escape. I shall come down and deal with you this instant." As his words fell, Xiao Wuye leaped gracefully from the window. The howling night wind swept through his silvery locks, yet he remained composed, betraying no hint of panic. Even Li Shangxie's eerie smile froze in that moment, as he instinctively recoiled several steps, startled by Xiao Wuye's unexpected move. Just as Xiao Wuye was about to hit the ground, his form abruptly halted, suspended in midair. Li Shangxie, standing nearby, emanated a crimson glow from his eyes, his body shrouded in an ominous black mist. Undoubtedly, he was a demon. Now, then, you wretched beast, do you have any final words? Xia Wuye Taunta, Ayang Li Shangxie. You are an awakened one, are you not? A perfect awakened one. Li Shangxie, now regaining his composure, licked his lips with greedy anticipation. I have savored the essence of countless awakened beings. Both their flesh and souls have been mine to consume. Today, you shall be the first perfect awakened one I devour. Once I have feasted upon you, I will become the youngest disaster lord in the material realm. His teeth gleamed, revealing a ravenous thirst for blood. Xiao Wuye retorted, I'll devour you whole. In an instant, he activated his technique, the force of gravity propelling him toward Li Shangxia. With a resounding crash, his enchanted fist collided with Li Shangxia's head, delivering an astonishing blow that ruptured his skull and sent blood spraying forth. However, in a split second, Li Shangxia reacted, retreating at breakneck speed to gain distance. This cannot be. It is impossible. Half of Li Shangxia's head lay obliterated, trembling in disbelief. How can an awakened, one of your age, possess such terrifying combat prowess? Xiao Wuya's speed was akin to teleportation, before Li Shangxia could process it. He had already lost half his head. Are you frightened now? It's too late. Xiao Wuya chuckled lightly. You should be able to transform, right? Come on, turn into that hideous monster so I can annihilate you in one fell swoop. This was his first time utilizing the power of Wuqiao Wuji in battle, and Xiao Wuya couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. However, he also keenly noted the term awakened once spoken by his adversary. Curse it! Curse it! Curse it! Li Shangxia roared, a sound more beastly than human, as his body twisted and expanded grotesquely. In an instant, he transformed into a 3-meter-tall, emerald-hued monstrosity. Clutching a lantern that flickered with an eerie green flame, his terrifying form grew even more menacing. Once I have consumed your body, your soul will be imprisoned within this lantern, ensuring you never escape. Li Shangxia had now morphed into the demon known as Qiuhan. Is that so? Do you possess such power? Xiao Wuya regarded the lantern held by Qiuhan with a nonchalant demeanor. You insolent brat, I want to grant you the opportunity to descend into hell. As soon as he finished speaking, Qiuhan unleashed a piercing beam of green flame from the lantern, engulfing Xiao Wuya entirely. Is that all you can manage? Qiuhan skulfed Didi Shifli. But in the next moment, it sensed something amiss. Say that again. Who is merely adequate? As the green flames dissipated, revealing the settling smoke, Xiao Wuya stood unharmed, raising his index finger in a gesture of defiance. At that moment, Xiao Wuya was swiftly contemplating strategies. He yearned to replicate the iconic scenes of Wuqiao Wuji to elevate his awakening level. However, the longer the battle dragged on, the greater the risk of unnecessary casualties. After all, he could feel that the Qiuhan before him was on an entirely different tier than the previous Duxi. You little brat, what is happening? Observing that its attack had failed, Qiuhan refrained from acting rashly. Want to know what is going on? Then follow me. Xiao Wuya conjured a gravitational point in the air, the immense force pulling him upward in an instant. Although he could have directly seized Qiuhan and teleported to another location, he feared startling his foe. To Qiuhan, it appeared as though Xiao Wuya had taken flight. Trying to flee? I shall not let the awakened one slip through my fingers. Its body sprouted a pair of fleshy wings, soaring after Xiao Wuya. You can fly too? Xiao Wuya was not overly surprised, leading Qiuhan to a desolate mountainous region. Now, I believe it is time for us to truly engage. Xiao Wuya stood atop the mountain, seemingly unfazed by Qiuhan hovering above him. You can no longer fly, can you? Watch as I dispatch you. Qiuhan dove from the sky, the lantern in its hand erupting with blinding green light. The green radiance swiftly enveloped Xiao Wuya and the entire mountain beneath him. The overwhelming force ravaged downwards, flattening the peak entirely. Is this all you've got? Qiuhan mocked, brandishing the green flame lantern, preparing to search for the soul of the supposedly deceased Xiao Wuya. Didn't the scene just occur? Xiao Wuya had appeared behind Qiuhan, brushing off the dust. Learn your lesson. What is happening? Qiuhan spun around, utterly bewildered. Oh, simply put, you missed. Xiao Wuya patiently clarified. What you struck was merely the infinity between us. He extended his right hand, inviting Qiuhan to touch it. How could such a thing be possible? Qiuhan expressed suspicion, hesitating momentarily before bending down to extend its robust hand. In the next moment, its pupils constricted. Its hand became ensnared by an invisible force. Suspended before Xiao Wuya's palm, as if a translucent barrier lay between them. See? Xiao Wuya smiled. You cannot touch me. You will be halted midair. This is infinity. Qiuhan finally comprehended the terrifying ability of this man. Not so much as being obstructed, but rather, the closer you get, the greater the resistance. Xiao Wuya explained patiently, as his hand slowly advanced. What will you do? I wouldn't mind shaking hands. I refuse. Qiuhan seethed through clenched teeth. Don't be shy. You're making me blush. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Xiao Wuya had seized Qiuhan's hand, delivering a powerful strike to its abdomen. Bang! Ah! The sheer force propelled Chiu Hun to spit blood. Had Xiao Wuya not tightly grasped its hand, that blow would have sent it flying. And it's not over yet. Xiao Wuya unleashed a flurry of strikes, battering the Chiu Hun with the ferocity of Tempest. Ultimately, he released his grip with his right hand, following it up with a powerful kick that sent the Chiu Hun hurtling away. As he gathered his energy, he pondered what might occur if one were to touch this void. At his fingertips, a dark red orb of light materialized, pulsating with a terrifying, heart-stopping power. Technique reversal. The crimson light surged forth, engulfing the Chiu Hun like a tide of blood. The cataclysmic energy erupted, obliterating the Chiu Hun entirely and reducing the surrounding forest to nothingness. How could it end so swiftly? Xiao Wuya faltered for a moment. Note, the Chiu Hun is not weak. Within the current timeline, it ranks among the second tier of demons, but it encountered the protagonist too early. Chapter 5. Remember, if you're a demon for a day, you're a demon for life. Ding, successfully assuming the role of Wu Tiaowu. Awakening value 5, current awakening value 15,100. Haji Huan, you are quite the formidable opponent. Is that all there is to it? Hearing the brief remarks from a compendium, Xiao Wuya sensed something amiss. It dawned on him, and in an instant, he activated his Tsang teleportation to a distance. Murderer, when you are prepared to kill others, you must also be ready to be killed yourself. Xiao Wuya teleported beside the beleaguered Li Shangxie, speaking with a calm demeanor. Li Shangxie's pupils dilated in shock. He never anticipated that Xiao Wuya possessed such overwhelming strength. As a calamity demon, he found himself utterly powerless before him. Cursed fate! Had I known, I would never have sought out Xiao Wuya. It is all that woman's fault for driving me into a corner. Li Shangxie howled internally, his mind racing with desperate strategies. Thud! Realizing there was no escape from Xiao Wuya's grasp, Li Shangxie knelt on the ground without hesitation. Esteemed Awakener, I am innocent. Tears streamed down his face as he lamented. It was that wretched demon that possessed me, turning me into a victim. You have banished it. I have returned to being an ordinary person. I swear, I will never harm anyone again. I have a wife and children to support. I beg you, show mercy and grant me a path to survival. Indeed, he once had a family, but they had long since been devoured by his own hand. The current Li Shangxie was nothing more than a demon clad in human skin. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Wuya's face contorted with disbelief. Do you think that by feigning pity here, I will soften my heart and spare you? Donotist, I do not comprehend what you are saying. Li Shangxie cried, his face a mask of despair. Do not understand? No matter. Xiao Wuya shot him a frigid glance, his voice icy. Remember, you were once a demon. If you were a demon for a day, you are a demon for life. Boom! Before Li Shangxie could utter another word, Xiao Wuya's fist pierced through his entire skull. Blood splattered as the headless corpse collapsed with a thud. Ding, Demon Hunter, Hunter card compendium unlocked for you. Hunting Demon, Chiu Hun, Calamity class. Gained 1,000 Hunter points, current Hunter points, 1,010. Received task rewards, 1 high-level draw ticket, 1 SSR Awakening card, 1 Universal Fragment. Now, this is more like it. A mere minor demon thought to deceive my discerning eyes? To be fair, the compendium is indeed useful, capable of discerning whether an enemy is merely feigning death. Meanwhile, beside Li Shangxie's corpse stood a lantern, casting an eerie green flame. That must be his weapon, or rather, a prison for the souls of those who perished at his hands. Xiao Wuya observed that within the lantern, countless souls were being tormented by the green flames. Writhing in agony and shrieking, with a swift punch, he shattered the lantern, liberating the souls trapped within. Good night. In an instant, hundreds of souls surged forth from the fragments, swirling around Xiao Wuya like fireflies, silently expressing their gratitude. Gradually, these tormented souls began to dissipate, finally departing from the mortal realm. So, I am such a gentle person? Xiao Wuya mused. However, when he glanced at Li Shangxie's headless corpse, he understood that gentleness had no association with him whatsoever. It seems there are indeed 2 new items among the task rewards. Opening the backpack, Xiao Wuya discovered 2 items. SSR Awakening card can be used to increase the awakening value of an SSR character by 510 points, depending on the character's current awakening value. Universal Fragment can substitute for any character card fragment for the synthesis of that character. It is noteworthy that synthesizing an SSR character typically requires 50 fragments of that character. 510 points? Not too shabby. Compendium, I wish to use the awakening card to enhance Wu Qiao Wu's awakening value. Xiao Ye was unsure how to communicate with the compendium, but he figured speaking would suffice. SSR awakening card used successfully. Wu Qiao Wu's awakening value increased by 10. Current awakening value 25,100 simultaneously. Xiao Ye felt a significant surge of power within him, gradually approaching the prowess of Wu Qiao Wu. I feel as though I could devour an entire bull in one go, Xiao Ye thought to himself, overwhelmed by his newfound strength. As the night deepened, Xiao Ye's thoughts turned, and he activated Song, his form soaring into the air, swiftly vanishing into the vast night. This is the sensation of flight. The night breeze brushed past his ears, his silver hair billowing as he gracefully descended back to the entrance of his apartment complex in mere seconds. That demon referred to me as an awakener, implying that there are others in this world with special abilities. Given the rampant presence of demons, it would be quite astonishing if I were the only one to have stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. Furthermore, it seems that awakeners are exceedingly rare and serve as a significant boon to demons. Thus, who truly is the hunter and who is the prey? As Xiao Wuye ascended the stairs, these thoughts whirled through his mind. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he halted. At the entrance stood a man clad in a black uniform, tall and poised, with sharp brows and bright eyes, patiently awaiting his arrival. "Handsome sir, who might you be?" Xiao Yi inquired. "Greetings, Xiaoga. I am Yang." The man's demeanor was serious, indicating that the forthcoming discussion was of utmost importance. "May I have a moment of your time to speak further at your residence?" "Huh? What is this about?" Xiao Wu mused internally. "What is happening here?" The compendium showed no reaction, suggesting that this individual was most likely not a demon. It appeared to be quite an unusual situation. Yang, holding a briefcase, spoke in a steady tone. He scrutinized Xia Wuye's appearance, noticing that he did not resemble the image in the photograph, but instead had silver hair. "Very well. Come in, and we shall discuss it." With sunglasses on, Xiao Wuye retrieved his keys and opened the door, though he was unsure how this person knew his name. Since he was not a demon, he felt no need for caution. Even if he were a demon, it would only bring him joy. Once inside, Yang took the initiative to speak. "Xiaoga, I am an investigator from the Jinmosi." "Jinmosi?" Xiao Ye paused momentarily in surprise. Yi Ying promptly elucidated that the Zheng MOC is a recently adopted name. Previously, our organization was known as the 749 Investigation Bureau. The mention of the 749 Bureau caused Xia Wuye's mind to buzz with astonishment. In a past life, the name might not have been well known, yet with the advent of an epic film, it became familiar to nearly all young individuals. To his surprise, a 749 Bureau truly exists in this world. Indeed, I detected residual magical energy at the entrance of the community, as well as the shell casing you left behind. Ying slowly produced a bullet casing from his pocket. "Do not be alarmed. During this extraordinary time, we shall not pursue any inquiries regarding your possession of a firearm. Judging by the scene, it seems you confronted that miasma directly. Your courage is truly remarkable. This is rather professional," Xiao Wuye mused, "but what exactly is this miasma? Was that creature referred to as Venom a demon?" Chapter 6. Refusal to join the 749 Bureau. "I must admit, you have left me somewhat bewildered. Could you clarify?" Xiao Wuye furrowed his brow. "I completely understand your feelings. After all, it is indeed frightening for an ordinary person to encounter such matters for the first time." Yi Ying explained, "Our Zheng MOC, which is the 749 Investigation Bureau, is an official organization dedicated to investigating the demons and monsters in the world. As we approach an era of spiritual awakening, we require more awakened individuals to bolster our ranks." "Awakened individuals?" Xiao Wuye pondered the term. "And what does a spiritual awakening entail? Are we to embark on a nationwide quest for immortality? So, Mr. Investigator from the 749 Bureau, what brings you to seek me out?" Typically, when humans face life-threatening crises, powerful stimuli often unleash immense potential. Those who survive a demon attack possess a significant probability of becoming awakened. Your ability to use a handgun against the miasma suggests that, beyond courage and luck, you have some unique qualities. Xiao Wuye began to grasp Yi Ying's implication. He might potentially become an awakened individual. "I have another question. What exactly do you mean by miasma?" He continued. "And where do these demons originate?" Ying first placed his briefcase on the table before explaining. "The term miasma refers to a class of lesser demons, the the lowest tier among them. Demons are classified from weakest to strongest as follows: miasma, ferocity, disaster, calamity, catastrophe, annihilation, taboo, and progenitor. They are referred to as miasma, ferocious beasts, disaster demons, calamity lords, catastrophe demons, world-ending titans, the unspeakable, and the source of all demons. Upon hearing the complete classification of demons, Xiao Wuye realized that the demon he had just slain, Prison Soul, was categorized as a third-tier disaster demon. Furthermore, demon serves as an umbrella term, with each tier possessing its own specific title. Yi Ying continued, as for the origin of these demons, current data suggests they emerge from the Void Abyss. The Void Abyss? Is that an alternate realm? Xiao Wuye questioned, bewildered. Are we to believe that an alternate world is invading Earth? Yi Ying clarified, the Void Abyss is not a material realm, but rather a dimension adjacent to our world, composed of pure negative energy, chaotic laws, and countless fragmented consciousnesses. Is the Void Abyss the greatest enemy of this world? Xiao Wuye pondered. That is all the information I possess, Yi Ying stated, his demeanor turning serious. Mr. Xiao Wuye, are you willing to join us in the fight against the Void Abyss? Huh. So after all this talk, you've come to recruit me? If you agree, I could take you back to the 749 Bureau right now to assess whether you possess the talent for awakening and become an awakened individual. However, even if you lack the talent, you can still work in an administrative capacity with a stable income and official position. Yi Ying finally revealed his purpose for the visit. Xiao Wuye, without hesitation, replied, I decline. I have just escaped the drudgery of the electronics factory. I have no intention of working for the 749 Bureau. What would be the point of awakening this golden finger? Yi Ying appeared taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone like Xiao Wuye would refuse the allure of awakening. Mr. Xiao Wuye, the benefits of joining the 749 Bureau exceed your expectations. Setting aside the prospect of becoming an awakened individual, consider the practicalities. Your future wife and children would find schooling and employment significantly easier. Yi Ying continued to persuade. I urge you to contemplate this seriously. I am a staunch advocate of singlehood. I have no intention of pursuing romantic relationships, nor do I wish to marry and have children. I exclusively read novels devoid of female protagonists, and I will not join the 749 Bureau. Xiao Wuye firmly rejected the offer. He truly did not wish to work. Although undertaking tasks for the illustrated guide bore some resemblance to employment, the difference lay in the fact that the illustrated guide belonged to him. He could choose to forego tasks without fear of repercussions. The 749 Bureau was not his. He would only consider joining if offered the position of director. Very well. Observing Xiao Wuye's resolve, Yi Ying could only sigh in resignation. He retrieved a document and a pen from his briefcase, stating, This is a confidentiality agreement. Please do not disclose any information regarding demons or the 749 Bureau to others. Understood. As this was an official organization, Xiao Wuye felt it appropriate to show some respect. After signing his name, an unexpected event unfolded. Inside this is 1 million in cash. Yi Ying handed the briefcase to Xiao Wuye. On one hand, this serves as a confidentiality fee. On the other hand, should you encounter any extraordinary incidents in the future, please do not hesitate to contact us. Certainly, certainly. Xiao Wuye's eyes brightened as he accepted the briefcase, astonished by this unexpected boon. The value of a potential young, awakened individual was immense, compelling Yi Ying to personally visit. Of course, he had his own motives, as Xiao Wuye was the one who had saved his sister's life. After providing Xiao Wuye with his contact information, Yi Ying turned to leave. What a genuinely kind person. As he watched Yi Ying depart, Xiao Wuye's face beamed with joy. Yi Ying had come personally to enlighten him about the various intel on demons and even gifted him 1 million before leaving. This was not merely kindness. It was extraordinary. This feels incredible. The golden finger seems to be bringing me good fortune. Xiao Wuye counted the bills, unable to suppress a hum of delight. With newfound wealth, he naturally contemplated indulgence. He needed to think about how to utilize this money. Should he buy a car? He could already fly. So what need had he for a car? Perhaps a house? Given the rampant presence of demons, property values were unlikely to hold. After careful consideration, Xiao Wuye concluded that this money could not purchase anything of real worth. It was better to invest in fine food and drink. One should never shortchange their own palate. With that decided, he resolved to sleep. The night had deepened, and after a long day, Master Xia collapsed onto his bed, falling into slumber as soon as his head hit the pillow. The following day, ding! Demon Hunter, your demon hunting card guide is now activated. Daily tasks have been refreshed. Please check. Guide, be quiet. In the early morning, a groggy Xiaoye was roused by the mechanical voice in his head, but promptly turned over to continue sleeping. He slept until the sun had fully risen, and only then did he gradually awaken. Had there been some commotion just moments ago? Xiaoye suddenly noticed a prominent red dot next to the option for daily tasks. He activated it with his consciousness. Daily tasks, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats. Run 10 kilometers. Task reward. 1 advanced card draw ticket. Note, completing this task 1,000 times rewards a SUR character card Chiyu, One Punch Man. Daily tasks, wash face, brush teeth, eat, take a shower, play on the phone, watch TV. Task reward, 100 demon hunting points. Daily tasks, customizable task reward. Depends on difficulty. Chapter 7. Oh no, someone wants to frame me. No, wait, I seem to be invincible. This daily task is indeed quite frequent. Xiao Wuye felt he had underestimated the incredible nature of the guidebook. Completing daily tasks 1,000 times grants the Chiyu character card. Chiyu? The universe's invincible bald hero? Goodness, I just learned that the greatest enemy in this world is the Void Abyss. And now it seems the Void Abyss is on a countdown to death. 1,000 days. There's not much time left for the Void Abyss. Thus, Xiao Wuye got out of bed, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and prepared a bowl of glutinous rice balls. While eating, he turned on the television and played on his phone. Successfully completed daily task. Obtained 100 demon hunting points. Current demon hunting points, 1110 points earned for free, should not be taken for granted. However, what exactly is the use of these demon hunting points? The shop in the guidebook remains inaccessible, and it seems Xiao Wuye has yet to unlock the shop. Perhaps he simply has too few points? After finishing the glutinous rice balls, Xiao Wuye began to do push-ups, sit-ups, and squats at home. After completing 100 of each, he stepped out of his house and started running. It was the sweltering summer, and the sun blazed outside. Yet, Xiao Wuye was entirely unfazed. The limitless technique perfectly shielded him from the sun's rays. This brings us to the core principle of the limitless technique, Zeno's paradox. The paradox states that if a tortoise starts a race ahead of Achilles, even though Achilles is faster, every time he reaches the point where the tortoise was, the tortoise will have moved ahead a little further, meaning Achilles can never catch up. The limitless technique materializes this concept, making objects approaching the user slow down increasingly, forever unable to touch him, thereby creating an absolutely invulnerable space. After running 10 kilometers around the neighborhood in one breath, his mind rang with a sound. Successfully completed daily task. Obtained 1 advanced card draw ticket. Current advanced card draw tickets. 2. I can hardly believe I might strike gold on the first try. Perhaps I should wait for 10 draw instead. Xiao Wuye panted slightly. He had indeed run 10 kilometers, not utilizing Tsong's high-speed movement. Speaking of which, does this advanced card pool have a guarantee? What if I continuously draw fragments? He mumbled as he walked forward. Not far ahead, a luxurious car sped by, and in an instant, a slender arm reached out from the window, lightly tossing a letter that landed perfectly at his feet. Hey, you dropped something. Before Xiao Wuye could finish his sentence, the car had already disappeared from view. People today really lack manners. Xiao Wuye cast a casual glance at the letter on the ground and bent down to pick it up. Let me see what this is about. He unfolded the invitation, scanning it, and discovered it was a wedding invitation. The bride was the daughter of the prestigious Wanxiang Group in the city of Duotian, Yi Qingcheng. The groom was a young man from Shangjing City, Mo Yinfan. Wanxiang Group? I believe I have eaten their instant noodles, Xiao Wuye said with a hint of embarrassment. The next moment, a sound echoed in his mind. New demon hunting task issued. Hunt down the demon magic eye within Mo Yinfan. Task reward. 2 advanced card draw tickets. 1 universal fragment. Note, the invitation was deliberately given to you. What? Xiao Wuye furrowed his brow, realizing he had been set up. Who was trying to frame him? His mind raced. Could it be that this was not a wedding at all, but a cannibal feast with the invited guests as the food? Or was it that only he knew the groom was a terrifying demon? Was everything part of a grand conspiracy? No, wait, what am I thinking? The target is Mo Yunfan, and the wedding location is clearly stated on the invitation. What is there to ponder? I could just fly over and eliminate this beast, right? They're demons after all. What reason is there to debate? As for who sent the invitation, it no longer mattered. A demon was about to meet its end. Who was that silver-haired handsome man wearing sunglasses? Why did you give him the invitation? My middle school classmate, Xiao Wuya. I suspect he isn't awakened. A handsome young man in a suit conversed with a stunning girl dressed in white inside the luxurious car. Oh, Miss Bai Shui, you must be joking. He isn't awakened? What makes you think that? The man's tone was filled with skepticism. You should know about my deathly physique. Any ordinary life that stays with me too long will encounter misfortune and die in the ensuing years. Now, nearly all my middle school classmates have passed away. Yet he remains alive, Bai Shui replied calmly. That's rather intriguing. I hope he attends my wedding later. The man, Mo Yunfan, responded with a smile. He suddenly seemed to recall something and asked, by the way, hasn't Li Shangxia already arrived in Duotian City? Why hasn't he come to meet us yet? This is also related to Xiao Wuya. Bai Shui maintained her indifferent tone. We met last night. I mentioned that Xiao Wuya might be awakened. And without a second thought, he went to find someone. He hasn't returned with any news yet. That sounds quite interesting. And Mo Yunfan chuckled lightly. Li Shangxia is a calamity to demons. I've heard he especially delights in consuming beautiful women. I was actually considering offering him my human fiancée. Your tastes are indeed peculiar, Bai Shui remarked with a sidelong glance at Mo Yunfan. So, why are you in Duotian City and marrying the young lady from Wanxiang Group? Isn't that a rather unconventional approach? Mo Yunfan spoke nonchalantly. After killing her and her family, I will have my kind replace their identities, thus making Wanxiang Group mine. Is that really the only reason? You don't seem the type to enjoy playing house. Bai Shui expressed her doubt. Well, I trust you more than others. Mo Yunfan smiled slightly. In Shangjing City, I heard the prophecy of the Abyss Seer. It foretold that a new disaster lord would emerge in Duotian City. Do you have any insights on this? A new disaster lord? Bai Shui immediately thought of someone, but chose not to voice it. All right, you continue with your wedding game. I need to return to Duotian Gang and see if I can find any leads on the Shangxia. After parking, Bai Shui opened the car door, preparing to exit. Aren't you coming to your good friend's wedding? How heartless of you. Mo Yunfan sighed. This isn't your last wedding. Bai Shui nonchalantly remarked, by the way. It seems that the 749 Bureau has taken notice of you. Be cautious in the time to come. Don't worry. I am aware that investigators from the 749 Bureau will also attend my wedding. Mo Yunfan scoffed, but so what? Is anyone really going to lay a hand on me during the wedding? Chapter 8. Will the Awakened. With so many people present, would he dare to act against me? With this hand, I shall lead you out of sorrow and hardship. Your cup shall never run dry, for I am your ambrosia. At an extravagant and romantic outdoor wedding, the groom, Mo Yunfan, gazed affectionately at his beautiful bride, Yi Qingqing. However, Yi Qingqing's eyes were vacant, her expression dazed, as if her soul had drifted far away, starkly contrasting with the jubilant atmosphere. Isn't the bride's expression rather grim? Is this what they call a political marriage? Hush. Keep your voice down. Let us not forget our mission, to investigate Mo Yunfan's true identity. As a native of Shangjing, why did he choose to divorce and marry Yi Qingqing in Duotian City? It is indeed suspicious. His number of divorces seems excessive, and the upper echelons have already begun an inquiry into him. In a corner of the wedding venue, two investigators from the 749 Bureau whispered to one another. As Yi Qingqing's gaze drifted and she appeared unwilling to cooperate, Mo Yunfan spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. Miss Yi, we both understand what this marriage signifies. Your Yi family requires the connections of the Mo family in Shangjing, and I, likewise, have my eyes set on your Yi family's vast market in Duotian City. It is a formidable alliance, is it not? I am fully aware. Yi Qingqing's vacant expression flickered for a moment before her tone turned icy. But tell me, how many ex-wives have you had? Are they truly alive? And do you even count as human? What nonsense are you spouting? Mo Yunfan's expression shifted abruptly, but he quickly masked his turmoil, allowing a faint, cold smile to grace his lips. I have long heard of the remarkable intellect and insight possessed by the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Today's encounter certainly lives up to the reputation. However, he suddenly leaned closer, his voice dropping lower, almost brushing against Yi Qingqing's ear. What can an ordinary person like you do? Just complete the wedding obediently. Miss Yi, I trust you do not wish for any misfortune to befall your parents? A glint of malice flickered in Mo Yunfan's eyes. He had already resolved to eliminate Yi Qingqing immediately after their wedding. You scoundrel! Ye kink guritet hertit, despite evident in hergaze. What on earth is happening? At the entrance of the wedding, a figure with silver hair and sunglasses, Xiao Wuya, walked slowly toward the scene. He had actually gotten lost, wandering for quite a while before finding this place. This white-haired gentleman is rather striking. He bears a resemblance to my younger self. Oh, please, spare yourself the flattery and take a look at your aged face. The two investigators from the 749 Bureau sat in the audience, observing the newly arrived Xiao Wuya, beginning to discuss amongst themselves. Is that Xiao Wuya? Mo Yunfan recognized him at once. He was a middle school classmate by Shui had just sent an invitation to. I never expected he would actually come. Is he an awakened? But what of it? With so many people here, would he dare to act against me? Yet, what could he possibly want here? Mo Yunfan pondered. Xiao Wuya's gaze fell upon Mo Yunfan, although he had never seen Mo Yunfan in person. The massive wedding photo of Mo Yunfan and Yi Qingcheng hung outside, serving as a sort of final portrait for Mo Yunfan. As for Yi Qingcheng, the eldest daughter of the Yi family was a well-known socialite in Duotian City, often appearing on local television. Xiao Wuya naturally recognized her. In the next moment, Xiao Wuya suddenly appeared before Mo Yunfan. What do you think you're doing? This is my wedding. Mo Yunfan's pupils dilated, instinctively taking a step back. Such speed. Xiao Wuya is indeed an awakened. Foolish demon. Are you pretending to be someone you're not? Smack. Before the eyes of the crowd, Xiao Wuya delivered a resounding slap to Mo Yunfan's face, the overwhelming force sending him flying. He hit someone? What's going on? Call the police. The scene erupted into chaos. Did you see that? That silver-haired guy has speed. He is not human. Where did this wild awaken come from? Is he a free person? What does he want? Who cares what he wants? Mo Yunfan is about to be beaten to death. We need to save him. At this moment, Xiao Wuya effortlessly lifted Mo Yunfan by his collar, delivering several more slaps through his face. Mo Yunfan's once handsome visage was now bruised and battered, resembling a pig. Ah, stop, you madman, he howled in despair. Enough with the charade, Xiao Wuya interjected impatiently. Hurry and transform. I am pressed for time. He released his grip, causing Mo Yunfan to crumple to the ground. Immediately afterward, Xiao Wuya stepped on his chest, his tone mocking. Hurry up, little beast. The demonic aura around you cannot be concealed any longer. Do not waste my time here. Mo Yunfan's eyes burned with fury. Yet he understood all too well that he must not expose his true identity as a demon unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, all his efforts would be rendered futile. Help! Help! He struggled, casting a desperate glance at the two investigators from the 749 Bureau, crying out for assistance. Stop screaming. Xiao Wuya pressed his foot onto Mo Yunfan's face, causing his mouth to bleed profusely. Yi Qingcheng, meanwhile, was frozen in shock at the sudden turn of events, her complexion paling. Then, realization dawned upon her. Her non-human husband had encountered his nemesis. Xiao Wuya showed no intention of acknowledging Yi Qingcheng. He lifted Mo Yunfan, turning to face the two investigators rushing toward them, recognizing their uniforms that resembled Yi Ying's. He stated coolly, "You are allied with Yi Ying, are you not? Personnel from the 749 Bureau. This fellow is a demon, and I shall deal with him for you." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Wuya vanished with Mo Yunfan in an instant. Did you see that? Instantaneous movement. And he can take someone with him? This free person seems to be a high-tier awakened, but I can't tell which rank. One investigator whispered in awe. Now is not the time to discuss this. The other investigator interjected calmly, cutting him off. The situation has exceeded our expectations. Our immediate priority is to maintain order at the wedding and promptly report this crucial intelligence to the Bureau. It was evident that they had fully believed Xiao Wuya's claims. The reasoning was straightforward. The ground had cracked under Xiao Wuya's foot, and Mo Yunfan, despite such a violent impact, could still call for help. He was certainly not an ordinary individual. The sole heir of the Mo family in Shangjing was actually a demon? The investigator's voice was suppressed as he continued to speculate. What of the entire Mo family? Could they also be implicated? How many higher-ups might have already been infiltrated? Outside Duotian City, amidst desolate mountains, Mo Yunfan, having been cast down by Xiao Wuya from the sky, was undergoing a terrifying transformation. His body twisted and expanded in free fall, ultimately morphing into a fearsome demon towering over 2 meters tall, a blood-red giant, eye opened ominously on his chest. Yao Mo, Yin, heaven has a path you refuse to take. Hell has no door, yet you dare to enter. Mo Yin fell heavily to the ground, emitting a low, distorted sound. I intended to let you live a little longer, Yet you have delivered yourself right to my doorstep. I shall tear you to pieces. Completely consumed by the demon's essence, Mo Yunfan roared skyward, his eyes filled with murderous intent fixated on the still hovering Xiao Wuye. Transformed into a demon, he felt an unusual confidence. Chapter 9. You do not realize your error. You realize you are about to die. Ah, the current demon possesses quite a cultured manner, even able to articulate idioms. A mocking smile graced Xiao Wuye's lips as he remarked, perhaps you should rename yourself from Mo Yin to Mo Wan. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Wuye appeared instantaneously before Mo Yin, unleashing a fist imbued with curse energy. Boom! The terrifying force sent Mo Yin flying several dozen meters, shattering rocks along the way, debris scattering in every direction. Let me ponder which iconic scene of Wu Tiao Wu to recreate this time. Xiao Wuye continued to muse casually. Meanwhile, Mo Yin's mental state had already shattered. With just one punch, what he believed to be a robust physique was reduced to broken bones and shredded flesh. How could he possibly be this formidable? Had he been holding back all along? Mo Yin struggled to rise, coughing up a pool of blood, his heart filled with dread. Hey, don't just die on me now. Xiao Wuye reappeared before him, his tone laced with mock concern. Who exactly are you? Mo Yin trembled, retreating step by step. How could a perverse awakened one like you possibly be a classmate of Bai Shui? Bai Shui? Who is Bai Shui? Xiao Wuye furrowed his brow, realizing you know me. So that invitation was indeed sent by you? All this time, was this fellow inviting him over to receive a beating? How absurd. Damn it. It's all Bai Shui's fault for giving such a powerful awakened one an invitation. Is she trying to end my life? Mo Yan's silent roar echoed within. Yet he mustered his final strength to unleash his most powerful attack. The gaping blood-red eye on his chest suddenly erupted with a horrifying crimson light, tearing through the air, aimed directly at Xiao Wuye. Oh, how frightening. I thought you had given up resistance. Xiao Wuye merely raised an index finger. The destructive red light abruptly halted before him, scattering as if it had struck an invisible barrier. You must be curious why your attack is of no consequence to me. Xiao Wuye chuckled lightly, his tone playful. I could show mercy and enlighten you. He decided to recreate yet another iconic scene from Wu Jiao Wu. However, some occurrences never unfold as anticipated. Thud. To Xiao Wuye's astonishment, Mo Yin suddenly knelt on the ground, his form slowly shrinking back in a human shape. Mo Yunfan. Ah. Xiao Wuye was momentarily stunned. Please spare my life, esteemed awakened one. This entire affair is Bai Shui's conspiracy. I am but a trivial little demon who does not wish to die. Mo Yunfan wept profusely, begging, hey, you are a man-eating demon. Could you not possess a shred of dignity? Xiao Wuye found himself both amused and exasperated. It seemed he was not witnessing this scene for the first time. I was wrong. I truly realized my mistake. From this day forth, I shall never harm humanity again. I beg you, grant me a path to survival. Mo Yunfan continued to cry pitifully. The demon's instinct dictates that, first, it shows no mercy to weak mortals, driving them to extinction and devouring them whole. Second, when faced with a powerful awakened one, it feigns humility, seeking pity and awaiting an opportunity to counterattack. Yet it was evident that Xiao Wuye possessed no compassion, or rather, his compassion did not extend to demons. How humorous, indeed. Xiao Wuye's hand slowly grasped Mo Yunfan's face, his fingers tightening like iron clamps. You are far more foolish than that fellow Li Shangxie. At least he held out until he was crushed in his demon form before pleading for mercy. You, however, reverted directly to human form. How am I to know you one T change back and bite me the next moment? Li Shangxie? He actually killed Li Shangxie. Mo Yunfan's heart trembled, fear washing over him like ice water. I was wrong. I truly knew my error. Don't engage in this internal debate with me. One moment you wish to kill me, the next you admit your faults? You change your face quicker than one can turn a page. Xiao Wuye's fingers gradually increased their grip, his voice chilling to the bone. Also, you are not aware of your error. You only realize you are about to die. Bang! With a dull sound, Xiao Wuye's fingers abruptly tightened, and Mo Yunfan's head exploded in response. Ding! Hunter, the demon hunting card catalog has been opened for you. Hunting demon. Mo Yin, fierce level, earned 100 demon hunting points. Current demon hunting points, 1210. Reward received, 2 advanced draw tickets, 1 universal fragment. Current advanced draw tickets. 4. Universal fragments. 2. Fierce level demon. It is a rank lower than that Li Shangxia from last night. No wonder it was so easy to defeat. Fierce level demons, also known as fierce beasts, are the second tier of demons. Xiao Ye had initially thought to use Mo Yin to gain awakening points, yet the opponent knelt before him immediately. Speaking of which, why do these demons so readily kneel and plead for mercy? Is this part of their fundamental programming? Xiao Ye mused as he instantly vanished from the spot. Haki me onan bai lu du. In a brief moment, Xiao Ye had returned home, enjoying a relaxing hot shower. After bathing, he lay on his bed, reflecting on life. After enduring 3 years of hardship, this golden finger has suddenly made him feel somewhat invincible. Is this akin to cheating? Logically, one should gradually level up, right? Wu Chao Wu is indeed extraordinarily adept. Battling these low-tier demons feels like childish play, and he needn't worry about sustaining even the slightest injury. After some reflection, Xiao Ye recalled the matter at hand. As it stands, the conditions triggering the demon hunting task from the catalog seem to rely on nearby demon activity. Last night's Qiu Hun also appeared near his home, thus initiating the demon hunting task. As for today's hunt of Mo Yin, it can be inferred from Mo Yunfan's words that the invitation may have been sent by his demon companion Bai Shui. This implies that Mo Yunfan and Bai Shui were indeed in that luxurious car, which triggered the demon hunting task. However, why did the catalog not assign a task to hunt Bai Shui, but rather target Mo Yunfan? I should make it a point to venture outside more often. Xiao Ye pondered as he drifted asleep. Ding! Hunter, you still have daily tasks pending completion today. That night, Xiao Ye was awakened by the mechanical voice of the catalog. Catalog brother, if I do not complete the tasks, will there be any penalties? Xiao Ye mumbled sleepily. All tasks provide rewards only. There are no penalties. The cold voice of the demon hunting card catalog warmed Xiao Ye's heart. Well then, that's a relief. Xiao Ye rose and turned on the television. He tuned in to the Fallen Sky TV station, where the day's news was currently being broadcast. According to recent reports, the village of Linquan in the South Xing district of our city has recently witnessed a miraculous natural phenomenon. This village, already renowned for its picturesque scenery, has transformed into a veritable paradise under the spectacle, now attracting a multitude of visitors eager to experience its unique beauty. We cordially invite the citizens to take the opportunity during their leisure time to visit and immerse themselves in this extraordinary sight. Chapter 10. Do you enjoy the facade? Do you relish the clamor? You and your demon brethren are destined for hell. Linquan, will there truly be a spiritual spring in Linquan? Could it be that a mere sip would lead to immortality? Xiao Ye suddenly recalled Yi Ying's previous remark about the imminent arrival of an era where spiritual energy would be fully revived, suggesting that the ecological environment of Earth might undergo drastic changes. Could it be that Linquan has already begun to transform? Before Xiao Ye could delve deeper into his thoughts, his phone rang. Who could be calling at such a late hour? He glanced at the unfamiliar number, but curiosity compelled him to answer. Hello, a mechanical voice, altered by a voice changer, responded. Who I am is unimportant, but I know who you are. You are the awakened, Xiao Ye, correct? The awakened? Me? I suppose so. What do you want? Xiao Ye did not believe he could conceal his identity for long, so he decided to lay his cards on the table. I have no particular business with you, continued the mechanical voice, but I would like to offer you a small piece of advice. What advice? Mr. Xiao Ye, you are a student of the 25th class at the Fallen Heaven Vocational High School, a local resident of Duotian City, and only 18 years old this year. Last night, the leader of the Night Owl Squad, Yi Ying, invited you to join the 749 Bureau, but you declined. And so, Xiao Ye observed the mission displayed in his guide, which still contained unfinished daily tasks. You appear far more composed than I imagined, Xiao Ye. It is commendable that you dared to publicly strike Mo Yunfan. He must have perished at your hands, correct? Truly remarkable. However, you are too young. Despite your high talent, your abilities are limited. I have encountered many gifted awakened, yet they all perished on this path. I hope you will consider your next actions carefully. Moreover, do you not have parents? They seem not to live with you. You must take your family's safety into account. Are you threatening me? Xiao Ye's tone remained particularly flat. No, I merely wish to offer a caution, the mechanical voice replied. I just eliminated that beast, Mo Yunfan, this afternoon, and you hasten to call and threaten me this evening. You must be afraid of what I might do next that could affect your interests. If my killing demons affects you, then it is highly likely you're also a demon. Xiaoya spoke to himself, then raised the phone to the side and addressed the air guide. I wish to issue a daily task for myself. The task is to eliminate the individual on the other end of this call. Task established. Hunt the demon silver misfortune residing within the body of the fallen gang leader by Juechen. Task rewards. Unlock store functionality. SSR Awakening Card 1 and 2 advanced draw tickets. The farce is over. Xiaoya picked up the phone and said to the other end, by Juechen, is it? You dare to threaten me? You must be out of your mind. Rest assured, I shall come for you shortly. You and your brethren will not see the light of tomorrow. How is that possible? Bai Juechen on the other end was evidently rattled. Fool, Xiao Wuye retorted without reservation. Do you enjoy flaunting your arrogance? You and your demon comrades are destined for hell. With a click, Xiao Wuye hung up, donned his clothing, put on sunglasses, and stepped outside. The night in Duotian City was ablaze with lights, rendering the scenery exceptionally enchanting. Xiao Wuye hovered in the air, gazing down at the boundless splendor beneath him, as if he were elevated above all living beings. To stand atop the peak and survey the myriad mountains, he thought, taking in the vastness of the night sky, illuminated by countless lights from homes. Yet, he pondered, where precisely was the fallen gang located? Suddenly, he realized that this mission lacked a specific location. Just then, the demon-hunting guide kindly informed him, they have fled to the mountains. The mountains? That area is far too extensive, he murmured, feeling that the information was virtually useless. Drawing upon his 3 years of living in Duotian City, Xiao Wuye soared toward a remote and dense mountainous region. As night deepened, silence enveloped the surroundings. However, as he drew closer to the mountains, he spotted a figure cycling swiftly along the dim mountain path. Riding a bicycle at night was peculiar enough. But even more bewildering was the figure's incredible speed, nearly blending with the wind. Hey buddy, your cycling speed surpasses that of a motorcycle. Xiao Wuye exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Could this person be awakened? In an instant, he teleported directly into the cyclist's path and called out just as the individual sped past. Hey, wait a moment. The cyclist was initially startled but quickly slammed on the brakes, coming to a halt with one foot on the ground. He looked up surprised at the suddenly appearing Xiao Wuye. Who are you, handsome? I am Xiao Wuye. You must be awakened, right? Xiao Wuye asked directly. Ah, the cyclist hesitated before nodding. I am indeed an awakened, but I belong to the weakest tier. That's incredible, Xiao Wuye exclaimed, enthusiastically slapping the cyclist on the shoulder. Brother, your cycling speed is simply astonishing. Am I impressive? The cyclist seemed puzzled by Xiao Wuye's sudden praise, but couldn't help but smile shyly, scratching his head. To be honest, my abilities are hardly useful in actual combat. Let me tell you, Xiao Wuye began, seemingly oblivious to the cyclist's words. I was under strict control at home when I was young, and I always wanted to own a motorcycle, but my parents refused to buy one out of fear for my safety. Thus, I could only ride a bicycle. Seeing you cycle faster than anyone on a motorcycle today truly excites me. Xiao Wuye was reminded of his past life. You're quite a character, Lin Ling chuckled. I am Lin Ling, a free individual, and my title is Justice Knight. Are you a newly awakened individual? I don't believe I've seen you before. About that, I just activated my powers last night, Xiao Wuye admitted. By the way, Lin Ling, what does it mean to be a free individual? And why are you wandering around the mountains at this late hour? A free individual is an awakened who has not joined any organization. We also have a mutual assistance website for free individuals, Lin Ling explained. As for why I'm here, it is to combat demons. Chapter 11. I am waiting for tasks to be issued. What are you waiting for? To die? Combat demons? Xiao Wuye keenly picked up on this phrase. Are you also here to confront the demon scum of the fallen gang? Indeed, Lin Ling replied, slightly surprised by Xiao Wuye's knowledge. I found relevant information on the free individual website. The Duotian gang is, in fact, a nefarious organization that has been lurking in our city for many years. It was only this night that they finally revealed their true nature, as the investigators from the 749 Bureau obtained irrefutable evidence against them. In truth, the exposure of the Duotian gang is intricately linked to a phone call made by Bai Juechen to Xiao Wuye just moments prior. Bai Juechen mistakenly believed he had been compromised and hastily prepared to flee with the entire gang, inadvertently exposing their whereabouts, which the 749 Bureau's undercover agents swiftly seized upon. It was primarily due to Xiao Wuye's overconfidence during the call, where he boldly declared his intention to annihilate Bai Juechen's entire gang, leading Bai Juechen to conclude that the 749 Bureau was certainly aware of the situation and was preparing to raid them. To be candid, I too have come to vanquish these fiends, Xiao Wuye stated with unwavering resolve. Humanity must surely triumph over the demons. Lin Ling responded with steadfast conviction, before adding, "The Free People's official website has detailed information on their escape routes. Would you care to join me?" "Absolutely," Xiao Wuye replied, effortlessly leaping onto the back seat of Lin Ling's bicycle. Lin Ling then accelerated, the wheels racing forward through the increasingly dense curtain of rain. The rain fell silently, weaving a thin veil of mist around the two. "Hey, Brother Xiao, are you not afraid?" Lin Ling suddenly inquired, his voice carried by the wind. "Afraid of what?" "You mentioned that you have just awakened. Yet it is said that the 4 high-ranking members of the Duo Tian gang are fearsome demons, capable of overwhelming even third-tier awakened beings. You are still so young. If you wish to withdraw now, it is not too late." Xiao Wuye did not respond directly, but countered with a question. "And what about you? Are you a third-tier awakened being?" No." Lin Ling seemed caught off guard by the question, pausing briefly before murmuring, "I am merely a first tier, the lowest kind." "Feel free to laugh." "What is there to laugh about?" Xiao Wuye's voice was clear. Anyone brave enough to stand and fight against demons is a hero protecting others. Lin Ling chuckled softly. Indeed. The bicycle sped along the mountain road, and moments later, the two arrived at a fork in the path. The rain showed no signs of abating, and a damp mist hung in the forest. According to the intelligence, the high-ranking members of the Duo Tian gang had fled to the left, while the ordinary members had gone to the right. Lin Ling brought the bicycle to a halt, urgency in his tone. "You go right, and be sure to stay safe. Try to find other awakened beings to join forces with." "You're not coming with me?" Xiao Wuye asked, somewhat surprised. "No, I have my own matters to attend to." Lin Ling shook his head. "I must go left to assist the investigators from the 749 Bureau." "Very well." Xiao Wuye nodded. "Once I have dealt with the demons on the right, I will come looking for you." Lin Ling, momentarily confused by his words, nevertheless replied, "No problem." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Ling had already pedaled swiftly to the left. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuye's hands began to emanate a ghostly blue light, and in an instant, he vanished from the spot. Xiao Wuye hovered in midair, soaring swiftly above the forest. His azure six eyes pierced through the dense foliage, scanning the ground for any signs of movement. Soon, he locked onto his target. Dozens of suspicious figures were stealthily advancing, led by a strikingly beautiful girl clad in a white dress. The guidebook did not respond. Could they be awakened beings? As he pondered, Xiao Wuye disappeared from the sky and reappeared before them. "Who are you?" he inquired, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the group. However, it soon became evident that there was no need for inquiry. Moments ago, he had not noticed anything in the air, but upon landing, he realized that the eyes of these individuals glowed a crimson red. They were undoubtedly demons. "Awakened beings? Are you from the 749 Bureau?" "Young lady, allow me to handle him." A muscular man with glowing red eyes stepped forward behind the girl in white. "Stand down." To his surprise, the girl extended her hand, blocking his advance. She turned to Xiao Wuye, speaking in a friendly tone. "It has been a long time, Xiao Wuye. The last time we met was back in middle school. Do you remember me?" "Who are you?" Xiao Wuye frowned. "I am Bai Shui." She beamed, a radiant smile gracing her face. "Do you not recall how close we were back then? You liked me for 3 whole years, did you not?" "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao Wuye had long forgotten those middle school memories. "I never expected you to become an awakened being. Since we are all classmates, why not act as if we have never met? If you let me go, I shall spare you as well." Bai Shui maintained her innocent smile. Xiao Wuye stood motionless, as if tacitly agreeing to this bargain. Observing the situation, Bai Shui's smile widened. Though she harbored her own doubts about whether she and her group could defeat the one who had slain Mo Yunfan. As she passed by Xiao Wuye, he suddenly spoke. "Guidebook, with so many demons present, are you not going to issue a demon hunting mission? Do not try to shirk your responsibilities." Upon hearing this, both Bai Shui and the demon hunting guidebook were taken aback. "Isn't she your middle school classmate? What a load of rubbish. So what if she is? She is now a man-eating demon. Hurry up, no more dilly-dallying." "Ding, Demon Hunter. The Demon Hunting Card Guidebook has been activated for you. Issuing Demon Hunting Mission. Exterminate the demon Shuemai inhabiting Bai Shui's body." Mission reward. 1 advanced draw card. 1 universal shard. Note: she is indeed your middle school classmate. I am waiting for the guidebook to issue the mission. What are you waiting for? Tuti? Xiao Wuye's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch towards Bai Shue's chest. The force was so fierce that it pierced through her torso. Bai Shue coughed up a mouthful of blood, her form staggering as she teetered on the edge of collapse. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? Have you lost your ability to speak? Xiao Wei yanked his arm from Bai Shue's chest, blood gushing forth, and then swiftly struck her face with a backhanded slap. The immense force caused her head to spin 1.5 times, and soon, her lifeless body thudded to the ground. She is dead. Young lady, you damn bastard. Human, I shall tear you to pieces. The individuals behind Bai Shue erupted in furious roars, and in their extreme rage, they tore away their human exteriors, revealing their grotesque and terrifying demon forms. Dozens of horrific demons, their eyes glowing blood red and their faces twisted in rage, surged towards Xiao Wuye like a tidal wave. Technique: reverse flow. In the face of the oncoming horde of demons, Xiao Wuye remained calm, slowly extending a hand, his palm glowing with a ghostly blue light. An astonishing force of suction suddenly manifesting. Song! That ethereal light shot forth like a falling star, crashing into the swarm of demons. Amidst the piercing screams, the demons were obliterated by this cataclysmic power, dissolving into mist. Demon Hunt. Shuamai. Fierce level. Gain Demon Hunting Points. 100. Current Demon Hunting Points. 1310. Receive Mission Rewards. 1 Advanced Draw Card. 1 Universal Shard. Current Advanced Draw Cards. 5. Universal Shards. 3. Defeated multiple demons. Gained Demon Hunting Points. 500. Current Demon Hunting Points. 1810. Chapter 12. The Demon Core. We shall use the Demon Core to vanquish them. Xiao Wuye stretched lazily. I have awakened. I have eliminated. What more is there to say? There are still numerous demons ahead. Please exterminate them promptly, Demon Hunter. Rest assured, when hunting points are presented to me, how could I refuse? With a light chuckle, he soared into the air, executing an extraordinary long-distance teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he found himself hovering thousands of meters above the mountainous terrain. Below him, hundreds of demonic creatures were frantically fleeing, their eyes glimmering with an eerie red light, while still retaining a semblance of human form. The message appeared. Hunting task initiated. Eliminate the MO1 among the demons. Task reward. Unlock main quest. Showdown in the Nuzuran Waimojing. Note: you were born as MO1. It is your destiny. Xiao Wuye furrowed his brow at the name, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. He was confident in his victory. Whatever, I won't dwell on that. Let us deal with the monsters first. As his thoughts raced, he descended into the midst of the demonic horde like a phantom. Initially, the demons failed to sense his presence due to the absence of any spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from him. Technique: Shun Zhuan Song. A surge of blue light erupted from the palm of Xiao Wuye as a blue sphere, imbued with a terrifying gravitational pull, abruptly split into 6, plummeting into the throng of demons like shooting stars. Brothers, something's not right. What is that thing? It's sucking me in, help. The 6 spheres spun rapidly on the ground, transforming into whirlpools of death. The immense gravitational force yanked the demons off the ground, their flesh and blood mercilessly torn apart within the twisted force field. Some demons didn't even have the chance to reveal their true forms before disintegrating into a mist of blood. While the blue light continued to harvest the lives of the demons, Xiao Wuye stormed into their ranks like a ferocious tiger. The vast spell power coalesced in his fists, each strike landing with precision upon his targets. The force of his punches caused the demons to explode into clouds of blood. The splattering blood never touched him, as it was infinitely repelled away. This was merely the beginning of his slaughter. With a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, an idea struck him. Song. He gently tapped his fingertip, and a terrifying gravitational force instantly compressed the demons on his left, forming a massive quivering mass of flesh. Oh, I've just created a MO1. Xiao Wuye chuckled to himself, waving his hand as the mass began to spin rapidly, crashing into the surrounding demons. Let us create a few more. He summoned infinite power once more, the gravitational field expanding wildly around him. Groups of demons were crushed and reformed into more blood-soaked spheres. flying through the air like meteors of death, creating vacuum zones among the demon horde. Standing amidst the carnage, Xiaoya laughed heartily. It seems only a MO1 can defeat another MO1 in less than 2 minutes. The demons that had been fleeing on the other side of the valley were all sent to hell by Xiaoya. He was a man of his word. When he said he would send them all to hell tonight, he meant it. Successfully killed MO1. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Unlocked main quest. Showdown in the new Suren Waimoji. Eliminated numerous demons. Hunting points, 3,000. Horrific demons, also known as Huiyao, possess the ability to harness one or more powerful innate demon techniques and can absorb the essence of heaven and earth or blood chi to cultivate their own demonic power core. Today, Lin Ling experienced the terrifying weight of the term Huiyao for the first time. Upon arriving at the scene where the investigator from the 749 Bureau was battling the demons, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. Rain mixed with blood flowed everywhere, and severed limbs littered the ground. At the center of this chaos stood the culprit, the M.O. Sha, a high-ranking member of the Fallen Sky Gang, its true demonic form fully revealed. Towering over 4 meters, its massive physique resembled a mountain, with blue-brown, rough skin and a menacing shark-like visage, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression amidst the rain. The icy rain washed away the blood on the ground. It could not cleanse the thick stench of blood that hung in the air. Lin Ling felt a bone-chilling coldness that was not entirely due to the weather. The rain only served to empower this water attribute Huiyao even further. The voice of M.O. Sha was deep and hoarse, laced with unabashed mockery. And you, the awakened ones of the 749 Bureau, are nothing but a group of pretentious fools. Surrounding it, several investigators lay gravely injured in pools of blood, their fates uncertain. Weak, utterly weak, M.O. Sha sauntered among them, scrutinizing the struggling prey, be it the awakened or the humans. All were easily dispatched. It seemed in no hurry to deliver the final blow, treating them like toys to be played with. However, its interest quickly waned. With a slight turn of its cold, yellow slit pupils, it locked onto a nearby, fallen investigator. Poor little insect, it's time for you to disappear, it coldly declared, raising its arm, a fist brimming with destructive power poised to strike down. In that critical moment, Lin Ling charged in on his bicycle like a gust of wind, crashing into M.O. Sha's side. The sudden impact halted M.O. Sha's movement, and it slowly turned its gaze toward Lin Ling, little insect. Do you enjoy playing the hero? It scoffed, its form suddenly blurring as it lunged toward Lin Ling, a heavy fist carrying the scent of death crashing down. Am I going to die? Lin Ling's heart raced. It seems I arrived just in time, just as the massive fist descended like a meteor. A familiar youthful voice rang clear. Then, Lin Ling witnessed an unforgettable scene. A silver-haired figure, clad in sunglasses. Xiaoya effortlessly caught M.O. Sha's devastating punch with a single hand. Xiaoya. Even Lin Ling found himself momentarily stunned. I've already eliminated all the demons on the right side, leaving fewer than 300. There may be some remnants heading this way. Xiaoya stated calmly. You finished them? Lin Ling suddenly recalled what he had said earlier. Once I finish the demons on the right, I'll come find you. It was not a jest. What are you? M.O. Sha exclaimed in disbelief, furious that a human could withstand its attack barehanded. Beast, did I give you permission to speak? Xiaoya's voice was frigid as a blade, laced with concealed fury. An eerie blue glow surged around his fist, a mark of the power of Tsang. How ignorant you are. Before M.O. Sha could finish its retort, Xiaoya's fist pierced through the air, striking its abdomen with devastating force. Boom! The terrifying power erupted instantly, shattering M.O. Sha's upper body completely, the overwhelming shockwave sending the remnants of its form sailing away. One punch, just one punch. It was instant death. The rain ceased. Hunting demon, M.O. Sha, full level, gained hunting points, 1,000. Current hunting points, 5,400. Chapter 13. That Huiyao is truly powerful. We will win. Do we really kill it? M.O. Sha is gone. That silver-haired youth, one punch. That was a Huiyao. The once motionless investigators, barely clinging to life, suddenly stirred with excitement. Many struggling to rise, hope rekindled in their eyes. Who is this silver-haired youth? Is there another master among us? Everyone, evacuate immediately. As Xiaoya removed his sunglasses, his striking azure eyes scanned the entire arena with unwavering confidence. From this moment forth, I shall assume command of the battlefield. Brother Xia, I never anticipated your strength to reach such extraordinary heights, Lin Ling exclaimed, nearly at a loss for words, his face a mask of astonishment. With a single punch, he had annihilated the Calamity Demon, the Merman Shark, which had wrought devastation upon their forces. This power is truly unfathomable. A mere trifling matter, Xiao Ye replied nonchalantly, turning his gaze towards Lin Ling with genuine concern. How is your injury? I am unawakened. This injury is nothing of consequence. Lin Ling managed to stand, gritting his teeth as he responded. The silver-haired gentleman. At that moment, an investigator, lying on the ground, struggled to interject. Our captain is still embroiled in a fierce battle with the Fallen Sky Gang as cadre. We implore you to assist him. Location? Xiao Wuya inquired directly. 10 minutes ago. They headed in that direction. The investigator pointed shakily towards the distance. Lin Ling, I entrust the injured to you. Understood. I will immediately call for medical support. Lin Ling nodded solemnly. I shall eradicate all the demons here. Before his words had fully dissipated, Xiao Wuya had vanished from his position. Earlier, on the opposite side of the mountain, he had slain a multi-headed demon, earning 3,000 hunting points. Following the direction indicated by the investigator, Xiao Wuya swiftly arrived at a ravaged battlefield. Debris was scattered everywhere. Shattered trees lay haphazardly on the ground, and the once dense forest had been torn apart, leaving gaping wounds that bore witness to the fierce clashes that had transpired. It seems I have arrived a moment too late, Xiao Wuya murmured to himself, a hint of regret lacing his tone. At that moment, from a nearby shadow, a faint yet familiar voice emerged. Xiao Wuya? It was Ying. His voice was hoarse, and he appeared gravely injured. Xiao Wuya quickly approached, finding Ying leaning against a broken rock, his body marred with wounds. This man had once generously gifted him 1,000,000. He immediately bent down and inquired, How are you? Cough, I'm not dead yet. I didn't expect you to truly be awakened. Ying managed a strained smile, explaining, I'm a Tier 3 awakened of the Shadow Path, adept at concealment. Yet that Calamity Demon was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Xiao Wuya understood at once that the captain referred to by the investigator was Ying. It's good that you are safe, he nodded, then swiftly changed the subject. Ying, in which direction did that Calamity Demon flee? I shall avenge you. How dare it harm my benefactor? The He fled in that direction. Yi Ying's voice was weak, yet he persisted. It is a cadre of the Fallen Sky Gang. It likely intends to provide cover for Bai Juechen's retreat from the mountain path. He, one of the core cadres of the Fallen Sky Gang. Bai Juechen is the leader of the Fallen Sky Gang and the target of Xiao Wuye's current mission. Excellent. I shall eliminate them both. Xiao Wuye replied with a casual smile, turning to depart. Yi Ying, having momentarily evaded danger, would soon receive medical support. That Calamity Demon is truly formidable. Ying expressed his concerns. We will prevail, Xiao Wuye declared with calm assurance, his figure vanishing from sight. High above with his 6 eyes, he effortlessly locked onto his target, the Calamity Demon He, which was hastily fleeing on the ground. The demon stood 3 meters tall, its entire body encased in black armor, resembling a towering knight. Moments earlier, it had defeated the investigator Yi Ying from the 749 Bureau. I never expected the so-called 749 Bureau investigator to be so weak. As He ran, it muttered in confusion, what is the boss afraid of? Why is he fleeing in such a panic? Just as it was distracted, a figure descended from the sky with astonishing speed. What is that? He suddenly looked up to see a human plummeting from the air. It attempted to evade, but the opponent's speed far surpassed its reaction. Bang! Xiao Wuye descended like a meteor, crushing He's upturned head underfoot. With a resounding crash, the head rolled away and the massive headless body collapsed, quickly dissipating into wisps of black mist, vanishing into the air. Ding! Hunted Demon. He, Calamity level. Earned 1,000 hunting points. Current hunting points, 6,400. So many points, yet I cannot utilize them. How frustrating. Where exactly is Bai Juechen? The headless corpse of He had completely disintegrated, and Xiao Wuye walked past it with an impassive expression. Not far away were the hundreds of Fallen Sky Gang members that He had desperately shielded. Undoubtedly, they were all demons disguised as humans. Is this the last batch? Is your boss still not planning to reveal himself? Before his words had fully escaped his lips, He appeared like a specter in front of the group of demons. Well then, do you have anything else to say? Xiao Wuya spoke casually, then chuckled lightly. Never mind. Last words are a privilege of the living. You are not worthy. Hundreds of eyes widened in horror at his sudden appearance, alarms ringing out in an instant. It isn't awakened. Surround him immediately. Kill him. Slaughter this brat. You dare stand against 500 of us? Seeking death. Kid, you are surrounded, prepare to die. Amidst their furious roars, they revealed their true demonic forms, snarling and howling in a cacophony. It appears you have yet to grasp the situation, Xiao Wuye smirked, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. It is not you who have surrounded me, but rather, I have encircled you all. In the next moment, he surged into the throng of demons like a graceful dragon. With the passive, unlimited technique, no attack could touch him in the slightest. Meanwhile, the ethereal azure light in his hand flickered like the breath of death, and wherever he passed, demons were mercilessly crushed into blood mist, unable to let out even a complete scream. Why can't we hit him? No, that's impossible. I don't want to die. This was no longer a battle. It was a thorough and elegant cleansing. Moments later, the wail subsided. The entire mountainside returned to silence. Only a river of blood flowed silently, reflecting the solitary figure that remained standing. The only sound left in his ears was the mechanical voice emanating from the compendium. Hunted a large number of demons, earned 5,000 hunting points. Current hunting points, 11400. Chapter 14, Three Fists to Crush by Juechen, Commander. I am but an ordinary person. Well then, only 2 cadres and the leader by Juechen remain. Xiao Wuye's words had barely left his lips when he instantaneously shifted to midair. He gazed down upon the sprawling mountains, his eyes sharp as he meticulously searched for traces of the remaining demons. I am feeling somewhat weary. As night deepened, fatigue began to creep in. Xiao Wuye exhaled lightly. At this moment, he merely wished to swiftly conclude this endeavor and return home for a good night's sleep. Found you. Not long after, a figure cloaked in swirling black mist entered his line of sight. Deep within the mountains, the night wind howled, and the moonlight shone brightly. A middle-aged man, donned in a white Zhongshan suit and exuding a rugged demeanor, was retreating calmly deeper into the mountains. However, the next moment, he abruptly halted, realizing he had been discovered. It seems you need not leave any last words. The night breeze gently tousled the silver-white hair of Xiao Wuye, while the luminous moonlight illuminated his handsome profile. His pair of cerulean eyes silently regarded by Juechen, their gaze cold and piercing as ice. Having resided in Duotian City for 3 years, Xiao Wuye had naturally heard of the name Bai Juechen, a man of great significance in both the underworld and the legitimate world, and the founder of the most formidable gang in Duotian City, the Duotian Gang. He was indeed a legendary figure. Unfortunately, he had made a critical misstep, provoking those he ought not to have. You managed to find your way here. I presume Shenhei, Ihave met their demise, Bai Juechen remarked with calm composure. Tonight, the elite force of 749 has gone to Shangjing City to deal with the calamity caused by the Mo family. I thought I could withdraw effortlessly, yet a monster like you has emerged. He had triumphed over countless formidable foes in his lifetime, yet on this night, he faced utter defeat. The entire ordeal stemmed from a single threatening phone call he had made. Enough of the idle chatter. Let us settle this swiftly. I have a date with slumber. Xiao Wuye replied with a tone of indifference. Tonight marks your descent into hell. Bai Juechen's expression shifted slightly, unable to resist inquiring. How did you know that call was made by me? This enigma had always eluded him. Inquire within hell, Xiao Wuye responded blandly. Before his words faded, he had already appeared before Bai Juechen. With the azure energy coiling around his hand, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Bai Juechen was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing through several large trees before he struggled to regain his footing. Coughing up blood, he managed to stand. You are indeed formidable. No wonder you dared to proclaim the annihilation of my entire gang. Bai Juechen furrowed his brow but soon laughed. However, tonight, it is you who shall descend into hell. By the way, where are your 2 subordinates? Have they fled, or are they lurking in the shadows to launch a surprise attack? Xiao Wuye paid no heed to his threats, merely casting a calm glance around. You'll soon discover their whereabouts. Bai Juechen's sinister grin split his face as his body began to undergo a drastic transformation. Accompanied by a piercing sound of distortion and expansion, he rapidly grew in stature. ultimately transforming into the 6-meter-tall demon clad in silver armor. Inji Yun, you were curious about the fate of my two subordinates, were you not? The demonized by Juechen raised his robust arms. One glowed with a verdant hue, representing the subordinate demon Qing Jiao, while the other was a blood-red shade, symbolizing the other calamity, demon Mo, who they willingly became a part of me. Now, I shall use their power to utterly crush you. As his words fell, Bai Juechen's massive form vanished from sight, only to leap into the air, descending upon Xiao Wuye with a terrifying force. Heavenly gift demon technique, Jiao Long Press. He roared like thunder, his figure crashing down like a vicious dragon. Boom! The ground shattered with a deafening roar, forming a colossal crater as dust billowed forth. Pathetic insect, Bai Juechen sneered. Were you muttering to yourself? Xiao Wuye had appeared behind him, facing away, casually brushing off the swirling dust with a tone laced with mockery. To defeat me, you even devour your own. I wonder what there is to be proud of. What? Bai Juechen's crimson pupils contracted suddenly, but he reacted swiftly, spinning around and launching a right fist. Heavenly gift demon technique, Emohu explosive fist. The fist bore a blinding red light, aimed directly at Xiao Wuye's back. Yet, Xiao Wuye merely turned calmly, the azure energy enveloping his arm, emanating a ghostly blue glow as he met the colossal fist head-on. The disparity in size between them was immense, yet their strength was surprisingly equal. Bang! The two forces collided fiercely, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy, scattering dust and debris. While surrounding rocks and trees were uprooted and torn apart, he actually managed to withstand my attack. As the dust began to clear, Bai Juechen gazed in astonishment at the unscathed Xiao Wuye. Truly, as a gang leader, you are indeed the most formidable demon I have encountered today. Xiao Wuye smiled faintly, a glimmer of seriousness finally appearing in his eyes. Youngster, do not become too complacent. The battle has only just begun. Bai Juechen roared, his left fist igniting with a verdant glow as he struck once more. However, before the truly earnest Xiao Wuye, he had already been sentenced to death. Xiao gently raised a hand, effortlessly blocking the fierce blow. How could it be so easy to withstand my attack? Bai Juechen's heart sank in disbelief, but he soon sensed something amiss. No, it is not brute strength that he employs to absorb the impact. Rather, an invisible barrier is shielding him. It seems the combat techniques I have trained in over the past 3 years are finally proving their worth. Xiao Wuye chuckled softly. Before Bai Juechen could fully grasp the meaning of those words, Xiao Wuye had vanished from his position. Zulfust, just as he attempted to react. Xiao Wuye had already closed in on the side of his head. Bang! A powerful kick struck him, sending Bai Juechen soaring into the air once more. This is not over yet. Xiao Wuye showed no mercy, pursuing him mid-air, raining down punches and kicks like a torrential storm. Bai Juechen repeatedly attempted to counterattack, yet he was consistently evaded by the narrowest of margins. After a relentless series of attacks, Bai Juechen crashed heavily to the ground, battered and bruised, retreating step by step. Damn it, why can't I land hit on him? His speed is simply beyond my reach. Coughing blood, Bai Juechen found his silver armor still intact. But I have not lost yet. Heavenly gift demon technique, silver shield armor. His entire body was suddenly enveloped in a blinding white light, transforming into an insurmountable barrier. Youngster, you can no longer harm me in the slightest. Bai Juechen declared proudly. Is that so? Before his words could dissipate, Xiao Wuye reappeared before him, the ghostly blue glow surging in his hand as he unleashed a punch. Do not waste your efforts. Oh, bang! On the brilliant silver armor, ominous black sparks erupted. Following that, the seemingly indestructible silver armor shattered under the force of the blow. Black flash. When the timing between a physical strike and a magical impact falls below a millionth of a second, a distortion in space occurs, unleashing destructive energy equivalent to 25 times that of an ordinary attack. It appears your turtle shell is not as resilient as it seems. Xiao Wuye taunted as a second punch followed swiftly, shattering Bai Juechen's bones. Before Bai Juechen could collapse, the third punch tore through the air, obliterating his massive demonic form entirely. 3 punches shattered Bai Juechen. Commander, I am but an ordinary person. Chapter 15. The final explosive surge? Then I shall be a tad more brutal. Is this where it ends? Am I truly to perish at the hands of mere boy? Memories of the past surged uncontrollably in by Juechen's mind, knowing it was the flickering light of his life flashing before his eyes. His demonic body had been utterly destroyed, with survival seeming nearly impossible. L'étit conclude. Just as he prepared to embrace death, familiar voices pierced through his consciousness, resonating in his mind. Boss, you cannot simply give up. Were we not supposed to conquer the world together with the brothers? We have yet to make those lofty bloodlines of the underworld pay the price. Hold on, boss. The faces of the 4 key members of the Duotian gang, Mo Sha, Hei Yi, Qing Jiao, and Mo Hu, floated before him, their words rekindling the flames of his will. Why is it that those of royal blood can inherently possess everything? They regard us as mere fodder, banishing us to the outer world, and yet we must compete for resources on their behalf. This is unjust. This is unjust. No, I cannot perish yet. I must not end my journey in such a manner. Within, Bai Juechen roared, and his shattered form began to reconstitute at a visible rate. Having already reached the pinnacle of calamity, after devouring Qing Jiao and Mo Hu, he was on the verge of breaking through. In this critical moment of life and death, he succeeded. A dark radiance descended from the heavens, enveloping him entirely. He transformed into a demon over 20 meters tall, surrounded by an aura of annihilation. The Calamity Lord has arrived. At this moment, I lack nothing. A cataclysmic pressure swept over the mountains and forests, sending countless creatures fleeing in a frenzy as if facing the apocalypse. In that instant, many awakened individuals sensed the sudden surge of terror, their gazes turning towards the depths of the mountains. Was that fearsome aura? Just as Ying, who had just undergone treatment, felt a shiver and murmured to himself, "What has transpired? What is happening in the mountains? Could it be the descent of a Calamity Lord?" The awakened beings, recuperating from injuries, simultaneously lifted their heads, gazing in bewilderment at the area suddenly shrouded in darkness. At this moment, a young man stood alone before the terrifying presence of the Calamity Lord, Bai Juechen. Yet, his demeanor was oddly calm, even mocking as he whispered, "Is this really happening? Are you about to explode from near death?" Xiao Wuya, I shall remember your name. Bai Juechen's deep crimson eyes looked down, his voice resonating like an echo from the abyss, "And you shall become the first stepping stone on my path of enlightenment. Then I shall have to be a bit rougher." Before his words could settle, Xiao Wuya had already positioned himself in the sky. "You cannot escape." Bai Juechen spoke lightly from below. "Escape? What could I flee to? And why would I wish to escape?" Xiao Wuya hovered in the high sky, his Azure 6 eyes gazing down, softly intoning. Technique, reversal of the sky. A blue sphere of light coalesced on his left. Technique, reversal of the crimson. Another red sphere appeared on his right. Around him, purple arcs of electricity flickered ominously. Divine art, dark breath. Below, Bai Juechen had already launched his attack. A jet-black ray erupting from his mouth, soaring towards the heavens. Meanwhile, the blue and red spheres beside Xiao Wuya began to merge slowly. Void technique Z. At the moment of their convergence, they transformed into a rapidly expanding mass of purple energy, resembling a chaotic core that devoured light, surging towards Bai Juechen. Boom! Where the purple light passed, all fell silent. The dark breath was instantly consumed, and the Calamity incarnate, Bai Juechen, was obliterated in the radiance. The mountains collapsed. The ground fractured, revealing a vast chasm. Did I lose again? Is this young man truly the perfect awakened being spoken of by those old geezers? He is remarkably strong. Furthermore, I sense he is yet to unleash his full power. However, those royal bloodline beings are bound to face dire consequences. Ha! Bai Juechen's consciousness vanished completely. Ding! Hunting monsters, silver misfortune, calamity level. Earn 10,000 hunting points. Current hunting points, 21,400. Receive task reward. SSR Awakening Card X1, Advanced Draw Tickets X2. Current Advanced Draw Tickets, 7. Shop function will open tomorrow. Successfully portrayed Wu Tiao, Awakening Value 10. Current Awakening Value, 35,100. Hooray, work is over. Xiao Wuya donned his glasses and left the scene with an air of relaxation. I am so hungry. Xiao Wuya rubbed his belly, emerging alone from the dark mountains and meandering onto the desolate suburban streets. It was still far from the city center, and at this late hour, the restaurants had long closed. He dragged his feet for a while until he spotted a barbecue vendor still setting up shop at the street corner. Uncle, you're still selling barbecue at this hour? Xiao Wuya approached, instinctively sizing him up. He understood all too well that demons truly existed in this world, and one must be particularly cautious at night, especially ordinary people. Business is a bit better at night. It's difficult to earn money these days. The uncle cheerfully looked up, saying, "Young man, your hair color is quite nice. What would you like to eat?" Indeed, making money is tough. Xiao Wuya nodded and continued, "Uncle, I'm starving. Please grill me some more skewers of meat and a few servings of tofu skin." "All right, coming right up." The uncle swiftly retrieved the skewers, the charcoal crackling to life. "I'm starving. I only had a few dumplings for lunch, and I'm still full from that." Xiao Wuya glanced at his phone and saw that it was already 11 at night. Uncle Wang, the usual. At that moment, a young man rode past on a bicycle with one hand. "Is that Lin Ling? Working overtime this late? How diligent." "Just a moment. Uncle Wang is on it." The barbecue vendor clearly knew him well. "All right." Lin Ling parked his bike and walked into the stall, immediately spotting Xiao Wuya slumped at the table. His eyes glazed over from hunger. "Brother Xiao, are you here for barbecue too?" His eyes lit up, excitedly approaching. "Lin Ling?" Xiao Wuya glanced up at him. "How are your injuries? Like I didn't go easy on you, did he?" Lin Ling first gestured to the barbecue vendor. "Uncle Wang, this is my friend. His meal is on me." "What a coincidence." "Sure." Uncle Wang responded with a smile. Lin Ling pulled out a chair and sat beside Xiao Wuya, grinning. "For people like us, as long as we're not dead, we can endure even the heaviest of injuries." "I'm glad to hear that." Xiao Wuya smiled, stretching. "Tonight has really worn me out. But speaking of which, I still have some money. You needn't treat me." He had just made $1 million yesterday. "No. Let me show my gratitude." Lin Ling lowered his voice, insisting, "Don't be fooled by my current state. I've worked at the 749 Bureau for a while, and I still have some savings." "All right then, thank you." Xiao Wuya conceded. "I should be the one thanking you," Lin Ling said earnestly. "You did so much single-handedly. It was you who saved Duotian City." "Saved Duotian City?" "No, I merely came to complete a task." To be precise, Xiao Wuya smiled. "We saved Duotian City together." "Ha ha! Uncle Wang, bring us 6 bottles of beer." Chapter 16. Yiho's Call, Purchase of SSR Startup Cards. When Xiao Wuya pushed open his door at 3 in the morning, he greeted the quiet of his home. "Good night, Makabaka." He collapsed onto his bed, swiftly slipping into a peaceful slumber. Despite the exhilaration of vanquishing demons, fatigue lingered like a shadow, prompting him to indulge in a deep sleep. Approximately 6 to 7 hours later, a series of ringing sounds disrupted his dreams. "Shut up, Tujin," he instinctively muttered. Question mark. Ding, ding, ding. Yet the sound persisted. What is going on? Has Tujin rebelled? He thought, feeling disgruntled. Ding, ding, ding. Xiaoya groggily opened his eyes, realizing the noise was emanating from his phone. Someone was calling. Without even glancing at the caller ID, he pressed the answer button. "I don't care who you are. You've interrupted my beautiful dream. If you don't have a valid reason, I'll come through the internet to smash your head." He grumbled irritably. "Ah, Brother Xia." A somewhat hurried, youthful voice came through the phone. "Monkey? Why are you calling me so early? What's the matter?" Upon recognizing the voice of Yiho, Xiao Wuya's tone softened considerably. Yiho, nicknamed Monkey, was Xiao Wuya's classmate from vocational high school and one of his few genuine friends. "Xia Yi, aren't you working at the electronics factory? Why are you still in bed at this hour?" Yiho questioned, his tone laced with confusion. "Work? It's impossible for me to be working," Xiao Wuya chuckled. "I am about to embark on a new chapter in my life. How enviable. That place at the electronics factory is truly uninhabitable." Yiho's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. All right. No need to tease me, Xiaoge," he continued. "Aren't you already in university now? What brings you to call all of a sudden?" Unlike Xiao Wuya, who had not participated in the entrance examinations, Yiho had taken the requisite tests and successfully enrolled in a public junior college. Yes, Yiho seemed a bit embarrassed, hesitating before adding, "Xiaoge, are you free this afternoon? I'd like to invite you out." "Free? Of course, I am," Xiao Wuya replied with a smile. "Oh, how rare for you to treat me. What's going on? Have you met a wealthy girl in university?" "Not at all, Xiaoge, don't joke about that." Yiho's voice turned somewhat bitter. "So, shall we say 1 o'clock at the bus station on Route 4? "Sound good," Xiao Wuya readily agreed. After hanging up, he felt a bit puzzled. This kid wants to meet me at the bus station. What could he possibly have planned? He felt quite at ease regarding Yiho. having frequently visited his home during their high school days and being well aware of his family circumstances. Yiho had lost both parents and lived with his deaf-mute sister. Forget it. I won't dwell on it, Xiaoya said to himself as he dressed and got out of bed. Little monkey, you've interrupted your big brother's precious rest time. If you don't treat me to a good meal, things might get complicated. Since he was already up, he decided to accomplish his daily tasks, washing his face, brushing his teeth, eating breakfast, watching television, and playing on his phone. Daily tasks completed successfully. Earned 100 demon hunting points, current demon hunting points, 21, 500, brother 2 Jian. These task points are too few. Can you make them a bit more generous? Xiao Weiya expressed his dissatisfaction with the reward. Ding. Even a mosquito leg is meat. You can speak proverbs? Your cultural level is quite high. Xiao Weiya laughed as he collapsed onto the sofa, preparing to attend to more serious matters. He opened a shop. Note, the items sold in the shop vary daily, but due to the main quest, the SSR Awakening card will be a permanent item. The following are today's items in the shop. Xiao Weiya's eyes lit up with several shimmering images. SSR Awakening Card 1, 5,000 Demon Hunting Points. SSR Star Up Card 110, 000 Demon Hunting Points. Advanced Draw Ticket 1010. 000 Demon Hunting Points. Low-Level Draw Ticket 10. 1,000 Demon Hunting Points. Universal Fragment 5. 5,000 Demon Hunting Points. Purification Water 1. 1,000 Demon Hunting Points. Healing Holy Water 1. 200 Demon Hunting Points. Merchant. You must be a swindler, Xiao Weiya remarked as he gazed at the exorbitant items, realizing that his points today might not last. What is an SSR Star Up card? He noticed this pricey item. It costs 10,000 points. I would need to defeat a disaster-level creature to earn that. Defeating is one thing, but encountering is another. When an SSR character in the character collection is fully awakened, the SSR Star Up card can be used with that character's fragments and breakthrough stones to break the character's combat power limit in their respective world, reaching a new level of strength. Impressive, I'll buy it. Acquired SSR Star Up card, Demon Hunting Points minus 10,000. Current Demon Hunting Points, 11, 500 next. I'll get an SSR Awakening card. Increasing the awakening value is currently the simplest way for me to enhance my strength. Acquired SSR Awakening card. Demon Hunting Points minus 5,000. Current Demon Hunting Points, 6, 500. Still have 6, 500 left. These items can't be purchased repeatedly. Should I save for tomorrow's Awakening card? Xiao Weiya pondered. The collection had clearly stated that SSR Awakening cards were permanent, so missing out on other items might mean they would not be available again. Since he was going out to accompany Yiho this afternoon, it was unlikely he would encounter any demons, thus limiting the points he could earn today. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Weiya decided against purchasing anything further. What is the use of purification water and healing holy water? They're likely just recovery items, of little use to me. Opening his backpack, Xiao Weiya began to inspect his items. Advanced Draw Tickets 7, Universal Fragments 3, SSR Awakening Cards 2. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Weiya used both Awakening cards on the character Wu Qiao Wu. SSR Awakening card used successfully. Character Wu Qiao Wu Awakening value 10. Current Awakening value 45. 100. SSR Awakening card used successfully. Character Wu Qiao Wu Awakening value 5. Current Awakening value 50. 100. A torrent of power surged within him, and Xiao Weiya felt a delightful tingling sensation, realizing that his mastery of Wu Qiao Wu had intensified. Once the Awakening value surpasses half, does the Awakening card only add 5 points? He mused, feeling stronger with clenched fists. Now I could eat 2 whole cows in one go, he declared with ambition. In the following moments, exhilarated, Xiao Weiya engaged in his workout at home. He then swiftly descended downstairs and ran 10 kilometers without stopping. He successfully completed his daily task and earned an advanced draw ticket. He now possessed 8 advanced draw tickets. Chapter 17. I always rule with virtue. So pay up at noon. After relishing a delightful meal at a restaurant, Xiao Weiya contentedly patted his belly and hailed taxi. As long as it did not involve any matters related to demons, he maintained a very low profile. Driver, to the bus station on Route 4, please. He extracted a 100 yuan bill and casually placed it on the seat. All right, handsome. The driver turned to catch a glimpse of Xiao Weiya's face and immediately brightened. Handsome. Your hair dye looks fantastic. Which shop did you go to? I dyed it myself. Haha. Xiao Weiya replied with a smile. Young people today really know how to follow trends. I, as a middle-aged uncle, can hardly keep up the driver lamented as he deftly started the vehicle. As the car sped down the road, Xiao Wuye gazed out at the scenery and casually remarked, "The weather is splendid today." Indeed, the driver responded while driving. "Handsome, you're heading to the bus station on Route 4. Are you perhaps going to Linquan Village? There's a special line to that place." It's no wonder. Linquan Village not only has beautiful scenery, but is also particularly mystical. I'm not certain. Maybe Xiao Wuye picked up on the keywords in the driver's words and inquired further. "Uncle, what do you mean by mystical?" "Just the literal meaning," the driver revealed with a mysterious smile. "This world is indeed becoming more and more enigmatic. I quietly confide in you that a few days ago, my wife took our son to Linquan Village for an outing. Fortune favored them, for they chanced upon a sip of the local spring water. Can you believe it? Upon their return, my wife's skin transformed into a remarkably supple texture, almost as if one could squeeze water from it. My son, too, suddenly became enlightened, diligently studying day after day, clutching books with fervor." "Really? Is this true? Such occurrences exist?" Xiao Wuye maintained a calm demeanor. Yet a subtle stir of intrigue flickered within him. Could it be that his conjecture was not unfounded? Was Linquan Village indeed a harbinger of spiritual revival? Were other places undergoing similar transformations? Could a mere sip of spring water lead to such profound changes? "Alas, I know it sounds a bit mystical," the driver lamented, "but you must witness it with your own eyes to comprehend. The world is vast. What marvels could it possibly hold? If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly go." Xiao Wuye replied with a smile. Before long, they arrived at the 4-road station, and without even requesting the driver's fare, Xiao Wuye alighted from the vehicle. Now that he had wealth, he exuded such confidence. Upon stepping off, he entered the station and, from a distance, spotted Yiho standing by the bus, accompanied by 2 men and a woman. One of the men sported strikingly dyed blonde hair and a robust physique. The other pair stood closely together. The young man wore glasses and appeared scholarly, while the young woman had red hair, dressed provocatively, and wore heavy makeup, suggesting they were a couple. "Is this bus the one to Linquan Village? Has this lad won the lottery and invited me for a vacation?" Xiao Wuye was somewhat taken aback, not expecting his high school junior to extend such an invitation. He approached with quick strides and greeted, "Ah, Yiho, long time no see." He noticed that the others were likely Yiho's university classmates and refrained from using the old nickname Monkey, as it would be inappropriate for an elder brother to demean his junior. "Xiaoge." Upon seeing Xiao Wuye, Yiho's previously furrowed brow instantly relaxed, revealing a smile. "How is university life treating you? I hope it's quite enjoyable." Xiao Wuye enthusiastically patted his shoulder. In his past life, Xiao Wuye's time studying in the beautiful country was indeed quite pleasant. "It's all right," Yiho responded nervously, hastily introducing, "Xiaoge, these are my university friends." He gestured to the blonde man, "This is Li Long," and then turned to the bespectacled young man and the red-haired girl, "This is Wang Wen, and this is Lu Qianqian." "Hello." Xiao Wuye removed his sunglasses and greeted the group with a hearty smile. "Wow, Yiho knows such handsome people. What's your name?" "Xia, are you a male model?" Lu Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "A grown man wearing colored contact lenses. What a pretty boy." Her boyfriend, Wang Wen, added coldly from the side. Xiao Wuye slightly frowned, not yet having the chance to respond when something unexpected occurred. "Didn't we agree you'd bring your sister?" Li Long suddenly glared at Yiho with fury. "Are you tired of living, Yiho? You dare fool your brother Long?" "No, I didn't deceive you. It's my sister," Yiho stammered, attempting to explain. Still trying to quibble, Li Long raised his hand abruptly and aimed a slap at Yiho's face. Yiho instinctively shut his eyes, a wave of humiliation washing over him. Yet the anticipated pain did not arrive, for Xiao Wuye had firmly grasped Li Long's wrist. "If you dare touch him," Xiao's gaze turned icy as he locked eyes with Li Long, "I will end you." It appeared that even in this country, even at university, bullying occurred. In just a brief encounter, Xiao Wuye swiftly assessed the nature of these individuals. "Siye." Yiho stood momentarily stunned, evidently taken aback. "You scoundrel, let go of me," Li Long cried out, his wrist painfully gripped by Xiao Wuye. What immense strength! Wang Wen and Lu Qianqian looked on, somewhat astonished. "Hey, dear gentlemen and ladies, gentlemen should engage in dialogue, not violence." The bus driver, witnessing the scene, hurriedly disembarked to mediate. "The bus is about to leave, and there are other passengers on board. Isn't it better to be amicable?" Let us all head to Linquan Village for a pleasant holiday together. Monkey, do you still wish to go to Linquan Village? Xiao Wuya inquired, turning to Yiho. I want to go. Yiho responded eagerly. I've heard that the spring water in Linquan Village is extraordinary. I wish to bring some back for my sister. Of course, the bus driver proudly declared. Our Linquan Village's spring water is a treasure gem, said to prolong life. Many visitors, aside from admiring the scenery, are most eager to taste that miraculous spring. Is it truly that remarkable? Were it in the past, Xiao Wuye would have dismissed it as mere trickery. Yet now, with many around him attesting to the water's efficacy, he found his skepticism wavering. However, a thread of confusion lingered within him. If that spring water were indeed so wondrous, why could ordinary people purchase tickets for just a few hundred yuan to enter? Was it possible that the government of the fallen city intended to promote it? Did they wish for the common folk to undergo such transformations? Such a fortunate circumstance? Of course, the driver replied with a smile. All right, handsome gentlemen, hop on. We are about to depart. The driver boarded the bus first, with Xiao Wuye and Yiho following closely behind. The two, in perfect harmony, ignored Li Long and his companions, making their way to the last row of the bus to sit down. The special bus had a considerable number of passengers, nearly 20 in total. On such a scorching day, you still wear long sleeves? Just as they settled down, Xiao Ye turned his head to the side and thoughtfully addressed Yiho. Ha ha! Yiho instinctively shrank himself, his tone somewhat tense. I'm rather afraid of the cold. You ought to know this by now. He attempted to conceal something, yet before Xiao Ye's piercing gaze, which seemed to perceive everything, all his disguises proved futile. Fine then, Xiao Wuye did not pursue the matter further and shifted the conversation. Can you tell me what is going on with those individuals? Yiho lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment before he finally whispered the backstory. Essentially, the one named Li Long, with his yellow hair, is the principal's son, who often bullies others in school, frequently picking on the frail Yiho for no reason. Although Yiho suffered in silence, he felt powerless to resist, until one day, he was injured by Li Long, and fortuitously, his sister visited him at school, only to be spotted by Li Long, who took an immediate liking to her. From that moment on, Li Long devised every possible way to get close to Yiho's sister, which Yiho resolutely refused. This eventually escalated into the current situation. As for Wang Wen and Lu Qianqian, they were no saints either, having bullied him on numerous occasions. It seems that university life is not always as splendid as one might think, Xiao Wuye sighed softly. Indeed, Yiho echoed in a low voice, but then, as if shedding a heavy burden, his tone lightened somewhat. I have made up my mind. I want to drop out and no longer continue my studies. After all, it is merely a vocational program, and there is little meaning in pursuing it further. Nonsense. Xiao Wuye lightly tapped Yiho's head. Your sister worked hard to raise you and support your education. Is it acceptable for you to give up just like that? Furthermore, so what if it is a vocational program? You can still upgrade to a bachelor's degree. Focus on your studies. I will help you resolve the other issues. Xiao Ye might not be able to eliminate the phenomenon of bullying, but he could certainly deal with the individuals who create such problems. Thank you, Xia Ge. Yiho found himself momentarily speechless, his voice slightly choked. No need for thanks. We do not need to be so formal with each other. From the first year to the third year of high school, I practically consumed 3 years' worth of meals at your home. Xiao Wuye smiled and turned his attention to the window. Oh, it seems we've arrived. That was quite fast. The vehicle came to a gentle stop, and the group finally arrived at Linquan Village. Passengers disembarked one after another, and Xiao Wuye, the last to exit, stepped out to behold a breathtaking view. The entire Linquan Village lay before him, modest in size yet adorned with exquisite scenery, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist reminiscent of a fairyland. Besides their group, other tourists were already ambling about, taking photographs and savoring this respite from the clamor of the world. Esteemed travelers, welcome to Linquan Village. I am the village chief, wishing you all a pleasant visit. An elderly man had long awaited by the vehicle, his kind smile warmly welcoming each guest. Greetings, village chief. We would like to sample the spring water of Linquan Village first, if possible. Wang Wen, wearing glasses, stated directly, articulating the primary purpose of their visit. His girlfriend, Lu Qianqian, promptly echoed, Yes, village chief. I have heard that the spring water here is exceptionally good for the skin. Can it truly make our skin soft and supple? I sincerely apologize, dear guests, but there is currently another batch of guests tasting the water, so you may need to wait a little while. The village chief spoke with sincerity, a hint of regret in his tone. I came here specifically for the spring water. How much longer must we wait? Li Long, with his yellow hair, appeared somewhat impatient. I cannot say for certain. The village chief shook his head. At that moment, Xiaoya, standing at the back of the crowd, suddenly spoke up. Village chief, may I ask if the spring water has always been this miraculous, or has it only recently begun to exhibit such effects? Of course, it has always been so. This spring is a treasure handed down through generations. The village chief looked towards Xiao Wuya, responding with a smile. Oh, Xiao Wuya replied nonchalantly. Xiago, why are you asking this? Yiho inquired softly beside him. It's nothing. Xiao Wuya shook his head. Just then, a young man hurriedly approached to report. Village chief, the previous group of guests has departed from the spring. Are there any new guests wishing to go? Upon hearing this, the crowd became immediately excited. We have waited for so long. Please take us there first. Wang Wen urged. Yes, hurry and take us to the spring. Li Long also pressed. The village chief, observing the eager expressions of the crowd, sighed softly. Very well, please follow me. The group followed the village chief's lead to the pride of Lingquan village, the spring itself. Is this the spring? It certainly looks extraordinary. When can we drink? I want to become beautiful. I want to drink it now. Excited murmurs erupted from the crowd. Xiao Lu, go fetch some cups for each guest to drink the spring water. The village chief instructed the young villager from earlier. Right away, Xiao Lu quickly returned with cups, filling them with clear spring water and handing them out to everyone. The guests eagerly gulped down the spring water. I feel so hot all of a sudden, but it feels incredible, as if my body is filled with energy. Li Long was the first to drink, exclaiming in excitement. Am I more beautiful now? Lu Qianqian hurriedly took out a mirror, examining her face closely. Others also chimed in with amazement. This is incredible. I feel like I've become several years younger. This money was well spent. Aren't you going to drink? Xiao Ye glanced at Yiho, who still held his cup. I want tea drink. I want to save it for my sister, Yiho replied softly, cradling the cup carefully. Then I will give you my cup. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wuya offered his cup to Yiho. However, midway through the gesture, his hand suddenly paused. What is that? His 6 eyes seemed to catch a glimpse of a faint wisp of black mist floating on the surface of the water in the cup. Chapter 19. Is it exciting? Don't rush. There will be even more thrilling moments ahead. It seems I have to work overtime. Xiao gently removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of ocean blue eyes. Xiaogu, your contact lenses are really beautiful. Yiho blurted out. These are not contact lenses. Xiao Ye smiled slightly and then whispered in a voice only he could hear. System, I would like to issue myself a daily task. The task is to hunt the demons of Lingquan village. Ding, daily task, set. Hunt the demonimo now within the village chief of Lingquan village. Task rewards. 1 universal fragment, 1 SSR awakening card, 1 advanced draw ticket. Note, the villagers of Lingquan village are no longer human. They have been replaced by demons. Monkey, stay here and do not move. I will go speak with the village chief. Xiao Wuya quietly instructed Yiho. At that moment, both the village chief and the earlier villager, Xiao Lu, had already departed from the spring's edge. All right. Yiho nodded obediently, though somewhat puzzled. Once Xiao Wuya left, the other travelers began to stir restlessly. Dear, I feel so hot. Should we find a villager's home to rest for a bit? Lu Qianqian said softly to Wang Wen, her cheeks flushed. All right, sweetheart. Wang Wen understood her intent and took her hand, leading her into the village. Is it because of the spring water? I also feel warm. Why don't we go into the village and rest a bit? Let us go, let us go. The others chimed in, gradually leaving the spring and heading into the village in small groups, except for one person. Hey. Li Long, with his golden hair, approached Yiho with malicious intent, extending his hand to demand the money I had just given him. You dare to take my money? And bring me that cup of spiritual spring water you hold. The spiritual spring was clearly not far away, if he truly wished to drink. He could easily steal a sip for himself. Yet, he chose not to, deliberately seeking to torment Yiho. I can return your money, but that cup of water is not for you. It is meant for my sister. Yiho retreated nervously. Ah, for your mute sister? What does a deaf mute know of dignity? Hand it over. With that, Li Long snatched the cup from Yiho's grasp and drank it greedily. A familiar surge of heat rushed to his head. This feels exhilarating. But wait, what is happening? An unusual sensation coursed through his body, alerting him to something amiss. He was horrified to see tendrils of black mist seeping from his skin. What is this? No, my voice. He suddenly realized that his tone had become deep and gravelly, akin to a beast's growl. You are behind this. What did you put in that cup? Li Long roared, closing the distance towards Yiho. I will kill you. His eyes glowed ominously red. Don't come any closer. Yiho gasped, paralyzed with fear. Just as Li Long was about to pounce on him, a chilling voice echoed from behind. I warned you. If you lay a finger on him, I will end you. A hand gripped Li Long's head from behind, and a sheer force rendered him immobile. Who? He bellowed like a wild beast. Why are there always fools who cannot understand human speech? Xiao Wuya's voice was low, his finger applying pressure upwards. With a sickening pop, Li Long's head was violently torn from his body, blood gushing forth. The scalding blood splattered onto Yiho's face, leaving him utterly frozen, his pupils trembling. Is this thrilling? A faint smile graced Xiao Wuya's lips. Don't rush. There's more excitement to come. Xiao Wuya realized he had been mistaken. He once thought this was an era full of hope, where everyone awakened and lived long lives. But he was wrong. This was not a new epoch of spiritual revival. It was a doomsday rife with demons and peril. Ordinary people faced only death in the presence of these fiends. Thus, his prior advice to Yiho to study diligently had been misguided. This world was no longer the peaceful place it once was. Now, Yiho needed a taste of true exhilaration. Xiago. Yiho trembled, his voice barely a whisper. What is happening? Xiao Ye did not respond, but slowly turned to face the approaching village chief. Young man, harboring such murderous intent is not a good sign. The village chief had long since shed his benevolent smile, his eyes now glinting with a sinister crimson, a mocking smile playing at his lips. Is it just you? Come to meet your demise? Xiao Ye chuckled lightly, his tone imbued with nonchalance. You underestimate our clan, Awaken One. The village chief, also known as Mo now, clapped his hands, his voice echoing eerily in the stillness. Come forth, children, and devour this presumptuous Awaken One. Before he finished speaking, heavy, chaotic footsteps surged from all directions. Hundreds of figures with glowing red eyes, their skulls split open, revealing writhing black worms in their brains, advanced menacingly. Among them were previous travelers and local villagers, now transformed into monstrous entities. Handsome, I sense you were different back at the station, the driver of the special vehicle sneered, his features grotesquely contorted. Fortune smiled upon me for convincing you to come here. Eat him! Eat him! Eat him! The throng of monstrosities let out a low, desperate growl, slowly encircling them. Xiago, am I dreaming? Yiho's face turned pale, his words tumbling out incoherently. I'm so scared. Do not worry, Xiao Wuya replied, maintaining a calm smile that instilled a sense of reassurance. I am quite powerful. Today may very well be the most unforgettable day of your life. Kill him. The village chief roared. In an instant, hundreds of monstrosities contorted and transformed, revealing their hideous true forms, surging towards Xiao Wuya like a tidal wave. Yet Xiao Wuya remained serene, softly chanting incantations. Position, dusk, eye of wisdom. With each utterance, his aura intensified, a terrifying pressure enveloping the air. Technique, sequence reversal, maximum output. As he swung his arm, a cerulean energy orb rapidly coalesced, expanding with a formidable gravitational pull that lifted debris from the ground. Cyan. Boom. The massive blue sphere erupted, sweeping outward from his center. Help! Lord Mo now, I do not wish to die. What is this attack? As the orb passed, its dreadful suction tore apart countless demons, reducing them to a mist of blood, leaving the surroundings eerily clear. Chapter 20. You must become stronger. Yiho joined the 749th Bureau. Hunt the demons. Mo now, disaster level. Earned 1,000 demon hunting points. Received mission reward. 1 high-level draw ticket, 1 SSR awakening card, 1 universal fragment. Slayed a multitude of demons. Earned 5,000 demon hunting points. Current demon hunting points. 11, 500 high-level draw tickets. 9, universal fragments. For I merely intended to take a vacation, Xiao Wuya said slowly, donning sunglasses. His tone laced with a hint of resignation. Xiaye, all am dreaming. Yiho collapsed to the ground, his voice quaking uncontrollably. Moments ago, the demons had surged upon them like a tide, only to be obliterated in a blood mist by Xiao Wuya in an instant. This was far beyond his comprehension. Or those monsters? Why did Li Long transform in such a way? How did Xiao Wuye possess such terrifying power? What had happened to this world? Was it all merely an absurd nightmare? Countless questions swirled in Yi Ho's mind, and he felt his worldview crumbling inch by inch. This is not a dream, though I cannot explain it to you. Xiao Wuye scratched his head. It is as you see. What is going on? Xiago, what should we do next? Yi Ho looked around, the ground awash with thick black liquid, the blood of hundreds of monsters as dark as ink. The once crystal-clear, spiritual spring was now shrouded in deep black. Did I not say? Xiao Wuye stepped closer, extending his hand. I will resolve everything for you. Trust me. All right. Yi Ho grasped his hand, slowly rising to his feet. No matter how vile the people around them, or how dire the situation, as long as Xiago was there, it would be all right. This was the conclusion Yi Ho had drawn over 3 years in high school. Yi Ying, I am in Linquan Village, where I have slain many demons. Hurry and come to clean up the aftermath. By the way, do remember to transfer the funds. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Wuye's gaze returned to Yi Ho's arm. I have found you a commendable job. Do not lose hope again, nor should you easily give up on yourself. Do you understand? He gently tapped Yi Ho's head. Yi Ho instinctively retracted his arm, as if attempting to conceal the scars left by self-harm. I will strive to do my best. Moments later, a black helicopter swiftly arrived above Linquan Village. Xiao Wuye turned around, his eyes fixed on the helicopter that was slowly descending. All right, leave the rest to me. He paused, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, it may require a bit more effort from you, so do your best. You must become stronger, he said to Yi Ho. At that very moment, Yi Ying leaped down from the helicopter. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a surge of black light enveloped his legs, allowing him to land safely and unscathed. What is going on? Why is there so much demon blood? Yi Ying exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the black liquid covering the ground. The villagers of Linquan Village are all demons, Xiao Wuye calmly replied. This spring is also problematic. Anyone who drinks from it will become demonized. The situation appears to be more complex than we imagined. And what about these demons? They have all been exterminated, Xiao Wuye stated nonchalantly. He then shifted the conversation. By the way, you mentioned earlier that if an ordinary person survives an encounter with demons and experiences intense stimulation, there's a high probability of awakening, correct? He pointed to Yi Ho beside him, introducing him to Yi Ying. This is my good brother, Yi Ho. Share your surname. He just survived an onslaught from hundreds of demons. That should be quite stimulating, wouldn't you say? Take him to the 749 Bureau for a potential assessment. Clearly, it is because you were there that he managed to survive. Yi Ying sighed helplessly but promptly replied, No problem. This is part of my duty. In addition to Yi Ying, more investigators from the 749 Bureau arrived at Linquan Spring, swiftly sealing off the entire village. Brother Xiao, who are they? Yi Ho whispered. A special national department, Xiao Wuye replied casually. In a moment, I will have this uncle take you for an assessment. I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. He waved dismissively and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he turned back to Yi Ying, adding, I leave my little brother in your hands. Thank you for yesterday. You saved many investigators' lives. I intended to express my gratitude in person, but I was concerned about disturbing you. Just a small favor. Xiao Wuye had already vanished from sight. Are you Yi Ho, the younger brother? Hello, I am Yi Ying, he said with a smile, extending his hand to Yi Ho. A new story was quietly beginning. I wonder if that white-haired lad took my advice and truly went to Linquan Village, mused the taxi driver, revealing a menacing grin as he drove. Lowly humans always dream of falling pies from the sky. Drink up, and once you consume the tainted spring water, not only will your life be devoured, but your body will become our puppet, transforming into a new kin of our kind. This driver was the same one who had previously transported Xiao Wuye from his home to Route 4 station. Suddenly, someone waved for the taxi to stop ahead. Without a second thought, the driver gradually halted the vehicle. The person opened the door and nimbly sat in the back seat. Long time no see, master. The driver recognized the voice. You, the young man from noon? Did you not go to Linquan Village? I did, Xiao Wuye replied nonchalantly. You went? Did you drink from a spring? The driver's tone suddenly grew tense. I did drink, Xiao Wuye replied succinctly. Then he should have become one of our kin. Yet why do I sense no aura from him? I am an awakener. Take me to where you usually gather, Xiao Wuye said with a relaxed demeanor. The driver's pupils constricted, but he quickly feigned calmness. Sir, what are you talking about? I do not understand. Do not understand? Since you seem incapable of comprehending human speech, Xia, have some knowledge of martial arts. What? Before the driver could react, Xiaoya suddenly seized the driver's right arm, which was controlling the steering wheel. And with a seemingly casual tug, the entire arm was brutally torn off, blood gushing forth. The driver let out a piercing scream. Now, do you understand what I am saying? Xiao Wuye still wore a smile. Help me! The driver cried in agony. Xiao Wuye swiftly covered his mouth, his voice turning icy. Now, drive to your gathering place immediately. Otherwise, I will kill you. Do you understand? Fear filled the driver's eyes as he nodded vigorously. Chapter 21. Just run over them directly. Grapes and fine wine in luminous cups. You and the cover together soar. After Xiao Wuye released his grip, the driver, trembling, said, A Master Awakener, I cannot drive with my arm broken. Broken? Do you not know to regrow another? Xiao Wuye disdainfully glanced at him. What does this injury signify to your kind? Are you pretending to be helpless? But I am merely a minor demon. Regrowth takes time. The driver nearly wept. That is your concern, not mine, Xiao Wuye coldly interrupted. Hurry and drive. Do not waste my time. Yes, the driver, suppressing his fear, could only manage to steer with one hand. Steady now. If we were to crash, only you would perish, Xiao Wuye casually reminded him as the vehicle swayed. Understood. The driver complied outwardly, but internally a sinister thought emerged. How did he discern my true identity? But it matters not. He has walked into his own demise. The casino is guarded by 3 formidable demons. He shall not return. What are you dazed about? Hurry up, drive faster, or I shall take your life right now. Xiaoya suddenly spoke from the back seat. I am deceiving you. Regardless of speed, you will not survive today. All right. The driver gritted his teeth and nodded in submission. Curso months. He silently raged within. After about an hour of travel, they finally reached their destination. During this time, the driver's right arm had quietly regrown. Xiao Wuye's ability to see through the driver's demon identity was not particularly complex. Earlier, the driver had claimed that his wife and children became more alluring and intelligent after drinking the spring water. Yet, in reality, those who drank from it would die, and their bodies would be occupied by demons. How could an ordinary person remain unharmed among demons? As for why he suspected the existence of an organization, it was even simpler. The spring's effects were exceedingly abnormal. Ordinary people would die swiftly after consumption, their brains overtaken by a demon core, and their bodies transformed into demons. Since so many had consumed the spring water, there must be an orchestrated group behind it. The demon core had already been eliminated, but it did not exclude the possibility of other powerful demons remaining. This is where we usually gather, the Black Alley Casino. It used to be the territory of the Fallen Sky Gang, but it now has a new owner. The driver parked the car, his voice still trembling. As long as I can enter the casino, there remains a chance for survival, he thought to himself. Xiao Wuye gave him a casual glance, preparing to take action when the driver, in a moment of desperation, shouted, My lord, to enter the Heishan Casino, one must possess a secret password to meet our associates. Without it, you will never see them. The driver, unsure why Xiao Wuye, the awakened one, had sought him out, felt compelled to continue his charade in order to preserve his life. Very well, lead the way, Xiao Wuye replied casually, seemingly unfazed by any tricks the driver might employ. In the face of overwhelming power, all schemes are rendered futile. All right. The driver, feeling a surge of relief, hastily exited the vehicle to guide Xiao Wuye. I am quite clever, he thought smugly to himself. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the Heishan. The attendant at the door scrutinized Xiao Wuye with a puzzled expression, inquiring, Huanggu, have you brought a newcomer? Has this fellow also partaken of the spirit spring and become a new progeny of the Lord of the Blood Demon? Yes. The driver responded eagerly, as if he had found a savior, then hastily inquired, By the way, Xiao Lu, is the Lord of the Blood Demon present? I have urgent news to report. What do you want with the Lord of the Blood Demon? Of course he is here, presiding over an auction in the inner chamber. I hear he has just acquired a batch of exquisite blood food, the attendant replied. Excellent. The driver rejoiced inwardly. Just then, Xiao Wuye suddenly sighed. How boring. His tone conveyed palpable impatience. I originally intended to offer you a glimmer of hope before plunging you into despair, but I now find that both troublesome and distasteful. Playing the fool to catch the tiger is somewhat tiresome. Let us skip to the end. He cast a cold gaze upon the driver and the attendant, stating, Why not join me in hell? Do not worry. I shall soon send other demons to meet you. What? The driver trembled, turning to flee. What nonsense are you spouting? The attendant exclaimed, frowning sharply. In the next instant, a wave of azure energy surged from Xiao Wuye's hand. The two had no time to scream before being torn apart by the horrific force, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Hunt demon points. 20. Current hunt. Enough of that. Xiao Wuye interrupted the system's notification, recorded after I finish. In an instant, his hands glowed with an eerie blue light, channeling the power of the azure. A cruel smile graced Xiao Wuye's lips as he whispered, in such a vast Heixiang. I wonder how many demons I can slay. Do not disappoint me. He stepped into the alley, his gaze sweeping around, instantly realizing he was indeed in the right place. The walls were stained with dark red, resembling congealed blood. Passers-by hurried along, their forms flickering like ghostly shadows, some boar-scaled necks, while others had mutated claws extending from their sleeves. This was certainly no place for humans. Xiao Wuye's presence immediately attracted the attention of all. Who are you? Where is Xiao Lu? Croaked an elder with crimson eyes. What is this white-haired fellow doing here? How could Lu Ge let him in? Xiao Wuye smirked disdainfully. Do not rush. I shall soon escort you to meet him. Suddenly, he unleashed the azure energy, sending several blue orbs shooting in various directions, which erupted with thunderous explosions. What is this? Quickly flee. Inform the Lord of the Blood Demon. The demons scattered in panic, yet all were ensnared by the terrifying pull, torn apart and reduced to blood mist in an instant. This was merely the periphery of the Heixiang. Xiao Wuye continued deeper into the alley. Wherever his gaze fell, the azure would mercilessly roar forth, obliterating every demon in sight. He slaughtered his way through until the entire Heixiang was cleared, ultimately stepping into the underground casino. The most efficient way to hunt demons often requires the simplest of techniques. Inside the underground casino, hundreds of demon gamblers were immersed in a frenzied betting war. Will be big or small? I bet small. 10 liters of human blood. They were a group of mad gamblers, wagering the very lives and blood of ordinary humans. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the casino doors were shattered. A silver-haired figure, wearing sunglasses, strode in coldly. Who dares to smash the door of the Lord of the Blood Demon? Are you seeking death? Roared a gambler upon recognizing the intruder. However, other vigilant gamblers sensed something amiss. Wait, he is not one of us. He is an awakened one. He is from the 749 Bureau. What are you afraid of? He is but one. A bold demon transformed, roaring, brothers, tear him apart. Yet, facing the onslaught of demons, Xiao Wuye remained unfazed, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Grapes of fine wine in luminous cups, you shall soar with your cover. He slowly conjured a small orb glowing with crimson light at his fingertips, murmuring, technique reversal, scarlet. The orb solidified suddenly, emanating a chilling aura. In the next moment, the scarlet energy engulfed the entire casino, a destructive force consuming all. Hundreds of demons, some still hiding, some caught off guard, and others charging forward, were all inevitably turned into blood mist in that instant. Chapter 22. I am the pinnacle of calamity. Who dares to slay me? Who can kill me? Deep within the underground alley, in a hidden stronghold occupied by demons, a bloody auction was clandestinely underway. An elite human woman could be exchanged for merely 1 liter of mid-tier awakened blood. Do not miss this opportunity, everyone. Dozens of beautiful women were caged, trembling in fear, clearly terrified by the scenes before them. At the center of the auction, standing tall, was the ruler of the entire underground alley, the Blood Demon. His skin was pale, his stature towering, adorned in luxurious attire, resembling a vampire from legend. Flanking him were his 2 formidable guardians, Shadow Leopard and Magic Crocodile, both burly men with glowing red eyes, their muscles bulging with menacing energy. Lord Blood, mid-tier awakened blood, is not so easily obtained. Can you lower the price? A spectator, eyeing one of the women, whispered submissively. Indeed, Lord Blood, the 749 Bureau has been tightening their pursuit. Our lives have become quite difficult. Please show some leniency, another echoed. Enough, enough. Poor demons should not crowd here. A silver-haired figure bellowed. I want 10 women for 10 liters of mid-tier awakened blood. His name was Silver Tiger, a formidable beast in strength. Indeed, Silver Tiger is quite generous. Choose any 10 women. The Blood Demon replied with a smile from the stage. Lord Blood, when will you have live awakened ones available? Patrons continued to express dissatisfaction. Fear not, A sinister grin crept onto the blood demon's pale face. They shall arrive soon. However, a flicker of dissatisfaction lingered within him. This batch of women was specifically prepared for the calamity demon prison soul in Shangjing City, who had an almost obsessive preference for human women. Yet, days had passed without any sign of the individual. Just as the auction was in full swing, a deafening crash resonated from the entrance. Bang! The heavy iron door was kicked open, and a figure, wearing sunglasses, walked in unhurriedly. It was Xiao Wuye. However, upon seeing the scene before him, his previously impassive expression finally showed a hint of surprise. Dozens of women huddled within an iron cage, surrounded by a throng of sinister figures, their eyes gleaming with a menacing red light, as if the women were mere commodities, openly priced. Had these beasts become so brazen? A chill surged within Xiao Wuye's gaze. Who are you? Where are my guards? The blood demon atop the platform noticed this unwelcome guest and barked an inquiry. Before Xiao Wuye could respond, the silver tiger, who had just purchased 10 women, erupted in fury. Who is this audacious brat? Clearly a conqueror, with a low growl. Silver Tiger instantly transformed into a fearsome humanoid tiger, pure white in hue, lunging fiercely at Xiao Wuye, while sneering, Perfect. I just spilled 10 pints of conqueror's blood. Let me use you to replenish it. In the face of Silver Tiger's ferocious assault, Xiao Wuye merely threw a casual punch. Boom! The airborne Silver Tiger was obliterated into a mist of blood by that single blow. Where did this roadside nuisance come from? Xiao Wuye yawned nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping across the assembled fiends, his tone languid yet piercing. It's a pity there are still ordinary people here. Otherwise, I would have wiped out every demon in their cover without hesitation. However, it matters little. I can spare some extra time. The figures around him showed no hesitation, revealing their true, monstrous forms, their howls mixed with bewilderment. A conqueror. He is a conqueror. Could he be from Bureau 749? He just killed Silver Tiger, a peak fiend. Damn it, should we all attack? The demons hesitated momentarily. At that moment, the blood demon coldly declared from the platform, all guests, heed this. Whoever slays this human will claim all the women in the cage. This proclamation ignited a frenzy among the previously hesitant demons. Is the blood boss serious? For such prime prey, charge. Kill him. Let this arrogant human meet a gruesome end. 100 formidable fiends surged towards Xiao Wuye like a tidal wave. However, before they could reach him, Xiao Wuye vanished like a specter, instantaneously infiltrating their ranks. In an instant, a brilliant azure light erupted, and torrents of azure power surged forth. A terrifying pull enveloped the entire venue, as overwhelming energy swept through like a devastating storm. In the blink of an eye, every participant in the auction was torn to shreds, reduced to a crimson mist. You worthless wretches! The blood demon, atop the platform, crushed the blood-filled goblet in his hand, harshly commanding his 2 formidable guardians, Shadow Leopard, Magic Crocodile. Let this ignorant brat witness the power of a fiend. As you command, my lord. Shadow Leopard and Magic Crocodile responded in unison. In an instant, their forms transformed dramatically, revealing their true monstrous natures. One became a shadowy figure, half human, half leopard, while the other morphed into a grotesque giant, half human, half crocodile. They leaped from the platform, charging directly at Xiao Wuye. Innate demon art. Shadow Leopard roar. Shadow Leopard roared, unleashing a shockwave that distorted the air, hurtling towards Xiao Wuye. Innate demon art. Frenzied crocodile rampage. Magic Crocodile's aura surged, his speed and strength escalating dramatically, claws tearing through the air, intent on shredding his target. In the face of these 2 ferocious assaults, Xiao Wuye did not even shift his stance. Bang! Shadow Leopard's shockwave struck first, yet was as ineffective as a pebble cast into the sea, causing not a ripple. Following closely, Magic Crocodile lunged towards Xiao Wuye, his claws slicing through the air with a foul wind. Yet, mere inches away, he suddenly halted, as if an invisible wall barred his advance. No matter how he roared and exerted himself, he could not inch closer. How is this possible? What is this? Magic Crocodile gasped in horror. However, Xiao Wuye's fist had already been sent forth silently. With a single punch, the massive form of the crocodile demon was obliterated, flesh and blood scattering. No, this isn't right. Shadow Leopard, still airborne, sensed the imminent danger and abruptly reversed course, fleeing without hesitation. Alas, all struggle proved futile. The azure light in Xiao Wuye's hand swirled. The azure power of devouring manifested, an invisible hand yanking Shadow Leopard back forcefully. Where do you think you're running, little demon? Xiao Wuye scoffed disdainfully, then unleashed another punch. Bang! Shadow Leopard exploded, transforming into a mist of blood. Now, you're the last one standing. Xiao Wuye looked up, casting a scornful gaze at the blood demon atop the platform. Are you prepared to meet your brutal end? Kill me? The blood demon scoffed derisively. Do you think that slaying a few worthless fiends qualifies you to challenge me? Foolish human. His tone dripped with arrogance, a hint of mockery lacing his words. I am a peak fiend. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Before he finished speaking, the blood demon's aura surged violently, unleashing a furious roar. Innate demon art, crimson blood charge. Oh, such confidence? Xiaoya chuckled lightly, raising an intrigued eyebrow. However, what transpired next was entirely beyond his expectations. Almost simultaneously with the invocation of the demon art, the blood demon transformed into a crimson blur, dashing in the opposite direction of Xiao Wuye. It was fleeing. Chapter 23. The Conqueror, High-Ranking War God Pathway. Damn it. I just exploded a fiend of my own rank with a single punch. This is outrageous. The blood demon raged internally. What manner of monster is this Conqueror? I've never encountered anything like this. How can I fight back? The blood demon screamed in despair. No. Oh, boom. The crimson energy surged forth. The terrifying red light engulfed the blood demon's entire form in an instant, utterly obliterating him, transforming him into a dissipating mist of blood. Can we settle now? Yes. Xiao Wuye patted the lingering dust. Slaying numerous fiends, demon hunt points, current demon hunt points, 25,000, 25,000, how intriguing. Xiao Wuye sighed now. It was time for professionals to handle their business. Should he call the police? He couldn't very well explain the scene to them. He might end up in trouble himself. After pondering for a moment, he dialed Yi Ying's number. Hello, is this Yi Ying? I'm currently at the Dark Alley Casino. This is a stronghold of demons, and I've cleared it all out, rescuing many ordinary people who are imprisoned. Please send someone to handle it. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Ying finally spoke slowly. So, when you said you had something to deal with, you meant hunting down demons? Pretty much, Xiao Wuye replied casually, then switched topics. By the way, how is Yiho doing? Does he have the potential to awaken? Mr. Xia, I'm truly grateful for all that you have done. I have contacted Bureau 749 to credit a bonus to your account, and I hope you will graciously accept it. Ying chuckled and added, if you require any resources for the cultivation of awakeners, do not hesitate to reach out to us. We will certainly provide you with something satisfactory. A bonus, you say? It appears that before Xiao Wuye could even indulge in beef, he has already achieved financial freedom. As for the resources for awakeners, he himself is not an awakener, so such things hold no value for him. As for Yiho, I will let him speak to you directly, Ying remarked, seemingly passing the phone over. Soon, the ecstatic voice of Yiho came through the receiver. Brother Xia, I have succeeded. I have awakened. What's going on? Please elaborate, Xiao Wuye inquired. I have awakened as a high-tier war god. The officials in the bureau say I am a genius. Captain Yi Ying even invited me to join his squad. Yiho spoke with such excitement that he was nearly incoherent. High-tier? War god? What is that? Although Xiao Wuye was not entirely clear on the specifics, it certainly sounded extraordinary. Excellent. Truly, my protege has achieved great success. Xiao Wuye could not help but smile. By the way, Bureau 749 offers generous benefits. Remember to secure ample resources and earn some money so your sister doesn't have to work so hard. Rest assured, Brother Xiao, once I have money, I will never forget you. I aspire to become a powerful individual like you. All right, enough of that. Don't make Brother Xiao laugh. Focus on yourself and your sister first. Xiao Wuye smiled lightly, his tone turning serious. Now that you are an awakener, you must exercise utmost caution. Avoid unnecessary risks. Some demons specifically hunt awakeners. He recalled the scene when he had just activated his golden finger and the Calamity Demon's soul prison had immediately come knocking. Although Xiao Wuye found it exceedingly easy to slay demons, he understood that it was only due to his extraordinary abilities that he could do so with such ease. At this moment, The most formidable demons were merely calamity lords, and he had directly engaged a calamity demon. I understand, Brother Xia. I haven't informed my sister about my joining Bureau 749. I probably won't return tonight. I told her I would be staying at your place for the next few days. If she inquires, please help me cover for it. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Xiao exhaled gently, a faint smile of contentment gracing his lips. This turn of events was something he had never anticipated. Initially, he merely intended for Yi Ho to secure a clerical position at Bureau 749, never expecting him to truly achieve awakening. High tier, war god. Xiao Wei pondered carefully. When he had encountered Yi Ying the previous night, Yi Ying had mentioned his own mid-tier shadow pathway. It seemed that Yi Ho's awakening was indeed even more impressive. A bright future awaits. Speaking of which, will I awaken? Xiao Wei suddenly contemplated. After all, I am also human. What tier and pathway would I possess? Forget it. There is no need to ponder that, as I am already disconnected from the combat power system of this world. Currently, several facts are clear. Powerful humans are referred to as awakeners. This constitutes one faction. The opposing faction consists of demons from the Void Abyss. The two factions are bound to engage in a life-and-death struggle. After checking once more for any remaining threats in the dark alley, Xiao Wei quickly departed. Upon returning home, the night sky grew darker. Xiao Wei took his usual shower, lay on his bed, and began to contemplate life. Why was I chosen by the tome? Was it to combat the Void Abyss? It feels as though the number of demons in the city has already surged. Does the government intend to keep this hidden? Such secrecy could lead to significant casualties. As it stands, my combat power can be considered exceptionally high. Ordinary demons fall within moments. But when will formidable foes appear? I am not one to harbor grand ambitions. I simply wish to avoid working. Welcome to Bureau 749, Yi Ho. Inside the bureau, Yi Ying gazed kindly at the young and handsome youth before him. I will strive to do my best, Captain, Yi Ho replied earnestly. Not only had he successfully joined Bureau 749, but he had also become a member of Yi Ying's elite Night Owl squad. I will take you to meet the team members shortly. They're all quite easy to get along with. Yi Ying smiled and led Yi Ho out of the office. Soon, the two arrived at the exclusive lounge for the Night Owl squad. Greetings, everyone. I am Yi Ho, a high-tier war god, awakener of the first rank. By this point, Yi Ho had acquired quite a bit of knowledge about Bureau 749 and introduced himself with composure. Several team members responded in kind. Welcome, newcomer. I am Jia Hao, a mid-tier mask awakener of the third rank, said a youth clad in black attire, his face obscured by a black mask and hood. Hello, little brother Yi Ho. I am Song Xiaoxian, a mid-tier physician, awakener also of the third rank. I am responsible for the team's medical needs, and I look forward to working with you. A stylishly dressed and radiant woman smiled as she spoke. Suhan, mid-tier, hunter, awakener, third rank. A cool and composed youth, appearing to be in his early 20s, introduced himself succinctly. The Night Owl squad is the youngest team within Bureau 749. I want to take up more of your time. Please feel free to chat among yourselves. I must attend to a special guest in my office. I will take my leave now. Captain Yi Ying smiled as he excused himself and departed. Chapter 24. The dazzling protagonist and the prepared supporting character in the office. A mature woman dressed in a black lace gown, exuding an air of elegance and nobility, had been waiting for some time. Long time no see, Ms. A.I. Li. Yi Ying greeted warmly as he entered the office. How did last night's operation in Beijing go? It was a failure, the woman known as A.I. Li sighed softly. Both the investigators in Beijing and our personnel suffered heavy casualties. A second calamity lord appeared and rescued the critically injured Yin Ming. Yin Ming is the head of the Mo family in Beijing, Mo Yunfan's grandfather, and also a calamity lord who had been lurking for many years. A second calamity lord? Yi Ying's pupils constricted sharply as he inquired urgently. And what of her? Is she unharmed? You are already aware of her strength, aren't you? A.I. Li replied. She only sustained minor injuries. However, she is currently isolating herself in her room, feeling quite dejected and blaming herself for failing to eliminate Yin Ming. As long as she is unharmed, Yi Ying sighed in relief. She is our trump card in Bureau 749. If anything were to happen to her, it would be a significant problem, especially since we need her power for tomorrow night's operation. Ultimately, it boils down to a lack of intelligence. A.I. Li furrowed her brow. No one anticipated that a second calamity lord was hidden in Beijing. We invested so many resources. It is truly regrettable. Indeed, if we could successfully eliminate a Calamity Lord, it would greatly boost morale, Yi Ying said, his tone tinged with regret. At this juncture, he suddenly recalled the faint aura he had sensed in the mountains the previous night, which seemed to belong to a Calamity Lord. I have heard about yesterday's events, Ai Li said softly. It was fortunate that the awakener named Xia Wuya arrived in a timely manner. Allowing you young individuals to face the fallen heaven gang alone would have been exceedingly perilous. Yes, Yi Ying responded quietly. Had it not been for Xia Wuya's arrival, our casualties would have been even heavier, and Jia Hao would likely have faced dire consequences. What about you? Were you seriously injured? Ai Li asked with a feigned calmness, inquiring whether yesterday's battle had exacerbated any old wounds. I was nearly caught by a calamity demon. Ying shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Since that great war, my strength has diminished significantly, plummeting from the 4th tier to the 3rd. Now, even a mere calamity demon nearly claimed my life. Is it the lingering malevolent energy from the curse that still affects you? Ai Li seemed to recall a past she was reluctant to revisit. The monster possessed an extraordinarily twisted talent for sorcery. Now that it has vanished, she can only hope it has not grown stronger. Ai Li understood clearly that if it were not for the man before her, she would have perished at the hands of the curse years ago. Ai Li had a favor to ask of you. Yi Ying suddenly spoke with gravity. What is it? Ai Li asked, somewhat perplexed. Since their acquaintance over the past few years, it seemed this was the first time Yi Ying had made a request to her. Tomorrow marks the 4th phase of the Awakener Transformation Project, does it not? Yi Ying paused briefly before continuing. You are well acquainted with the project leader, Dr. Shenyu. Could you assist me in applying for participation in the transformation as well? Are you out of your mind? Ai Li exclaimed, her temper flaring. That project is fundamentally unrefined. Only those awakener who have blocked energy flow and face life-threatening circumstances are compelled to participate. You are perfectly fine. Why would you take such a risk? However, if I do not undergo the transformation, the wounds inflicted by the curse will forever confine me to the 3rd tier. Yi Ying murmured, his gaze dim. I cannot always rely on the sudden appearance of a powerful awakener like Xia Wuya to rescue my team members. Last night, had Xia Wuya not arrived in time, the Night Owl squad would have likely lost another member. Other young investigators would also perish. Yet, as their captain, I am unable to protect them. Stop joking around. Ai Li's tone was fierce. What will happen to your sister if something happens to you? What will become of your team? My sister is in your hands, Yi Ying replied with a faint smile, his tone unnaturally calm. As for the captaincy, if I meet with misfortune, I shall leave it to Yi Ho. Do you think he is suitable? That lad is not only a high-tier genius, but also shares my surname. In the future, everyone can still call him Captain Yi. Do you even realize what you are saying? Ai Li's voice grew heavy, her heart a tempest of anxiety and anger. Ai Li, Ying suddenly chuckled, his demeanor as light as discussing the weather. If we were to liken our world to a film, then figures such as Xia Wuya and Yingling Luo are undoubtedly the protagonists, exceptionally gifted and radiant. Meanwhile, individuals like myself, neither high nor low, are destined to remain mere supporting characters. Even if I were to perish at the hands of demons one day, few would remember me. All I can do is exert my utmost effort, even if it is solely to safeguard those true protagonists. When Xia Wuya awoke, it was already noon the following day. There were no cold mechanical sounds from the Atlas, nor were there any annoying phone rings. He had awakened naturally. After completing his daily tasks, I will remain at home. Surely, the demons cannot come directly to my house, can they? Xia Wuya stretched lazily and got out of bed. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, had a meal, turned on the television, played on his phone, and savored a Tang Yuan, all in one go. 100 demon hunting points secured. Current demon hunting points, 25,100 Atlas. What good items are available in the store today? Let me see. SSR Awakening Card 1, 5,000 points. Universal Fragment 10, 10,000 points. Advanced Summoning Ticket 5, 5,000 points. Breakthrough Divine Stone 10, 10,000 points. Task Reward Doubling Card, 10,000 points. Void Stone 1, 2,000 points. Empathy Doll 1, 1,000 points. How pricey? Can I get a line of credit? Small business, no credit available. All right. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Wuya made a single purchase of 3 items. SSR Awakening Card 1, Breakthrough Divine Stone 10, Task Reward Doubling Card, Current demon hunting points. 100 back to square one. Xiao Wuye chuckled helplessly, adding the task reward from defeating the demon brain. He now had 2 SSR Awakening cards in his backpack. Using both SSR Awakening cards. SSR Awakening card 2 used successfully. Character Wu Tao, Wuqing Awakening value 10. Current Awakening value 60,100. Strength once again surged. The exhilaration of becoming stronger made Xiao Wuye's scalp tingle with delight. I feel like I could eat 3 whole cows in one sitting. He swiftly completed 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats. Not a hint of fatigue. Xiao Wuye dashed downstairs, ran 10 kilometers around the community, then indulged in a feast at a nearby restaurant before returning home. Successfully completed daily task. Obtained 1 advanced summoning ticket. Current advanced summoning tickets. 10 Chapter 25. The Demon from the Abyss of Nothingness. Turtle Soup taking out his phone. Xiao Wuye opened the music app and played the song Good Luck Is Coming. Alright, it is once again the exhilarating time for summoning cards. After a few days, the Demon Hunting Summoning Atlas was finally ready for use. Opening the Advanced Summoning Pool, I want to draw 10 times. Consume 10 Advanced Summoning Tickets. Beginning 10 draws. SSR Character Kuju Jitaru, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Fragment 3. SSR Character Gilgamesh, Fate Stay Night, Fragment 2. SSR Character Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto, Fragment 1. SSR Character Obito, Naruto, Fragment 1. SR Character Unlicensed Rider, One Punch Man, Fragment 1. Universal Fragment 2. Not again. Just fragments. Xiao Wuye felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had thought there would be a guarantee for the 10 draws. However, luck was not entirely against him, as 9 out of the 10 were fragments of SSR characters. Fragments of Jitaru and Gilgamesh. Xiao Wuye murmured to himself. Both are characters I quite like. As for the next character to unlock, he had never formed a precise idea. Ideally, he would draw a complete character that he could use immediately. If he had to gradually accumulate fragments from a personal strength standpoint, he would choose to unlock Garu from One Punch Man. This should be the strongest character among the fragments he obtained. The complete universe version of Garu possesses astonishing combat power. He wondered if the Atlas was based on the original comic or a remastered version. To Xiao Wuye, this was merely an ordinary day. Yet, unbeknownst to him, elsewhere, dark currents were surging. Countless mysterious individuals clad in black uniforms were quietly observing from the corners of the city. Today would be a day etched in human history. Ding dong. The doorbell rang abruptly, interrupting Xiao Wuye's thoughts about the next character. Who could it be? He muttered as he ambled toward the door and opened it. The doorstep was empty, save for a black piece of paper lying silently on the ground. A prank? Or perhaps an advertisement? Xiao Wuye whispered, his gaze falling upon the paper. He bent down to pick it up, but as soon as he saw the writing on it, his pupils dilated in shock. He straightened the paper, and a few lines of small text silently appeared before his eyes. The following content is specifically for demons capable of preying on humans. 1. Strive to choose individuals possessing strong human traits as prey. 2. Information from the inner world can be utilized to locate targets. 3. Signals from the outer world are extremely unstable. To successfully open a portal to the outer world, one must find a way to extend the signal duration. 4. The following content is obscured by ink stains. What is this? Upon seeing the term demon, Xiao Wuye understood that this was most likely not a prank. Specifically for demons capable of preying on humans, he pondered as he held the black paper and entered the living room, whispering to himself. So is this actually a guide for demons to hunt? Despite its brevity, the guide contained valuable insights. The first point, choose individuals with strong human traits as prey. Xiao Wuye began to deliberate on what strong human traits might entail. Greed? Desire? He found it difficult to arrive at a definitive conclusion, and thus shifted his gaze to the second point. Information from the inner world can be used to locate targets. He suddenly realized, could it be that this black paper itself is information from the inner world? If the inner world refers to the demon's dwelling, then is it not the abyss of nihility? This is something that has fallen from the abyss of nihility into the realm of reality, Xiao Wuye concluded. He continued to examine the third point. Signals from the outer world are extremely unstable. Since the inner world is the abyss of nihility, the outer world must be Earth. This implies that the signals emanating from Earth are highly unstable. What then could this signal be? Could it be some form of marker used to locate prey? He read the latter half of the sentence. To successfully open a portal to the outer world, one must find a way to extend the signal duration. This suggests that demons from the abyss of nihility arrive on Earth through a portal. And what is their method for extending the signal? Xiao Ye looked towards the last point, only to find it obscured by ink stains. So, this is a game of deciphering? Do I need to rely on reasoning to fill in the fourth point? Just then, the compendium unexpectedly spoke. A cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Isn't this akin to your world's turtle soup? You must deduce the entire event from a few brief pieces of information. You even know about turtle soup. Xiao Wei couldn't help but chuckle. He truly hadn't expected that this compendium would keep up with the trends. Well, since I have some time to spare, he lowered his head to scrutinize the black paper, pondering deeply. I believe the strong human trait mentioned in the first point is curiosity. He exclaimed suddenly. Why? Consider this. If I had no curiosity whatsoever, and simply tossed aside this black paper without a glance, I would never have seen the subsequent points. That makes sense. So the purpose of this black paper is to entice you to continue reading? That's partially correct. It seeks not only for me to read further, but to compel me to think. After all, the information on it is limited. Its true intent is to guide my continuous deliberation. In other words, as long as I keep thinking, I can extend the signal mentioned here. Precisely. Thus, the content of the fourth point may not exist at all. Its sole function is to hold me back, urging me to ponder a little longer. If I am not mistaken, a portal will soon open in my home. No sooner had Xiao Wei spoken than a pitch-black portal silently unfolded behind him. It truly has come. The compendium has become quite chatty today. A blood-red figure suddenly sprang from the dark portal. It fixed its gaze on Xiao Wei's back, emitting a chilling and twisted laugh. Curiosity kills the cat. Foolish human, I shall devour you and then become you. Slay it and earn an SSR awakening card. All right. Xiao Wei abruptly turned, his gaze landing on the blood-red demon standing motionless. So this is how demons arrive in our world? His tone remained calm. If I were an ordinary person, I should have been killed and replaced by you by now. Indeed, yet you show no fear. You must be the awakener that the prophet spoke of. The red demon drooled, its voice dripping with greed. The prophet has said that the flesh of an awakener is the most delectable and greatly benefits our evolution. The prophet? The ruler of the abyss of nihility? Never mind that. Xiao Wei said indifferently, Dai. A brilliant blue light suddenly surged in his hand. The power of the azure erupted, and in an instant, the red demon was utterly annihilated, reduced to a cloud of blood mist. SSR Awakening card acquired. Demon Hunt points, 1,000. Current Demon Hunt points, 1,100. Chapter 26 Main Quest. Participate in the battle of the new Shinjuku Otherworldly Realm. 1,000 Demon Hunt points. It appears this was a troublesome demon. Everything now makes sense. Those demons, lurking among humans, likely arrived on Earth through this black paper, subsequently replacing the human who possessed it. Xiao Wei's gaze returned to the black portal. He approached slowly, extending his hand, inching into the darkness, only to be thwarted by an unseen force. Boring, he retracted his hand, stating blandly, "It can only exit, not enter." Within mere seconds, the black portal silently vanished. I wish to use the SSR Awakening card. Remembering the reward he had just received, Xiao Wei spoke. SSR Awakening card successfully used. Character Wuqiao Wu Awakening value. 5. Current Awakening value. 65,100. The prospect of complete awakening draws nearer. Xiao Wei felt the surge of newfound strength and clenched his fist. A luminous screen appeared in his pupils. Main Quest. When the character Wuqiao Wu fully awakens, you will traverse into the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, replacing the original Wuqiao Wu, and participate in the battle of the new Shinjuku Otherworldly Realm. Quest reward, 50 Wuqiao Wu character fragments, 30 breakthrough stones. Previously, it was merely a joke to say I would fight Sukuna. Xiao Wei sighed, his expression more serious than ever. This time, it was truly happening. I will win. He glanced again at the black paper on the table and suddenly understood something. There's likely more than just this one piece of black paper in existence. Does the 749 Bureau know of its presence? For caution's sake, I should inquire first. After all, the 749 Bureau, or rather the Demon Suppression Division, has rewarded me handsomely. To take someone's money is to take on their troubles. So if I can assist, I shall. Xiao Wei quickly fished out his phone and dialed Yi Ying's number. Hello. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Not available. Is she on a mission? He pondered for a moment before swiftly drafting a message. Yi Ying, I found a piece of black paper containing information about demons. If you also discover a similar paper, do not read the text or contemplate its content. Please place it in an untouched location immediately. No, please hand it over to me at once. After sending the message, Xiaoye had a flash of inspiration and picked up the black paper again, scrutinizing it closely. If it can be reused, wouldn't this thing become a monster spawning cage? He feigned interest in the words on the paper while stifling a laugh within. Moments later, a pitch-black portal silently unfurled behind him. Wasn't it just arriving? The corner of his mouth curled up more than an AK could suppress. Finally, I'm free. A demon resembling a mermaid, covered in deep blue scales, suddenly leaped out from the portal. Oh, fish demon, it remarked with keen interest as it surveyed Xiaoye. You are far more composed than I imagined, human. I'll gladly accept this fine facade. Such excessive prattle. Before it could finish, Xiaoye, like a specter, approached the demon. His fingers claw-like as he seized its face and forcefully pressed it to the ground. Bang! The fish demon's head smashed into the earth, causing it to crack and sending dirt flying, blood gushing forth. Ah, you are not human. You aren't awakened. The fish demon spat out a mouthful of black blood, desperately struggling with all its demonic might. I must kill you. I must kill you. Talent in demonic arts? Talent, my foot. In an instant, a blue light erupted from Xiaoye's palm, and the terrifying gravitational pull of Tsang crushed the fish demon's body into a puddle of blood, leaving only a pool of black water. Demon hunting points, 1,000. Current demon hunting points, 2,100. Quite messy. Xiaoye glanced at the shattered ground stained with black blood. His tone indifferent. Forget it. I'll clean up after slaying the demons. He picked up the black paper again, focusing intently. Soon, another portal twisted and formed in the air. This time, two figures exuding heavy demonic energy simultaneously sprang forth. One was a creature completely covered in white fur, its form bulky, resembling a monster made of snow. The other was shrouded in black fur, with crimson eyes that seemed to have crawled out from the depths of the underworld. Brother, what should we do? The snow demon growled impatiently as it stared at the solitary Xiaoye. The prophet said that upon arriving in the human realm, we must quickly eliminate witnesses. We must devour him to take his place. But now there is only one person who should eat. Of course, it's first come, first served, brother. The black-furred demon opened its gaping maw and, with claws extended, lunged fiercely at Xiaoye. So eager to meet death? Xiaoye didn't even glance at it, casually throwing a punch. Boom! The force of the punch, imbued with curse energy, instantly shattered the black-furred demon into fragments, splattering dark blood across the walls. Demon hunting points, 1,000. Current demon hunting points, 3,100, brother. The snow demon let out a mournful howl. Fueled by rage, it sought revenge, but suddenly recalled the prophet's teaching. If you encounter a powerful awakened and cannot win, kneel and beg for mercy. Humans are easily moved by pity, is their weakness. When he lowers his guard, I will seize the opportunity to ambush. It fell to its knees with a thud, pleading, awaken one, I am innocent. I have always stayed in my own world and never harmed humans. Please spare me. Bang! Before it could finish, the blue light in Xiaoye's hand surged, and the sphere of Tsang shot toward the snow demon, the terrifying gravitational force re-emerging. Ah! The snow demon felt its flesh being violently torn apart by an overwhelming force. Waves of agony crashing over it. The wails did not last long. In an instant, its bones and flesh were completely crushed, turning into a pool of vile blood. Demon hunting points, 1,000. Current demon hunting points, 4,100. Subsequently, Xiaoye repeated his method, consecutively slaying 7 ferocious beasts. The demon hunting points soared, ultimately settling at 4,800 points. At that moment, the black paper in his hand suddenly ignited, turning to ash in an instant. Quite clever. It seems there are indeed astute demons on the other side who sense something amiss. Why hasn't T.E.ing returned my message? It's already 3 in the afternoon. Sitting on the sofa, Xiaoye glanced down at his phone screen. Could it be he is on some secret mission? The last 2 times I called, he answered immediately. However, the people I know in the 749 Bureau are not limited to Ying. Without hesitation, Xiaoye dialed Yiho's number. Brother Xia, you're awake? As soon as the call connected, Yiho's excited voice rang out. What do you mean awake? It's already 3 in the afternoon. Xiaoye chuckled lightly, but his tone turned serious. Where's Captain Ying? I have something important to discuss with him. Captain seems to have a secret mission today, Yiho replied. I'm not quite sure the specifics, but it seems quite important. A secret mission? Could it be to eliminate some demon organization? Xiao Wuye probed further. What about the rest of your team? They're all at the bureau, Yiho answered honestly. Only Captain Ying is missing. Although this information is classified, Ying has previously made it clear. Xiao Wuye could request any information from him unconditionally. All right, are you at the bureau now? Xiao Wuye asked. No, Yiho replied candidly. Brother Xia, to be honest, I'm actually squatting outside your door. Huh, then why didn't you knock or call me? Xiao Wuye leaned against the living room wall, looking slightly puzzled at Yiho, who was sitting on the sofa. I thought you were still sleeping. Yiho scratched his head awkwardly. It's already afternoon. I'm not a pig. Xiao Wuye couldn't help but laugh. Speak. What brings you here so suddenly? He inquired. Captain Ying assigned me a task. Yiho replied earnestly. You just joined the 749 Bureau on your first day, and you're already given a task? Can you handle it? Xiao Wuye was somewhat surprised. Is the Bureau that short-staffed? No, it's not a dangerous task. Yiho quickly waved his hands. It's just that today is the captain's sister's birthday, and he asked me to accompany her for the celebration and be responsible for her protection. Her family lives in the same community as you. I see. Xiao Wuye nodded thoughtfully. It seems Ying trusts you quite a lot, little monkey. By the way, now that you are an awakened, can you use your own abilities? As a high-tier awakened of the war god, Pathway, how is Yiho's strength now? Of course. Yiho said excitedly, eager to showcase his abilities to Xiao Wuye. King of Swords, he exclaimed, and his aura suddenly surged. A silver light swirled in his left hand, forming a long silver-white warblade. In his right, black mist coiled, transforming into a profound black longsword. Wow, impressive. Xiao Wuye raised his eyebrows in admiration. This is the King of Swords, formed from the first stage of the war god. Pathway, Yiho explained earnestly. In this form, my physical attributes are greatly enhanced, and I can summon the silver blade and black sword for battle. However, I currently lack sufficient spiritual energy to maintain it for long. Not bad, truly not bad. Xiao Wuye clapped his hands in approval. Have you killed any demons yet? I'll take you to find a couple to practice on later. Brother Xia, I just awakened last night. Yiho instantly smiled wryly. I see. Xiao Wuye suddenly recalled that he had activated his golden finger just a few nights ago. That night, he had slain the Calamity demon prison soul. The following night, he annihilated the Fallen Sky gang and casually dispatched a disaster lord. It seems that my rate of development has indeed accelerated significantly, he mused inwardly. It feels somewhat like cheating. Xiao Wuye surveyed his surroundings and realized there was nothing left to test Yiho's abilities. Xiago, why does your home have so much magic blood? Yiho had not noticed it earlier, but now his attention was drawn to the pitch-black blood on the ground, continuously emanating demonic energy, causing his heart to tighten. Oh, it's just as you've seen, Xiao Wuye replied with an easy smile. A few monsters broke into my house, and I dealt with them. Monsters invaded your home. Yiho instantly became alert. This blood is still fresh, Xiago. During broad daylight, there were actually monster intrusions? No wonder the captain sent me to protect his sister. Your neighborhood is far too unsafe. No, you misunderstand. Xiao Wuye waved his hand, his tone remaining calm. They didn't invade my home. I intentionally lured them here. He then recounted the recent events and the black paper that could open a portal to Yiho. This is truly unbelievable. Yiho was evidently astonished. I never imagined that monsters could arrive in our world in such a manner. But Xiago, you are incredibly powerful, actually using this method to actively attract monsters and eliminate them one by one. Does your 749 Bureau know about the existence of this black paper? Xiao Wuye inquired. I'm not sure. Yiho shook his head, taking out his phone. But I can ask other teammates. He swiftly sent the information about the black paper to their group chat, waiting for a moment, yet there was no response. No one replied. It seems they are all on missions, Yiho pondered. Today, I feel something is amiss. The 749 Bureau seems to be brewing something significant. Indeed, Xiao Wuye nodded, then smiled slightly. But do not worry, everything will turn out well. Yes, Yiho nodded solemnly. As for you need not worry. Xiao Wuye spoke calmly. I can sense any demons appearing nearby. Of course, if she chooses to leave recklessly, then there is nothing I can do. I discovered it, he added. Why don't you tell me about your other teammates? Were they like? Sure. Xiago, did you know that you are particularly famous in our bureau? The two continued their idle chatter, and before they knew it, the night deepened. Did you receive this text message? Xiao Wuye suddenly held his phone out to Yiho. The screen prominently displayed a line of text. All citizens of Xia, Please turn on your televisions at precisely 9 o'clock tonight. I have it too. Yiho pulled out his phone and indeed saw the same information. Something significant is about to happen. Xiao Wuye smiled mysteriously and quickly stepped forward to turn on the television. At that moment, the clock's hands pointed to 9. All channels were simultaneously broadcasting the same urgent news. A serious-looking middle-aged man appeared on screen, slowly beginning to speak in a clear and steady voice. Attention. Citizens of Xia, this is neither a prank nor a drill. A tremendous upheaval is occurring around us. When you see this news, please immediately secure your doors and windows, ensuring there are no suspicious individuals outside. If anything unusual occurs, please report it immediately. 20 years ago, the country secretly established a special agency, the 749 Bureau, dedicated to investigating demons from another realm, the Void Abyss. They enter our world through a type of black paper. If you discover such items, do not read the text on them. If you accidentally do so, please discard them immediately and cease all literal interpretations. After saying this, the middle-aged man held up a piece of pitch-black paper, and the image froze on that profound darkness. Indeed, this is no joke. A type of demon that feeds on humans is entering our world through this black paper. After preying on humans, they perfectly disguise themselves as the victims. We refer to these demon-disguised humans as Wei Run. Wei Run are the common enemy of humanity, exhibiting the following characteristics. First, their bodies occasionally emit black mist, and their eyes may occasionally glow red. Second, they possess the ability to regenerate lost limbs. Third, they always have a set of flawless teeth. Fourth, they cannot inherit the complete memories of the original host. If you notice any abnormal behavior in your family or friends, please report it immediately. The television screen displayed several lines of reporting phone numbers. The former 749 Bureau has now officially been renamed the Demon Suppression Office. If you discover a Wei Run, please immediately call the above numbers. The Night Watchers of the Demon Suppression Office will address the situation promptly. From this day forth, all levels of public security will be unified under the command and coordination of the Demon Suppression Office. Demons are the absolute enemies of humanity. May human civilization endure forever. Chapter 28. The Great Cleansing on a Rainy Night. Monster Hunters, I am your golden finger. Following this, the television began to air a detailed introduction to the Wei Run, showing gruesome scenes of Wei Run transforming into demons and brutally killing humans. Those previously bizarre and mysterious attack incidents were now all marked as cases related to Wei Run. The scale is indeed considerable. It appears the situation is quite serious, Xiao Wuye said solemnly. As the saying goes, when you see a cockroach in the kitchen, it has likely infested the entire place. Given that Xiao Wuye encountered so many demons in Lingquan Village and the Black Alley Casino, it was likely that even more lurked in other corners of the city. Sitting beside the sofa, Yiho appeared anxious and whispered, "What should we do next? What else can we do?" Xiao Wuye waved his hand dismissively. "We should eat and sleep as usual. Since the authorities dare to bring such matters to the public's attention, it indicates they must have a plan in place. Perhaps the cleansing operation has already begun." Just as Xiao Wuye suggested at this moment, a silent large-scale cleansing was taking place quietly throughout the city. Noticing Yiho's persistent worry, Xiao Wuye continued to reassure him. This situation is actually beneficial for you. The 749 Bureau, oh no, it should now be called the Demon Suppression Office, has officially stepped into the public eye, meaning the resources they can mobilize are undoubtedly greater than before. As a member of the Demon Suppression Office, you will naturally have more opportunities. But, Yiho murmured, "I fear that my rate of becoming stronger is too slow. I want to gain the ability to protect everyone quickly." His desire for strength was palpable. Yet, he was merely a novice who had awakened just the previous night. "What are you afraid of?" Xiao Wuye slumped on the sofa, his tone relaxed yet assured. "You are following a high-sequence path, even surpassing your team leader Yi Ying's talent. Haven't people in the Bureau called you a genius? Becoming strong is merely a matter of time for you." After hearing Xiao Wuye's words, Yiho felt a surge of confidence swell within him. "I will become the strongest." The night in Duotian City was punctuated by the sound of rain. A grand hunt had silently commenced amid the dark rain. Countless figures stood still in the rain. They were the Night Watchers, clad in sleek, high-tech armor, armed to the teeth and silently lethal. Unlike the previous operation against the Duotian gang, this time, the entirety of the Demon Suppression Office was mobilized. Previously unseen high-level combat forces and top-tier experts emerged tonight. Those who fancied themselves perfectly disguised Wei Run had long fallen into the gaze of the Demon Suppression Office. This night, they would uproot every demon organization and scattered individual within Duotian City. This is the Tianlong team. All members are ready, the leader, donned in golden armor. Spoke in a cold tone. Behind him stood a legion of warriors cloaked in darkness. The Fengye squad had arrived at Shuangdong Street, fully assembled. At another corner of the street, armored figures in a hue of azure stood resolute, while others remained silent like shadowy blades amidst the rain. This was the Bei squad, ready for action. Here was the Kanjing squad, prepared for battle. And here was the Yexiao squad, albeit one member was missing, yet it was of little consequence. As the remaining members were all set, Yi Ying donned a menacing purple high-tech battle suit, gripping a black blade firmly in hand, and reported in a low voice. Beside him stood Yexiao squad members Jia Hao, Song Xiaoxian, and Su Han, standing resolutely in the rain, their dark armor reflecting the cold light of the street lamps. It seemed that luck occasionally favored him. Having returned from the modification chamber with his life intact, Yi Ying mused silently. After the perilous awakening modification plan earlier that day, the irreversible damage inflicted by demonic energy had now completely healed. He had returned to his zenith, becoming a fourth-tier awakened one, just as he had re-established his strength. A formidable challenge awaited him, which was precisely what he desired. He grinned. Captain, why not call Yi Ho out on a mission? He should still be in the city, right? Could he be in danger? Jia Hao suddenly inquired. It was important to note that awakened ones attracted demons far more than ordinary people. That kid is likely holed up at Xiao Wu Ye's place. Perfectly safe, Ying chuckled lightly. At that moment, a deep male voice echoed through the communicator. All Night Watcher squads are in position. The general assault is about to commence. Let us make it a grand affair, young ones. Ying, la fête heartily. Almost simultaneously, the communicator chimed again. A gentle, ethereal female voice resonated. This is Yingling Luo. I have cleared all demons from Shuangdong Street. Thank you all for your hard work. Yi Ying raised a hand to his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about her presence. With her around, they would likely only be dealing with mere minions tonight. By the way, the authorities have officially announced the existence of demons. Doesn't that make tonight particularly perilous? Yi Ho, seated on the sofa, suddenly spoke up. I need to quickly call my sister. Go ahead, Xiao Yi replied while heading towards the bathroom. It's close to your home anyway. If anything happens, I can be there in a flash. All right. Yi Ho promptly dialed his sister's video call. Xiao Wu Yi closed the bathroom door, washing his face as he communicated with the guide mentally. Guide, with demon information fully disclosed now, the concealed demons in the city will likely begin to attack humans. Are you really not planning to issue any demon hunting missions? Are you the type who want to hunt demons without a task? The guide retorted, its previously cold mechanical voice now tinged with a hint of emotion. Ha ha. Xiao Wu Yi couldn't help but chuckle. I still rely on you for intelligence. But I suspect the Demon Suppression Office is currently engaged in battle with the demons. Do they need assistance? At present, there are no demons that require your intervention. You are already considered the strongest. The guide responded decisively. Moreover, you have been restless, and it's not merely because of the demons, is it? You clever being, who on earth created you? Is there truly a deity in this world? Xiao Wu Yi sighed with a wry smile, aware that the guide understood his true concern was the main quest. He was about to traverse into the world of Jujutsu Kaisen to partake in the decisive battle against the outer demons in Shinjuku. Even the esteemed Wudio had fallen to the dual-faced Sukuna. Xiao Wu Yi's tone grew grave. While I possess all the information on Sukuna, when it comes to actual combat, it's hard to say. Although people in the past had largely deemed Wudio's defeat a plot device, suggesting he was overconfident, Xiao Wu Yi remained uncertain. Even if he exercised utmost caution, could he truly evade a strike capable of severing space? What if he could not turn the tide of defeat? Could he achieve what even teacher Wudio could not? You are not Wudio. You are Xiao Wu Yi. The guide's voice resonated within his mind. And do you truly believe I would let you confront Sukuna relying solely on Wudio's power? Do not forget, I am your golden finger as a demon hunter. Chapter 29, The Invasion of Pseudo-Humans? A smile that shifts, not vanishes, I will prevail. Children, the golden finger has revealed itself. Victory is indeed within reach. Emerging from the bathroom, Xiao Wu Yi returned to the living room. How's it going with Yi? he inquired. So far, nothing's amiss, but I still harbor some concerns. Yiho was still engaged in a video call with his sister, his tone laced with worry. You should head back then. After all, I am quite safe on my own, Xiao Wuyi replied with a smile. All right. Yiho nodded. Xia, go. I will take my leave. Be cautious of the demons. Cautious of demons? I would rather they come knocking at my door, Xiao Wuyi thought to himself. Then waved his hand. Let me see you off. Okay. Yiho had thought Xiao Wuyi would merely accompany him to the entrance of the community. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Wuyi gently pressed down on his shoulder, and they were suddenly outside Yiho's home. It's late, so I want to disturb Yi. Make sure to explain everything that has happened over the past few days. I'll take my leave now. Before he could finish, Xiao Wuyi had vanished into thin air. Xia Ge can actually teleport. Yiho stared at his home-s door, momentarily stunned. He could even bring someone along? After witnessing Xia Wuyi dispatch hundreds of demons in an instant during their last encounter in Lingquan Village, Yiho quickly came to terms with it. Speaking of which, Xia Ge had yet to tell him how he awakened. How long had he been an awakened one? Based on appearances, Xiao Wuye's strength placed him in the T1 tier among awakened ones, indicating that his period of awakening must not have been short. So why had he been working in an electronics factory not long ago? Pondering these questions, Yiho retrieved his keys and opened the door. Upon returning home, Xiao Wuyi collapsed onto the sofa, shedding the weight of the day, and languidly watched television. The screen continuously broadcast news about demons and the imminent establishment of branches of the Demon Suppression Office in cities nationwide, specifically to address demon-related incidents. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated. Xiao Wuyi picked it up and glanced at the screen, only to find a long-dormant message from the community owners group. At that moment, someone had sent a message to all members. A606 Lu Xiao Mei. Did everyone see the news? There are indeed man-eating pseudo-humans in this world. The news said their eyes glow red. Just now, I saw a delivery person with red glowing eyes enter our community. A pseudo-human has infiltrated. A 305 Wong gang. Is that for real? Don't scare us. This is too unfortunate. Is it possible to kill a pseudo-human with a kitchen knife? A 207 Shaoli. It's true. That delivery person just knocked on my door, and when I said I hadn't ordered anything, he insisted I open the door. I felt something was off when I saw the news, so I didn't dare to open it. Everyone, please don't open the door. A402 EUU. Everyone, quickly shut your windows and barricade the doors with heavy objects. Pseudo-humans are particularly cunning. They can shapeshift and even climb walls. Under no circumstances should you open the door. Goodness, an invasion of pseudo-humans? The narrative seems reminiscent of a novel I have encountered before, featuring the invasion of a neighborhood by deceptive entities and the arduous survival of ordinary people, mused Xiao Wuyi softly. Yet, regrettably, this is reality, not fiction. Xiao Wuyi himself is indeed a formidable slayer of demons, having dispatched no less than 2,000 fiends. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode toward the entrance and forcefully pulled it open. Come forth, little demon. In the stillness of the night, only the sound of a delivery man donning a takeout uniform ascending the stairs and his unhurried knocking broke the silence. The atmosphere felt inexplicably oppressive. Hello. Your delivery has arrived. After knocking, only silence greeted him. No one responded. I'm so hungry, the delivery man muttered, patting his hollow stomach. Are the residents of this complex always this vigilant? They shouldn't be. In previous days, he had successfully dined on several individuals in similar fashion. Oh well, let us ascend a bit further. Perhaps I might encounter a fortunate soul. He reluctantly suppressed the faint glimmer of red in his eyes, born of hunger, and continued his ascent. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he finally glimpsed a sliver of light seeping through a door. Ah, it seems there may be a midnight snack tonight. He noticed that one door was ajar, with light spilling from the crack. Balancing the takeout in one hand and pressing his stomach with the other, he gently nudged the door open with his foot. Hello, your delivery has arrived. He silently scoffed. My delivery has arrived too. What met his gaze was a silver-haired youth, adorned with sunglasses, wearing a playful expression as he looked at him. Little brother, he feigned nonchalance, raising the takeout. Is this your order? Calling for delivery at such an hour can be unsafe. Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Wuyi's eyes. He did not expect the delivery to be brought to him. Certainly, this is yours. As he spoke, the delivery man gently placed the takeout on the ground, eagerly anticipating the moment the youth would witness his true demonic form and the panic and fear that would ensue. All right, your midnight snack has arrived. The delivery man's tone shifted abruptly, his eyes gleaming with crimson as drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. Now it's time for my midnight feast. With a ferocious roar, his mouth tore open, his body rapidly expanding into a pitch-black werewolf, lunging fiercely at Xiaoya. Tremble, little lamb. It opened its cavernous maw, its claws slicing through the air like blades, envisioning the youth being torn to shreds, becoming its meal. However, contrary to its expectations, its assault abruptly halted, as if it had collided with an invisible wall. No matter how it roared and struggled, it could not touch even a stitch of Xiao Wuya's clothing. What is happening? The malevolent grin on the werewolf's face gradually froze. The smile had not vanished. It merely shifted. Xiaoya slightly raised the corners of his mouth, his tone dripping with disdain. How unfortunate for you, little demon. It appears tonight's feast belongs to me. And you, not only will you go hungry, but you will also pay with your life. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he lunged forward, gripping the werewolf's throat and violently slamming it to the ground. Boom! The ground shattered in response. The werewolf's bones splintering, emitting a harrowing wail. Ow, it hurts so much. It trembled, lifting its head only to meet the youth's mocking gaze. And then it caught a whiff of a thick, familiar liquid beneath it. What is this? It then realized it was lying in a pool of black liquid. That was the blood left by Xiao Wuya after slaying demons earlier that afternoon. This is the blood of my kin. It was jolted awake, a wave of unprecedented terror washing over its eyes. This human lured me inside on purpose. I am the prey that walked into the trap. Despair engulfed its final shred of consciousness. In the next moment, a brilliant blue light surged from Xiao Wuya's hands, erupting with a terrifying pull that instantly tore the werewolf into a mist of blood. Chapter 30. In the city of Shangjing. The four great disasters and devils make their entrance. Are you keeping score? Of course, why wouldn't I? Xiao Wuya retorted. From what I know of you, once you slay your first demon, you will embark on a spree of carnage. You seem to understand me quite well, Xiao Wuya chuckled. Demons are not so easily found. And are you not aware that the night watchmen are currently battling these fiends? The Demon Suppression Division cannot be idling. Hunting Demon Score. 100 current Hunting Demon Score. 4,900 presently. A greater dilemma loomed as the room lay in disarray. Demon blood splattered everywhere, leaving Xiao Wuya with no choice but to roll up his sleeves and clean up. Demons are truly despicable, leaving my home in such a mess. As he wiped the blood stains, he muttered curses under his breath. Endure for a moment, and it will pass. But if I take a step back, I will only grow more furious. This is it. I've changed my mind. I shall go out and hunt demons. He evidently had not considered that he could use the blue light to clean the stains. Once he finished tidying up, Xiao Wuya casually donned his sunglasses and stepped outside. Half an hour later, he stood atop the distinctive tower of Duotun City, his silver hair billowing in the night breeze, his azure eyes peering through the sunglasses, surveying the entire city. The once bustling vibrancy had been supplanted by an almost frozen silence. Since the news of the demons had aired on television, the city seemed to have been stripped of its soul. Streets lay deserted, shops shuttered, and only the cold wind traversed the spaces between the buildings. This is the first time I've seen Duotun City so quiet, Xiao Wuya murmured. Not only had humans hidden away, but even the weaker demons lurking in the shadows had become timid due to the official announcement, daring not to show themselves. They too feared the night watchmen of the Demon Suppression Division. Once discovered, they would meet instant death. Thus, the night transformed into an empty city, with only silent shadows and moonlight remaining. Xiao Wuya patrolled for considerable time, but not a single trace of a demon or even a hint of human activity did he capture. Brother Tuji, I haven't seen a single hair of a demon. Do you have any clues? He could not help but inquire. You arrived too late. The officials have already taken action. Over 90% of the demons in this city have been eradicated. What? Xiao Wuya was taken aback. The Demon Suppression Division is that powerful? What will become of my hunting score? I was counting on quickly defeating the Shou Nuo. They are numerous and powerful. There's nothing to be done. But don't worry, stronger demons will soon arrive. Very well. After making several more rounds with nothing to show for it, Xiao Wuya decided to turn back. As usual, he took a shower and collapsed in a bed, quickly succumbing to sleep. In the city of Shangjing, being one of the most central cities of the Daxia dynasty, its population density is evident. Tonight marks the time for the final cleansing. The entire demon suppression division mobilized, and all-night watchmen stepped onto the battlefield to hunt demons. Meanwhile, in a secluded mansion at the heart of the city, several individuals sat idly, engaged in conversation. Duotion City has not a single disaster lord. We've simply given up, allowing those demons to fend for themselves. A handsome youth with shoulder-length purple hair leaned back in his chair, smiling as he spoke. Oomph. Yi Chang'e, you speak so lightly. Give up? You can say that, but you're not a demon. You are human. An elder seated beside him retorted sharply. The elder's name was Mo Cheongsong. He bears two more illustrious titles, the head of the Mo family in Shangjing City and the disaster lord Yuming. Yuming, how quickly you forget your past wounds. Night Chang'e lightly chuckled. Have you forgotten who nearly fell victim to Ying Lingluo's blade just days ago? Were it not for Miss Bingshang intervening, would you still be alive to converse with us? Upon mentioning Bingshang, Mo Cheongsong's gaze involuntarily shifted to the young woman standing quietly nearby. She possessed silver hair cascading to her shoulders, adorned in an ice-blue gown, exuding an aura of piercing coldness, her beauty breathtaking. Bingshang, I extend my gratitude for your rescue, Mo Cheongsong solemnly expressed. As fellow disaster lords, no further words are necessary. Bingshang replied with an aloof demeanor. Now, Mr. Honglian, what are your insights? Night Chang'e directed his attention to the final silent figure, the red-haired youth. You are the leader of the team. Your decisions, we shall execute, Honglian responded calmly, but soon added, however, based on the description from the esteemed Mr. Yuming, as well as various visual data, I believe Ling Luo is not invincible. I am confident in facing him in battle. Excellent. Night Chang'e nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Confidence is indeed a virtue. Nevertheless, to engage in a one-on-one confrontation with an awakener of the supersequential angel pathway may not be prudent. Understood, Honglian refrained from further comment. Just as their conversation was nearing its conclusion, a sudden white streak of light traversed the sky, plummeting into the courtyard with a resounding crash. Do not be so mischievous, little cursed. Night Chang'e's expression remained unchanged, a subtle smile still playing at the corners of his lips as he waved away the dissipating dust. Giji, as the white light faded, it transformed into a pale-skinned youth who rushed toward him. The boy had disheveled blue hair, with fine scars crisscrossing his skin as if stitched together. He opened his arms to leap toward Night Chang'e seated in the chair, but was intercepted. A layer of ice swiftly enveloped his feet, rendering him immobile. Sister Bingshang, why won't you let me hug Giji? The boy nearly cried out. If you were to hug him, it would cause great trouble, Bingshang replied with her characteristic coldness. All right. How could little curse bear to harm me? Night Chang'e chuckled lightly, stepping closer and gently ruffling the boy's hair. Where have you been playing? Killing. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. I killed so many people, all the awakeners on the street. I killed them all. But do you remember what Giji told you? Night Chang'e inquired, unfazed and still smiling. I remember. The boy nodded vigorously. Those I kill must be eaten. However, he suddenly sighed, then raised an almost innocent smile. But I didn't eat them because I think the most enjoyable part of killing isn't eating, but the act of killing itself. He simply found it amusing. Well, it doesn't really matter. Night Chang'e continued to stroke the top of his head, his voice soothing, as if enchanting. Do whatever you wish. Indulge in slaughter. Revel in curses. All right, the boy obediently nodded, tilting his head with a hint of confusion. Giji, why do those I kill always seem so afraid? What exactly are they terrified of? Why have I never felt fear? Because you are the strong, and they are the weak. The weak are born to fear the strong. Night Chang'e smiled gently. Humans are merely your food, your playthings. How could they instill fear in you? I understand, the boy nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 31. Night encounters the Hongru gang. Annihilating the cannibals. Wake up, there are filthy creatures stealing in. In the early hours, half asleep, Xiao Ye was jolted awake by a cold mechanical voice echoing in his mind. What is this? He abruptly opened his eyes, meeting a pair of blood-red, slit pupils. A lizard man was stealthily crawling toward his bed. For a moment, they stared at each other, the atmosphere awkwardly tense. What are you staring at me for? What are you looking at? As is well known, Xiao Wuye's home windows lacked any protective bars. Not to mention demons. Even thieves knew to pick the softest targets. His home was the only one in the entire neighborhood with wide-open windows, lacking even iron railings. Who else would they rob if not him? And for a wall-climbing demon, where else would they go if not to his home? You look down on our demonkin. Careless human, perish. The lizardman's eyes blazed with crimson light as it reacted first, lunging toward the still-lying Xiaoya. What are you babbling about? Xiaoya, however, remained calm, effortlessly seizing the lizardman's neck as it lunged. Having learned from previous encounters, he understood the necessity of not killing demons at home. It was too troublesome to clean up afterward. The next moment, he and the lizard man found themselves on a desolate street. The lizard man, nearly choking from the grip, finally realized the dire situation. Oh no, you are an awakener. 2 streams of tears rolled down its cheeks. This despicable human tricked me. Lord Majia. Be more careful next time, Xiao Wuye remarked, his fingers tightening suddenly. With a snap, the lizardman's neck shattered. The heavy body thudded to the ground, then dissipated into a cloud of dark mist, vanishing into the night. Demon hunting points, 100. Current demon hunting points, 5,000, Xiao Wuye yawned. Uncertain whether it was good or bad luck that a fish slipped through the net and came to his home. Just as he intended to turn back, dozens of motorcycles suddenly roared out from the alley ahead, swiftly encircling him. The blinding headlights shone directly on his face, but wearing sunglasses, he felt no discomfort. Well, what do we have here? A pretty boy. The leader of the motorcycles tilted his head, sizing him up with a teasing tone. Do you know what night it is? Aren't you afraid of being taken by demons? Ha ha. Second brother, don't scare him. Look at him. He is so frightened he can barely move. Such delicate skin. Let us tie him up and deliver him to the boss for a taste. Laughter erupted around them. Who are you? Xiao Wuye frowned slightly, his tone calm. I am your father. The black-clad leader dismounted his motorcycle, pulling out a gun pointed directly at Xiao Wuye. Come with me obediently, or I will make you, boom. Before he could finish, Xiao Wuye's fist struck like lightning. That punch not only shattered the heavy helmet, but also pierced through the man's skull directly. He expressionlessly withdrew his hand as the black-clad man's body crumpled to the ground, silent forever. He killed second brother. Shoot. Quick, shoot him. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, flames bursting forth in the night. Those on the motorcycles raised their guns, dozens of muzzles spewing fire. Bullets pouring down on Xiao Wuye like a torrential rain. However, as all the bullets approached him, they suddenly slowed, as if hitting an invisible quagmire, and bizarrely hovered in the air around him, unable to advance. The bullets are useless. He is an awakener. Quickly, notify the boss. We've messed with the wrong person. Panic erupted among the crowd like a plague. Fear gripped their hearts. Yet, Xiao Wuye merely raised his hand slowly, palm upward, and a sphere of eerie blue light ignited, emanating a terrifying gravitational pull. With his cold whisper, the blue orb suddenly burst forth. An irresistible force swept across the area, tearing apart the motorcyclists' clothing first, followed by their flesh, as they were distorted and shattered amidst their anguished screams. On my arm. Help! No! No! The wails intertwined with the sound of breaking bones, quickly descending into silence. In a mere few breaths, those who had once exuded bravado were reduced to a blurred mass of blood and flesh. Why choose to provoke me of all people? On the scene remained only 2 fortunate motorcyclists, rigidly gripping their guns, standing like statues. Who are you? Where did you get those guns? What were you planning to do with me? Xiao Wuye inquired of the 2 survivors, his voice devoid of emotion. When they remained frozen in silence, he flickered like a ghost, appearing before one of them, and casually struck with his right fist. With a thunderous sound, the force of his punch swept past, and the man did not even have time to scream before he exploded into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. If you do not speak, you shall meet the same fate as him, Xiao Wuye warned coldly. With a thud, the last man collapsed to his knees, trembling as he pleaded incoherently, Please, don't kill me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. We are from the Hong Robang. The guns were procured from the black market. We intended to kidnap you and eat you? Xiao Wuye's eyes narrowed sharply. No, not in the traditional sense. The man stammered, shaking uncontrollably. Our leader is a special awakened being. He gains strength by consuming humans. Those who drink his blood also acquire this power, which is why the Hong Robang often abducts people at night. Xiao Wuye fell silent for a moment, grappling with the implications. To gain power by consuming humans? How does that differ significantly from demons? Take me to the Hong Robang Immediately, he commanded, "If I do, will you spare me?" The man trembled as he asked, "If you refuse, you shall die now." "I understand." The survivor shakily mounted a motorcycle, while Xiao Ye selected another and followed closely behind. As for the dozens of abandoned motorcycles, Xiao Ye waved his hand lightly. With a flash of blue light, they were crushed into a mass of heavy, scrap metal, crashing into the bloodied ground. This world is far more chaotic than I imagined. Riding on his motorcycle, Xiao Ye's expression was as cold as ice. Half an hour later, he followed the member of the Hong Robang to a remote suburban area. At the end of the vista stood a factory-like compound, where a multitude of people gathered in a circle, seemingly engaged in some kind of bonfire gathering. A heavy iron gate loomed at the entrance. That's the place. Can I go now?" The member of the Hong Robang's voice trembled. "Release a cannibal?" Xiao Ye's gaze turned icy, and with a casual wave, he unleashed his power, instantly reducing the man to a mist of blood. He turned and kicked the heavy iron gate, sending it crashing open. The sight within struck Xiao Ye like a thunderbolt. Hundreds of people were seated around, voraciously devouring food, their faces glistening in the firelight. In the center, over a charcoal fire, lay more than a dozen human corpses being roasted. The loud crash of the gate startled everyone. "Who goes there?" "An intruder." The crowd instantly became alert, grabbing their weapons and aiming them at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye's eyes showed no sign of emotion as he conjured a dark red energy sphere at his fingertips. "Jutsu, reverse he." The crimson light rapidly engulfed the entire area, and before the cannibals could utter a single scream, they were all transformed into a swirling mist of blood. "Disgusting," Xiao Ye frowned. "Humans can also consume humans? I hope the day when order completely collapses does not arrive." With a calm demeanor, Xiao Ye returned home. Chapter 32. Xiao Ye's high school life, gradually increasing strength. Upon returning home, he turned on his phone. It was 1:30 in the morning. Ying had also sent him a message. "I apologize, Mr. Xia. I was executing a secret mission during the day and could not respond promptly. As for that black paper, our Genimo C has known about this intelligence for quite some time. Thank you for protecting my sister tonight. Indeed, this world is perilous." Xiao Ye stretched lazily, feeling a mix of emotions, then returned to bed, his head tilting as he fell into a deep slumber. That night, Xiao Ye dreamt of his high school days. "Hey, what are you little brats doing here? Engaging in school bullying?" In the restroom, as Yi-Ho was pinned to the ground by a few upperclassmen, Xiao Ye entered, mop in hand, originally intending to clean. During their first year, they were not particularly close. The seniors dismissed him entirely, one scoffing, "The little freshman, go away." Xiao Ye instantly exploded with anger. He plunged the mop into the toilet, soaked it in filth, and swung it directly at the senior's head. A brawl ensued. Armed with his weapon, Xiao Ye single-handedly beat the upperclassman into a disgraceful retreat, crying out for mercy. "Listen, I'm still a minor. If you dare bully him again, do you believe I will beat you to death?" Xiao Ye gripped the mop tightly, resembling a fearsome deity as he bellowed. The seniors fled in disarray. Xiao Ye discarded the mop and bent down to help Yi-Ho up. "Remember, if anyone bullies you again, slap them back. Understand?" I. What do you mean, I? You're a man. No crying. Do you hear me? No crying." From that day forth, they became like brothers. Yi-Ho, having lost his parents at a young age, had relied solely on his deaf-mute sister. Due to his family's special circumstances, he had often been bullied by classmates and delinquents until Xiao Ye appeared. "What's going on? Did your sister forget to give you lunch money today?" Xiao Ye asked, frowning as he observed Yi-Ho devouring the food he had brought. She did, but someone stole it," Yi-Ho replied, his voice trembling as he ate. "Stole it? Who? Who the hell stole it?" Does everyone at Duotian Vocational High know that Yi-Ho is my Xiao Ye's underling? Damn it. They must be tired of living. It was a sophomore. Who cares what grade they are? Finish eating and take me to their class. I'll help you get it back. Okay. Outside the sophomore classroom, Yi-Ho pointed at a tall boy. "That's the one. Hey, you in the third row, yeah, you. Come here." Xiao Ye shouted without reservation, pointing at the boy. The student sauntered out, casting a disdainful glance at them. "What is up? Got something to say? You mother." Xiao Ye struck without hesitation, delivering a hard slap, followed by a kick that sent the boy crashing to the ground. He cried out in pain. "Call your mother." Xiao Ye mounted him, raining down punches on his face. "Return the money now, or I swear I'll kill you." I will. Don't hit me anymore." Wait until I'm done having fun. A new day has dawned. The midday sun streams through the window, casting its warm glow upon his face. The television, still on, broadcasts news regarding the city of Duotan. Citizens are urged not to panic or harbor suspicion due to the appearance of imposters. Last night, all-night watchmen of the Zenmosi took action, eliminating 99 of imposters within the city. Below is a report on the distribution of imposters in the urban area. Citizens in green zones may travel with ease, as dedicated outposts manned by night watchmen are established on every street to ensure the safety of each individual. No wonder the existence of demons was officially announced yesterday. Preparations had evidently been made long in advance. Xiao Wuye rose from his bed and walked to the bathroom, brushing his teeth while contemplating. However, given the advancements in technology and the omnipresence of surveillance, it is indeed trivial for the state to track an individual. Most demons likely believe they are well hidden, yet they have long been under official scrutiny. This recent net-casting operation was swift and decisive, effectively clearing the scene. Until now, the world remains one ruled by humanity. After all, no demon has withstood an assault from nuclear weaponry. Based on Xiao Wuye's recent encounters with demons and other awakened beings, he can ascertain that the highest-ranking demon currently present is the Disaster Lord. As for the next tier, the Calamity Demon, there has been no news thus far. In the following hours, Xiao Wuye completed his daily tasks and earned 100 points towards demon hunting, along with a high-level card drawing ticket. As for today, Esmal, he chose not to look. He could hardly afford anything else. Illustrated guide, grant me an SSR awakening card. Demon hunting points, 5,000. Current demon hunting points, 100 SSR awakening card. 1. Let's use it directly. SSR awakening card successfully used. Character Wuqiao Wu's awakening value, 5. Current awakening value, 70,100. It's time to confront Su Nuo. I am equally excited, Xiao Wuye chuckled. As I unlock more characters, I shall enter an increasing number of anime worlds, right? Indeed, that is truly fascinating. I never thought I would actually step into the world of the second dimension. Xiao Wuye grew increasingly satisfied with this extraordinary ability. However, demons have become rather scarce in this city. You may need to wait some time before encountering formidable foes. Upon hearing the guide's words, Xiao Wuye casually replied, "It's fine. I've already waited 3 years, so waiting a bit longer is nothing." In truth, Xiao Wuye could sense that he had experienced an unusual stroke of luck in recent days. Wherever he went, a plethora of demons seemed to appear, as if they were delivering points directly to him. Yet such good fortune could not persist indefinitely. Then I shall take a brief respite. Xiao Wuye gazed through the window at the city of Duotan, which was slowly regaining its order. The streets bustled with people, although not as vibrant as in days past. There was a hint of the former vitality. Most citizens evidently followed the official guidance. Since the authorities had declared that the majority of imposters had been eradicated and certain areas were now safe, they chose to trust this information and return to their daily routines with a sense of calm. It seemed that the revelations about the imposters had not stirred significant unrest in their hearts. Regardless, life must continue. Chapter 33. Cannibal, Blood, Emperor? And let my nuclear bomb speak for itself. Suddenly, I recalled a novel I had read earlier, depicting a world encased in ice with a protagonist constructed a safe haven for the apocalypse. Xiao Wuye observed the supermarket, where frantic shoppers seemed almost deranged, and couldn't he help but mutter, "Is the end of the world upon us?" He found it somewhat amusing. It still handed the snacks and food he had selected to the cashier. Thankfully, prices had yet to skyrocket. Since the announcement of the imposter's existence, the entire city appeared to have plunged into a state of panic, with everyone frantically stockpiling supplies. What troubled Xiao Wuye more was the feeling, whether illusion or reality, that Duotian City had suddenly seen an influx of outsiders. Carrying 2 large bags of snacks while walking down the street, he inhaled deeply. Clearly, the lives of ordinary people would never be the same again. With demons now openly present, the world had irrevocably changed. The war between humanity and demons had, in essence, been fully ignited. Returning home, Xiao Wuye lazily scrolled through his phone. The internet was already inundated with various messages. Demons rampant, Zenmosi making strikes, night watchmen appearing. All of it caught everyone off guard. I had only activated this extraordinary ability a few days prior, and the world descended into chaos just like that. He chewed on snacks, unable to suppress a quiet complaint. Yet fortunately, he was strong. If he so desired, He could reside in the most luxurious mansion and indulge in the finest cuisine. But that would be far too dull and lacking in excitement. Illustrated guide. Who is stronger between me and the Calamity Demon? He inquired. You'll know once you fight, Hunter. I want to play with that thing on the table. The object on the table? Xiaoye glanced at the slightly worn-out Go board in the corner and was momentarily taken aback. You want to play Go? How we play? You place my pieces. I'll dictate the positions. All right. Since this extraordinary ability has granted me such power, playing a game of Go with it is no great matter. I place my first black stone. Xiaoye set up the board and firmly placed a black piece at the center. Next move, to your right. After playing 10 rounds, Xiaoye emerged victorious every time. Why do I keep losing? Go inherently possesses winning strategies, making it not a fair game. As long as one memorizes the tactics. The first player will always win, Xiaoye explained. First player always wins? Then this time, I'll go first. After another 10 rounds, Xiaoye remained undefeated. Why can't I still win? Because you're still a novice, Xiaoye chuckled as he observed the guide's haphazard placement of pieces. You don't even grasp the rules, and you dare challenge me? Let us go again. All right, you still can't win. Thus, the entire afternoon was spent playing Go with his extraordinary ability, with Xiaoye remaining unscathed. Shall we play something else? No, I must win at least once. Fine. Xiaoye found it both amusing and exasperating. This extraordinary ability didn't issue him any demon hunting tasks. Rather, it insisted on playing games with him. Yet again, Xiaoye triumphed effortlessly, laughing. I think you should rename yourself from Demon Hunting Card to Guaranteed Loss Card. Ha ha ha. Ultimately, under Xiaoye's leniency, the guide finally secured a victory. I won. Are you satisfied now? All right. I'm going out to see if I can find some fortunate demons. At night, Xiaoye wandered the streets of Duotian alone. Despite the authorities repeatedly asserting that this area was entirely safe and that all demons had been thoroughly exterminated, the nighttime streets remained eerily deserted. There was a palpable sense of desolation. He aimlessly roamed for an entire night, failing even to catch a glimpse of a single demon. Now I can truly comprehend how General Duanmu felt, riding his motorcycle in search of a keys, lost and bewildered. Xiaoye felt a sense of helplessness. Yet the events that transpired the previous night left an uncomfortable weight in his heart. Tujian, I shall assign myself a daily task, he stated slowly. I aim to eradicate the Red Meat Gang, an organization of man-eaters. Ding. Daily task. Set. Eliminate the Red Meat Gang leader. Hongjin. Task reward. When purchasing items worth 1,100 points next time, no points will be deducted. Note. The leader of the Red Meat Gang, Hongjin, is an awakened being of the high-tier Blood Emperor path, capable of strengthening himself and his subordinates by consuming the flesh and blood of advanced life forms. Note, the location of the Red Meat Gang's headquarters is the task reward had become inconsequential to him. Initially, he believed the Red Meat Gang had been completely eradicated, but upon reflection, their numbers could not possibly be limited to just 100. This is quite vexing. It frustrates me more than the demons themselves, Xiaoye remarked coldly. Of course, I do not possess double standards, whether they're man-eating demons or man-eating humans. They all deserve to perish. This time, even Tujian seemed to sense Xiaoye's icy fury, marking the enemy's positions with remarkable clarity. In an instant, Xiaoye appeared above the clouds. He discerned the direction and activated a long-distance teleportation, arriving moments later at the true headquarters of the Red Meat Gang, as indicated by Tujian. The location he had dismantled last night was merely an outer outpost. This was the heart of malevolence. The night was deep, and a massacre was imminent. Below him lay an expansive area, teeming with man-eaters, likely numbering in the thousands. The heavy scent of blood wafted into the high skies, assaulting his senses. At that moment, Xiaoye no longer wished to ponder why the Demon Suppression Division had failed to eradicate this group of maggots. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming number of demons from the Void Abyss, diverting manpower to combat them, leaving no resources to deal with the Blood Emperor. Or perhaps these man-eaters were exceptionally cunning, concealing their nighttime feasting and revelry deeply. Yet, none of this mattered anymore. Technique. Reversed song. A blue orb of terrifying gravitational force silently emerged to his left. Technique. Reverse he. A crimson orb radiating destructive repulsion coalesced on his right. Simultaneously, purple lightning crackled around him as the two orbs, embodying entirely opposite energies, began to merge at the center, undergoing a cataclysmic transformation. Void technique. Z. Once Tsang and he fully fused, the imagined mass was born, unleashing a power capable of obliterating all. Boom! Z transformed into a torrent of destruction, plummeting straight down into the area below. Where its force reached, all things were as if devoured by an invisible maw, instantly dissolving into nothingness. When the brilliance faded, only a gaping abyss remained. All man-eaters of the Red Meat Gang have been eradicated by the Hunter. Daily task completed successfully. Chapter 34. Angels vs. Demons. All traces of Xiao Wuye's previous discomfort vanished in an instant. In a matter of moments, he returned home. As was his routine, he took a shower, idly flipped through the television channels, finding nothing noteworthy in the news. Despite the immense destruction he had just wrought, it was absent from the news, which meant there was nothing to be concerned about. Thus, he turned off the lights and went to sleep. The next day, Xiao Wuye awoke at noon as usual. The window remained open, yet the charming demons were nowhere to be seen. Staying cooped up at home isn't ideal, he yawned, dressing and rising. Perhaps I should venture to other cities to see if any demons are around? No need. We are merely at the initial stage of the demon incursion. The rift between Earth and the Void Abyss remains quite small, meaning powerful demons are unlikely to appear globally. Tujian's mechanical voice echoed in his ear. At this initial stage of the incursion, Xiao Wuye mumbled while brushing his teeth, aren't ordinary people in a precarious position? What will they do when stronger demons arrive? By the way, didn't Tiying mention that the revival of spiritual energy is about to commence fully? He also said that at that time, all of humanity might become awakened beings? Tujian offered no response. Xiao Wuye continued to speculate. Perhaps institutions or schools dedicated to training awakened beings would emerge in the future. The authorities might even organize nationwide assessments to evaluate each individual's awakening potential and tiered talents. He went about his morning routine, washing his face, brushing his teeth, eating, glancing through his phone, and watching television for a while. Subsequently, he began his usual workout. After completing his daily task, his hunter points increased by 100, and a high-level lottery ticket was automatically credited to his account. High-level lottery ticket. Just moments ago, it was bright sunshine. How did it suddenly start to rain? Xiao Wuye murmured as he gazed out the window. Meanwhile, in a silent cemetery, a group of night watchers, along with the families of fallen watchers, stood solemnly in the rain, mourning quietly. These fallen night watchers had been dispatched by the Demon Suppression Division to Shangjing City days prior to collaborate with local watchers in hunting down the Yinming. However, due to the sudden emergence of the second disaster master, their mission ultimately failed. The rain intensified gradually. Before a gravestone stood a woman clad in a black gown. Her long hair, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, strikingly vivid against the somber atmosphere. She held white chrysanthemums, gently placing the bouquet at the grave, whispering, "I will avenge you all." In her eyes lingered an unfathomable coldness. She was none other than the most formidable night watcher of the Demon Suppression Division in Datwan City, Yingling Luo. In the blink of an eye, a week had quietly passed. Xiao Wuye felt as if he had returned to the past, living a mundane and ordinary life. High-level lottery ticket. 9. It had been an entire week, yet your chess skills still do not surpass mine. Xiao Wuye effortlessly checkmated with a pawn. During these days, not only he, but the citizens of Datwan City had noticed that the city seemed to have undergone little change. The demons had seemingly vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Tujian had been engaging Xiao Wuye in various board games. Ludo, Monopoly, chess, and international chess, having explored nearly all types of games. Damn it. Tujian emitted a mechanical sound tinged with frustration. Fine, a bet is a bet. I'm going out for barbecue, Xiao Wuye declared. As night fell, Xiao Wuye strolled alone to a barbecue stand, leisurely indulging in grilled skewers. You can no longer remain this carefree. I must assign you a demon hunting task, Tujian huffed. All right, I've had my fill of games for a week anyway. Xiao Wuye bit into a skewer, urging, let us get on with the task. But I haven't thought of one yet. Then take your time to think. Xiao Wuye casually continued eating his skewer, sipping a mouthful of beer. A week had passed since the official announcement of demon information. During this week, Yingling Luo first assisted the night watchers of Shangjing City in eradicating the demons within the city, and subsequently eliminated the remaining demons in Datwan City. To ensure the city's safety, she had scarcely rested. Until tonight, a familiar figure caught her attention. It was an elderly man whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Mo Cheongchong, the head of the Mo family in Shanjing City. He was none other than the disaster master Yin Ming. Without hesitation, she followed him into a remote area. Even though this might be a trap, she still harbored absolute confidence in her own strength. "It seems you are quite eager to kill me." The elder ahead suddenly halted and remarked with a smile. "You are Yuming." Yingling Luo also paused, her voice icy. "Correct." The elder's demeanor shifted dramatically, and purple flames erupted around him, transforming him into a 2-meter-tall demon in an instant. A terrifying aura surged forth, causing the creatures within a 10-mile radius to flee in panic, as if the apocalypse had arrived. "This is the pressure of the disaster master. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Ying Langrues aura soudainement surgi. An overwhelming spiritual pressure enveloping the surroundings, her pink hair billowing as a pair of golden energy wings unfurled behind her. She slowly drew a golden long sword from the void. "So this is the super sequence, the 6th stage of the angel path, the Zenith Sword Princess?" Yuming chuckled lightly, realizing you're truly intent on killing me. D. A sonic boom erupted as Yingling Luo flashed to Yuming's front, striking down with her sword. Despite her efforts to evade, Yuming was still grazed by the blade. His entire right arm shattered in an instant. The horrifying sword intent rampaged outward, annihilating the surrounding trees and rocks. Truly terrifying, yet Yuming showed no signs of fear, living up to his reputation as the strongest night watchman. However, I'm not alone here. Just as Yingling Luo was gathering her strength, aiming to slay Yuming with a single strike, the environment around them suddenly transformed. Everything froze in an instant, becoming a realm of ice and snow. A blue figure emerged from midair, resembling an ice sprite from mythology. Simultaneously, a massive ice orb hurtled toward her with great force. With a flash of golden sword light, the ice orb shattered. "You were the disaster master who saved Yuming last time, weren't you?" Yingling Luo's expression remained calm. "This time, none of you will escape. My dear lady, it seems you have mistaken the protagonist of this play." A male voice echoed leisurely. Before her, Yuming had vanished, only to be replaced by the slowly materializing figure of a man. He possessed an otherworldly beauty with long purple hair. It was Yi Chang'e. The devilish Yingling Luo's pupils constricted suddenly. Chapter 35. Emergency Mission. Become the perfect awakened one with the divine sequence. Have you not thought of it, even after 10 minutes? Xiaoya mumbled indistinctly while skewering a skewer. "There are no traces of demons around. I need an updated version to expand the search area." Update it, update it." He downed a gulp of beer and responded lightly. The barbecue stall owner was still busy amidst the swirling smoke, the charcoal crackling, as a new batch of skewers turned on the grill. Soon, the owner approached with a steaming plate of skewers. "Handsome lad," he sighed while plating. "Ever since the news reported the appearance of the false humans, fewer people dare to come out alone at night for barbecue, and business has significantly declined." Xiaoya picked up a freshly grilled skewer and replied nonchalantly, "There is no need to worry. Most of the false humans have already been eliminated. Once they are completely eradicated, everything will return to normal." "That's true," the owner chuckled, his tone laced with a hint of pride. "I've heard that our Duotian City's demon subduing division is particularly formidable, and they have nearly swept clean the false humans in the city. However, many outsiders now wish to move to Duotian City, so housing prices are skyrocketing." "Housing prices?" Xiaoya paused slightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Have the demon subduing divisions in other cities not cleared the demons?" he inquired. "Indeed," the owner replied with relief. "Fortunately, we live in Duotian City. Look at Shanjing City. Many ordinary people are still confined at home, and most areas' residents dare not venture outside. The false humans remain unpurged. My daughter and grandson are there, and they can only wait for the demon subduing division to deliver supplies. Alas, what a tragedy." "Shanjing City?" Xiao Wuye furrowed his brow. In that instant, he made a decisive resolution. "Tomorrow, I will go to Shanjing City. I will eliminate all the false humans." "Do not worry," he smiled confidently. "Trust in the nation. Trust in the demon subduing division. We will surely overcome this crisis." Within the demon subduing division, after a week of specialized training, Yiho's mastery of the King of Swords had become increasingly refined, with significant improvements in both swordsmanship and blade techniques. Compared to a week ago, his strength had undergone a metamorphosis. In the training ground, he always held himself to the highest standards, never allowing himself a moment of complacency. Recently, news about demons had gradually dwindled, and he had not ventured out on missions. I must catch up to Brother Xia. He panted heavily, silently urging himself. Dingling. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification. It was the group chat of a Night Owl squad. Captain Yi Ying had posted a message. Emergency mission. Gather at the mission hall immediately. An emergency mission? Yiho quickly removed his training gear and hurried toward the mission hall. He thought he was moving swiftly, but upon arrival, he discovered the hall was already crowded with people. This mission involves more than just our squad. Yiho scanned the surroundings and finally spotted his teammates from the Night Owl squad, rushing over to them. Captain, Yi Ying Situt, Tad. His expression serious as he looked at the arriving Yiho. You're facing a high-difficulty mission on your first outing. He managed a slight smile despite his tense demeanor. There are many night watchmen here. Yiho wondered what exactly has happened. Is it another large-scale purge of demons, like a week ago? No, Yi Ying's tone was grave. Even more challenging than that occasion. What? Yiho was taken aback. The other 3 team members, Suhan, Song Xiaoxian, and Jia Hao, also wore tense expressions, clearly perplexed and anxious about the mission ahead. What has transpired? Why does everyone look this way? Yiho was filled with questions. Yi Ying then provided the answer. 3 minutes ago, we received a distress signal from a night watchman in the suburbs. Have they encountered demons? Yiho immediately inquired. It is likely, Yi Ying nodded, but the critical point is that the person who sent the distress signal is Ling Luo. Ling Luo. Yiho felt as if struck by lightning. Wasn't she the one mentioned by Jia Hao a week ago, the strongest night watchman? Even she has issued a distress call? What kind of terrifying demons must she be facing? Observing Yiho's shocked expression, Yi Ying spoke somberly. You are merely a first stage awakened, and you have the right to opt out of this mission. I want to participate, Yiho declared resolutely. I will execute the mission alongside everyone. Only by experiencing the frontline battlefield can one genuinely become strong. Are you certain? Yi Ying's expression grew serious. No night watchman dares to claim they will definitely survive this mission. I am certain. I must go. Ever since my awakening, a voice within me has urged, quickly slay the demons, slay many, many demons. I can no longer restrain myself. Don't hold us back. Swan said coldly. Don't listen to what this guy is saying. Jia Hao patted Yiho's shoulder. As long as we work together, we can surely overcome this challenge. I will do my utmost to heal everyone's injuries. Song Xiaoxian echoed. Thus, they united in purpose. Fully armed, the group embarked on their mission to rescue Ling Luo. Why not eliminate that woman? In the outskirts of Duotian City, the disaster master Yuming gazed at the ethereal purple-haired Yi Chang'e beside her, confusion evident in her tone. Although she had successfully sent out a distress signal, the other night watchers posed little threat. She was the greatest menace. Why not take this opportunity to end her? The adjacent figure, resembling an ice spirit, Bing Shang, also cast a questioning glance. It's quite simple, Yi Chang'e replied with a light chuckle, a glimmer of profound meaning in her eyes. For I am her nemesis. Ling Luo walks the path of the Super Series Angel, while I belong to the Super Series Devil. We are destined foes ordained by the divine, fated to have only one survivor. Given this, shouldn't she be killed? The third disaster master, Honglian, could not restrain herself from speaking. This is a divine path. Yi Chang'e's smile grew increasingly enigmatic. This time, I have triumphed over her. I could have taken her life. But the angel within her struck an irresistible bargain with the devil within me. What bargain? Yuming inquired, curiosity piqued. To become a deity. A near-manic gleam flashed in Yi Chang'e's eyes as her smile broadened. This time I spare her. However, next time, should I best her once more, my devil will consume her angel. At that moment, I shall transcend the Super Series to become the perfect awakened one of the divine sequence. Perfect awakened one. The 3 disaster masters clearly recognized this title, their pupils constricting in unison. An unsettling thought surfaced in their minds. This human's ambition might indeed surpass even the most terrifying of the great demons born of royal blood in the abyss of nihility. To become a deity? He is utterly serious. Chapter 36. Mountain Battle, Unknown Creatures. The curse descends. The night watchers were divided into several small teams, cautiously searching for the location from which Ling Luo had signaled. Captain, why do you look so troubled? Seeing Yi Ying's serious expression, Yiho could not help but inquire. I am preparing for the worst, Yi Ying replied, gripping his black blade tightly, his brow furrowed. I sense an invisible force constantly watching us. This situation is far from simple. Moreover, I ponder, if Ling Luo truly encounters misfortune, then bringing you along may have been an exceedingly poor decision. If even a top genius like Ling Luo falls, leading a promising talent like you into danger would be a significant loss for humanity. Senior Ing will be fine. The usually reticent Su Han suddenly spoke. Indeed, she is a Super Series awakened. Nothing will happen to her. Even Jia Hao, who often disagreed with Su Han, uncharacteristically concurred. Just as the conversation continued, an urgent call suddenly came through the communicator. This is the Kanjiing team. We have discovered a large number of demons in the mountains, including confirmed instances of calamity demons. All personnel immediately enter combat mode. They're here. Almost simultaneously with the end of the transmission, a shadow descended. A demon, with pitch-black flesh wings resembling that of a giant bat and towering 3 meters tall, suddenly appeared above them. Prepare for battle, Yi Ying shouted, brandishing his black blade. Leveraging the rocks to vault into the air, charging toward the bat demon. Shadow slash. The blade gleamed, a fierce strike aimed at the bat demon. Despite the bat demon's rapid evasion, its right wing was severed by the blow. Damn it! The bat demon roared in fury, swiping back with its claws. But Ying deftly dodged. He landed safely, unscathed, while the bat demon, now missing one wing, noticeably slowed. Yiho, protect Xiao Xian and act when the opportunity arises. Understood. Yiho wasted no time activating the King of Swords, wielding a black sword in his left hand and a white dagger in his right, instantly adopting a combat stance. Simultaneously, Jia Hao donned a pitch-black beast mask, transforming into a true beast as he lunged at the bat demon in a frenzied assault. Yi Ying followed closely, his black blade rising once more, and together they launched a fierce attack, forcing the bat demon into a desperate struggle. On the ground, Su Han showed no signs of hesitation. As an awakened of the hunter path, he raised his hand, conjuring spiritual energy, and a slender energy bow materialized. He drew back the bowstring and released an arrow that pierced the bat demon's left eye with precision. The bat demon let out a wretched howl, its impending ability interrupted by the arrow. In the next moment, Jia Hao seized the opportunity to restrain its movements, while Yi Ying swung his blade down. The cold light flashed, and the bat demon's head was severed in an instant. It's been a while since I've slain a calamity demon. What a thrill! Yi Ying wiped the blood from his blade, a smile of excitement crossing his face. However, this smile quickly faded as the sound of countless footsteps echoed throughout the valley. Clearly, a massive horde of demons was rushing toward them. So, that pack of beasts had already retreated from the city and hidden in these dense mountains? Not an entirely foolish strategy. Yi Ying observed the approaching demon army, preparing to issue a retreat order. Just then, an armed Night Watcher unit suddenly surged from the side. Nighthawk team, respond if you hear us. We are all tasked with intercepting the demon tide. You must proceed to the signal source and rescue Ling Luo. The voice from the communicator caused Yi Ying's expression to tighten, and he immediately replied, Nighthawk team received. The reinforcements engaged in fierce combat with the demons, forcefully carving a path for Yi Ying and his team. Let us go. Yi Ying decisively led his team through the gap in the demon horde, successfully breaking free. Head to the signal source. Ensure Ling Luo is brought back. The calm voice of the Kanjiing team leader resonated through the communicator. Understood. Yi Ying responded solemnly. The five swiftly delved deeper into the valley, arriving at a tranquil forest. There, with his superior vision as a hunter path awakened, Su Han was the first to spot Ling Luo lying on the ground. There are no traps, Jia Hao, after sniffing the ground, stated. The group hurried to Ling Luo's side and gently lifted her. This is the Nighthawk team. We have located Ling Luo, and she is still alive. Yi Ying's voice barely concealed his excitement. It was the first time Yiho had seen this universally acknowledged strongest Night Watcher. She possessed long pink hair and astonishing beauty, prompting him to involuntarily exclaim, is she truly the most powerful Night Watcher of the Demon Suppression Division? Meanwhile, the doctor, Pathsong Xiaoxian, swiftly began treatment, addressing the injuries of the severely wounded and unconscious Ling Luo. We need to retreat. Upon seeing Ling Luo's breathing stabilize, Yi Ying issued the order immediately. However, the unknown creatures lurking in the dense forest did not afford them such an opportunity. Countless pairs of eyes glowed red. Low growls emanating from the unknown beings as they advanced like a tide from the surrounding woods. I will hold them off, Ying declared without hesitation. You all taking Ling Luo and leave first. Her safety must be ensured. Gripping his black blade tightly, he charged into the throng of demons. Captain, Yiho struggled to believe it. Yet, the experienced trio quickly restrained him. We must leave. The captain's shadow path allows him to evade. Staying here will only be a burden. Fine. Yiho cast a deep glance at Yi Ying before joining the others and swiftly escorting Ling Luo away. To buy time, Yi Ying engaged in a fierce battle with the unknown creatures. However, the more he engaged in combat, the more intense the sense of dissonance grew within him. These beings did not seem to be demons at all. He furrowed his brow, watching the seemingly ferocious entities ahead with vigilance. They bore no trace of demonic energy. What exactly were they? A chilling question surfaced in his mind. Could it be that humanity's foes extend beyond mere demons? In the heat of battle, his left arm was violently torn away, blood gushing forth. Yi Ying gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, fully aware that his comrades had likely retreated to safety. Without further hesitation, he shouted, "An Ing Tu Shi." As his ability activated, his form instantly vanished, and his presence was entirely suppressed. The group of demon-like creatures lost their target and ceased their attacks. Yi Ying pressed his hand against his bleeding stump and silently withdrew from the battlefield. It was only upon reaching a relatively safe location that he deactivated his invisibility, leaning against a rock, gasping for breath. What were those things? Before he could ponder further, a streak of white light suddenly descended from the sky, crashing down before him. Amidst the swirling dust, a voice softly echoed, "You cannot escape, Uncle. You cannot escape." As the haze dissipated, a youthful figure emerged. His blue hair burned like cold flames, his skin was pallid like that of corpse, and his face and body were marred with stitched scars, resembling a doll reassembled. Curse! Yi Ying trembled as he gazed at the entity before him. This was the very being that had slain his parents 3 years prior, severely wounded AI Li, and left him ensnared by demonic energy, suffering endlessly. Curse! It had not perished. Moreover, at this moment, Curse emanated a suffocating aura of terror. There was no doubt that it had transformed into a calamity master. Chapter 37. Yiho's Awakening. Yi Ying, in a desperate situation, why hasn't the captain contacted us? The communicator has been silent. The four were escorting Ling Luo as they hastily retreated, and Song Xiaoshuan's voice betrayed a hint of unease. The captain must be safe, Jiahao asserted firmly. Our foremost task now is to swiftly deliver Senior Ing to a secure area. But it has already been quite a while. Logically, the captain should have escaped danger by now. Su Han interjected quietly. We are very close to the city. There shouldn't be any demons around. Should we not return to look for the captain? Yiho suggested. I concur. Su Han glanced at the stretcher bearing Ling Luo, his tone grave. I will go back alone. When Senior Ing awakens, please convey my gratitude for saving me and my family a year ago. Hey. Jiahao could not restrain himself from interrupting. Yiho is a newcomer. Impulsiveness can be excused, but why are you following suit? As a fragile archer on the hunter path, what can you do alone? Do you truly believe you can rescue the captain by yourself? The captain has shown me kindness, and Senior Ing has saved my life. I must go. Su Han turned away, his tone resolute. He had realized that this situation was unlike any other. The captain was likely in an unprecedented predicament. Regardless of whether he could make a difference, he felt compelled to extend a helping hand. Have you also begun to lose your wits, Haki Han? Jiahao was taken aback. Was this a decision a person could make? But now is not the time for disputes. Yiho, I understand this may be arduous for you, but please ensure you escort Senior Ing to the city with utmost speed alongside Sister Song. I entrust the two of them to you. Jiahao donned a black mask and swiftly chased after Su Han's retreating figure. What are you following me for? Su Han queried, perplexed, glancing back at Jiahao. What do you think? Jiahao replied impatiently. What is up with you tonight? You seem like a different person. Can you not remain calm? Are you seeking death? Fine. I'll accompany you. I am not seeking death. Have you not noticed? The batch of demons that attacked us bore no traces of demonic energy. What precisely are they? Something feels very off. Are you suggesting that our enemies include more than just demons? Jiahao immediately grasped the implication. Then the captain is in grave danger. Let us hasten. Su Han responded. I will complete the mission. Taking a deep breath, Yiho, on his first mission, endeavored to steady himself. Sister Xiaoxian. We must accelerate our pace. Yiho lifted the stretcher, urgency lacing his voice. Understood, Song Xiaoxian nodded in agreement. The two needed to transfer Yingling Luo to a safe location as swiftly as possible. However, just minutes into their full sprint, a figure suddenly emerged ahead, blocking their path. Yi. A half-human, half-tiger demon with golden fur sprang from the shadows, emitting a low, sinister laughter. Awakened ones are awakened ones. Today, I shall feast upon a fine awakened one. Eat this. Yiho hesitated not for a moment. He set down the stretcher, taking a bold step forward, simultaneously summoning his black sword and white blade, and struck fiercely at the tiger man. He himself did not know where this courage stemmed from, but he understood that he must protect Song Xiaoxian and Yingling Luo. This was his promise to the team, even in the face of a terrifying enemy. Turns out you are merely a first-tier awakened one. The half-tiger easily caught Yiho's black sword and white blade with his hands, and then kicked him forcefully in the abdomen. Bang! The heavy force sent Yiho flying. Thoof! He fell to the ground, blood spewing forth. This was not an adversary he could contend with. It was a ferocious demon that required at least a third-tier awakened one to combat. What should I do? Suddenly, Yiho had an idea and hurriedly pulled out his phone to call Xiao Wuya. However, he discovered that his phone had shattered from the previous blow. What to do? Before he could rise, the tiger man lunged at him again. Brother Xia, why are you so formidable in battle? You can even best those seniors in the third year. Well, on one hand, I train regularly. On the other, I am indifferent to life and death. If you're not afraid to risk your life, it's hard to lose. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, just beat them mercilessly. Once they are frightened, they will never dare to bully you again. Indeed, facing the oncoming tiger man, Yiho suddenly smiled. After all, life was but a fleeting thing. What was there to cherish? Sizzle. Yiho remained motionless as the tiger man's claws pierced through his chest. In that very moment, Yiho's black sword and white blade reappeared. He endured the agonizing pain and dizziness, trading injury for injury, thrusting the two weapons deep into the tiger man's body. If I am to die, let's die together. Yiho, bloodied, exerted all his strength. Are you out of your mind? The tiger man roared in shock and anger. Dao Jian Luan Wu, with a flash of cold light. As Yiho activated his battle skill, the tiger man was sliced into 3 pieces and fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Yiho! Just before Yiho completely lost consciousness, he heard Song Xiaoshuan's voice, and then he collapsed to the ground. Uncle, what kind of look is that? Do you know me? Curse tilted its head, gazing innocently at Yi Ying, who lay beside the rock. I recognize you. Even if you turn to ashes, I would still know you. Yi Ying, fully aware that his chances of survival were extinguished, unexpectedly broke into laughter. He had thought he would never see you again in this lifetime. Yet here you are in Duotian City, and even become the disaster master. Alas, I can no longer avenge my parents myself. Avenge my parents? Curses blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. Oh, did I kill your father and mother? How pitiable. Its tone was light, as though speaking of the most mundane matter, but forgive me. I have taken so many lives that I truly cannot recall. Do not be sorrowful, dear uncle. I shall soon send you to meet them. Beasts like you will inevitably meet a tragic end, according to human reasoning. Yi Ying displayed no fear, laced with sarcasm. A tragic end? Curses erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Death? You think I will die? Ha! Its laughter abruptly ceased, yet its gaze remained eerily pure. Did not your strongest night watchman fall to Brother Yi? Who else can kill me? You? The strongest night watchman, Yingling Luo? Who is this Brother Yi you speak of? Say what you will. One day, you and your kind will perish together. Yi Ying's voice was low and resolute. Perish together? Curses laughed even harder. Uncle, lying is not a good habit. It is you humans who will meet your end. It suddenly leaned closer, its smile increasingly twisted. Furthermore, dear uncle, your claim that I killed your father and mother is inaccurate. I shall not only kill them, but also your comrades, the very ones you strive to protect, Yingling Luo, and every night watchman of the town demon division. Every single person in this city shall die at my hands. Ha! You! Yi Ying's complexion changed drastically. Your comrades fled in that direction, did they not? Curses raised a hand, pointing towards the direction Yiho and others had escaped, its tone cheerful. Do not worry. Once I deal with you, I shall promptly send them on their way. In the next moment, a red light enveloped Yi Ying's vision. Chapter 38, Is Your Name Truly Curses? I am indeed granting you face. Have you finished updating? I am nearly done with my barbecue. Xiaoya, holding skewers in one hand and beer in the other, mumbled a question. Update complete. The detection range for demons has expanded. The tone of the illustrated guide carried a hint of playfulness. Demon Hunter, guess what I have detected? What? Is the Disaster Master coming directly for me? Xiaoya raised an eyebrow, half-jokingly retorting. Correct. There is indeed a Disaster Master. Current mission. Hunt down the demon curses located in the mountainous outskirts. Mission reward. 1 SSR Awakening card, 5 Universal Fragments. Note. Curses is exceptionally vicious, with countless kills and no knowledge of fear. Please eliminate it using the most brutal and violent methods. I'm not dead. As the red light gradually dissipated, Ying stood in shock, realizing he was still alive. Meanwhile, curses who had been standing there moments ago had inexplicably vanished, just as he was in a daze. A familiar youthful voice called out, Ying, why is your hand missing? That beast did this, right? Do not worry. I will make it return slowly. Xiaoya, with silver hair and blue eyes, had somehow appeared beside him. Xiaoya. In that instant, Ying was filled with a singular thought. Wonderful, it is Xiaoya. We are saved. As for the demon, it was all over now. The despicable human dared to ambush me. Moments ago, that blow had sent curses flying. Now, it transformed into a white streak of light, rushing back with a face full of rage. Adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt. Xiaoya's cold voice had barely fallen when he appeared before curses, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! A blow imbued with immense curse power sent curses flying once again. Xiaoya leapt into the air like a shadow, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Is your name truly Curses? Have I not given you enough face? Bang! A heavy kick sent Curses crashing to the ground like a meteor. Boom! It landed heavily, covered in wounds. Who are you? Curses trembled in its eyes, revealing a rare expression of horror. I am your father. Xiaoya had instantaneously moved to its front, pressing down hard on its face, smashing its entire head into the ground. Bang! He effortlessly sat upon Curses, his fists wrapped in curse power raining down upon its face. Curses emitted a wretched howl. How dare you call for your mother? Xiaoya's strikes intensified, relentless. Divine ability. Soul divine ability, my foot. Another punch brutally interrupted its incantation. At that moment, Ying was utterly astonished. The once invincible Disaster Master Curses was now pinned to the ground like a wild dog, utterly defenseless. Why? Why can you strike me like this? Curses was filled with shock and confusion. Its innate demonic talent caused any being that came into direct contact with it to be instantly cursed and die. Yet this human before me, delivering punch after punch, remained unharmed? The ground had fractured into pits beneath Xiaoya's violent blows. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze fixed on the undamaged limbs of Curses. I have always believed in winning others over with virtue. Little Curses, why don't we play a game? He smirked, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Human, I want you dead. Seeing Xiaoya's assault slow, Curses suddenly spewed forth a ball of ghostly blue flame. Yet the flame came to a halt before Xiaoya, failing to harm him in the slightest. Still resisting? I'll be damned. Xiaoya delivered another punch, smashing its face, then seized Curses' left arm, coldly inquiring, what is 1000 minus 7? WH, what did you say? Curses spat out a mouthful of pitch-black demonic blood, bewildered. Foolish demon, you cannot even perform elementary arithmetic. Xiaoya exerted force, forcibly tearing its left arm off. Hiss! Black blood gushed forth. The excruciating pain caused Curses to scream in agony. How dare you call for your mother? Xiaoya flung the severed limb aside like trash and slapped it across the face. I will ask once more, what is 1000 minus 7? This time, he gripped Curses' right arm, as if any slight error in the answer would prompt another tear. 993. Tears born of fear finally streamed from Curses' eyes. Please, please do not kill me. Spare me. In the face of impending death. It was the first time it understood what true fear meant. So you can do math? Ha ha ha. As for sparing you, hiss. Xiaoya, without a moment's hesitation, tore off its right arm. Black blood spewed forth once more. Did I not answer correctly? Curses let out a heart-wrenching wail. Who told you that answering correctly would spare you? You naive, foolish demon. Xiaoya scoffed with a mocking smile. Kill me, please kill me. At that moment, Curses had completely fallen into despair, finally realizing that the man before it was an opponent it could not contend with. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Xiao Wuye smiled lightly, seemingly poised to deliver the final strike. However, in the next moment, he abruptly seized the legs of the cursed and violently yanked them. The sound of tearing flesh echoed through the air, accompanied by agonized screams of pain. The legs snapped with a sickening crack, and dark blood gushed forth. The cursed emitted a heart-wrenching wail that seemed to rend the night sky. Did you not just proclaim your intent to kill me? How could I allow you to perish so easily? Xiao Wuye's lips curled into a cruel smile. I have yet to properly torment you. You vile, wretched demon. The cursed, completely losing its composure, cursed vehemently. I was truly too lenient with you. With a swift motion, Xiao Wuye struck the cursed across the face, which was already a grotesque mask of bruises and blood. It is time to descend into hell. He spoke coldly, suddenly gripping the cursed head and yanking it upwards. The head detached from the body like a pulled radish, blood spraying wildly. The cursed wails abruptly ceased, and life extinguished in that moment. Hunting demons. Cursed disaster level. Gain 10,000 demon hunting points. Current demon hunting points 10,800. Received mission reward. SSR Awakening Card 1. Universal Fragment 5, Chapter 39. Xiao Wuye charged into the frontline battlefield. Hellish creatures? As soon as the battle concluded, Xiao Wuye swiftly approached Yi Ying, who remained in shock. Yi Ying's left arm was already shattered, blood dripping incessantly from the mangled limb, a ghastly sight. Yi Ying, what has happened to your arm? It's nothing. 4 awakened beings like us who are continuously engaged in frontline combat. Losing limbs is quite normal, Yi Ying replied with a nonchalant smile. The Demon Suppression Office has specialized healers. This injury is manageable. That is good to hear, Xiao Wuye nodded. He had hastily come here based on the information provided in the pictorial guide regarding the cursed and was unaware of the specifics of the situation. So, what is the current state? Why are you here? And from where did that disaster creature emerge? As Xiao Wuye assisted Yi Ying, he inquired further. We came to rescue. Yi Ying quickly summarized the events of the night to Xiao Wuye. Upon hearing that Yi Ho was safe, Xiao Wuye felt a slight sense of relief. Xiao Wuye, I have always known you were strong, but I truly did not expect you to be this formidable. Remembering the recent battle with the cursed, Yi Ying could not help but exclaim. That beast had already gained notoriety during the Calamity Demon phase, having slain many powerful beings. And now it has evolved into a disaster creature. Its might is truly extraordinary. Without Yingling Luo, our Demon Suppression Office would have struggled to contend with it. Yet, you single-handedly eliminated it with such ease. It is simply astonishing. There is nothing astonishing about it. Xiao Wuye waved his hand dismissively, then asked, Can you contact Yi Ho? I tried calling him, but he did not answer. I hope nothing has happened. My communication device was also damaged during the earlier battle. Yi Ying sighed. There are still residual demons in this valley. No, not just demons, but also some unknown creatures that are not demons. I implore you to deal with them. Unknown creatures that are not demons? What do you mean by implore? Xiao Wuye patted Yi Ying's shoulder. And what about you? What will you do if I leave? Do not underestimate me. Yi Ying raised the black blade in his hand. I can still fight effectively. Although he was certainly no match for the cursed. The aura of the disaster creature rendered him immobile. However, the demons beneath the disaster level, even in his current state, would not pose a threat to his life. Very well, I shall eradicate the demons in this area. You stay safe. After ensuring Yi Ying's safety, Xiao Wuye vanished from the spot. He must be the legendary perfect awakened one. Yi Ying gazed in the direction Xiao Wuye had disappeared, lost in thought. No wonder he declined my invitation to join the Demon Suppression Office. Indeed, with his strength, the office could offer him little. Captain, before Yi Ying could fully regain his composure, 2 familiar figures rapidly approached from a distance. It was members of the Night Owl team, Su Han and Jia Hao. How did you return? Yi Ying was taken aback, quickly asking, Has Yingling Luo been delivered to a safe area? We escorted her to a location near the city before returning. She should be fine, Su Han replied. No. Yi Ying suddenly recalled Xiao Wuye's earlier words, his tone tightening. Can you contact Yi Ho? His communicator seems to be malfunctioning. He may have encountered trouble. As soon as he spoke, the joy of Su Han and Jia Hao in finding their captain dissipated, their expressions turning grave. However, in the next moment, an urgent voice from Song Xiaoxian crackled through Su Han's communicator. This is Song Xiaoxian. We are under attack by a large number of demons. Yiho has been gravely injured by a fierce beast and is unconscious. Report your location immediately. Yi Ying responded immediately. But everything is fine now. On the other end of the communication, Song Xiaoshuan's tone suddenly relaxed, tinged with disbelief. Yingling Luo has awakened. At that moment, Xiao Wuye had already arrived in the valley, where the night watchmen were engaged in a fierce confrontation with a horde of demons. It must be said that this group of demons, which had inexplicably appeared in the valley, far surpassed those previously eradicated in the city in both quantity and strength. Fierce beasts were abundant, and calamity demons were not scarce either. Yet, the Demon Suppression Office was by no means comprised of ordinary individuals. The night watchmen were formidable, and their battle with the demons reached a stalemate. The battlefield was a gruesome spectacle, with blood and flesh scattered everywhere, and the roars of the demons echoed incessantly. Xiao Wuye's arrival shattered this equilibrium completely. No wonder there were no traces of demons in the city. It seems they had all taken refuge in this deep forest. A smile graced Xiao Wuye's lips, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Like a dragon soaring through the skies, he swiftly dove into the most concentrated area of the demons. Unlimited technique. Isolated all attacks. The weapon in his hand radiated a terrifying allure, continuously reducing the demons to mere blood mist. Whether fierce beasts or higher-tier calamity demons, they were all rendered helpless before Xiao Wuye, swiftly annihilated without a trace. So many demons, so many demons. The pictorial guide in his mind exclaimed with excitement. This is exhilarating. Xiao Wuye continued to maneuver through the demon horde, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake, with dozens of demons turning into swirling blood mist in an instant. Before long, the number of demons drastically diminished, and the night watchman began to notice this change. There is an exceptionally powerful, awakened one cutting through the demon horde. Is it Yingling Luo? Has she finally arrived? No, it is not her. It is a silver-haired youth. Xiao Wuye's actions did not cease for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, he had eradicated swathes of demons. The night watchman, witnessing the deadly rift Xiao Wuye had torn in the battlefield, seized the opportunity to launch a full-scale attack, delivering the final blows to the remaining demons. Before long, the demons in the entire valley were completely exterminated under the combined efforts of Xiao Wuye and the night watchman, leaving no trace behind. I could have managed it alone. Xiao Wuye chuckled softly. Despite his words, witnessing the night watchman display such outstanding combat prowess brought him considerable satisfaction. After all, the guardianship of humanity should never rest solely upon one individual. It necessitates the courageous efforts of many, converging to forge a more formidable force. Having hunted a multitude of demons, the calculation of demon hunting points begins. Demon hunting points, current demon hunting points, 26, 100, is it merely 15,000 points? Although this is not an insignificant amount, Xiao Wuye could distinctly feel that the number of demons he has slain should warrant a greater score. The illustration, however, provides an unexpected response. Among the beings you have slain, in addition to demons, there are also hellish creatures from the abyss. Chapter 40. The Argument in the Ward. Yingling Luo's defeated reality. Creatures from the abyss? Xiao Wuye suddenly recalls the words of Yi Ying from earlier. There are unknown beings here that are not merely demons. What is the fuss about this little sphere? Why do all these demons and monsters wish to dominate the earth? If the demons from the void abyss are one thing, now hellish creatures are also joining the fray. Then let us fight. Suddenly, a series of urgent phone rings pierces the air. Xiao Wuye promptly answers the call, and Yi Ying's voice resonates from the other end. Mr. Xia, this is Yi Ying. Yi Ying, the battle has concluded. How are your injuries? Xiao Wuye inquires with concern. My injuries are nothing serious. A few days of rest will suffice for recovery. I called primarily regarding Yiho. Yi Ying states gravely. The situation is as follows. Suhan and Jiahao from my team, worried about me, turned back to find me as they approached the city. Unexpectedly, there were still demons lying in wait. Yiho fought valiantly against a ferocious beast to protect Yingling Luo and Song Xiaoxian. Although he ultimately succeeded in slaying the beast, he himself suffered grave injuries and collapsed. I understand. Xiao Wuye responds with a calmness that surprises him. Encounters with demons or confrontations with them are commonplace for awakened individuals. Moreover, this reality does not afford the protagonist the opportunity to level up as seen in television dramas or movies. The moment one awakens, Countless demons will fixate upon them with predatory intent. He cannot be expected to safeguard Yiho's safety at all times. Ultimately, it is up to Yiho himself. He then asks, "How is Yiho now? Where is he?" "Mr. Xia, Yiho is no longer in critical condition and is currently receiving treatment at the hospital." "I understand. I will come at once." Is this heaven? When Yiho opens his eyes, he is greeted by a pure, white expanse. He is unaware that it is merely the ceiling of a hospital ward. "You foolish boy, you are not dead," exclaims Song Xiaoxian, sitting beside him. "Sister Xiaoxian?" Yiho blinks in surprise, his gaze landing on her face, uttering incredulously, "Could it be that you have also died? Die, you big-headed ghost." Song Xiaoxian playfully taps his forehead. "This is a hospital. Everyone is safe and sound. Everyone." Yiho shifts his gaze, surveying the room, and then notices that many are present. Captain Ying, Jia Hao, Su Han, Yingling Luo, Captain Song Ying, Captain Tianlong, and even Xiao Ye leaning silently against the wall. Brother Xia Xia? Yet he distinctly recalls that his chest had been pierced by that ferocious beast. Yiho mutters, turning to Song Xiaoxian, Sister Xiaoxian. "Was it you who saved me?" Song Xiaoxian, an awakened individual on the healer path, indeed possesses healing abilities. But could she manage such severe injuries alone? "I am but a mere third-tier awakened one. I cannot heal such fatal wounds." Song Xiaoxian shakes her head, her gaze drifting to the side. "It was Senior Ying who awoke in time, not only saving you, but also vanquishing all the demons that attacked us." Her gaze rests upon the striking figure of Yingling Luo, with her ethereal pink hair and angelic grace. "Thank you, Senior Ying." Yiho sits up, speaking sincerely. "No." Yingling Luo replies with a gentle, ethereal voice, as if laced with a hint of otherworldliness. "It is you who risked your life to protect the unconscious me. I am the one who should express gratitude." "What is there to thank?" Xiao Ye, already aware of the night's events, interjects coldly, casting a sharp gaze at Yingling Luo. "If it were not for your reckless obstinacy, would the entire demon suppression office have needed to mobilize so many people to rescue you? Could you not discern such an obvious trap? This was a clear assassination plot aimed at you. What were you thinking at that moment? Do you even possess any sense?" In fact, the two had already engaged in a fierce argument upon their initial meeting, nearly coming to blows. At this moment, Yiho is utterly stunned. He never expected that the most powerful night watchman of the Demon Suppression Office, Yingling Luo, would be in the same room as his elder brother Xiao Ye, two individuals who should be worlds apart. And yet here they are, embroiled in a quarrel. Although it is Xiao Ye who is solely berating Yingling Luo. What a peculiar turn of events this is. "I apologize." Yingling Luo lowers her head, her voice barely audible, filled with remorse. "I simply wanted so desperately to kill Yuming myself." "You're not the one who should apologize." Xiao Ye's voice remains icy. "Is all the night watchmen who were injured or even sacrificed this night because of you?" "I am sorry." Yingling Luo's voice trembles slightly, her eyes beginning to glisten with tears. All right, both of you little ancestors, let us take a breather now." Ying steps in at the right moment to mediate. "You two have been arguing for quite some time. It is time to take a break. Now that Yiho has awakened, with several night watchman captains present, let us invite Yingling Luo to explain the specifics of tonight's events." Yingling Luo steadies her emotions, slowly raising her head, and calmly recounts everything that transpired that night. "I was lured into a remote mountainous area by the humanoid form of Yoming. Initially, I refrained from attacking until I confirmed its identity, at which point I initiated an assault. I quickly managed to wound it, but at that moment the second disastrous lord, which had appeared during the previous demon-clearing battle in Jing City, suddenly emerged. It possessed formidable freezing abilities, and I was diverted by these two disastrous lords. Shortly thereafter, a man with purple hair appeared before me. The angel sequence within me clearly informed me that this man was a foe arranged for me by the divine, an awakened one with the super sequence of the devil path. Subsequently, we engaged in a fierce battle. He is a peak 6-tier awakened one, and I ultimately fell to his strength. Upon reaching this point, Yingling Luo's gaze visibly dims, despite having an inkling of what may have occurred. The others in the ward, aside from Xiao Ye, still react with widened eyes, disbelief etched on their faces. The most powerful night watchman of the Demon Suppression Office was defeated by a human awakened one allied with demons? Chapter 41. How much salary in a month? What are you risking your life for? So, How did you survive surrounded by a peak 6-tier, awakened 1, and 2 disastrous lords? Xiao Wuya inquires. Yingling Luo pauses for a moment, her gaze unintentionally falling upon Xiao Wuya before quickly averting it. The thing is, the devil sequence within that purple-haired man reached an agreement with my angel sequence. This time, he chose to spare me. However, the condition is that during our next encounter, if I am defeated, not only will I lose my life, but my angel sequence will also be entirely devoured by his devil sequence. At that point, he would transcend the super sequence to become a perfect, awakened being with the sequence of a god. Perfect awakened being. Upon hearing this, Ying instinctively shifts his gaze towards Xiao Wuya. In his heart, Xiao Wuya represented the epitome of a perfect awakened being, endowed with the divine sequence. It was precisely because Xiao Wuya belonged to the human faction that Ying felt an immense sense of reassurance. Yet, the mere thought of a formidable adversary arising from the demon faction, one on par with Xiao Wuya, evoked a sense of dread. What if, in a startling turn of events, Xiao Wuya were to declare that he had defeated you in the next battle? Would you then absorb his sequence and ascend to the status of a perfect awakened being? Yingling Luo appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a question. After a brief hesitation, she shook her head, admitting, I do not know. Indeed, a lingering doubt resided within Xiao Wuya. If Yingling Luo's assertion held true, then, this very night, not only had a pinnacle 6-tier awakened being emerged in the city of fallen heaven, but also 2 disaster masters, Yu Ming and another who wielded the power of ice, coupled with the curse that Xiao Wuya had slain. It was akin to the simultaneous emergence of 3 disaster masters. Such terrifying combat prowess, why had they not launched a direct assault on the Demon Suppression Division? Given the current capabilities of the Demon Suppression Division, there was no conceivable way to contend with such formidable foes. Why, after vanquishing Yingling Luo, had they vanished without a trace, remaining silent thereafter? If that were indeed the case, the captain of the Night Watchman team, Song Ying, stated solemnly, we must protect Yingling Luo at all costs. Should a perfect awakened being become our enemy, the consequences would be unfathomable. Yingling Luo, Xiao Wuya continued, his tone calm. Can you ascertain that man is allied with the disaster masters? I can confirm, she nodded, for otherwise I would not have survived to this point. Moreover, the devil sequence is inherently a dark path of awakening, aligned with demons that harm humanity. Such an alliance is hardly surprising. Very well, Xiao Wuya replied nonchalantly. That man is my responsibility. I shall demonstrate to him what true cruelty entails. He paused before adding, as for Yoming and that ice disaster master, they too will be entrusted to me. Inform me at the earliest of any news regarding them. Although Xiao Wuya harbored no fondness for Yingling Luo, it did not impede his resolve to eliminate demons. Not to mention, slaying a disaster master would yield a staggering 10,000 demon hunting points. While Xiao Wuya's declarations may have seemed audacious, the others in the ward harbored no doubts. Most had witnessed his strength firsthand on the battlefield and understood he was not merely posturing. Furthermore, they had no choice but to place their trust in Xiao Wuya. With the formidable Night Watchman Yingling Luo having already been defeated, who within the Demon Suppression Division could possibly contend with that 6-tier pinnacle awakened being of the devil sequence? Mr. Xia, the future of fallen heaven rests in your hands. We are grateful for all that you have done. Should you require any psychic weapons, any materials for awakening ascension, or training resources, do not hesitate to ask. We shall ensure the safety of your family. Several captains of the Night Watchmen, including Yi Ying, expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Xiao Wuya. Yingling Luo, albeit slightly slower to react, bowed gently and murmured, thank you, while the earlier sentiments were manageable. Upon hearing the final words, Xiao Wuya grew anxious. No, no, no. Please do not protect my family. Let them fend for themselves. Thank you. He glanced at Yiho, who lay on the hospital bed, and added, all right, that will be all for today. Everyone, return to your respective homes and families. I wish to spend some time with my brother. I do not have a mother, Yingling Luo said, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Xiao Wuya was momentarily at a loss for words, then helplessly responded, I meant for you to leave quickly, not to actually seek out your mother. After this brief interlude, the individuals in the ward exchanged words of concern for Yiho before gradually departing. Outside the ward, Those who had come to assist had been waiting for quite some time. The captain of the Tsang-ing team joined the waiting members outside before departing. Similarly, the captain of the Tianlong team left with several teammates. Yi Ying, Jia Hao, Su Han, and Song Xiaoxian, members of the Night Owl team, also exited together. As they were leaving, Su Han glanced at the solitary figure of Ling Luo, seemingly wanting to say something, yet ultimately remained silent. Yi Ying observed the solitary silhouette of Ling Luo, a sense of reflection stirring within him. Was it not too harsh to burden a mere 20-year-old girl with the title of the strongest? After all had departed, Xiao Wei unceremoniously plopped down beside the hospital bed. In the presence of familiar faces, he felt no need to maintain any pretense. "Monkey, what are you thinking?" he exclaimed with an expression of frustration. "How little does the Demon Suppression Division pay you in a month? Why risk your life? Do we not agree to just get by, gather some money, and only get serious when your strength has increased? You're making it difficult for me." After all, it was he who had recommended Yi Ho to the 749 Bureau. However, Yi Ho's approach was indeed extreme. Having awakened for such a brief period, he was now undertaking perilous missions. "I apologize, Xiao Ge," Yi Ho replied softly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Stop. Xiao Wei interrupted immediately. "Do you think you're Ling Luo? Always apologizing. What is our relationship that warrants such formality? I'm just a bit perplexed as to why Ying would assign you, a newcomer who has only recently awakened, to such a high-level task. It is not the captain's decision," Yi Ho asserted firmly. "I requested to participate. I wish to grow stronger, to become as powerful as you. Only through genuine combat and honing oneself on the brink of life and death can one become a true warrior." He paused, excitement evident in his voice. "Moreover, Xiao Ge, I have successfully advanced to a second-tier awakened being." Second tier? Xiao Wei was taken aback. He distinctly remembered Yi Ho had awakened only a week prior. Had he truly advanced to the second tier so swiftly? Could it be that Yi Ho was a rare genius? Xiao Wei had never believed in coincidences. Could it be that Yi Ho possessed a measure of fortune? Indeed, Yi Ho exclaimed, clenching his fists. The advancement condition for the second stage of the War God Path is to single-handedly slay a fully fledged ferocious beast. I perished alongside the beast that attacked us, but fortunately, Senior Ing awakened in time to save me. Otherwise, I would surely have perished from those injuries. Chapter 42. Approaching the Cursed Technique Battle. The Perfect Awakened Being. Let us not dwell on her, Xiao Wei interjected. Speaking of which, when you sensed something was amiss, you should have quickly sent me your location. I am quite adept at eliminating demons. Because of my delayed arrival, the demons were largely exterminated by the Night Watchman, and it pains me to lose those points. Well, Yi Ho scratched his head. The beast destroyed my phone as soon as it appeared, making it impossible to reach you. All right then, Xiao Wei's tone grew serious. Demons are perilous. Do not gamble with your life. Xiao Wei typically fought demons as if it were a game, due to his extraordinary advantages. Yet, Yi Ho did not possess such means. Death will be death. I understand. Suddenly, Yi Ho brightened. Xiao, you mentioned you would deal with that awakened being of the devil sequence for senioring? You are truly remarkable. That individual even defeated senioring. Could it be that you are the legendary perfect awakened being? To be honest, I cannot guarantee victory, Xiao Wei replied candidly. And as for being a perfect awakened being, I am not. To be precise, he is not a so-called awakened being at all. Oh, Yi Ho appeared somewhat disappointed. But he soon regained his spirits. Xiao Ge, I have become stronger now. I feel that I am not far from becoming a formidable warrior. Look at you. You still have a long way to go. Xiao Wei chuckled lightly. Yi Ho laughed foolishly, observing Yi Ho's demeanor at this moment. Xiao Wei felt a surge of emotions. He had truly grown up. He could sense Yi Ho's development, which encompassed not only his strength, but also his mindset. From once being a timid child bullied in school, he had transformed into a guardian willing to sacrifice himself to protect others. In the face of life and death, Yi Ho had undergone a metamorphosis. If one were to assign blame, it would be directed at this cruel world, which relentlessly forces individuals to mature through harsh realities. After this ordeal of life and death, it was highly likely that Yi Ho would no longer require his protection. All right, take some time to rest. You should make the most of this paid leave, Xiao Wei noted as he observed the darkening sky, preparing to take his leave. Sure, Yi Ho smiled broadly, then asked, Xiao Ge, do you think you will win? Noticing Yi Ho's anxious yet hopeful gaze, Xiao Wuyi understood he was referring to his impending battle with the devil, Sequence Awakened One. I will win, Xiao Wuyi replied confidently. It is imperative that I emerge victorious. After bidding farewell to Yi Ho, Xiao Wuyi swiftly returned home. Once there, he found himself alone, a state to which he had grown accustomed. Following the night's battle, he had amassed a modest fortune, possessing 100 demon hunting points. He switched on the television and settled onto the sofa. Brother Tu Jian, I will forego examining the other items in the shop and instead acquire an SSR Awakening card. Demon hunting points, 5,000. Acquired SSR Awakening card. 1. Current demon hunting points, 100. Let us use both SSR Awakening cards together. The reward for defeating the cursed task also included an SSR Awakening card. SSR Awakening card used successfully. Character Wu Chao, Wu Awakening value, 10. Current Awakening value, 80. 100. The power within surged once more, an exhilarating sensation coursing through his entire being. Xiao Wuyi distinctly felt that he was nearing the moment of acquiring the full extent of Wu Chao Wu's abilities. 4 days, Xiao Wuyi murmured, in 4 days. The powers of Wu Chao Wu will be completely awakened. At that time, he would enter the world of Jujutsu Kaisen and confront the dual-faced Sukuna. He pondered when he awakened, one of the devil sequence would arrive. Xiao Wuye's expression gradually became tranquil. This was the final opportunity to defeat him. Once he vanquished Sukuna, the SSR Star-Up card he had long since purchased would play a crucial role, elevating his strength to a new pinnacle. He had also accumulated 9 advanced draw tickets, indicating another chance for a 10-fold draw. Xiao Wuyi took his customary shower, then collapsed onto his bed, drifting into slumber. Yi Changgu, tonight we, the 4 calamities, gather. Even Sakura Lingluo has fallen to your hands. Why not seize this opportunity to decisively eradicate the Demon Suppression Division of Fallen City? The night enveloped the capital, within a secluded courtyard of the First Ring. The Calamity Lord Yuming spoke, slightly puzzled. First and foremost, our goal is to seize the angel sequence within Sakura Lingluo. We have accomplished half of that. Yi Changgu lazily leaned against the chair's back, responding nonchalantly. Moreover, exterminating all the guardians of the Demon Suppression Division is no simple task. What makes it difficult? Yu Ming replied in confusion. Aside from Sakura Lingluo, whose strength is currently in a lull, the other guardians are hardly formidable. The strongest among them is merely a 5th-tier awakened one. None can contend with us. Why not eliminate them all in one fell swoop? Have you forgotten the prophecy of the seer from the abyss? Yi Changgu replied in a calm tone. Not long ago, he foretold that a new Calamity Lord would arise in Fallen City. Yet to this day, we have received no news regarding this new Calamity Lord. Thus, there can only be 2 possibilities. Surely, the seer's prophecy cannot be mistaken. Yu Ming immediately countered. Then we are left with only one final possibility. Yi Changgu smiled faintly, that this new Calamity Lord has already been dealt with. As the words fell, the 3 Calamity Lords in the courtyard, Yu Ming, Bing Shang, and Hong Lian, almost simultaneously narrowed their pupils. Who could have done this? Yu Ming quickly inquired. In all of Fallen City, aside from Sakura Lingluo, who else possesses the strength to slay a Calamity Lord? This brings us to another new prophecy from the seer. Yi Changgu maintained a relaxed tone. He stated that a perfect awakened one with the sequence of a god would emerge in Fallen City. Initially, I believed that person would be me after defeating Sakura Lingluo tonight. However, it now appears that may not be the case. There must still be an extraordinarily powerful awakened one hidden within Fallen City. It was he who resolved the new Calamity Lord, and it is highly likely. Yi Changgu paused, his voice growing somber, that he is a congenital perfect awakened one. A congenital perfect awakened one. A hint of unease seeped into Yu Ming's voice. If even the ultra sequence Sakura Lingluo has proven difficult for us to handle, should such a perfect awakened one truly exist, his power would likely exceed our imagination. I share your sentiment. Yi Changgu nodded gently. Before I successfully slay Sakura Lingluo, seize the angel sequence, and become a perfect awakened one, I cannot confront that individual directly. Of course, he paused slightly. If he willingly makes an appearance, it would simplify matters considerably. Just then, the usually silent Hong Lian suddenly spoke. Yi Changgu, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Initially, he had felt nothing, But when Yichang-gu mentioned the hidden perfect awakened one, certain fragments suddenly connected in his mind. The curse has accompanied us to Fallen City as well. Following its usual habit, it would have engaged the Guardians by now, yet it has yet to return. Could it be that it has already encountered that hidden awakened one? Indeed, Bing Shang murmured in agreement. By now, it should have returned. Yi Changji's expression grew increasingly grave. He raised the glass of red wine in his hand and took a delicate sip, as if to suppress a foreboding sense of dread through the action. We must prepare for the worst. Chapter 43. 50 draws for character guarantee. Who is the second unlocked character? Grandma, I am back. Under the night sky, Sakura Lingluo returned to her grandmother's flower shop. The shop was warm and inviting, adorned with an array of fresh flowers, the air imbued with a delicate fragrance. This was a small establishment her grandmother had managed for many years, where every blossom seemed to carry the tenderness of time. Sakura Lingluo had loved flowers since childhood. A kindly elderly woman emerged from the back room, her face lighting up with a smile. My dear granddaughter, you have finally returned. Sakura Lingluo's voice carried a hint of weariness. I have been quite busy with work lately. You have worked hard. Her grandmother gently patted her shoulder, her gaze softening. Have you eaten, my child? Not yet. Sakura Lingluo shook her head. Well, come in quickly. I will prepare something for you, her grandmother urged. All right, at the dining table. Her grandmother affectionately watched as Sakura Lingluo devoured her meal, unable to restrain a chuckle. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Sakura Lingluo replied, her mouth full, mumbling indistinctly. In the blink of an eye, my granddaughter has grown into a graceful young lady. Grandmother gazed at the blossoming figure before her, her voice laced with nostalgia. Yingling Luo had lost her parents at a tender age, having been raised in an orphanage. It was there, over a decade ago, that grandmother had first encountered this timid little girl, evoking a wave of sympathy. Now, the child had blossomed into a 20-year-old woman. Grandmother, I've finished my meal, Yingling Luo said, contentedly rubbing her belly. I will head back to my room to rest. Very well, sleep early, and remember to take care of yourself. Grandmother gently reminded her, warmth shimmering in her eyes. Returning to her own pink, girlhood-infused room, Yingling Luo flung herself onto the bed. The events of the night flooded her mind involuntarily. Her eyes began to glisten, the smile on her face having long since faded. How many lives must I sacrifice because of my existence? Tears silently slipped from the corners of her eyes. Her thoughts drifted back to the night's events. Upon awakening, she effortlessly vanquished the horde of demons that had attempted to ambush Song, Xiaoxian, and Yiho, subsequently using her healing abilities to rescue the gravely injured Yiho from the brink of death. She then hastily made her way to another battlefield, where she encountered a dying night watchman who called out to her. Senior Ying, I'm here. She immediately stopped, bending down to exert all her strength to heal him. Haha. The night watchman managed a strained smile as he beheld the unscathed Yingling Luo. Today's mission was to rescue you. Yet rumors abound that you were defeated by demons. But you are our strongest night watchman. You are our faith. How could you possibly be defeated? The dying night watchman extended his bloodied hand, softly asking, Senior Ying, have I played a role for the Jinma division and humanity? Or did I simply die without value or meaning? You have done exceptionally well. Yingling Luo firmly grasped his blood-stained hand, her tone resolute. In the future, your spirit will become the source of my strength. I promise I will never lose. I will eradicate all demons. Upon hearing her response, a smile graced the night watchman's lips as he slowly closed his eyes, departing peacefully. At that moment, a silver-haired, blue-eyed youth suddenly appeared beside her, having teleported in. The moonlight illuminated his handsome features, and the night breeze gently tousled his silver hair. Yingling Luo immediately sprang to her feet, warily observing this unexpected youth. Though he bore no aura of a high-level awakened, her intuition screamed that he was exceedingly dangerous. Is he an enemy? Yingling Luo felt a tightening in her chest, instinctively reaching for her sword. However, Xiaoye spoke first, his tone tinged with evident displeasure. So you're the Yingling Luo that Ying mentioned? Just because you wandered into this remote mountain forest without a word, so many night watchmen had to come looking for you. My brother, Yiho, nearly lost his life. I truly want to give you a good beating. Ying, the captain of the Night Owl squad? Could this formidable youth be an ally? For some inexplicable reason, Yingling Luo suddenly felt a sense of relief and allowed a smile to break through her tension. What are you smiling about? Xiao Wuye glared at her with annoyance. The priority now is to rescue the surviving night watchman in this area. We can settle our score later. As a new day dawned, Xiao Wuye awoke in a daze around midday. It's a new day. Let us start with an SSR Awakening card. 100 points, 5,000. Obtained 1 SSR Awakening card. Current 100 points, 16,100 use. SSR Awakening card used successfully. Character Wu Tiao awakened to level 5. Current awakening points, 85,100. Feeling his power swell, Xiao Wuye stretched luxuriously and then got out of bed. 3 days left. Iwi confront Sunuo. Engaging in his daily routine of washing, brushing his teeth, and eating while watching television and playing on his phone, he reflected. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. With that, he stepped outside to begin his regular exercise regimen. A 10-kilometer run, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and another 100 push-ups. Advanced draw ticket. 1. Current advanced draw tickets. 10 brother 2. I have a question. What is it? Does this advanced draw pool have a guarantee? You can't keep giving me fragments. Yes. How many draws? 50 draws. Xiao Wuye was at a loss for words. You might as well just give me 50 fragments directly. Having completed 2 sets of 10 draws, he had obtained a complete SSR Wu Tiao on the first attempt. Though he was uncertain if this counted towards the 50 draw guarantee, nevertheless, it mattered little. His current strength was more than sufficient, especially with an SSR Star-Up card still in his possession. Disinterested in the shop, he planned to purchase only a fixed SSR Awakening card each day. Dingling. His phone chimed with a new message. Picking it up, he saw a text from Lin Ling Brother Xia. I have successfully advanced to a 2nd tier awakened. Are you free tonight to celebrate with a meal? Xiao Wuye promptly replied, no problem. Congratulations. I will definitely be free. Just name the place, and I will come. Chapter 44. A conversation with Lin Ling, the demon slaughter machine. With time on his hands, Xiao Wuye had previously considered exterminating demons in Jingjing City, but soon abandoned that notion. It was evident that the current focus should be on Dadawa City. If you're the director of the Dashiajima division, he would dispatch numerous night watchmen to guard Dadawa City. The reasoning was simple. The 2 disaster bringers from Jingjing City would undoubtedly seek to create chaos in Dadawa City, providing the awakened of the devil sequence with an opportunity to eliminate Yingling Luo. If that were to occur, the demon faction would gain a perfect awakened being with limitless potential. The defense of Yingling Luo was indeed intriguing. Xiao Wuye lifted his cup, taking a sip of water. In the afternoon, he spent several hours playing chess with Tu Jian. Without a doubt, it was yet another victory for him. Still unable to achieve victory? How frustrating. What is the appeal of chess? Would you like to play video games instead? Xiao Wuye set up a newly purchased gaming console with 2 controllers. I have no hands. How can I play video games? You're so capable. Can't you create a substitute to exist in the real world? Xiao Wuye inquired. I cannot. I cannot manifest in any form in reality. Only communicate within your mind. Very well, then you can watch me play. Thus, Xiao Wuye played video games until nightfall. Are you not done yet? Tu Jian expressed his lingering desire for more. It's time to meet up. Xiao Wuye tidied up the gaming console, donned a neat outfit, and put on sunglasses before heading out. Before long, he arrived at the designated barbecue restaurant, where he spotted Lin Ling, long time no see. Xiao Wuye said with a bright smile. Lin Ling, equally enthusiastic, smiled and said, long time no see, Xiao brother, please have a seat. Where have you been hunting demons lately? Xiao Wuye settled down, noting that the demons in the city had all been eradicated by the Jinma division. There are always a few that slip through the cracks, huh? Nowadays, the existence of both the Jinma division and the demons was public knowledge, allowing the 2 to openly discuss this topic in public without reservation. By the way, Brother Lin, you have successfully advanced to a 2nd stage awakened, haven't you? Indeed. What were the conditions for your advancement? Xiao Wuye recalled that Yiho had also ascended to the 2nd stage just last night. I am an awakened of the low-tier night path, Lin Ling stated calmly. The conditions for advancing to the 2nd stage, fearless, are riding a distance of 10,000 kilometers and slaying 100 miasmic beasts. It took me several years, but I finally achieved it. Riding 10,000 kilometers? That may be quite difficult for an ordinary person, but it should not be a challenge for an awakened. And as for slaying 100 miasmic beasts, is it still demons? Yiho's condition for advancing to the 2nd stage was to slay a fearsome beast. So, there exists a certain level of symbiosis between awakened and demons? Awakened enhance their power by slaying demons, while demons gain strength by devouring the flesh and blood of awakened. They are both hunters and prey to one another. Lin Ling, being astute, refrained from inquiring about Xiao Wuye's tier or sequence of awakening. In his view, such information regarding a formidable individual like Xiao Wuye was confidential. Congratulations, Xiao Wuye smiled, clinking his beer with Lin Ling's. Thank you, Lin Ling replied, equally pleased. By the way, he seemed to remember something. Xiao brother, you haven't joined any awakened organization yet, have you? No, not yet, Xiao Wuye nodded. Then you are considered a free man, Lin Ling said, picking up his phone and sending a special link to Xiao Wuye. This is the official website for our free individuals, containing a wealth of information regarding demons. As long as you log in with your information, you can access all the data. By the way, your personal information should have been officially verified as an awakened, right? I'm not sure. Xiao Wuye opened his phone, deciding to give it a try. He accessed the website Lin Ling sent, entered the verification code and his ID number, and was indeed able to log in. I'm in. Thank you, Lin Ling. Xiao Wuye expressed his gratitude, surprised that his personal information had been officially recognized as that of an awakened. In fact, from the moment Xiao Wuye first appeared on the radar of the Jinma Division, his information had been thoroughly investigated. Do you understand the government's capability for background checks? He opened his personal homepage, and the information therein was both amusing and bewildering. Xiao Wuye, male, 18 years old, local of Duotian City. Graduated from Duotian City Vocational High School. Awakened verified, sequence, path, stage, power evaluation, extremely dangerous. Once released a highly destructive purple energy wave in Duotian City, obliterating the Red Meat Gang's headquarters. Title, Demon Slayer Machine. The question marks are accurate. I have no idea what I am, Xiao Wuye internally lamented. By the way, Xiao brother, do you know that a demon riot occurred in a mountainous area of our city last night? Lin Ling asked. I know, Xiao Wuye replied casually. What is the matter? He had even personally dealt with a few monsters there not long ago. It's very dangerous there, Lin Ling said solemnly. I don't know what happened, but it seems the Jinma Division had a premonition of the riot, as they dispatched nearly half of the night watchmen to that location, preventing a tragedy. It was said that the demons in that mountainous area were exceptionally perilous, with numerous ferocious beasts and even several calamity demons. If such high-level demons were to enter the city, the damage would be incalculable. Yes, you make a valid point, Xiao Wuye nodded. In fact, upon reflection, we should feel fortunate. Last night, it was thanks to the presence of so many combat-capable night watchmen that I was able to unleash my full potential against the demons without restraint. Ideally, the best combat scenario would have been if I were the only one there. As a lone warrior, Xiao Wuye was at his most formidable, and last night, to avoid accidentally harming the night watchman, he had refrained from using any of his skills. However, considering the sheer number and strength of the demons, had he failed to eliminate them in the mountains and allowed them to surge into the city, merely contemplating the consequences was terrifying. At this moment, Xiao brother, Lin Ling suddenly lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. I have a little insider information, but it's just a rumor, so take it lightly. What rumor? Xiao Wuye's curiosity was piqued. This was told to me by a friend, Lin Ling whispered last night. The true reason the Jinma Division dispatched so many people to that mountainous area was that Ling Luo sent out a distress signal from there. This is not just a rumor, it is a fact. Upon hearing the name Ling Luo again, Xiao Wuye was somewhat amused and perplexed. So what? She sent a distress signal. What is the big deal? Of course it is significant, Lin Ling replied, unusually agitated. She is the strongest night watchman of the Jinma Division in Duotian City, a top-tier awakened of the Super Sequence Angel Path. How could she possibly be defeated? The strongest night watchman is her? Xiao Wuye was not particularly surprised. From the moment he first encountered Ling Luo yesterday, he had sensed her formidable presence. It was precisely for this reason that when she sent out a distress signal in the mountains, the Jinma Division mobilized nearly half of their night watchmen to rescue her, fearing for her safety. Indeed, Lin Ling affirmed confidently, as if he knew Ling Luo well. Even when I was working at the 749 Bureau, now the Jinma Division, I had heard countless legends about her. Even after I left the Jinma Division to become a free man, news about her continued to circulate. It is said that 2 years ago, the first rift of the Void Abyss appeared in the imperial capital. A multitude of demons emerged, slaughtering countless ordinary people and awakened. and abducting numerous children to take back to the abyss. At that time, nearly all awakened in the Great Xia were powerless to act. It was then that an awakened named Ling Luo emerged. She single-handedly charged into the void abyss, becoming the first human to step into that realm of despair. Even more astonishing, she returned all the abducted children unharmed. This battle sent shockwaves throughout the awakened community. Is she really that powerful? This time, Xiao Wuye was genuinely taken aback. Was this truly the same Ling Luo who had nearly been reduced to tears by his reprimand yesterday? Absolutely, Lin Ling nodded gravely. The director of the General Jinma Division has personally designated her as the next generation's director, the future leader of the Night Watchmen. However, I heard that her family is still in Duotian City, which is why she came here to serve as a Night Watchman. Ah, I see, Xiao Wuye said, taking a sip of beer without changing his expression. On the surface, he appeared unperturbed. However, in reality, the one most affected by Lin Ling's extravagant praise of Ling Luo was none other than himself. Just last night, this idolized figure, Ling Luo, had candidly confessed to the crowd that she had been vanquished by the awakener of the demon sequence. At that moment, he had fervently vowed to personally eliminate that very demon. He silently criticized himself for suddenly feeling overwhelmed by pressure. Yet, he was not the only one feeling this burden. Did you truly believe that with just you and the 3 disasters you could contend with a perfect awakener? In Jing City, a voice echoed in Yichang's mind, reminiscent of a devil's whisper. Before him floated 2 enormous crimson eyes, each casting a distinct luminescence. One projected scenes of Xiao Wuye effortlessly annihilating hordes of monsters in the mountains. The other displayed Xiao Wuye, as if toying with his prey, tearing apart the limbs of the disaster lord cursed before ultimately severing its head in a single decisive blow. Witnessing this, Yichanga was already drenched in sweat, the weight of pressure bearing down heavily upon him. What manner of monster is this perfect awakener of the 7th tier? His voice trembled, nearly losing composure. Regardless of what kind of monster he is, you must confront him. Once more, a soft murmur resonated in his mind. How am I to face him? Are you asking me to court death? Yichanga retorted angrily. It's quite simple, the voice of the devil replied. Offer me half of your soul, and I shall traverse from hell into the realm of reality. Then I will eliminate this perfect awakener for you, allowing you to successfully slay Ling Luo and become the sole perfect awakener in this world. A fool's dream. Yichanga resolutely rejected this notion. Give you half my soul? What difference is there between that and being dead? Are you afraid of my ascension to the 7th tier? At that point, you would simply become my summoned entity. Yet, the dilemma remains. To ascend to the 7th tier, you must eliminate Ling Luo, and to kill her in Fallen City, you must first overcome the challenge posed by the perfect awakener. The devil chuckled. Silence. Cease your words. Yichanga's voice was low. I have my own methods to slay Ling Luo. Just then, the door creaked open gently. A stunning silver-haired woman entered, revealing herself in human form as the disaster Lord Bing Shang. Bing Shang, what brings you here? Yichanga swiftly reined in his emotions and inquired calmly. The royal bloodline of the Abyss is already aware of your intent to confront a perfect awakener. Bing Shang spoke in a cool tone. They are highly supportive of you and believe in your capacity to successfully slay Ling Luo and become the new perfect awakener. What use is mere verbal support? Our most immediate threat is this silver-haired youth. Yichanga once more directed his gaze towards the figure of Xiao Wuye within the luminous projection. Do not worry. The prophet has already informed us of how to deal with this perfect awakener, Bing Shang continued. And the royal bloodline has entrusted you with this object to confront the perfect awakener. With that, Bing Shang produced an indescribable object from her bosom. Upon seeing it clearly, a surge of elation washed over Yichanga's face. Splendid. Thank you, royal family. In times of crisis, they truly are the most reliable. We are indeed partners. Bing Shang replied, her tone still icy. Until we meet again. After replenishing themselves, Xiao Wuye cheerfully bid farewell to Lin Ling. The streets at night were no longer desolate as they had been a week prior. People bustled about, the atmosphere lively and vibrant. Many new strongholds for the Night Watch had been established throughout the city, where fully armed guards patrolled the streets to fend off monster attacks. It feels much like the life I once knew. Xiao Wuye mused quietly while strolling. I truly hope such days can persist indefinitely. The calm before the storm. The decisive battle draws near. He had not forgotten what the compendium had once revealed to him. The rift between the void abyss and Earth remained minuscule. Thus no particularly formidable monsters had yet descended. However, once that rift expands, terrifying monsters capable of annihilating the world would inevitably arrive. It is imperative that I devise a strategy to confront that demon sequence awakener. Victory is essential, Xiao Wei murmured, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. Chapter 46. The decisive battle begins. Do not underestimate the bonds between us. Upon returning home, Xiao Wei logged into the freelancer website provided by Lin Ling. He bypassed the information on low-tier monsters and directly accessed the profile on the robber demon. The details were as follows. Robber demon, an indescribable form, either a mass of distorted shadows or a collective of countless anguished faces. Abilities, rule manipulation, capable of interfering with and governing the physical or conceptual rules of a localized area. Immortal trait, can infinitely resurrect unless its core rule or life gate is shattered. Demon ruin domain, capable of generating a specific domain of demonic influence, wherein all rules are redefined by it. Of course, acquiring intelligence on these high-tier monsters is quite straightforward, due to their high intelligence. Capturing a slightly stronger demon and subjecting it to intense interrogation will yield a wealth of information regarding the void abyss. The ability to manipulate rules, possess immortality, and create domains, what a hassle. No wonder, when I previously asked the compendium whether I could defeat the robber demon, it merely replied that one would know only after attempting it. After perusing a plethora of bizarre information, Xiao Ye took a warm shower and subsequently collapsed onto his bed to sleep. Ding, ding, ding. In the morning, Xiao Ye was jolted awake by the urgent ringing of his phone. He reached for his device and answered, Moses, Moses. Xiao Ye. The voice on the other end belonged to Ying, frantic and breathless. Two disaster lords have appeared simultaneously. Understood. In an instant, Xiao Ye dismissed all lethargy, switching to a battle-ready demeanor. Location? Universal Plaza. I'm on my way. Universal Plaza had become a wasteland. The two disaster lords descended without warning. The crowd fled in terror, their cries and screams echoing. Monsters! It's monsters! Help! Run, run! Hurry, they're coming! The disaster lord Yuming was enveloped in eerie purple flames, emanating an aura of destruction wherever it tread. With a mere lift of its hand, vast areas were consumed by the purple fire, claiming numerous lives in an instant. The other disaster lord, Bing Shang, resembled an ice spirit from myth, composed entirely of frost and snow, radiating a bone-chilling cold. With just a gentle breath, the entire plaza rapidly froze, trapping countless citizens who failed to escape in ice. Their lives halted. Where is that perfect awakener named Xiao Wei? We are on the verge of annihilating these humans. As Yuming casually incinerated a group of people into ash, it remarked, Slow your pace, Bing Shang replied coolly. I have sealed the perimeter with layers of ice walls. They cannot escape. If we kill them all, we will have no hostages to restrain Xiao Wei. Understood, understood, Yuming responded lazily. Meanwhile, a group of formidable Night Watch members gathered at the outskirts of Universal Plaza, anxiously working to evacuate the crowd. They awaited one individual. What is happening? Why is the city in such chaos? Xiao Wei arrived at the scene just in time. You finally made it, Ying exclaimed as he approached. I leave this to you. There are other unknown creatures wreaking havoc in the city. We must do our utmost to protect the other areas. No problem, replied Xiao Wei. Facing the battle alone was precisely what he desired. With his formidable strength, any assistance from others would only hinder him. He surveyed his surroundings and spotted many familiar faces. Yi Ying, the captain of the Tianlong team. The captain of the Kanjing team, Yingling Luo, Su Han, Jia Hao, Song Xiaoxian, and even Yi Ho was present. Weren't you told to rest in the hospital for a few more days? It's only been one day, and you're already out here on a mission? Xiao Wei looked helplessly at Yi Ho in the corner. Yi Ho sheepishly scratched his head and then rallied. Come on, brother Xia. You can do it. The other Night Watchers echoed his support. Go for it. You must win. The future of Duotian City relies on you. Okay, Xiao Wei smiled. There's no need for more words. You all hurry and assist the others. Before his words faded, he had vanished from sight. A fierce battle that would determine the fate of this city was about to commence. Watching the direction in which Xiao Wei had disappeared, Yingling Luo shook her head and murmured softly, This is so unfair. Why must such a heavy burden be placed solely on him? He is only 18. Yet, she had forgotten that she too had once borne the fate of saving humanity at that age. The situation was more dire than anticipated. Upon entering Wanxiang Plaza, Xiao Ye's heart sank. Before him, in addition to the rampaging hellish creatures, numerous ordinary citizens were trapped in ice, unable to escape. Help! Save me! The monsters are eating people. Cries for help surged from all directions, assaulting Xiao Wuye's ears. This was his first encounter with such a chaotic and brutal scene. Were they attempting to replicate the Shibuya incident by using ordinary people as hostages to restrict his movements? As he swiftly eliminated the encroaching hellish creatures, he shattered the ice walls, trapping the masses. It's the Night Watchers. The Night Watchers are here to save us. A young man spotted him and shouted excitedly. But in the next moment, a hellish creature lunged forward, instantly severing the young man's neck. Damn it! Similar scenes continually replayed before Xiao Wuye, and his thoughts began to spiral into despair. Warm blood, whether from the deceased or the hellish creatures, splattered onto him, yet it froze upon contact with his unlimited technique. Stay calm. I must remain composed. Xiao Ye forced himself to steady his mind, eliminating the hellish creatures with increasing speed. I apologize. I cannot protect you all. His gaze gradually turned cold. The enemy's intelligence was remarkably high. He had to prepare himself to give it his all. 1 seconds later, Xiao Wuye spoke quickly. Illustration. Open shop. Before his eyes, several items appeared. SSR Awakening Card 1. 5,000 Demon Hunting Points. Advanced Draw Card 1010. 000 Demon Hunting Points. Breakthrough Divine Stone 1010. 000 Demon Hunting Points. Xiao Ye focused on one item. Holographic Simulation Projector 1. 1,000 points. Holographic Simulation Projector. Can project the surrounding scenes. If there are living beings in the projection, it can create a lifelike effect. Purchase Holographic Simulation Projector. Use it immediately. Demon Hunting Points 1,000. Acquired Holographic Simulation Projector. Usage successful. In the next moment, the scenes around Xiao Wuye were projected anew. The attacked citizens suddenly discovered that a figure identical to themselves had appeared nearby. The hellish creatures then shifted their attack targets to the projection. The truly living citizens seized this opportunity to escape rapidly from within Wanxiang Plaza. There is no time to wait. Once the summoned creatures are cleared, the hostages will have less leverage over me. Yoming noticed that the hellish creatures were being swiftly dealt with by Xiao Wuye and spoke in a deep voice. Let us take the initiative. Let us use the methods taught by the prophet and kill him. Bingshang responded in agreement. Before the words had fully left their mouths, two figures darted forward like phantoms, almost teleporting as they flanked Xiao Wuye. So you finally dare to show yourselves? Yoming, along with the other disaster master who wielded ice. Xiao Wuye chuckled lightly, the ground littered with the remains of the hellish creatures. Do not underestimate the bond between us. As Yoming shouted in anger, it charged forward, its arm entwined with purple flames, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Xiao Wuye's face. Simultaneously, Bingshang's icy strike lunged toward Xiao Wuye's back. However, both attacks bizarrely halted as they approached Xiao Wuye, as if obstructed by an invisible force. Is this the ability of the time-space sequence mentioned by the prophet? Yoming shouted. Bingshang used that move. Understood. Both wielded their demonic power and shouted in unison. Divine ability, space disruption. Boom. The force of their fists broke through that layer of infinite defense, bearing down on Xiao Wuye's true form. Yet in the next second, Xiao Wuye had teleported several meters away, deftly evading their fiery combination attack. Chapter 47. The more you use your divine abilities to counter my techniques, the stronger my techniques will become. Isn't this the extension of the domain? To be honest, I am somewhat surprised. Xiao Wuye stood atop a high platform, chuckling softly. Although he had never encountered Yoming or the other disaster master before, they seemed remarkably well informed about him. Ha! Foolish humans, have you finally realized your impending doom? Yoming sneered. It, along with Bingshang, had already cleverly retreated into the dense crowd, attempting to use the civilians as shields to restrict Xiao Wuye from unleashing large-scale attacks. What they did not realize was that what surrounded them was not a crowd of people, but mere projections. No. Xiao Wuye slowly removed his sunglasses, a cold smile gracing his lips. What surprises me is how you demons could be foolish enough to think this would enable you to defeat me. He had no intention of holding back any longer. The adversaries he intended to confront were not merely the two disaster masters before him. Technique reversal. Hey. A red orb of light suddenly shot toward Yoming, who was hiding amidst the projected crowd. Wherever the light reached, several ordinary people's projections shattered instantly, and Yoming was violently propelled away by the impact. You think you are worthy to measure yourself against me? Xiao Wuye's expression turned icy. Quickly summoned that traitor. With the path before him clear, he teleported in front of Yoming and delivered a full-force punch. Black Flash, you dare to harm ordinary people? Yoming exclaimed in shock, completely unprepared for any defense, clearly not anticipating that the opponent would disregard the lives of ordinary citizens. For the figures surrounding it were not real people, but mere projections. Boom! The force of his punch penetrated its body, black lightning erupting from within Yoming, and its fiery form shattered, scattering into remnants of flames. Hunting Demon, Yoming, disaster level, acquired 10,000 demon hunting points. Current demon hunting points, 26,200 now. Only you remain. Xiao Wuye's gaze pierced like an icy blade toward the floundering Bing Shang, his aura of slaughter nearly materializing. It is the monster that is the true monster. Does he truly care nothing for the lives of ordinary humans? Bing Shang, in the midst of a desperate flight, felt a profound shock. At that moment, it regarded Xiao Wuye as a heartless individual, utterly indifferent to human life, which led it to avoid the densely populated areas. Instead, it dashed toward a sparsely populated open space, hoping to gain a swifter opportunity for escape. In such an expansive area, it inadvertently provided Xiao Wuye the chance to utilize his long-range teleportation. In an instant, he appeared before Bing Shang and forcefully kicked it to the ground. The sound of shattering ice echoed as the icy form of Bing Shang cracked under the impact, splintering into numerous fractures. Why have you stopped running? Xiao Wuye coldly inquired, crushing the ice armor on its chest beneath his foot. You are the true monster. Bing Shang was etched with terror, its incoherent speech revealing its utter dismay. Enough. It's time for you to descend into hell. A glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Wuye's eyes as he launched a punch aimed at its face. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a blazing golden fire ray surged from behind him. The ray struck Xiao Wuye with precision, but upon contact, it was arrested by Wu Xiaxianshu, unable to advance further. However, the explosive golden flames briefly obscured his vision. Another disaster master? A chill coursed through Xiao Wuye's heart as he sensed a chilling demonic aura approaching. By the time he regained his composure, a disaster master engulfed in crimson flames stood behind him, launching a heavy punch. Undoubtedly, that strike was once again firmly halted by Wu Xiaxianshu. Liang, save me! Bing Shang cried out in desperation. I will kill this human. With a furious roar, Hong Lian struck out at Xiao Wuye, bellowing, divine space disruption. Yet this time, the arm failed to penetrate the unyielding barrier, unable to touch even a hair on Xiao Wuye. Is this truly acceptable? Xiao Wuye chuckled lightly, a note of mockery in his tone. The more you attempt to neutralize my techniques with that spatial ability, the more I will strengthen my spell to prevent it. Tell me, how much longer can this crumbling ice beneath my feet hold? As his words fell, he intensified the incantation of Wu Xiaxianshu. Bing Shang's icy form emitted a faint yet dense cracking sound, the fissures rapidly spreading. Hong Lian, please save me. Bing Shang's voice became intermittent, its body being relentlessly suppressed. On the brink of collapse. Damn it! Stop, human! If you do not cease this instant, I shall slaughter everyone here. Xiao Wuye seemed oblivious, breaking into a hearty and carefree laughter. Ha ha! Stop it! You bastard! Cease this at once! Stop! Hong Lian, like a powerless husband, could only emit impotent roars, watching helplessly as Bing Shang gradually disintegrated. Ha 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 ha! With that laughter, the expanding force of Wu Xiaxianshu erupted, and beneath Xiao Wuye's feet, Bing Shang exploded, scattering ice crystals everywhere. Hunting Demon, Bing Shang disaster level, gained 10,000 demon hunting points. Current demon hunting points, 36,200. Successfully impersonated Wu Qiao. Awakening value 5. Current awakening value, 90,100. As Bing Shang perished, the layers of ice walls imprisoning the citizens shattered, allowing the trapped populace to flee from Wanxiang Square. Damn it, I admit I'm no match for you, but even in death, I will take everyone with me. Hong Lian's body suddenly swelled, transforming into a colossal figure towering several dozen meters, engulfed in raging golden flames. The flames surged like a tide, swiftly consuming a significant portion of Wanxiang Square. In truth, whether it was Yu Ming or Bing Shang, their true threat lay in their formidable long-range demonic attacks. However, to counter Xiao Wuye's Wu Xia Xianshu, they had no choice but to compress their forms, cautiously approaching him in humanoid guise to unleash their spatial abilities capable of disrupting spells. Unfortunately, in close combat, they were no match for Xiao Wuye, who utterly crushed them without leaving room for resistance. Divine technique, Violent Sun. The transformed Hong Lian erupted with blinding golden light, its terrifying aura sweeping through like a storm. It was gathering its final demonic power, intending to unleash a devastating strike to obliterate all surrounding humans. Yet, Xiao Wuye would not allow it to execute this move. Technique, Reversed Song. A cerulean light sphere appeared to his left, spinning gently. Technique, Reverse He. A scarlet energy coalesced on his right, suspended like a blood moon. Void Technique. Xiao Wuye's aura surged dramatically, purple lightning flickering around him. The forces of Tsang and he converged, instantaneously forming a hypothetical mass. A purple energy akin to a black hole surged forth, aimed at Hong Lian with the intent to annihilate all. Boom! Z completely engulfed the massive Hong Lian. The yet-to-erupt golden flames were extinguished in an instant under the overwhelming energy, along with its very essence, reduced to the void of dust. Chapter 48, Xiao Wuye vs. Yi Changge. Yuanluo, save me. Hunting Demon. Hong Lian disaster level. Gain 10,000 demon hunting points. Current demon hunting points, 46. 200. The surviving citizens had largely evacuated from Wanxiang Square. Xiao Wuye surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself, is that devil awakened yet? Could it be that its true target lies within the city, in Yingji Luo? Just as Xiao Wuye prepared to seek out Yingji Luo, a deep male voice resonated slowly. Remarkable, Xiao Wuye. You must be only 18, yet you possess such monstrous strength. It is truly astonishing. Suspended in midair, Yi Changge floated effortlessly, his purple hair dancing in the wind. With a smile gracing his lips, his black robe billowed as he looked down upon Xiao Wuye from a commanding height. That purple-haired figure is the devil, sequence awakened mentioned by Yingji Luo. A sense of foreboding gripped Xiao Wuye as his cerulean 6 eyes locked onto the individual. Is this the one who defeated the strongest night watchman, Yingji Luo? Song, without hesitation, Xiao Wuye launched an attack. A blue light sphere rapidly coalesced, hurtling toward Yi Changge in the air. A commendable strike, Yi Changge remarked with a faint smile. He merely lifted a hand, and a massive crimson creature materialized before him, serving as a shield. Boom! The violent suction from Tsang instantly tore the crimson creature into countless fragments. Yi Changge furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by the ferocity of Xiao Wuye's assault. Yet he soon chuckled lightly. I must thank you for clearing away those 3 worthless beings. Technique, Reverse He. Before Yi Changge could finish his sentence, Xiao Wuye had already condensed a small crimson sphere at his fingertips, launching it like a meteor towards him. Yet, Yi Changge remained still, his expression unperturbed. Yuanluo, he commanded. A silver-white, 3-meter-tall, humanoid entity emerged in response, enveloped in an oppressive aura reminiscent of hell, as if it were the embodiment of death. Just as he was about to strike Yi Changge, the Yuanluo suddenly split open at its abdomen, revealing a massive maw that devoured the energy entirely. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated within its form, yet Yuanluo remained unscathed. More terrifyingly, its massive maw continued to expand, unleashing a horrifying suction. The debris of surrounding buildings, the corpses of infernal creatures, and even the remains of the deceased were all drawn into the abyssal gullet. Its true target was none other than the 3-headed disaster master, slain by Xiao Wuye. As the lingering, potent magical essence of the disaster master was completely devoured by Yuanluo, its body underwent a drastic transformation, erupting with an overwhelming surge of magic, morphing into a terrifying existence that was half demon, half hellish. Could this creature be a summoner? It vaguely reminded one of Xiaoyojie. Xiao Wuye paid no heed to the metamorphosis of Yuanluo, for it was named Yuanluo, not Moxluo. In the next moment, Xiao Wuya's figure teleported into the air, his fist, enveloped in cursed energy, struck with the ferocity of thunder against Yachanga's back. So swift, Yachanga was indeed unable to react, but his summoned creature, Yanluo, responded swiftly. It instantaneously shifted behind its master. Its colossal fist, imbued with the combined might of hell and demons, surged forward to meet the attack. The collision produced a terrifying shockwave, akin to a tangible blast, instantly sweeping across the entirety of Wanxiang Square. Seizing the opportunity, Yachanga retreated at high speed, fully aware that in a one-on-one confrontation, he was no match for Xiao Wuya. Shushi Shunjuan Song. Xiao Wuya deflected Yanluo's assault with one hand, while the other conjured a brilliant azure sphere, launching it directly at the fleeing Yachanga. As the Tsang sphere was about to strike, Yanluo decisively abandoned its attack, instantly positioning itself in the path of the energy sphere, its enormous maw opening once more to consume the force. It appeared you truly are seeking death. Xiao Wuya's gaze turned icy. He had no intention of entangling himself with this summoned creature, but its insistence on self-destruction left him little choice. Xiao Wu's form flickered and abruptly appeared before Yanluo, the wind from his punch howling forth. Yanluo bellowed, unleashing its fist in retaliation. However, Xiao Wuya did not flinch or evade. Its strikes fell upon him like raindrops, yet all were in vain, as if obstructed by an invisible wall. But Xiao Wuya's fist struck true, causing Yanluo to spit forth a stream of black blood. It finally realized that its attacks could not touch Xiao Wuya in the slightest. Shintong Kongjian Raowan. Yanluo emitted a beastly growl. After absorbing the power of the three-headed disaster master, it had naturally grasped the spatial abilities to break through the limitless curse techniques. It unleashed a punch that tore through the inviolable defenses surrounding Xiao Wuya, aiming straight for his chest. Yet, Xiao Wuya's 3 years of combat training was not in vain. He slightly angled his body, deftly evading the lethal strike while simultaneously enveloping his fist in an ethereal blue glow, delivering a powerful blow enhanced by Hong against Yanluo, sending it hurtling away. Seizing the moment, Xiao Wuya activated a long-distance teleportation and suddenly appeared before the still-fleeing Yachanga. I truly do not comprehend how your mind functions, allying with demons in such a wretched manner. Suspended in the air, Xiao Wuya coldly gazed down at Yachanga. However, none of this mattered anymore. For I shall soon send you, this fool, to hell. He once again conjured a cerulean song, which then split into 6 like meteors, hurtling toward Yachanga from various directions. You monster! Yachanga gritted his teeth, channeling all his spiritual energy into enhancing his body, desperately dodging the 6 potentially lethal energy spheres. Each song that he evaded crashed to the ground, erupting with astonishing gravitational force. Even if he miraculously avoided all, the residual shock waves left him battered, drenched in sweat, and nearly exhausted. Xiao Wuya flickered and closed in on the pale Yachanga, his cursed energy concentrating, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Yanluo, save me! Yachanga cried out in panic. Just as his words fell, the Yanluo, which had been flung away, broke free from its constraints and once again stood between Xiao Wuya and Yachanga. Even more alarming, having just undergone a fierce battle, it had completely digested and fused the powers of the three-headed disaster masters. Shintong Yoming Moyan, Shintong Jihan Fengbao, Shintong Quangbao Liang. In an instant, purple flames surged, icy winds howled, and golden fire surged forth. 3 distinctly terrifying energies erupted from within Yanluo, like an uncontrollable core of disaster, instantly reducing the surrounding structures to chaos. Chapter 49. The Forbidden Object That Seals the Awakened? Am I an awakened one? You shall be sealed. I can understand your eagerness to flaunt your newfound abilities. O foolish creature, but are you not concerned you might obliterate your weak master? At that moment, Xiao Wuya hovered above, mockingly observing Yanluo and Yachanga below. The 3 cataclysmic divine techniques had failed to inflict any harm upon him. Conversely, Yachanga, even under the protection of Yanluo, was still gravely injured by the explosive aftermath. Coughing blood and roaring in rage, Yanluo, finish him! With its power reaching new heights, Yanluo howled confidently and instantaneously flashed before Xiao Wuya. Shintong Kongjian Raowan. It once again tore through the limitless curse's defenses, channeling all its demonic and hellish might into a single punch aimed at Xiao Wuya. Yet this time, Xiao Wuya neither flinched nor evaded. His cursed energy surged, coalescing entirely at his fist's tip, the gravitational pull of Tsang rapidly closing the distance between them. Boom! The stalemate was shattered, accompanied by a flash of black lightning that rent the space. Xiao Wuya's fist obliterated Yanluo's arm, shattering half of its form completely. As Yanluo's half-body was violently destroyed, a glimpse of an unactivated Tsang, still slowly rotating, became visible within the exposed wound. This was a deadly trap that Xiao Wuya had intentionally left dormant, just as he prepared to deliver the final blow to this summoned creature. The beleaguered Yachanga unexpectedly charged towards him. Yachanga was acutely aware that if Yanluo, his strongest summon, fell, he would stand no chance. Die for me. He poured all his spiritual energy and the power granted by hell into a punch aimed at Xiao Wuya. Yet this strike was effortlessly deflected by Xiao Wuya's reinforced Wuxiaxian Shushi. He did not even shift his position, finally daring to confront me directly. You foul rat. Xiao Wuya sneered, then swiftly retaliated with a punch that landed heavily upon Yachanga. Boom! Yachanga spewed forth a mouthful of blood, hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. Without granting him a moment's respite, Xiao Wuya pursued like a shadow, unleashing a torrential barrage of punches, sending Yachanga crashing from the air to the ground. Boom! Yachanga hit the ground hard, his bones shattered, barely clinging to life. How can you possibly be this strong? He gasped, blood foaming at his lips, murmuring intermittently, I'm the only protagonist in this world. To hell with you. Xiao Wuya instantly appeared before the nearly lifeless Yachanga, his fist coiling with energy, cursed power surging. At that moment, the Yanluo, which should have completely collapsed, had fully regenerated, launching a furious assault from behind him. Xiao Wuya, without turning back even once, raised his arm behind him, his fingers poised like the muzzle of a gun, as a crimson sphere spun rapidly at his fingertips. The technique, Shusher Fan Zhuan, he unleashed a burst of red light, and the Yanluo instinctively opened its massive maw, consuming the energy once more. This was precisely the trap set by Xiao Wuya. The hidden orb within its body collided violently with the newly intruded he. The extreme clash of opposing energies instantaneously birthed an imaginary mass, erupting into a torrent of annihilating energy Su Shi Zi. The Z erupted within the Yanluo, akin to a detonated black hole, thoroughly devouring, disassembling, and returning the demon's fused form with hell to nothingness. Yechang's pupils contracted sharply. His most potent summon had been utterly obliterated by Xiao Wuya. Nevertheless, a chilling smile crept across his lips, his laughter escalating. Ha 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 ha. I have triumphed. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Wuya frowned, dismissing the other's words as madness. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an unusual movement stirred beneath his feet, as a pitch-black polyhedron quietly materialized, emanating a foreboding, shadowy glow. What is this? Before Xiao Wuya could react, the polyhedron exploded with a thunderous roar. Countless shards spiraled up like living beings, swiftly ensnaring him. He froze, rendered immobile. Subsequently, the fragments abruptly converged, merging into one, and with a flash of black light, Xiao Wuya vanished without a trace, as if swallowed entirely by the dark prison. Is this the human Jiang? Inside the polyhedron, Xiao Wuya was momentarily taken aback. Where did all these cursed world elements come from? Furthermore, in the cursed world, the human Jiang requires strict preconditions to seal someone. This thing, merely placed beneath me, absorbed me so quickly? Ha ha! Yechang staggered to his feet, cackling with the confidence of victory. Did you not anticipate this, Xiao Wuya? The one who loses is you. Were you not so righteous in questioning why I consorted with demons, calling me foolish? Let me enlighten you. The truly foolish one is you. He pointed at the pitch-black magic box suspended in mid-air due to Xiao Wuya's disappearance, his voice brimming with fervor. You have no comprehension of how powerful the abyss of nothingness truly is. Those humans who resist are destined for annihilation. This is a forbidden item crafted specifically by the abyssal royal family, Tun Ling Mo. He is designed to suppress powerful awakened beings like you. It will forcibly devour the spiritual energy within you and seal you completely with that power. Inside the magic box, you will be unable to summon even a trace of spiritual energy, only to be ceaselessly drained until you grow weaker. Of course, when your spiritual energy is completely extracted, you will naturally be freed. Alas, by then, I will have already slain Yingling Luo and seized the divine sequence, becoming the perfect awakened being. At that time, not only will this city be destroyed, but you, too, shall be crushed by my own hands in despair. Ha ha! Devouring spiritual energy, sealing awakened beings. Wait, there's a crucial issue. I'm not even an awakened being. The thought flashed through Xiao Wuye's mind as the dormant curse power within him erupted violently. That terrifying force, capable of eroding laws, surged from within, shattering the Tunling Mo He into fragments. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the magic box on the ground erupted, shards scattering. Xiao Ye's figure reappeared leisurely, brushing off his sleeves, a playful smile gracing his face. Who told you I was an awakened being? Ye Chang's triumphant laughter froze instantly, his pupils dilating in sheer shock and confusion. Why you? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. A profound fear gripped him, causing his voice to tremble, nearly breaking. What on earth are you? Submit to your demise. Xiao Wuye smiled faintly, his fist striking out like a bolt of cold lightning. Ye Chang, drained of spiritual energy, had no means to defend himself, helplessly watching as that hand pierced through his chest, crushing his heart. To ensure absolute certainty, Xiao Wuye's other arm moved without mercy, delivering a blow to his skull. Fingers plunged in, extinguishing all thoughts and vitality. Ye Chang's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. Devoid of breath. Chapter 50. The Final Showdown. Xiao Wuye versus Satan. Xiao Wuye sighed in relief. This pinnacle match was easier than he had anticipated. He even unleashed his true killing move. However, just as he prepared to turn away, Ye Chang's corpse on the ground suddenly began to change. Enveloped in an ominous blood-red glow, the pierced head and chest radiated intense crimson light, as if something were awakening from within. The surrounding environment transformed, morphing within 100 meters into a hellish landscape, the ground cracking, and the air thick with the stench of blood and scorched earth. Another death throes explosion? Xiao merely raised an eyebrow, a hint of sardonic mockery in his tone. Such a trivial spectacle. This isn't the first time I've witnessed it. How far can you explode this time? Yet, Ye Chang's heart had already been crushed, his head thoroughly pierced. Could he truly revive? What a resilient creature. Just as he pondered, Ye Chang's body instantaneously healed, standing upright, surrounded by swirling red light, resembling a mist of blood. However, there was no trace of emotion on Ye Chang's face. His gaze hauntingly vacant, as if he were a shell devoid of a soul. Alive? But not entirely alive? Xiao Wuye chuckled softly, casually forming his left hand into a gun shape, rapidly concentrating a crimson energy sphere at his fingertip. Shu Shi Fan Zhuanhe. Before the words left his mouth, the blood red he shot forth, striking Ye Chang, who had just stood up. Boom! In the midst of the explosion, Ye Chang was sent flying, but quickly regained his footing under the protection of the red light, appearing unharmed. Humans, oh humans, I must truly thank you. Just as Xiao Wuye prepared to strike again, a deep and eerie voice resonated from behind him. He immediately turned, witnessing a blood-red portal to hell opening in the air, from which emerged a humanoid entity about 2 meters tall. It was entirely crimson, exuding a terrifying aura that suffocated the air, as if a devil from hell had descended upon the mortal realm. Lord Satan, as the blood-red figure from hell materialized, the soulless Ye Chang knelt without hesitation, bowing in submission. What is happening? Xiao Wuye displayed no signs of panic, instead wearing a playful smile as he regarded Satan. You resurrected this human and turned him into your puppet? A glance at the vacuous-eyed Ye Chang revealed that he was now merely a soulless shell. Satan ignored Xiao Wuye, coldly issuing commands to Ye Chang. Go kill Yingling Luo. As you command, my greatest master. Ye Chang rose in response, a hellish beast resembling a giant eagle suddenly appearing. He leapt onto the eagle's back, preparing to depart. But Xiao Wuye would not allow such an escape. He pivoted like a specter, instantly moving to intercept Ye Chang with a punch. Whoosh! Yet, Satan moved even faster, appearing before Xiao Wuye, meeting his punch with one of his own. Boom! 2 fists collided, unleashing an astonishing shockwave that overturned the surrounding structures. Taking advantage of this moment, Ye Chang soared into the sky on the back of the Hell Eagle, vanishing into the horizon. Human, You can only watch as my puppet slays Yingling Luo and transforms into the perfect awakened one, sneered Satan. You fool, Xia Wuye replied with a slight smile. Do you truly believe that such a worthless being could defeat Yingling Luo? We shall see. There was an unmistakable confidence in Satan's tone. No. Xia Wuye's voice turned icy. Before that happens, you will die at my hands. Without further ado, the two launched their attacks simultaneously, fists howling as they surged toward one another. Bang, bang, bang. Centered around them, multiple forces erupted, creating a tumultuous wave of energy. In their close-quarters battle, fists and feet intertwined, and neither could gain the upper hand. Indeed, you are somewhat stronger than that infernal Yama, Xia Wuye remarked with mockery. Do not compare me to such inferior beings, Satan replied, a flicker of seriousness crossing his eyes, clearly recognizing the formidable strength of Xia Wuye. Currently, I have regained less than 1% of my power. Otherwise, you would not be worthy of facing me. Oh, a blue light suddenly enveloped Xia Wuye's fist. Seizing upon a fleeting opening in Satan's defense, he struck fiercely at Satan's head. Bang! Satan was sent hurtling back, crashing through several buildings and soaring into the sky. Xia Wuye followed closely, teleporting above Satan to deliver another punch. However, at the critical moment, Satan twisted his body, absorbing the blow. This makeshift body is indeed of little use, Satan sneered coldly. Still defiant, even when death is imminent? Before Xia Wuye could finish a sentence, he executed a sweeping kick that sent Satan flying once more. Technique, reverse song, a blue orb, brimming with terrifying gravitational force, coalesced in Xia Wuye's hand, suddenly splitting into 6 streams of light, shooting toward the airborne Satan who had yet to stabilize. Too slow. Satan's blood wings unfurled, and he moved like a specter, effortlessly evading all 6 orbs. Just as he believed the attack had concluded, Xia Wuye appeared before him like a phantom, delivering a heavy kick straight to his face. Bang! Satan took the hit squarely, once again being sent flying. Technique. Reverse Xia Wuye's right hand formed a gun shape, a crimson orb materializing at his fingertips, and he fired it with a thunderous roar. Boom! The red light surged like lightning, hurtling towards Satan's face. In a critical moment, he flapped his blood wings with incredible speed, narrowly dodging the attack. This uninspired assault should come to an end. Satan scoffed, propelling himself back towards Xia Wuye, delivering a kick aimed at his chest. Oh! Xia Wuye swiftly raised his left arm to block the fierce blow. You claim my attacks lack creativity? Before he could finish, he abruptly yanked back his right hand. The previously dodged, he suddenly reversing course, hurtling like a crimson meteor towards Satan's back. Boom! The red light erupted, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. Satan's blood wings shattered under the impact, transforming into a shower of crimson feathers. You despicable brat! He stumbled to the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes blazing with fury. Under Xia Wuye's conscious guidance and pressure, Satan had been driven to a desolate mountainous area. This was Xia Wuye's true objective. He had long recognized the unfathomable strength of the demon before him. To resolve this matter completely would necessitate a brutal battle. Relocating the battlefield to a sparsely populated mountainous region was the only choice to minimize innocent casualties. Hell Demon Cannon. At this moment, having gradually adapted to his body's capabilities, Satan finally summoned forth a portion of his true power. The overwhelming force of hell rapidly coalesced around him, and a dark red beam of destruction suddenly erupted, tearing through the sky, aimed directly at Xia Wuye. Chapter 51. Unrestricted Virtual Style Z. Hell Gate versus Boundless Void. However, in the face of this apocalyptic strike, Xia Wuye remained eerily still, suspended in midair. Boom! The destructive beam unleashed by Satan instantly consumed the space where Xia Wuye stood, the raging energy distorting the very air around him. Yet, as the brilliance gradually faded, Xia Wuye's figure emerged unscathed. Even my limitless abilities cannot breach your defenses. Yet you dare to boast of your intent to kill me? He gazed down at Satan, a faint smile gracing his lips. This human's ability. Satan's expression grew grave as he observed the scene, realizing it interfered with the surrounding space, preventing his attacks from reaching Xia Wuye's true form. It seems I must employ techniques capable of distorting space as well. Yet Zioia offered him little time to ponder, appearing before Satan like a wraith. Deprived of his wings and with injuries on his back, Satan's speed had significantly diminished. Zioia delivered a powerful punch, striking Satan's chest. However, this blow did not inflict significant damage. Surprising, isn't it, kid? Satan laughed menacingly, retaliating with a punch that Zioia expertly dodged by rolling to the side. Immediately, Zioia followed with a sweeping kick, but Satan leaped just in time to evade. My strength is gradually returning. You are no longer my match, he taunted, then aimed a foot at the still recovering Zioia. Zioia crossed his arms to block, using the momentum to spring back to his feet. This must be resolved swiftly, he realized, sensing that Satan's power was steadily awakening. His fists ignited with a ghostly blue glow, unleashing a torrential barrage upon Satan. This kid's strength is greater than anticipated. Satan felt a jolt of alarm, yet he maintained his bravado, summoning the dormant forces of hell to clash against Zioia's fists. Bang! 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 The fists collided. Their leg strikes fierce, and once again, they fought to a standstill. Yet the equilibrium was soon shattered. Zioia's song was now capable of disturbing Satan's momentum. Satan felt as though he were being drawn by an invisible force, colliding directly into Zioia's fists. Boom! Zioia sent Satan flying, immediately following with a lightning-fast kick that struck him hard on the side of the neck. Bang! Puffed! Satan spat blood, his mind momentarily hazy. Seizing the opportunity, Zioia rushed to where Satan had landed, ready to unleash another strike. Enough! Satan roared, his blood wings suddenly regenerating, radiating a crimson glow that absorbed Zioia's next attack. The game of pretend ends here, kid. He swung a punch. Recalling how the Disaster Lords had used this technique to breach Zioia's limitless defenses. Divine technique, spatial disruption. Satan unleashed the demonic technique once more, his punch piercing through the defenses of the limitless. Learning quickly, but it is futile, Zioia remained unfazed, meeting the attack head-on. In this clash, victory would be determined. Satan's arm erupted into a cascade of black sparks before it disintegrated completely. Black flash. What kind of technique is this? His pupils constricted. Zioia's other fist targeted Satan's abdomen. As he struck, Tsang activated once more. Satan took the blow directly, but due to Tsang's gravitational pull, he was not propelled away but instead pinned in place. The orb of Tsang continued to spin rapidly on the ground. Satan coughed up blood, yet suddenly broke free from the gravitational hold, his blood wings flaring as he soared into the sky. In just 1 minute, my power will completely overwhelm you. You are destined to die. A minute? I can kill you right now. Xiaoya let out a light chuckle and instantly teleported into the air, unleashing a powerful fist once more. The entity, known as Satan, with its lone arm, attempted to counter, doubting that such a formidable technique could be executed consecutively. Yet, it was gravely mistaken. Bang! Dark sparks erupted once again, shattering its remaining arm. This is impossible. It roared internally, while Xiaoya delivered a swift kick that sent it plummeting from the sky. Xiaoya's right hand formed into the shape of a gun, a blood-red orb of light coalescing at his fingertips. Technique reversal. The crimson light shot forth like a bullet, aimed directly at Satan. However, with a flap of its blood-red wings, Satan effortlessly evaded the strike. Xiaoya, undeterred, yanked his arm back, causing the Misty to change direction midair. You can't expect me to fall for the same trick twice, Satan sneered, fully prepared to dodge. Yet, it could not fathom that Xiaoya's true target was never itself. No, the blood-red, he traced an arc, darting towards the spinning blue Tsang below. Positive and negative matter began to make contact, merging. Void technique. Xiaoya's voice was as cold as the harbinger of death. Hypothetical mass formed instantaneously, triggering a cataclysmic annihilation effect. Boom! The limitless Z erupted with a resounding blast, a violet light of destruction consuming the entire mountainous region. As the purple radiance gradually dissipated, the landscape lay flattened. Satan's charred body collapsed to the ground, its breath barely escaping. Is it still alive? Xiaoya frowned slightly, realizing he should have chanted the incantation to maximize the power of Z. He instantly teleported in front of Satan, raising his hand to deliver a fatal blow. Ha 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 ha. The dying Satan emitted a raspy laugh. So close, boy. So close to killing me. It's not too late now. Xiao Wuye approached coldly. Too late, Satan whispered ominously. The gates of hell materialized once more, a blood-red beam shooting forth towards Satan's battered form. Its charred body began to rapidly regenerate. Twisted black horns sprouting from its head, and a hellish aura surged around it, as it transformed into a true demon. This ends now. A terrifying pressure erupted, sending Xiao Wuye flying several meters. You're Xiao Wuye, correct? Satan slowly rose, grinning wickedly. You are the first human to force me to this extent, and you shall be the last. It formed hand seals, invoking its ultimate attack, demon ruins, hell's gate. The heavens and earth darkened abruptly, the surroundings drenched in crimson. A colossal gate to hell materialized, and as it swung open, the stench of death rushed forth. My minions, tear apart this arrogant human. Countless hellish creatures surged forth from the portal, rushing towards Xiao Wuye like a tidal wave. Why do some always prefer to pop champagne early? Xiao Wuye remained unperturbed, forming a single hand seal, domain expansion, infinite void. In an instant, time and space shifted. First, an endless white light engulfed all, as if everything was returning to nothingness. Then darkness descended, akin to plummeting into the abyss of the universe. The gate of hell collapsed under the power of the domain. A torrent of information flooded Satan's consciousness. Details of existence, chaotic lines, suspended droplets of water. It felt as though it was simultaneously submerged in the deep sea and the starry sky, its mind overwhelmed by infinite data, freezing entirely. It is over. Xiao Wuye's figure materialized like a specter before the immobilized Satan. One hand slowly covered its head, then suddenly tightened and yanked. Chapter 52. The infinite flow of the multiverse instance is about to commence. The universe's most vile, starving wolf is unlocked. This should finally be the end, right? Xiao Wuye tightened his grip around Satan's head. Before his words could finish, the headless demon body collapsed, dissipating into black smoke along with the severed head he held. Victory. It was only at this moment that Xiao Wuye's taut nerves finally relaxed. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Night Chang'e. He moved swiftly, utilizing song to soar towards the Wanxiang Square. At the center of the square, Yingling Luo awaited patiently. Her pink hair cascaded like a waterfall, her beauty otherworldly, as she held a golden, holy sword in her right hand while casually carrying Night Chang'e's head in her left. It seems you won the final battle. Xiao Wuye's anxious heart finally settled, his tone returning to its usual directness. I thought you were truly dead. Yingling Luo gently lowered the head, her gaze meeting his, a glimmer of elusive light flashing in her eyes. Were you worried about me? No, Xiao Wuye replied candidly. I was merely concerned that this person, after killing you, would successfully seize the divine sequence, making things more troublesome later on. Oh, Yingling Luo softly acknowledged, then explained. Last time in the valley, I was half consumed by his strongest summoning, Yu Yinluo, which is why I couldn't defeat him. So that creature is indeed quite formidable. Xiao Wuye understood that he had no energy for it to absorb in the first place. He was not particularly surprised that Yingling Luo had triumphed over Night Chang'e. The current Night Chang'e was merely an empty shell resurrected by Satan, and its strongest reliance, Yu Yinluo, had been vanquished by Xiao Wuye. Thank you. Yingling Luo's voice remained gentle. Without you, I might never have possessed the divine sequence in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuye understood the answer to his previous question. He had asked what would happen if Yingling Luo ultimately defeated Night Chang'e. The outcome was precisely as he had anticipated. Thus, she would become the first perfect awakened bearer of the divine sequence, fallen angel, wielding both light and darkness in Daxia. It's your responsibility to protect this city. I've had the demon subduing division eliminate so many monsters. Remember to settle the accounts with them. Xiao Wuye said slowly. By the way, I don't need anything to enhance the awakened's power. I'm already the strongest in the world. As for other matters, I can forego them. But you must not refuse. I understand. Yingling Luo replied softly. All right, enough chit-chat. I must return. Xiao Wuye waved his hand and turned to leave Wanxiang Square. Since Yingling Luo was still present, it was evident that the hellish creatures in the city had been thoroughly eradicated by her. Indeed, on Xiao Wuye's journey home, the entire city had returned to tranquility. Those hellish beings had not caused widespread destruction. Upon returning home, the voice of the pictorial encyclopedia resonated first. What a thrilling battle. Indeed, Xia Wuya nodded. This was perhaps the most exhilarating fight he had engaged in since acquiring the abilities of Wu Tiao. Most of the demons he had encountered before were swiftly dispatched, with few opponents able to compel him to exert his full strength. Today, he had nearly utilized all of Wu Tiao's power, even unleashing the ultimate technique, Infinite Void. Waking up too early today, I almost forgot my daily tasks. Subsequently, Xia Wuya had his meal, freshened up, and effortlessly completed his daily tasks. Demon hunting points, 100. Current demon hunting points, 46. 300. Next was the routine exercise, a 10-kilometer run, 100 push-ups. Gained advanced draw ticket, 1. Current advanced draw tickets, 11. Pictorial encyclopedia, open shop. After completing his daily tasks, Xia Wuya returned home once more. SSR Awakening Card 1. 5,000 Demon Hunter Points. Advanced Draw Ticket 10. 10,000 Demon Hunter Points. Breakthrough Divine Stone 10. 10,000 Demon Hunter Points. Universal Fragment 20. 20,000 Demon Hunter Points. World Key Attack on Titan 1. 1,000 Demon Hunter Points. Today, a store seems to possess some extraordinary items. Xia Wuya gazed at the World Key, lost in contemplation. The illustration had mentioned that he would traverse the anime worlds multiple times in the future. Could this be the prerequisite for entry? I wish to purchase an SSR Awakening card, 20 Universal Fragments, and the World Key. Demon Hunter Points, 5,000. Acquired SSR Awakening card. Demon Hunter Points, 20,000. Acquired Universal Fragments, 20. Current Universal Fragments, 31. Demon Hunter Points, 1,000. Acquired World Key, Attack on Titan, 1. Current Demon Hunter Points, 25,300. Utilizing the SSR Awakening card. SSR Awakening card used successfully. Character Wu Jiao, Wu Awakening value 5. Current Awakening value 95,100. His strength surged once again. Xia Wuya felt as though he was on the verge of attaining the pinnacle of Wu Jiao Wu's power. A new item appeared in his backpack. World Key, Attack on Titan, the necessary key to enter the anime world of Attack on Titan. Note: if the character from this world is owned, entry into that world does not require this item. Observing a newly added main quest, Xia Wuya decided to postpone its completion for the time being. It was best to rest today. Tomorrow, he would confront Suanua. Despite it being the afternoon, he took a shower and promptly fell asleep. The next day, unusually, Xia Wuya rose early. He stretched languidly and slowly got out of bed. The most thrilling moment was approaching, and Xia Wuya smiled. Opening store. SSR Awakening Card 1. 5,000 Demon Hunter Points. Advanced Draw Ticket 5. 5,000 Demon Hunter Points. Breakthrough Divine Stone 20. 20,000 Demon Hunter Points. Universal Fragment 20. 20,000 Demon Hunter Points. World Key, Naruto 1. 5,000 Demon Hunter Points. He purchased an SSR Awakening card and, looking at the store, a bold idea took shape in his mind. He would also buy 20 Universal Fragments. Demon Hunter Points 5,000. Acquired SSR Awakening card. Demon Hunter Points 20,000. Acquired Universal Fragments 20. Current Universal Fragments 51. Current Demon Hunter Points 300. Using the SSR Awakening card. Xia Wuya chuckled softly. SSR Awakening card used successfully. Character Wu Jiao, Wu Awakening value 5. Current Awakening value 100,100. Character Wu Jiao Wu is fully awakened. Preparing to enter the world of Jujutsu Kaisen and participate in the new Shinjuku Outer Demon Realm battle. Demon Hunters, please prepare. I am ready, Xia Wuya said with a smirk that could rival even AK's. I shall use 49 Universal Fragments and the Wolf Fragment to unlock Wolf. Chapter 53. New Shinjuku Outer Demon Realm Battle. Ding. Accompanied by the disappearance of the golden character fragment from his backpack, along with 49 Universal Fragments. The second SSR character was unlocked in Xia Wuya's character illustration. Character name, Wolf. Quality, SSR. Awakening value 10, 100. World, One Punch Man. Evaluation, brutality as armor. Gentleness as a weakness. With the body of a mortal, he stands shoulder to shoulder with divinity, perpetually striving against death, ultimately breaking limitations. In his duel with Saitama, he attained his final form, Starry Sky Wolf. Abilities: Flowing Rock-Shattering Fist, Whirlwind Slashing Iron Fist, Super Regeneration, Supreme Comprehension, Supreme Martial Arts, Explosive Heart Liberation Fist, Rending Air Burst Fist, Monster Harm God Killing Fist, Extreme Power, All Living Beings Annihilation Fist, can generate gamma-ray explosions. God-level replication. Note: due to the vast disparity in the character's power at different stages, utilizing the character's late-stage abilities at the start may result in discrepancies in power. Witnessing these unparalleled abilities, Xiaoye could hardly suppress his laughter, for he would have been diagnosed with depression otherwise. At the moment the wolf was successfully unlocked in the illustration, Xiaoye's body underwent a sudden transformation. His physique instantaneously breached the boundaries of the mundane, soaring to the pinnacle attainable by humanity. Within his muscles lay a terrifying power that sent shivers down one's spine. I feel as though I could devour 10 cows in one bite. Xiaoye clenched his fists, this time without jest. His appearance remained unchanged, but his physical strength had vastly increased. His silver hair and blue eyes remained the same. I am ready. Xiaoye gazed at himself in the mirror, whispering to himself. In the next moment, his form gradually faded from this world. Entering the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, body loading progress 50, 60, 100. Let us begin, Songji, old man. On the rooftop of a building, Xiaoye stood beside Iji, who had been following him, gazing at the waiting Songji and Yu Yin-si with a calm demeanor. It was his first encounter with a living, two-dimensional character, and he felt a surge of excitement within. I have never been a courageous person, but if the strongest man believes in me, how could I betray that expectation? Wearing glasses, Iji crouched down behind Xiaoye, quietly deploying a barrier to conceal their presence from enemies. Simultaneously, Songji activated her technique, Individual Forbidden Zone, to enhance the total amount of Xiaoye's cursed energy. Following this, both Songji and Yu Yin-si formed seals in succession, channeling their augmenting power entirely into Xiaoye. Xiaoye then moved his body, pushing his cursed energy to its limits, and the incantation slowly resonated from his lips. 9 ropes. Polarization. The dark and the light. Between the inside and outside. Void Technique Z. A beam of energy containing 200 power erupted from his hand, shooting like a meteor towards the distant building where the Cursed King, Sukuna, resided. Boom! In the distance, Sukuna could no longer maintain his calm demeanor, quickly raising his hands to gather cursed energy, preparing to meet this world-ending blow. The imagined mass created by the overlapping repulsion and attraction of infinity consumed everything in its path, reducing structures to dust. The entire building where Sukuna was located began to peel apart in the distorted space, collapsing along with the surrounding structures. The rising clouds of dust and debris instantly enveloped the entire area. As the dust settled, the two figures in the battlefield revealed themselves. The power far surpassed that of previous Void Technique Z, successfully severing Sukuna's arm. The mightiest sorcerer of modern times faced off against the strongest sorcerer in history. That strike, which once cleaved through an entire era, versus the infinity that dominates this world. At that moment, Xiaoye finally laid eyes on Sukuna, raising his right index finger. He mockingly stated, "I believe you may have misunderstood something. In this battle, you are the challenger." "You little brat," Sukuna replied, revealing a cruel expression. "Challenger? Merely a sneak attack. Yet you seem to be enjoying yourself, don't you? Wu Qiaowu, in my eyes, you are merely a fish on a chopping board. Even if you leap higher than the others, you remain an insignificant fish unworthy of a name. Now, I shall begin by stripping away your scales." As the words left his lips, the reversal technique had fully restored Sukuna's right arm, and cursed energy once again coalesced in his palms, poised to unleash an attack. How remarkably identical to the lines in the manga. Xiaoye felt an exhilarating rush within him. The waves of cursed energy radiating from Sukuna and his formidable aura filled him with excitement. To adhere closely to the original narrative, he would refrain from making major alterations initially. "Then why do you still wear Huei's face? Do you wish for me to show mercy?" Xiaoye mocked, yet regrettably. "Even if you were Huei, I would give my all to defeat you. I shall first deal with you, and then contemplate the matter of Huei." Although such was his declaration, Xiaoye was aware that Wu Qiaowu in the original story still harbored intentions to save Huei. Sukuna launched the first offensive, his left leg sweeping toward Xiaoye's waist like a whip. Xiaoye's left hand swiftly pressed down against his leg, as his cursed energy coalesced into a fist poised to strike, closely followed by a sharp, diagonal palm strike. Sukuna deflected it with steadiness and immediately retaliated with a powerful punch he had been charging. However, Xiaoye unexpectedly reclined backward, evading the blow and utilizing the power of Wuxian to hover above the ground. He aligned his right index and middle fingers into the form of a blade, swiftly directing them toward the adjacent wall. At the point where Song indicated, an immense force of attraction erupted instantaneously, pinning Sukuna firmly against the wall. The force continued to intensify, compressing his body into a fold, forcing him through the hole formed at the center, ultimately propelling him in numerous fragments far away toward the staircase. Indeed, everything unfolded as anticipated. Xiao Wuye chuckled softly, fully aware that this strike would not inflict substantial harm upon Sukuna. As expected, Sukuna had already utilized the reversal technique to heal all injuries as he rose. Xiao's figure approached once more, and he struck the ground with fervor, compelling Sukuna to continuously roll and evade. In this game of chase and escape, they had reached the bridge. Just as Sukuna was about to rise, Xiao Wuye stomped heavily, causing the entire bridge to shatter with a resounding crack. Seizing the momentum, he leaped into the air, and as the broken bridge was about to plummet to the ground, he once again formed his fingers into a blade. With the upward motion of his finger blade, Sukuna and the bridge beneath him abruptly ceased their descent, instead ascending rapidly into the air. "I shall make you soar." Xiao Wuye revealed a smile bordering on madness as he forcefully pressed down with his right hand. The airborne bridge and Sukuna swiftly shifted in accordance with his gesture, seemingly on the verge of colliding with a nearby stone wall. Just before the impact, Sukuna broke free from the immense force binding him and escaped. As the two colossal objects collided with a deafening crash, his figure appeared on the opposite rooftop, fixing his gaze upon the airborne Xiao Wuye, his right hand transforming into a spear as his technique was activated. A strike capable of tearing apart all things, yet it failed to breach the defense of Wuxian. This blow merely caused a slight change in Xiao's expression before being repelled by the repulsive force of Wuxian, slicing toward the skyscraper behind him. This indeed demonstrated that Sukuna's technique could not easily overcome Wuxian. In the midst of Xiao Wuye's astonishment at the might of that strike, Sukuna had leapt from the rooftop, instantly closing the distance between them, his fist imbued with surging cursed energy crashing toward him. Xiao Ye quickly regained his composure, raising his right hand to meet the blow. As expected, the punch was entirely obstructed by Wuxian before it could reach his palm. Unfazed by the presence of Xiao Wuye, who possessed an unfathomable technique, Sukuna unhesitatingly unleashed his domain expansion. This was a high-tier form of a simplistic domain, enveloping his surroundings with a layer devoid of techniques, guiding the opponent's techniques within, thereby achieving a neutralization. To Xiao Wuye's astonishment, Sukuna's punch truly broke through Wuxian, gradually pressing toward his palm. Just as the two engaged in fierce opposition of cursed energy, the building that had been cleaved by Sukuna was crashing down behind Xiao Wuye. Up until this point, it had merely been a skirmish. As Xiao Wuye's thoughts shifted, he abruptly released his technique. "What?" In Sukuna's astonished gaze, Xiao Wuye seized his fist, pulling him into the falling building. Within this battlefield that seemed to transcend dimensions, their fierce combat continued unabated. Xiao Wuye casually ripped off a door beside him, using it as a shield. On the other side of the door, Sukuna's fist, entwined with cursed energy, was poised to strike. Xiao Wuye likewise clenched his right fist, the cursed energy surging like a tide, coalescing into a blow capable of rending the heavens. With a resounding clash, the two forces collided, causing the heavens to dim and the winds to howl. Within the building, their figures darted with blinding speed, each intersection erupting in thunderous clashes of cursed energy. The exchanges of attacks were rapid, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. In the blink of an eye, the skyscraper that bore witness to their deadly struggle crumbled, the released energy sweeping through the entire block like a tempest. What once stood as towering structures in sheen, had instantaneously transformed into a landscape of rubble. The cold wind swept through the dust-laden streets as the two figures gradually emerged from a haze. Xiao Wuye and Sukuna remained steadfast, seemingly unscathed by this monumental confrontation. A look of satisfaction graced Sukuna's face, clearly appreciating this opponent. Flames of excitement burned in Xiao's eyes as he silently noted, "Next, it shall be a contest of domains." Understanding the narrative, he recognized that both had refrained from engaging in domain conflict initially due to the unpredictable consequences of their clash. Yet, he was acutely aware of his inevitable defeat. All these destroyed buildings shall be accounted to you, Xiaoye proclaimed, towards Sukuna, standing not far beside him. Sukuna chuckled lightly in response. Do you have the right to utter such words? Clearly, the destruction wrought by your side is far greater. Indeed. I almost forgot that we are still live streaming. Xiaoye feigned surprise, knowing that the main characters, Yu Zhong and Igu, were currently watching through the mystical crow. In truth, he was quite curious to see how the physical training students and the pure love warrior fared in the anime, as the two exchanged playful banter like old friends. They tacitly unleashed their respective, strongest techniques. It seemed as though Xiaoye and Sukuna had an unspoken agreement, beginning their hand seals almost simultaneously. The surging cursed energy reverberated across the battlefield. Domain expansion. Fumayu Chuzi, Sukuna intoned in a low voice as he formed seals with both hands. Domain expansion. Wuliang Kong Chu, Xiaoye calmly performed a one-handed seal. However, the dark shell that ought to symbolize Wuliang Kong Chu failed to manifest. On the battlefield, only the shrine bearing slaughter and death, accompanied by the numerous eerie white bones, quietly floated beneath Sukuna's feet. This was the open domain, Fumayu Chuzi. By conventional logic, within Xiaoye's barrier, their guaranteed effects would cancel each other, allowing them to engage in combat while in a state of domain expansion. Whoever sustained significant damage first would face an immediate, guaranteed strike from the opponent's technique upon the collapse of their domain. Yet, before this domain battle could commence, it had already concluded. For Xiaoye had not initiated a domain at all. This lad? A flicker of confusion crossed Sukuna's eyes, swiftly replaced by a cruel smile. In the next moment, a scarlet line of blood emerged from Xiaoye's neck, a mark left by a vicious strike, with blood slowly oozing forth. However, just as the wound began to bleed, it instantaneously began to heal. The head and body, which could have been completely severed, restored to their original state under this incredible power. Reversal technique. Supreme regeneration. How foolish to think one could withstand my domain solely with the reversal technique. In the battlefield, the figure of Su Quan atop the altar maintained his smile, channeling his technique once more. Before he could finish his words, an invisible barrage of slashes descended upon Xiaoye like a tempest, engulfing him entirely. The face that had just been taunting Su Quan was now marred by the fierce cuts, blood seeping from the wounds. In mere moments, the entire space was filled with the trajectories of the slashes. Yet, unlike Wu Qiao Wu from the original narrative, Xiaoye did not become a bloody mess. While operating the reversal technique to repair his body, he simultaneously harnessed the immense regenerative abilities from E-Wolf to heal himself doubly. With the unlocking of the E-Wolf character, his physical attributes had long surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Such density and intensity of slashes could not inflict significant harm upon him. In terms of technique performance, I hold an overwhelming advantage. Xiaoye grinned, even as he withstood the slashes, his form moving at high speed. In truth, he had a more prudent choice. Unlike Wu Qiao Wu, Xiaoye clearly understood. An open domain inherently counters a closed domain. There was no need for him to clash with Su Quan's domain, nor to endure such relentless attacks. A simple activation of Tsang for long-distance teleportation would allow him to easily escape Su Quan's domain. However, retreat has never been Xiaoye's style. Even Wu Qiao Wu, who later came to understand everything, never considered fleeing. Su Quan keenly sensed his opponent's intentions, vanishing from the altar in an instant. The next moment, he appeared right before Xiaoye. Did you think I would let you go? Before he could finish, Su Quan's heavy fist thundered toward him. Although Xiaoye dodged just in time, he was still forced back half a step by the fierce wind generated by the punch, compelled to halt his movement. The battle instantly shifted to close combat. Letting me go? A smile crept across Xiaoye's lips. It is you who is in a dire disadvantage. As he spoke, the reversal technique within him continued to operate, constantly mending the newly inflicted wounds. Su Quan, undeterred by a missed strike, stepped forward with ferocity, his right leg sweeping out like a battle axe. However, this time, Xiaoye effortlessly blocked the heavy kick with both hands, swiftly seizing Su Quan's ankle and pulling his entire body forward, delivering a powerful knee strike to Su Quan's abdomen. Blood gushed from Su Quan's mouth. He distinctly felt the astonishing power contained within his opponent, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. This power? Chapter 55. The final battle in the new Shinjuku Outer Demon Realm is not over yet. Xiao Wuye shouted in fury, gathering cursed energy into his fist and striking down towards Su Quan. Yet at the critical moment, Su Quan tilted his neck, narrowly evading the fatal blow. Seizing the opportunity, he rolled away from the range of Xiao Wuye's attack, creating distance once more as they faced off again. Gazing at this equally matched opponent, Su Quan felt not anger, but an indescribable thrill. To withstand my slashes, he must continuously operate the reversal technique, yet his movements show no signs of slowing. However, I am surprised. Why is his physical strength so extraordinary? Meanwhile, Xiao, bloodied but remarkably calm, understood clearly. If he could defeat Su Quan and disrupt his domain, victory would surely belong to him. New Shadow, Flow, Simplified Domain. Without hesitation, he deployed the Simplified Domain, momentarily nullifying the guaranteed hit effects while channeling the reversal technique to its fullest, aided by the supreme regeneration to instantly heal all his injuries. However, the simplified domain ultimately could not stand against a true domain. It merely bought him a moment to catch his breath. In the battlefield, Su Quan's slashes relentlessly eroded Xiao Wei's simplified domain, the edges of the dark barrier beginning to tremble violently. Yet at this moment, Xiao Wuye had regained his peak state. Su Quan, like a specter, closed in rapidly, suddenly appearing right before Xiao Wuye. I understand your intention. You wish to shatter me, preventing me from maintaining my domain, and then unleash your own domain to finish me. He sneered, but alas, I will kill you right now. A powerful punch sliced through the air, yet Xiao Wuye gracefully sidestepped. Kill me? With your current self? Xiao Wuye chuckled. Ha! Wu Chiao Wu. You are merely a mortal born in an era without me. Su Quan scoffed. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Wuye's simplified domain shattered. Countless slashes once again assailed him, carving several blood trails across his face and body. Simplified domain, Xiao Ye re-established the barrier, causing numerous slashes to dissipate into nothingness just before they could touch him. Confronted with this prey, still stubbornly fighting back, a flicker of impatience crossed Su Quan's eyes. Song, for the first time, Xiao Wuye activated his technique. A burst of blue light emanating from his hands as a blue orb instantaneously split into 6 meteors, hurtling towards Su Quan. A mere parlor trick. Su Quan flickered, effortlessly evading all the light orbs. Yet, Xiao Wuye had utilized Song's teleportation ability to appear before him, suddenly locking Su Quan's body with his robust physique. Su Quan finally sensed something unusual about this physical strength. In the next moment, Xiao Wuye released his grip, leaning back, his right hand forming a finger like a gun. Technique reversal. The red repulsive force erupting from his fingertips at such close range exploded, sending Su Quan's body flying, engulfed along with the bloodied altar. It was not surprising that he could use techniques, but what is the nature of this physical strength? Su Quan, bloodied yet resolute, stood up, still maintaining the operations of Fu Mo Yu Chu. The balance of this peak duel began to subtly tilt, without the full obstruction of the domain's power. As the reversal technique activated, Xiao Wuye's injuries healed in an instant. Ah, how exhausting, Su Quan. You are truly tenacious, he mockingly remarked, patting his shoulder. Without using his full strength, Xiao Wuye found it still challenging to withstand Su Quan's domain attacks with mere techniques and simple combat. He knew he could not unleash all his power just yet. Xiao Wuye understood well that his true opponent was the Su Quan employing Shun Wu Jie and Fei Tian, not the current iteration adapting to him through Mo Su Luo. The straightforward and crude plan A had failed, leaving him no choice but to resort to the more intricate plan B, domain expansion, infinite void, with a single hand seal. Xiao Wuye finally unveiled his domain for the first time amidst this fierce battle. In his mind, the words of the illustration resurfaced. The demon hunter can utilize all abilities of this character, with the awakening value determining the strength of the abilities. When the awakening value reaches 100, the demon hunter will attain the peak combat power of this character. Peak combat power, this meant that at this moment, Xiao Wuye possessed the full strength of Wu Chiao Wu, who had experienced the new Shinjuku Outer Demon Realm battle. The next moment, the infinite void quietly materialized. Within the domain, an instantaneous eruption of boundless white light and nothingness occurred, as if all things had reverted to their primordial state. Subsequently, the entire space was engulfed in an unfathomable darkness. akin to stepping into the black hole at the universe's edge. Xiao Wuye did not halt at this juncture. He proactively altered the conditions of the domain, rapidly expanding the realm of Wu Yang Kong Chu, completely enveloping Sukuna's territory. Although this arrangement could prevent external destruction, it risked being shattered from within. Indeed, the edges of the boundary of Wu Yang Kong Chu began to show signs of fissures. However, almost immediately, the boundary swiftly contracted, condensing into a pitch-black sphere the size of a human head, a technique mastered by Wu Qiao Wugo after being sealed within the confines of the prison gate. Theoretically, such extreme compression would significantly enhance the strength of the boundary. At the center of the battlefield, that black sphere endured relentless strikes from Sukuna's domain. Initially, it remained unyielding, as if it were effortlessly managing the onslaught. Yet soon, the sphere began to tremble violently. Devastating slashes capable of tearing through space wreaked havoc once more. As the two manifestations of Sukuna also adopted the strategy of compressing their domain, elevating the power of their techniques to unprecedented heights. Bang! The obsidian sphere shattered with a resounding crash, fragments of the boundary scattering like ink droplets. Ultimately, Xiao Wuye's Wu Yang Kong Chu could not withstand Sukuna's pure and ferocious open domain. Nevertheless, it had sufficed. Amidst the smoke-filled battlefield for the first time, Sukuna completely lost his composure. It was time to bid farewell, Hui. Yet Xiao Wuye's gaze remained resolute as a cold blade. Boom! At that moment, the shrine behind Sukuna, laden with countless sins, collapsed along with the shattering of the boundary. How could a human possess such physical strength? Bones and shattered wood flew in all directions. And in the center of the ruins, Sukuna knelt on one knee, a massive wound piercing his chest, his face marred with scars, blood gushing forth from his mouth. This cursed king was indeed on the brink of death. It turned out that while Sukuna was fiercely assaulting the outer side of the domain, Xiao Wuye had already engaged him in a life-and-death struggle within the domain itself. In the realm of absolute close combat, Sukuna was no match, succumbing to defeat and suffering grave injuries. This devastating injury rendered him incapable of maintaining the operation of Fumigakuzi. Thus, the astonishing outcome of both domains collapsing simultaneously came to fruition. 3 minutes and 9 seconds. At this moment, Xiao Wuye uttered something peculiar. From the formation of Wu Yang Kong Chu to its destruction by your domain, a span of 3 minutes and 9 seconds had elapsed. Chapter 56. The final battle in the new Shinjuku realm. Time rewound to 3 minutes and 9 seconds prior, when Xiao Wuye unleashed his domain. The dark boundary, symbolizing Wu Yang Kong Chu, suddenly materialized at the center of the battlefield. Within the boundary, the inevitable effects of the two domains collided with a thunderous crash, akin to two colossal waves clashing for the first time. Now, let the true battle commence. Maintaining a single-handed seal, Xiao Wuye's lips curled into a slight smile. This boy Sukuna's brow furrowed, instantly perceiving his opponent's strategy. He had indeed exchanged the internal and external conditions, and by reducing the domain, enhanced the external strength. Consequently, Gachizi would not be able to easily dismantle his boundary from the outside. Truly astonishing. Sukuna's tone suddenly turned icy, but how long can you maintain this state? Regardless of how Xiao Wuye adjusted the structure of the domain, its limit was merely compressing the boundary to the size of a human head. Meanwhile, Sukuna's Fumigakuzi, as an open domain, would inevitably erode and shatter Wu Yang Kong Chu over time. Almost the instant this thought settled, their figures intertwined once more. Just as expected, he could execute an extension while maintaining the domain. Xiao Wuye mused inwardly. Although the extension would seal the physical techniques of life, reconstructing the techniques originally bestowed upon the domain was an entirely different matter. In that fleeting moment, Sukuna seized the opportunity, launching a powerful fist aimed directly at Xiao Wuye's face. Xiao Wuye swiftly retreated, the force of the punch grazing his cheek before retaliating with a backhanded straight punch. Sukuna sidestepped and simultaneously countered with a left hook. Anticipating this, Xiao Wuye suddenly crouched, slipping into the opening as the punch passed, delivering a heavy elbow strike aimed squarely at Sukuna's right rib. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed clearly. Yet Sukuna did not retreat. Instead, he pressed in closer, his left hand weaving through the gap between Xiao Wuye's arm and torso, swiftly completing a lock that bound their bodies together. They embraced back to back, This is the advantage brought by the disparity in intelligence, Xiao Wuye understood. Sukuna was acutely aware that within Wu Liang Kong Chu, only Wu Chao Wugo and his direct contacts could be immune to the effects. Armed with this information, he need not waste inevitable techniques to counteract, but could concentrate all his strength to destroy the domain externally. Indeed, a cold smile crept across Sukuna's lips as his right hand formed a seal. The range of Fumigakuzi rapidly contracting, using the elimination of the inevitable effect within the domain as a binding force, pushing the power of his strikes to their zenith. Sensing the boundary enduring an unprecedented assault, Xiaowe chuckled softly, a humorous thought flickering in his mind. It seems there is another reason why Wu Chao Sensei might lose. Having been accustomed to the privileges of a wealthy heir, he simply does not understand the concept of loans. Yet he is ultimately not Wu Chao Wugo. As Sukuna quietly adapted to Wu Yang Kong Chu with the aid of Mo. Shilo, Xiao Wuye too was adjusting to the unleashed power of the body, filled with surging strength after unlocking Hungry Wolf. Almost the moment he sensed a powerful attack from outside the domain, Xiao Wuye's back surged with force, violently flipping the Sukuna who had locked him down into the air, slamming him forcefully to the ground. Bang! The flung Sukuna instantly broke free from the binding, forced to reapply the inevitable effect to counteract Wu Liang Kong Chu's inevitable effect. He knew all too well that while Wu Chao Wugo could endure his Gachizi, he could not withstand the effects of Wu Liang Kong Chu. From within the dust, his incredulous roar echoed. How is this power even possible? But it was not over yet. Xiao Wuye leapt into the air, pouncing on Sukuna like a cheetah. Bang! Sukuna rolled to narrowly evade, the ground where he had stood now shattered by Xiao Wuye's kick. Don't run. Before Xiao Wuye's words could finish, he reappeared like a phantom, delivering a devastating kick that tore through the air. Sukuna crossed his arms to brace against the strike, but the moment they connected, his expression shifted drastically. Xiao Wuye's power far exceeded his expectations. Boom! An overwhelming force erupted, sending Sukuna hurtling through the air. Although the two momentarily distanced themselves, Xiao Wuye remained like a shadow, once more appearing before Sukuna. His fists, entwined with surging curse power, transformed into a flurry of punches that rained down upon Sukuna from every angle. Each strike infused fiery curse energy into Sukuna's body, manifesting as tearing impacts. Despite Sukuna's desperate attempts to block, his body was relentlessly pushed back by the continuous onslaught. Anticipating his trajectory, Xiao Wuye swiftly maneuvered behind him, concentrating curse energy in his legs, delivering a crushing kick that struck Sukuna squarely in the back. Bang! Sukuna, still in mid-air, plummeted like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the shattered shrine. Before he could rise, Xiao Wuye, leveraging his astonishing explosive power, leapt forward, delivering a heavy punch that struck Sukuna's chest like a meteor. Sukuna's palms crossed in an attempt to block, but in that instant, he realized he had vastly underestimated this blow. Bang! The force obliterated his crossed palms, driving deep into Sukuna's chest. Pu Sunua coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, the onslaught did not cease. The boundless power slowly lifted Suanua's body, causing Xiao Wuye's fist, which pierced through his chest, to plunge deeper. Suanua would not resign himself to fate. He bore the excruciating pain and kicked fiercely at Xiao Wuye's waist. Yet the latter absorbed the blow with his physical form as if it were not. Simultaneously, Xiao Wuye's other fist, infused with the might of wind and thunder, descended upon Suanua's head. Suanua swiftly turned his head to evade, but at such close quarters, dodging was impossible. The heavy fist grazed his right cheek, crashing down, and half of his skull was brutally smashed against the ground, the sound of fractured bones distinctly audible. Taking advantage of this impact, he finally broke free from his restraints, propelled himself with one leg, and, after a clumsy roll, landed unsteadily on the shattered altar. Coughing, Suan, whose right cheek was now a bloody mess, displayed an unprecedented seriousness in his gaze. At this moment, 3 minutes and 9 seconds had elapsed. A thunderous sound erupted from the perimeter of the barrier, as a slash finally shattered the Wu Liang Kong Chu from the outside. However, the price of victory far exceeded expectations. He was gravely injured, his cursed power in disarray, making it difficult to maintain the operation of Fu Mou Chuzi. Bang! As the dark barrier shattered like glass, the altar, bearing the curse, also collapsed with a roar. In this moment, both realms met their demise. Do not think of using Mo Su Luo to adapt to my boundless power. Quickly reveal your trump card, Xiao Wuye said to the severely injured Suanua. Suanua was not surprised that Wu Qiao Wuji knew of Mo Su Luo. After all, this body belonged to Fu Heihui. However, how could he possibly know that he had a hidden card? Chapter 57. The Final Battle in the New Shuka Realm. A hidden card? The bloodied corner of Suanua's mouth suddenly curled into a sinister arc. He had to admit, this suddenly enhanced body indeed astonished me. But have you not rejoiced too early? Before his words fell, Suanua performed an action that made Xiao Wuye's pupils constrict. The hands that had just been restored by the reversal technique simultaneously formed seals, and a surge of cursed power erupted once more. Domain expansion. Fu Mo you choose it. What? According to the original text, Suanua should have learned this technique only after witnessing Wu Tiao Wuji employ the reversal technique to sever the curse. Yet at this moment, Xiao Wuye was merely initiating his domain for the first time and had not demonstrated this operation. How'd he learn it? Another mysterious patch? Truly, he deserves to be the biological father of the original author. Xiao Wuye thought frantically, yet his actions did not slow. Curse power surged within him as he too used the reversal technique to mend the severed curse. Domain expansion, Wu Yang Kong, Chu. The two domains collided once more. The torrent of curse power tearing the battlefield apart a second time. Surprised as he was, Xiao Wuye remained confident in his victory. 3 minutes and 9 seconds. From the creation of Wu Yang Kong Chu to its destruction by your domain, it lasted 3 minutes and 9 seconds. This time, can you endure for 3 minutes and 9 seconds? Before Xiao Wuye's words could finish, his figure darted like lightning once again. He hurled a punch towards Suanua's face. Curse power spiraling around his fist. Boom! Sunua crossed his arms to withstand the blow, but was still sent flying by the ferocious force. Crashing heavily into a distant altar, wood and stone splintering. How greedy you are! Still thinking of using Mo Su Luo to adapt to my Wu Yang Kong Chu at this point. Xiao Wuye was astonished. The opponent was still unwilling to reveal his final trump card. Since that was the case, only absolute power could instantly shatter him. Almost the moment Sunua hit the ground, Xiao Wuye, like a specter, closed in again, delivering another heavy punch that sent Sunua hurtling backward. In midair, Suanua was horrified. His speed and strength were more than doubled compared to the beginning of their battle. Was he adapting to this body during the fight? A seasoned warrior, he instantly discerned the truth. Without time for further contemplation, Xiao Wuye's pursuit was upon him, a heavy kick striking his abdomen. No surprise. Suanua could not evade this blow again, his form flying back like a kite severed from its string. He had given up on extending his domain and instead channeled all his curse power into the reversal technique to heal his injuries and maintain his domain's integrity. He had to break Wu Yang Kong Chu with all his strength. At this moment, his sole strategy was to buy time. Xiao Wuye was well aware of his intentions. The onslaught grew increasingly ferocious. He initially considered whether he could save Fu Heihui as it aligned with the original story, but since you insisted on resisting, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. As his cold voice echoed, Xiao Wuye advanced once more. That fist, imbued with immense curse power, struck toward Suanua's chest at a speed beyond visual perception. This strike felt wrong. Suanua's pupils constricted. Boom! Xiao Wuye's fist penetrated his chest without hindrance. Blood gushed forth, and the domain trembled. As the host neared death, the altar behind him shattered in response. Less than a minute into the second round of the domain battle, Fu Mo Yu Chu Zi completely collapsed. Suanua expended his last strength to retreat rapidly, attempting to create distance. However, as the domain dissipated, the effects of Wu Yang Kong Chu engulfed him like a tide. He was frozen in place, unable to move an inch, his eyes reflecting a newfound daze. Xiao Wuye concentrated terrifying curse power into his fist, leaping towards Suanua. At that critical moment, a massive silver-white figure suddenly appeared beside Sunua. Bao Jian, Yijie Shunjiang, Mo Su Luo descended. According to the original plot, Mo Su Luo successfully adapted to Wu Yang Kong Chu only after Wu Tiao Wuji had repeatedly activated his domain. Yet this was only the second activation of Wu Yang Kong Chu, and it had already appeared. Where did this come from? Xiao Wuye did not hesitate to change direction, his figure darting straight toward Mo Su Luo. Mo Su Luo raised the demon-slaying sword and thrust it toward the ground. Yet Xiao Wuye seemed to have already anticipated this action. At the moment before the sword struck, he firmly grasped the arm holding the sword. "Child, I know what you intend to do." Simultaneously, he gathered immense curse power in his other arm and unleashed a punch. Boom! Heavenly black flash. The pitch-black lightning erupted with the punch, igniting ominous sparks on Mo Su Luo's torso. After unlocking the power of Starving Wolf, Xiao Wuye's physical strength had long surpassed the limits of this world, allowing him to inflict physical damage beyond the constraints of the sorcery realm. The might of this heavenly black flash was unattainable by any sorcerer. Bang! Mo Su Luo's colossal Shikigami body crumbled under this punch. A nuisance. Xiao Wuye callously shook off his hand and turned to charge at Suo once more. Yet at that moment, bang! The shattered Wu Yongkong Chu barrier, which Suo Nua had attacked with all his might, inexplicably disintegrated. What was happening? Though puzzled, Xiao Wuye's killing strike did not falter. His fist still aimed at Suo Nua's head. Yet in that fleeting moment of the barrier's collapse, Suo Nua seized his final opportunity. He unveiled the hidden trump card that had been concealed until now. A surge of overwhelming vitality suddenly surged forth, poised to complete the total reconstruction of his body. Suo Nua abruptly retreated a few steps, evading Xiao Wuye's lethal punch, and at that moment, his true form finally revealed itself to Xiao Wuye. Upon the exquisitely reshaped corporeal form, forearms adorned with intricate sigils of curse power enable the wielder to simultaneously hold ritual implements while forming seals. The gaping maw in the abdomen, reminiscent of a distorted human visage, can chant incantations endlessly without the constraints of lungs or heart. The additional arms and tongues represent an unparalleled gift for the sorcerer. Coincidentally, I have long wished to experience the sensation of striking with four hands. Xiao Wuye remains unfazed by the trump card of Suo, his focus instead fixated on the inexplicable breach of Wu Yongkong Chu. Although the outer shell of the barrier has been severely fragmented by slashes, Suo Nua stands before him, leaving no one to assault the barrier's exterior. Truly remarkable. Gojo Satoru, I never anticipated you could drive me to this juncture. The four-armed Suo Nua spoke in a deep voice, and I suspect I shall remember you for the rest of my life. Allow me to witness the capabilities of the Curse King, who decimated the sorcerer realm a millennium ago. A fervent battle spirit ignited in Xiao Wuye's eyes. In the next moment, a massive block of ice plummeted beside Suo, shattering before it could touch the ground and transforming into a dazzling rain of ice crystals. Within this cool radiance, a ritual implement materialized, firmly grasped by Suo, his former favorite tool, Shun Wujie. However, as the ultimate confrontation loomed, several figures abruptly invaded the battlefield. Lord Suo Nua, we have come to assist you in slaying Gojo Satoru. 3 men and 1 woman donned sleek, black high-tech battle armor and wielded bizarrely shaped weapons, forcefully breaching the remnants of the domain to enter the heart of the battlefield. Who are these individuals? Could they be responsible for the destruction of Wu Yongkong Chu? A chill ran through Xiao Wuye's heart. Such characters had never appeared in the original text, nor had there been any mention of such advanced technological equipment. Where did they come from? What is their purpose? Are they here specifically to aid Suo Nua in defeating Gojo Satoru? Yet in the original narrative, Gojo Satoru had lost. So why would anyone come to assist Suo? No, there is no need to dwell on these matters now. Jutsu reversal. Xiaoya decisively formed a gun gesture with his hands, unleashing a blazing red repulsion like thunder aimed at the uninvited guests. Boom! The terrifying crimson light instantly engulfed the group, along with their surrounding space. Chapter 58, Departing the Sorcerer World, the Ascendant Gojo Satoru. The troublesome interlopers have been dealt with. Now it is time to conclude this. Xiao Wuye gazed calmly at the four-armed imagined demon, the Curse King from the apex of the sorcerer era a millennium ago. The two-faced Suo Nua at the height of his power. Before his words could finish, he leaped forward like a flash of lightning, appearing before Suo. Suo Nua had already taken Shun Wujie into his mouth, rapidly raising his left arm to accurately deflect Xiao Wuye's left punch, dissipating the surging force entirely. His 2 right arms respectively braced against Xiao Wuye's straight punch from the right and the knee strike from below, blocking all offensive maneuvers. The defensive stance established. The counterattack commenced. Suan Nua's two right arms exerted force simultaneously, delivering two heavy punches akin to falling stars toward Xiao Wuye's abdomen. Xiao Wuye swiftly sidestepped, but could not entirely evade the fierce kick sweeping from below, sending him hurtling through the air. My power in its prime is beyond the reach of a sorcerer born in the era of sorcery's decline. As the words fell, Suanwas Munk Sven Wuye Fierseli Donlert. A violent purple lightning bolt erupted, yet was entirely repelled by the boundless power surrounding Xiao Wuye, leaving him unscathed. Jutsu reversal. Almost as the lightning dissipated, Xiao Wuye raised his right hand in a gun-like gesture, a crimson sphere of light bursting forth from his fingertip. However, Suan Nua's response was equally swift as a specter. The chanting from the gaping maw in his abdomen concluded. Dragon scales unleash a dual meteor strike. A slash capable of rending the heavens erupted forth, shattering the crimson sphere upon impact. The remnants of the strike soared like meteors, hurtling toward Xiao Wuye. Prepared, Xiao Wuye evaded the attack, appearing behind Suan. Indeed, it is prudent that Gojo Satoru is the answer to this version. He chuckled aloud, the heavy fist imbued with cursed energy crashing towards Sun Nua's back. Suan reacted promptly, one arm swinging back in retaliation. At the moment their fists collided, boom, a surge of black lightning erupted from their fists, both triggering black flash. Yet the results were worlds apart. Bang! Suan Nua's so-called perfect body exploded, while Xiao Wuye sustained only minor surface wounds. Seizing the opportunity, Suan Nua unleashed a flurry of attacks with his left fists. But Xiao Wuye firmly blocked them with a single arm. It seems your perfect physique still requires refinement. Before the taunt could fully escape, Xiao Wuye unleashed another punch that shattered Suan Nua's arm. Boom! The ribs of Suan Nua shattered, sending him flying, yet he twisted in mid-air to land on his feet. You are celebrating prematurely. His shattered arm instantly regenerated under the reverse technique, all four arms forming seals. Domain expansion, Fumokyo's chef. The altar of the curse king reappeared. Yet boom! The altar collapsed with a thunderous crash. Suan Nua's beastly visage bore two pairs of eyes that simultaneously erupted with blood. The earlier impact from Wu Yongkong Chu had inflicted irreversible damage to his brain. Now, he could not even deploy his domain. Quite effective. ISNT it? My students are all watching. Xiao had gestured toward the spectators with a triumphant smile. This teaching demonstration could use a bit more flair. Domain expansion. Wu Yongkong Chu. He formed seals with a single hand, plunging the heavens and earth into darkness. The entire battlefield sank into an abyss of boundless blackness, as if plummeting into the universe's end. No, Suan Nua understood better than anyone the consequences of falling into Wu Yongkong Chu once more. He immediately activated a rudimentary domain, forcibly counteracting the encroaching darkness, then surged toward Xiao Wuye like an arrow released from its bow. He must make contact to avert this inescapable effect. This boy, what surprised him was that Xiao Wuye remained utterly still, his hands slowly tracing a harmonious arc. His posture reminiscent of ancient Tai Chi, resonating with the principles of heaven and earth. As Suan closed the distance, Xiao Wuye's offensive surged like an arrow drawn taut. He unleashed the attack ability belonging to Erlang, flowing stone-shattering fist. A cerulean radiance erupted from his fist, with shadows of his blows cascading down like a torrential rain. Each strike imbued with the power to tear through space and seething cursed energy, relentlessly obliterating Sun Nua's limbs and body. What power is this? How is it even possible? Suan Nua's forearm physique was on the brink of disintegration within moments, the rudimentary domain collapsing in response. Gojo Satoru, all along, had not exerted his full strength. The effects of Wu Yongkong Chu surged forth like a flood, drowning his final consciousness. A torrent of information transformed into a ghastly wave, tearing at his sanity. Farewell, the strongest in history. The final punch effortlessly pierced his skull. That so-called perfect body crumbled, akin to a toppled idol. Successfully defeated the two-faced Suan Nua. Main quest, New Shinjuku's Outer Demon Realm Showdown completed. Task reward imminent. 50 Gojo Satoru character fragments. 30 breakthrough divine stones. I wish to utilize the task reward doubling card. Xiao Wuye murmured softly. Task reward doubling card successfully activated. Obtaining 5 shards of Wuqiao Wu and 60 breakthrough stones, as well as an additional non-mission reward of 10 shards of Shukong, was a fortunate turn of events. Xiao Ye felt an inner glee, for had he not respected the original work, he would have been deprived of Shukong's fragments. Shukong's greed in battle was his downfall, always aiming for the highest gain at the lowest cost. In the original narrative, he succeeded, ultimately grasping the ability to sever all with the space slash. Now, it was time to make a graceful exit. Xiao Ye was exceedingly pleased with this battle, employing Wuqiao Wu's abilities to confront Shukong, and after assessing Shukong's full strength, he found the experience lacking and swiftly dispatched him. However, Xiao Ye was troubled by one dilemma: what to do about the awakening value of the hungry wolf. He could hardly envision himself entrenched in a life-and-death struggle. Next, his adversaries would be the demons of the real world. As he departed the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, his physical form progressed through the stages of departure: 1, 10, 50, 90. Just as Xiao Wuye's figure began to fade, the calls of Itadori Yuji and Okatsu Yuta echoed from afar. They rushed towards him, eager to embrace him in joyous celebration of their ultimate victory. At the moment of victory, Xiao Wuye smiled gently and whispered, "We have won." In the instant the others opened their arms to welcome him, he vanished, completely leaving behind the realm of curses. Yet someone returned. What on earth is happening? Wuqiao Wu blinked in confusion, tightly embraced by the exuberant crowd. Having returned to the real world, little time had passed. Xiao Wuye did not feel sorrow for departing from the world of curses, for he was aware that his powers were about to surge exponentially. Chapter 59. I'm the strongest in the world, here to eliminate the false ones in Lingjiang District. I shall use the SSR star card to elevate Wuqiao Wu. I require 50 shards of this character and 50 awakening stones to proceed. Yes, the SSR star card was successfully utilized. 50 shards of Wuqiao Wu and 50 awakening stones were consumed, while his current awakening stones stood at 20. Wuqiao Wu's ascension was complete. The first character in the character compendium had regained its luster. Character name: Wuqiao Wu quality, SSR star level, complete awakening world, Jujutsu Kaisen advanced ability ultimate curse power. Wuqiao Wu's total curse energy far exceeds that of Shukong. Advanced ability new 6 eyes. The 6 eyes enhance the ability to see through the disguises of demons. Advanced ability new infinite void. Infinite void expands the open type domain. Advanced ability new Z. Damage from Z cannot be repaired by demonic or spiritual energy. Comprehensive enhancement. Xiao Wuye murmured, a flicker of fervor igniting within his gaze. As this heat coursed through him, he distinctly felt the precision of the 6 eyes and his information processing capabilities ascend to an entirely new level. Simultaneously, the dormant curse energy within him surged forth like a bursting dam, skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. It seemed that hunting demons would become significantly easier from now on. Today, I shall forego beef. Yet, gazing at the enhanced Z, Xiao Ye felt reassured in his initial thoughts. This was a world where enemies and allies stemmed from the same source. Thus, demons exhibited such frail resistance to curse energy attacks, for their physical constitution was primarily designed to withstand spiritual assaults. This was why the abyss of nihility could present forbidden objects specifically to seal awakeners and absorb spiritual energy, as demonic energy bore similarities to spiritual energy. The clarity was enlightening. He had sensed something amiss from the outset. In this world, the demons displayed remarkable prowess, such as disaster lords capable of effortlessly obliterating a small city upon enlarging. Yet, in earnest confrontation, he could swiftly eliminate a disaster lord. The Wuqiao Wu of the original narrative did not showcase such formidable prowess. Perhaps not being an awakener is, in fact, a blessing. At this moment, Xiao Wuye comprehended everything. However, pondering these matters held little significance now. With his demon-hunting points dwindling, he needed to act swiftly. This shall be my last bath here. Xiao Wuye gathered a change of clothes and quickly washed himself. He tucked away his bank card and identification, preparing to bid farewell to this place. 3 years had passed. He strolled slowly around the small room, filled with memories, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. The demon subjugation division in the city had been fully established, and with the presence of Sakura, Ling Luo, the fallen angel, the safety of this city was no longer a concern for him. Well, It seems the demons in this city have dwindled significantly. It is time to depart. He resolved to head to Shanjing City. And the reason was simple. There were numerous demons there, making it a more suitable environment for him. 10 minutes later, Xiao Wuye stood in the property purchase hall of Shanjing City. Sir, are you absolutely certain you wish to buy this villa in the second ring of Lingjiang District? The real estate agent could hardly conceal his astonishment as he regarded the young man with silver hair and sunglasses. That area is right next to the red quarantine zone. Absolutely. Let us proceed with the contract, Xiao Wuye replied with a smile. Had he not been unable to purchase property within the quarantine zone, he would have moved in long ago. Very well. The middle-aged agent lowered his voice, cautiously adding, as per regulations, I must remind you that the deployments of the Demon Subjugation Division in Lingjiang District are quite limited, which is why the property prices are lower. But let us be clear that if any unforeseen events occur in the future, we bear no responsibility. Limited numbers in the Demon Subjugation Division? What a stroke of luck. Fear not, Xiao Wuye replied nonchalantly. It will not be me who faces misfortune. Then we shall proceed as you wish. The agent retrieved the contract, and both parties swiftly completed the signing. With the paperwork finalized, Xiao Wuye promptly departed the property purchase hall and hailed a taxi by the roadside. Driver, take me to this location in Lingjiang District. Xiao Wuye turned his phone screen towards the driver, casting a casual glance at the front seat. Not a demon. The driver hesitated. Lingjiang District? That area is right next to the red quarantine zone. Xiao Wuye produced 10 red bills from his pocket and handed them over. Sir, you are most welcome. In an instant, he was seated in the back of the taxi. Excuse me, handsome, do you have business in Lingjiang District? That place is not particularly stable. The driver initiated conversation as he started the car. Actually, I am the strongest in the world, and I am going there to eliminate the false ones, Xiao Wuye stated with utmost seriousness. Ha 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 ha. The driver could not help but burst into laughter. You certainly have a sense of humor. Only the night watchers of the Demon Subjugation Division can deal with the false ones. I hear they are all extraordinary humans. This world is becoming increasingly fantastical. He sighed, his tone growing somber. Ordinary folk like us can only take risks to earn a meager living. In Shanjing City, demon incidents are frequent. Once a trace appears in a neighborhood, it is designated as a quarantine zone, and if one is trapped at home, there's truly no way out. Indeed, we are all striving to survive. Xiao Wuye nodded and casually inquired, is Master quite familiar with Lingjiang District? You're not a local, are you? The driver lowered his voice. It has been rather tumultuous there lately, with several cases of disappearances at midnight. Everyone is saying that the false beings from the red quarantine zone have escaped and are causing harm. Such a fortunate encounter for me. Xiao Wuye suppressed the joy in his heart and continued to ask, are there many false beings in the red quarantine zone? Does the Zheng MOC not intervene? Indeed, there are many. If there weren't, they wouldn't have designated an entire zone to confine them. The driver's tone was filled with helplessness. But how can they manage? Those creatures are quite cunning. Ordinary people cannot discern who is real and who is false. This world is far too chaotic. Does Zheng MOC not yet have a method to identify false beings? Xiao Wuye pressed further. Isn't it broadcast on television every day? Red eyes emitting black smoke. The driver scoffed, then lowered his voice again. However, I have a relative working in Zheng MOC's administrative department who said those creatures have become increasingly adept at disguising themselves. The characteristics shown on television have long since become ineffective. I see, Xiao Wuye chuckled lightly, but that is of no concern. The vehicle gradually came to a halt, having reached its destination. He opened the door to exit, leaving behind a remark, the demons and monsters will eventually be eradicated. By now, dusk was approaching. Shortly after, Xiao Wuye arrived at his new residence, an elegantly designed villa in Lingjiang. The acquisition of such a property was thanks to the generous bonus deposited into his account by Zheng MOC. The sum was astronomical, so substantial that Xiao Wuye felt as though he had activated a lavish system. Of course, the price of this villa was not exorbitant, primarily due to its location within the designated yellow zone of Lingjiang District. In truth, the house mattered little. It sufficed as long as it facilitated his pursuit of demons and monsters. The Freedom People's official website proved quite useful. Xiao Wuye glanced at his phone. Chapter 60, Feitian Xiao Wuxing. This indeed served as a reminder. On the Freedom People's website, the status of Lingjiang District was marked as a yellow zone. This indicated that the area was highly likely to be designated a red quarantine zone due to the escalating threat posed by demons and monsters. Xiaoya swiftly returned to the villa, his newly occupied abode. The interior boasted luxurious decor and comprehensive furnishings, the entire villa having recently been completed, exuding a fresh ambience. Why am I not the least bit pleased? Xiaoya mused softly as he sank into the expensive leather sofa. Indeed, the monotony of life no longer stirred any ripples within his heart. The trappings of wealth had long since lost their significance for him. Presently, all he desired was to hunt demons and monsters, to relish the exhilaration that coursed through his veins in battle. Ding! New demon hunting task issued. Hunt the demon Mo Jing that has possessed the head of the Xiao family, Xiao He, in Shanjing City. Task reward: SSR Awakening Card X2. Note: Mo Jing is a special symbiotic type of demon, hence Xiao, he is human. Note: the Xiao family is an extraordinary family of awakened beings. The moment the updated illustrated guide arrived, the task was presented before him. Xiaoya sprang up from the sofa, a smile of excitement illuminating his face. An extraordinary family of awakened beings? This piqued his interest. He felt as though this world was increasingly resembling the high martial realms depicted in novels. This meant that the target he was to hunt, Xiao He, was not merely a demon but also an awakened being, colloquially termed half-demon, half-spirit pearl. In a flash, Xiaoya found himself by the roadside. New places are troublesome. I cannot discern the directions at all. He hailed a taxi with ease and promptly opened the door. Driver, do you know how to get to the Xiao family? Since the illustrated guide did not provide a specific location, it seemed that the Xiao family must be quite renowned. Haha, sir, you must be from out of town. The driver, a talkative young man, chuckled as he steered the wheel. The Xiao family is one of the 4 prominent families in Shanjing City, quite famous indeed. The eldest daughter and eldest son of the Xiao family are both guards for Zheng MOC. They are no ordinary figures. Guards? Xiaoya's brows furrowed slightly. Then he stated, then please take me to the Xiao family. Sure thing. The driver replied cheerfully, you must be heading to the Xiao family estate, right? Today happens to be the 70th birthday of the old master, Xiao He. It will be quite lively. He glanced at Xiaoya through the rearview mirror, taking in his ordinary attire, yet remarkable demeanor, and ventured to guess. Are you here from out of town to wish him a happy birthday? To wish him well? The thought of what he was about to do made Xiaoya chuckle softly, something like that. It seemed today was not only Xiao He's birthday, but also his day of reckoning. Those who could collaborate with demons and were featured in the illustrated guide as demon hunting tasks could hardly be deemed good individuals. Half an hour later, the taxi made its way into the bustling city center. As the core area of Shanjing City, this place was teeming with people and incessantly lively. The vehicle eventually stopped in the street surrounding the Xiao family estate, where lights glowed brightly and guests filled the courtyard. Sir, I can only take you this far. Without an invitation, I cannot enter, the driver explained as he pressed the brake. Thank you. Xiaoya casually handed over 100 yuan note and exited the vehicle. He stretched his body at the roadside, his gaze sweeping over the impressive estate not far away, and murmured to himself, since it is an awakened family, and the illustrated guide claims their strength is extraordinary, there must be many skilled individuals within. However, anyone who dares to obstruct my hunt for demons will meet the same fate. Just as he took a step forward, 2 young men emerged side by side from the Xiao family estate. Young Master Xiao, I will rely on your family support for my future development in Zheng MOC. One of them, dressed in black uniform and wielding a long sword, clearly a guard from Zheng MOC, stated, Rest assured, Xiao Wuxing, since you have chosen to follow our Xiao family, your future in Zheng MOC will undoubtedly be bright. The other young man, adorned in luxurious attire and exuding arrogance, added with a smug expression, My elder brother, Xiao Shuian, is the captain of the Thunderbolt team and even the head of the combat department. Fenggue holds him in high regard. With him looking after you, you can easily navigate through Zheng MOC. Xiaoya cast a disinterested glance at the two, sensing they were neither demons nor monsters, and continued walking past them apathetically. Wait! Just as Xiaoya brushed past them, the guard suddenly halted, his face registering disbelief. Xiaoya? Hearing his name, Xiaoya paused, slightly taken aback. Does this person know me? Could he be from the Zheng MOC in Daitian City? Have we met? The thought flashed through Xiaoya's mind, his gaze involuntarily shifting toward the guard. Huh, what is that attire you are wearing? Dyed hair? Colored contact lenses? Are you playing cosplay? Unexpectedly, the guard pointed at him with a mocking tone. I heard you didn't even pass the college entrance exam. How utterly useless. Look at you now, truly embarrassing. You've disgraced our Xia family's name. Xiaowei scrutinized the simultaneously familiar and unfamiliar face, a fleeting memory surfacing. This appeared to be his cousin, Xiao Wuxing. Due to the close relationship between their fathers, their names were strikingly similar. Who is this person? He thought. He seems to be heading to my grandfather's birthday celebration. With such a shabby appearance, how dare he attend? Xiao Wuxing's companion, a young master of the Xiao family, interjected disdainfully. He is the son of my second uncle, named Xiao Wuya. Xiao Wuxing hastily explained with a forced smile, then cast a disgruntled look at Xiao Wuya. Look at me, my cousin. I have awakened to the intermediate path of Fei Tianjia and become an awakened being, joining Zheng Moc. And look at you, what a stark contrast. Jian Xiaoye remained silent, furrowing his brows, while Xiao Wuxing's tone turned icy. Hey, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Stop pretending to be foolish. I am your cousin. Show some respect. Do you understand? By the way, this is the third young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Chunan. Shouldn't you greet him? He gestured impatiently. I'll greet your mother, Xiao Wuye retorted, his fingers deftly closing around Xiao Wuxing's neck, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. What are you, to think you can associate with me? Who do you think you are? Let go, you bastard. What are you doing? Xiao Wuxing's face turned crimson. A wave of suffocation washing over him, his legs flailing helplessly in the air. Did you just say you are a Fei Tianjia? That reminds me. Xiao Wuye's mouth curled into a dangerous smile. Very well, I'll make you fly. Before he finished speaking, he swung his arm, sending Xiao Wuxing soaring into the sky like a broken kite. The terrifying force propelled him to an altitude of 10,000 meters, snuffing out his life in an instant, leaving no trace behind. How is this possible? Beside them, Xiao Chunan, witnessing the horrifying scene, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. I haven't offended you. Esteemed awakened one, I beg you, show mercy. Though he usually acted arrogantly, he understood that there were individuals in this world he could not provoke. I find you quite displeasing, Xiao Wuye remarked, raising his index finger. You may fly as well. An invisible and boundless force enveloped Xiao Chunan, lifting him off the ground, transforming him into a second shooting star piercing the heavens. In the blink of an eye, yet another life quietly vanished amidst the clouds. Chapter 61. The Humanitarian Xiao Wuye. Do you have any last words? The modern environment resembled the Tang dynasty, yet it was not quite the Tang dynasty, for there were many poems, yet few poets. What kind of joke is this, mocking me to my face? Xiao Wuye couldn't help but chuckle. Thus, he found himself perplexed by certain plots in the novels he had read in his previous life. Supporting characters relentlessly mocked the protagonist, suppressing him, while the protagonist remained unmoved. Akin to a turtle, at most, he would hurl a few curses or injure others. But Xiao Wuye was different. He was a normal person. Not only would he not tolerate mockery to his face, even a casual insult over the phone would prompt him to retaliate in kind. I've activated my golden finger to become the protagonist. Who dares to irritate me? Who dares to make me suffer? I will definitely annihilate you. Meanwhile, the Xiao family estate was filled with guests. The attendees were all prominent figures from the capital city, and at that moment, all eyes were focused on the high platform. The guest of honor today was Xiao He. I am deeply grateful to all of you for gracing my humble 70th birthday. Xiao He boomed, his face aglow. Your presence brings glory to the Xiao family. Today is indeed a day worth celebrating. As his words fell, applause erupted, cheers ringing out. Congratulations to old Master Xiao. May your fortune be as vast as the eastern sea, and your longevity match that of the southern mountain. Celebrating the auspicious birthday of the head of the Xiao family. Wishing the old master everlasting vitality and 100 years of life. A smile crept upon Xiao He's face. To him, such wishes were trivial. His lifespan would surely not be limited to merely 100 years. Allow me to take this opportunity to introduce the most outstanding descendants of the Xiao family. Xiao He gestured towards the audience, and a man and woman stepped onto the stage. The man, clad in dark attire, was handsome and poised. The eldest grandson of Xiao He, Xiao Shuihan. The woman, draped in a flowing white dress, was tall and beautiful. The eldest granddaughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Xuemei. My grandson Shuehan and granddaughter Shuemei are both high-ranking night watchmen at the Demon Suppression Division in the capital city, Xiao He proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Let us raise our glasses to celebrate this talented pair. Cheers to these young prodigies. As the guests lifted their glasses in celebration, an unexpected shadow quietly intruded. Xiao Ye stood above the Xiao family estate, his 6 eyes behind sunglasses coldly surveying the high platform where Xiao He stood. Now, he could see through the facade to the essence. Within his sight, a dark, fluid-like demon was coiling around Xiao He's neck. According to the bestiary, this demon was called Mo Jing, yet it bore resemblance to venom. Before he could ponder further, he flickered and instantly appeared at the ceremony's high platform. Look, who is that silver-haired youth suddenly on stage? Is he a member of the Xiao family? Could he be yet another night watchman with extraordinary abilities? The Xiao family truly produces remarkable talents, murmured the guests. On stage, Xiao He alongside Xiao Shumei and Xiao Shuehan gazed in shock at the uninvited guest. Who are you? Xiao He was the first to regain his composure, questioning in a low voice. To appear so silently before such a crowd, this youth was undoubtedly an awakened one. But why could he sense no trace of spiritual pressure emanating from him? Do you have any last words? Xiao Wuye's gaze settled calmly on Xiao He. His tone as cold as ice. The question sent a chill down Xiao He's spine, an ominous premonition spreading like poison. Is he going to kill me? This person must be a night watchman from the capital's Demon Suppression Division. I have no recollection of him, so he must be from another city. Could it be that my family's dealings with Yi Chang'e have been discovered by the Demon Suppression Division in another city? Impossible. That individual is always meticulous. His strength is unfathomable. What is going on? As his mind raced, Xiao He saw Xiao Wuye's murderous intent manifest and quickly forced a smile. Young friend, please hold on. There must be some misunderstanding. Boom. Before he could finish his words, Xiao Wuye tore through the air, appearing like a specter behind Xiao He. Bang! With a dull thud, he found himself holding his severed head, the face still frozen in an expression of attempted explanation. Simultaneously, Xiao He's aged, headless corpse slowly fell to the ground, blood staining the celebratory platform. Grandfather! Xiao Shuehan and Xiao Shuemei's pupils dilated in shock. Before these two awakened ones, this mysterious figure had instantaneously slain Xiao He, who was far superior in strength. What terrifying power was this? Mo Jing, please save us. Xiao Shuehan quickly regained his senses and shouted anxiously. A human traitor? Calling a demon my lord? How utterly disgusting. Xiao Wuye retaliated with a resounding slap to Xiao Shuehan's face. The overwhelming force instantly shattered his neck, sending his head spinning away in disbelief. Bang! The headless body collapsed to the ground. He's killed someone. He's killed someone. Call the police. Run. Notify the Demon Suppression Division. Quickly inform the Demon Suppression Division. The guests below erupted into chaos, the terrified crowd surging towards the exits like a tide. You're not innocent either, are you? Xiao Wuye's cold gaze swept over the pale Xiao Shuemei. Do you have any last words? Please, I beg you. She trembled, retreating. I was forced to do this. The silver-haired youth's strength was too overwhelming. She could hardly comprehend how he had acted. Just as Xiao Wuye was about to move, the black, liquid demon, Mo Jing, that had clung to Xiao He's neck suddenly erupted. A twisted, humanoid figure formed from the viscous black liquid, impatiently roaring, Human, you have destroyed my carefully chosen host. I will not let you die easily. Mo Jing. Xiao Shumei rejoiced, suddenly regaining her composure. Quickly, kill this human, avenge Shuehan and grandfather. Simultaneously, the awakened ones of the Xiao family surrounded Xiao Wuye from all sides, their furious shouts rising in unison. Damn madman, come here and face your death. Boy, today you cannot escape. Everyone unleashed their combat skills, joining forces with Mo Jing to vanquish this boy. Xiao Wuye surveyed his surroundings, finding the situation somewhat amusing. He had long grown accustomed to being surrounded by demons, but being encircled by awakened beings was a novel experience for him. Youngster, meet your end. Mo Jing transformed into a streak of black lightning, swiftly striking towards Xiao Wuye with a powerful fist. He is doomed. A gleam of delight flickered in Xiao Shuemei's eyes. Yet, in the next moment, everyone fell silent. Mo Jing's seemingly unstoppable fist abruptly halted just inches before Xiao Wuye, unable to advance any further. What in the world is happening? A look of bewilderment appeared on Mo Jing's menacing face for the first time. Technique reversal. Xiaoye's fingertips glowed with crimson light as a fierce repulsive force erupted. Boom! Mo Jing was propelled upwards by this overwhelming power, transforming into a dark meteor. Technique transition. Song Xiaoye activated his technique once more, and a brilliant azure sphere manifested, the Song's gravitational pull expanding like an invisible vortex. Help! Pull me back. The once imposing members of the Xiao family, including Xiao Xuemei, were now swept into the center of the gravitational field, dissolving into a mist of blood amidst their anguished wails. Chapter 62. Card drawing replaces thought. The pictorial guide replaces cognition. Brother Pictorial Guide. Is this the extraordinary awakened family you mentioned before? Xiaoye observed the bloodstains scattered across the ground, his tone laced with mockery. By current standards, their strength is indeed considerable. One song had obliterated them without leaving a shred of their clothing behind. And this is considered considerable? He chuckled softly. The once formidable members of the Xiao family, including Xiao Xuemei, had now all transformed into pools of blood, their bones entirely obliterated. This was hardly surprising. Awakened beings, as a burgeoning segment of humanity, had only recently emerged, and given the current early phase of spiritual revival, the local populace could hardly nurture truly powerful individuals. However, that demon had fled rather quickly. Xiaoye glanced towards the direction where Mo Jing had been sent flying, his tone tinged with disappointment. He had expected that, given the demon's nature, it would recklessly return for revenge, yet chose to escape instead. Nevertheless, it was evident that no demon could evade his grasp. In the next instant, Xiaoye flickered and initiated a long-range teleportation, appearing in an open area. There, Mo Jing had transformed into a helicopter made of dark liquid. Attempting to flee at full speed, Xiaoye was positioned directly beneath it, leisurely manifesting. A helicopter can transform? Intriguing. He casually raised his hand and pressed downwards. An infinite terror of gravity enveloped the area above, forcefully pulling the black liquid helicopter towards the ground. Oh no, it's going to crash. Accompanied by Mo Jing's desperate shrieks. Its body, along with its illusory form, plummeted to the earth. Boom! The dark liquid exploded upon impact, splattering everywhere and still writhing. Survived a hit, and yet remains alive? Xiaoye gently pinched his chin, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. It seems to be a disaster-class demon, coupled with 2 SSR Awaken card from the pictorial guide. Eliminating it would mean a net gain of 20,000 points. He nodded slightly, his tone cheerful. Not bad, a good start. Just arrived in Beijing and already secured a guaranteed win. Before he could finish his thought, the dark liquid on the ground suddenly began to writhe, coalescing into hundreds of black humanoid figures. Hundreds of Mo Jing spoke in unison, their voices overlapping. Youngster, it appears you may indeed be slightly stronger than me. However, on the featureless faces of these figures, grotesque smiles emerged. Every atom within me is an independent life. With each defeat you inflict upon me, they will split into even more entities. As long as their numbers are sufficient, even you may not be able to defeat me. An atom as an individual, capable of infinite division? Xiaoye raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. No wonder you are worth those 20,000 points. He raised his hand, a ghostly blue spell light emanating from his palm. But alas, Xiaoye's lips curled upwards. I happen to excel in atomic-level spell manipulation. In an instant, all the black spirits were enveloped by an invisible gravitational field, as if gripped tightly by a colossal hand, crushing them into a continuously twisting black sphere. No, this power is wrong. The sphere resonated with Mo Jing's terrified screeches. Time to take off. Xiaoye traced a gentle arc with his fingertip from bottom to top. Whoosh! The black sphere shot skyward. Simultaneously, his spell power surged, the azure song and crimson he manifesting like twin stars in orbit. Void technique. Z. As the 2 diametrically opposed forces began to merge, hypothetical mass was instantaneously formed, unleashing a purplish energy imbued with a sense of annihilation. Soaring through the sky. Boom! The purple Z accurately caught up with the airborne black sphere, engulfing it entirely, erasing it without a trace. Demon Hunt. Mo Jing Disaster Class. Earn 10,000 Demon Hunting Points. Current Demon Hunting Points. 10,300. Receive Task Rewards. 2 SSR awakened cards. Finally, I am affluent once more. Xiao Wuye felt a surge of joy in his heart, promptly returning to the villa in Linjiang district. After a brief period of rest, he planned to indulge in a buffet in the isolation zone that evening. He collapsed onto the sofa, idly waving his hand, then fell into contemplation. Something seems a bit off. In truth, he had not given it much thought earlier, but now, reflecting back, he sensed that some small details were amiss. Firstly, Mo Jing cooperating with the Xiao family's awakened beings was an undeniable fact he had witnessed firsthand. When he instantaneously eliminated Xiao He and Xiao Shuihan, the other members of the Xiao family promptly leaped into action, directing Mo Jing to confront him. This indicated they were aware of Mo Jing's existence. Moreover, although the pictorial guide may not be the brightest, it emphasized that the Xiao family was an extraordinary awakened family, implying that it anticipated he would engage them in combat. Given his temperament, once a fight commenced, he would go all out, leaving no one alive. At present, it appeared that while the pictorial guide might be somewhat dim-witted, it still possessed a semblance of normal conscience, unlikely to encourage him to slaughter innocent individuals. The Xiao family, as one of the 4 great families of Beijing, was actually collaborating with a disaster class entity. A little critical thinking led Xiao Wuye to conclude that their collaboration was certainly nefarious. There were also minor details indicating that the Demon Suppression Division in Beijing was somewhat suspicious. It was one thing for Xiao Shuihan and Xiao Shuimei, these traitors, to serve as night watchmen in the Demon Suppression Division, but they had consistently refrained from exerting significant effort to resolve the demon problem. Look at the Demon Suppression Division in Daitian City. They nearly eradicated the demons on the very first night of the official announcement. Now consider what the Demon Suppression Division in Beijing has been doing, even establishing inexplicable red quarantine zones. What? Are they attempting to provide demons with a safe hunting ground? No. Thinking critically is not something I should engage in right now. Xiao Wuye shook his head, then rose from the sofa. Pictorial guide. Use 2 SSR awakened cards on the character Hungry Wolf. SSR awakened cards successfully used. Character Hungry Wolf awakened value 20. Current awakened value 30. 100. Perhaps the enhancement of strength has gradually become the norm, as this time, Xiao Wuye did not feel particularly excited. It felt peculiar. His face was ablaze with an unusual warmth. Suddenly, he became aware of a strange heat radiating from his right cheek. As his fingertips brushed against it, he noted that the small patch of skin was distinctly warm to the touch. Even more bizarrely, that area of skin appeared to be becoming translucent, as if a faint starlight pulsed within, casting a gentle glow. Chapter 63. The Demons of the Isolation Zone. Fortune has smiled upon you. However, in a fleeting moment, his face returned to its normal state. I must restrain myself. This power carries a hint of peril. By the way, the Hungry Wolf does not have a main quest, right? I cannot possibly venture into the world of One Punch Man to confront Saitama, thought Xiao Wuye suddenly. Confront Saitama? Yet, even if there were a quest, it seems inconsequential, as Saitama did not slay the Hungry Wolf in the original narrative. After a brief respite, Xiao Wuye picked up his phone and began to peruse the information on the freelancer's official website. Several recent updates captured his keen interest. Last night, a colossal abyssal rift briefly appeared above a city in Sakura country. A multitude of demons descended like rain, and within a single night, not a single soul survived, rendering the city a ghost town. Currently, the Sakura country government has dispatched troops to seal and suppress it. On the same night, a similar abyssal rift manifested over the skies of Ma Zhou's Little Maria, resulting in catastrophic losses. After conventional forces proved ineffective, the nation was left with no choice but to deploy nuclear weapons to repel the demons back into the abyss. However, the gravest crisis unfolded in Heizhou. An unprecedented supermassive abyssal rift engulfed the skies of Wakanda. The cataclysm consumed the entire nation. By dawn the following day, Wakanda had been entirely erased from the map, leaving behind only emptiness. The events unfolding before him corroborated the warnings previously issued by the compendium. A legion of truly formidable and numerous demons was poised to descend upon Earth. The genuine era of chaos was imminent. Xiao Wuye murmured softly. Compared to these nation-destroying calamities, the so-called disaster attack in Fallen City yesterday seemed nothing more than a child's farce. In truth, Xiao Wuye was mistaken. The reason yesterday's attack appeared farcical was precisely because he was present. Unfortunately, if these rifts had opened above Fallen City, it would have been a tragedy for others, yet a spectacle for me. Fortunately, no such severe abyssal invasion had yet been reported within the vast realm of the Great Xia. Even if it were to occur, it would likely be discreetly managed by the authorities at the first sign, based on the current average strength of awakened beings globally to confront top-tier demons. They would ultimately have to rely on the destructive capabilities of nuclear weapons. Yet, one day, perhaps in the near future, an overwhelmingly powerful demon that disregards human technology would surely arrive, necessitating the intervention of awakened beings. Nevertheless, all of this seemed inconsequential to Xiao Wuya. He would welcome the emergence of an abyssal rift in his vicinity. As he explored the worldwide information regarding the arrival of the abyss, nightfall quietly enveloped the land. Typically, demons are far more active during the night. Otherwise, the investigators of Bureau 749 would not have been dubbed Night Watchmen. To be candid, Xiao Wuya felt a twinge of surprise. The darkness had deepened, yet no one had come to confront him. Just moments prior, he had slain all the awakened beings of the Shao family before the gaze of many. Did the demon suppression department of Shangjing City not respond? Were they merely uninformed? Or did they simply lack the courage to approach? Never mind. He dismissed the thought and turned his gaze toward the area shrouded in darkness. Demons of the Red Isolation Zone, I am here. In a flash, Xiao Wuya appeared at the perimeter of the warning line. Before him stood a formidable array of guards and fully armed night watchmen, all on high alert to prevent any demons from breaching the boundary. Yet Xiao Wuya did not linger. The technique activated silently. In the next moment, he had teleported above the isolation zone, seamlessly merging into this area that was typically inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Compendium, I wish to assign myself a daily task, with the objective of exterminating all demons within this isolation zone. Daily task, set, hunt down all demons in this area. Task reward, SSR character by E. Honkai, Star Rail, Fragment X1. Note, the demon population in this area is vast, and ordinary humans have nearly all been transformed. Hunters may adopt a slightly more aggressive approach. Wow, there are characters from the game as well? Upon seeing the task reward, Xiao Wuya couldn't help but be astonished. He had assumed the compendium only provided characters from anime. As for the combat prowess of Bai E, it can only be described as that of a supermodel monster, indeed quite valuable. In the background of the game S narrative by E, in order to save the impendingly doomed Wang Pharaohs, embarked on an eternal cycle of rebirth over 30 million times, extracting the energy of 13 fire seeds with each cycle. Within the universe of Honkai, Star Rail, he is considered a being of unparalleled strength. His thoughts quickly returned to reality. As usual, I will tally my points after the extermination. After reminding the compendium, Xiao Wuya lifted his left hand, and the technique was set into motion. Boom! An infinite terror of gravity erupted with his movement, and several buildings on the left were uprooted as if grasped by an invisible giant hand. Reinforced concrete shattered and crumbled amidst the thunderous collapse of the high-rises, reducing them to mere ruins. The swirling dust and the profound darkness did nothing to obstruct Xiao Wuya's 6 eyes, which expanded like the sky itself. He instantly materialized at the center of the wreckage. Aside from the fractured walls and twisted steel, a multitude of demons emerged, their eyes gleaming with crimson, shrouded in black mist, and dark blood continuously dripping from their forms. Found you. A smirk graced Xiao Wuya's lips. Before the demons could react, an infinite force descended like an invisible giant hand, instantly reducing them to a mist of blood. Onward, he advanced swiftly through the ruins, his super speed causing demons to continually enter his line of sight. I thought it was a speed bump. One by one, demons, astonished and bewildered, were obliterated into blood mist upon encountering the infinite force field that enveloped him. The sheer number of demons he encountered was staggering, and their levels were also quite formidable. Most were recently transformed miasmas that had just devoured humans. Their sizes were comparable to that of humans. Among them were also powerful, ferocious beasts, and even a few more dangerous calamity demons. Yet at this moment, the levels of the demons held no significance before Xiao Wuya. Regardless of strength, they were effortlessly crushed, all disintegrated in a blood mist by the infinite force field that surrounded him as he moved at high speed. Fortune has truly smiled upon me. Naturally, during his swift journey, he caught sight of a mother and daughter pair on the brink of a demon attack. With a flick of his hand, he annihilated the demon, easily rescuing the two, and then utilized his teleportation ability to safely transport them to a secure area in the adjacent Jiang district. I feel a bit like Quicksilver from Marvel. Upon returning to the isolation zone, the tremendous commotion from the left evidently roused the residents on the right. Dozens to hundreds of residents gradually descended, their mouths agape as they gazed at the devastated streets. Not a single human remains. Xiao Weye's 6 eyes swept over the crowd, murmuring softly to himself. Just as the compendium had stated, the humans in this area had likely been slaughtered by demons, and those before him were merely substitutes clad in human skin. At that moment, a timid little girl, clutching a rabbit plush and dressed in a pristine princess gown, stepped forward, looking up at him with pleading eyes. "Big brother, are you a night watchman? What has happened here? Can we still go outside?" Boom. Xiao Wuye remained silent. In response, a swift and decisive punch shattered the girl's form, transforming her into a cloud of crimson mist, along with the doll she clutched. The nearby residents erupted into terrified screams, crying out for help. "Save us! A murder has occurred. The Night Watcher has killed. Run! Everyone flee!" Xiao Wuye merely tightened his fist. The gravitational field of Tsang abruptly contracted, compressing the dozens of residents, yet to reveal their demonic forms into a singular mass, which instantaneously morphed into a swirling mist of blood. As the night breeze swept through, only silence remained. Chapter 64. Xiao Wuye's contemplation may not be of Saitama, but must certainly avoid beef. Fortunately, the six-eyed had leveled up, otherwise I would not have recognized these individuals as demons without the guide's assistance. Xiao Wuye surveyed the ground stained with the serpentine black blood of the demons, his tone laced with caution. He once believed that the most direct method of identifying demons was by observing their blood, as they predominantly bled a pitch-black ichor. However, these creatures were undoubtedly evolving. Nowadays, unless they actively revealed their demonic forms or faced death, they rarely leaked that characteristic black blood. Guide, are there any surviving humans in the residential area on the right side of the quarantine zone? There are none. The mother and daughter you saved earlier were the last survivors in this region. As expected, Xiao Wuye's expression remained impassive as he calmly raised his right hand. The power of Song surged forth once more. Boom! The entire residential area to the right trembled violently within the terrifying gravitational field, resembling a concentrated earthquake. Within mere moments, the high-rise buildings toppled, collapsing into new ruins. As the demons scattered in panic, trapped amidst the debris, Xiao Wuye transformed into a gust of wind. Moving at an astonishing speed, he efficiently eradicated the remaining demons within the quarantine zone. Ding! All demons in the quarantine zone have been successfully eliminated. Daily task completed. Task reward: 1 fragment of SSR character by Ihonkai, Star Rail. Note: 100 fragments are required to synthesize this character. Universal fragments may be substituted. You certainly know the exaggerated nature of a savior, Xiao Wuye chuckled. Initially, he thought unlocking Hungry Wolf would suffice for a victory speech, yet the guide had further expectations. Quite demanding. My friend, currently, I have no idea how to conquer the Void Abyss. Xiao Wuye slowly approached the entrance of the quarantine zone. The voice of the guide echoed once more in his mind. Having hunted a substantial number of demons, you have earned demon hunting points. Current demon hunting points, 28,000. By the way, have I nearly dismantled this quarantine zone without anyone coming to investigate? Just as his thoughts trailed off, he spotted a line of uniformed night watchers, their formation orderly and their presence imposing. Ah, they have arrived. Xiao Wuye cast a casual glance, showing no intent to halt or explain. With a subtle motion, the technique of Tsang activated quietly, allowing him to glide effortlessly over the heads of the night watchers and land silently behind them. Before the night watchers could react, he turned his back on the formidable lineup and walked away, unperturbed, as if everything that had just transpired was unrelated to him. Perhaps I will check for other quarantine zones later. I might as well cleanse them all over the next few days, Xiao Wuye mused as he exited the quarantine zone. Returning to the territory of Linjiang District. His new villa was situated along the riverbank of Linjiang District, still some distance away. With the night deepening, Xiao Wuye indulged in a rare moment of leisure, pausing on the bridge to gaze at the night scenery reflected on the river surface. As I watched One Punch Man, I recall he lightly rested his fingers on the bridge railing, murmuring, Satama-sensei was once a passionate youth. Yet, as he lost his hair and broke through his limiter, becoming the absolute strongest, the emotions of humanity gradually faded away. Will I become like that in the future? At this moment, Xiaoya truly felt no fear. Could it be that I am not human? With the speed at which my strength is increasing, are there really demons in the void abyss that could rival me? As he pondered while leaning against the railing, 3 figures approached from the opposite end of the bridge. 2 women and a man, all clad in crisp black night watcher uniforms, were engaged in hushed conversation. Feng, I heard you successfully advanced to a 4th tier awakened. Is it true? A younger girl with short hair turned to the tall man in the center, her eyes filled with curiosity. Before the man could respond, the more mature woman with long hair chimed in with a smile, of course. Don't forget, Feng is the son of our combat department head. Although his awakening time isn't long, his talent is among the finest in the entire Demon Suppression Bureau. I believe he will surely become the strongest among the Night Watchers. Ha ha! The man known as Feng laughed heartily, imbued with a sense of self-assuredness. I have indeed broken through to the 4th tier, but I wouldn't dare claim to be the strongest in the future, especially with that angel from Fallen Sky City being so formidable. Yet, my father has acknowledged that my talent surpasses his. Since he is the head of the combat department, I certainly won't lag behind. The ignorant on the bridge boasted, unaware that the true strongest was merely a stone's throw away. Wow, the short-haired girl exclaimed in awe. What is the difference between a 4th tier awakened and us 3rd tier awakens? The distinction is indeed considerable. Feng replied casually. The battle skill I awakened in the 4th tier, Lightning Flash, allows for ultra-high-speed movement, dealing fatal blows to any enemies in my path. Wow, I wish I could witness that. The short-haired girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Do you want to see it? Feng looked up and happened to spot the silver-haired youth gazing at the river scenery at the bridge's edge. Is anyone brave enough to admire the scenery at this hour? Aren't they afraid of encountering demons? He mused with mild surprise. Someone? The short-haired girl also recognized Xia Wuye's figure. The red quarantine zone was adjacent to Linjiang District. How could such a reckless fool dare to view the night scenery? Could he be an awakened? She wondered, noting his attire as that of a free individual rather than a night watcher. No, the more mature woman said gravely. I sense no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. He can't possibly be an awakened. Perhaps he is a demon disguised as a human. A demon. The short-haired girl immediately assumed a defensive stance, then turned her expectant gaze toward Feng. Feng, why not use your new battle skill on him? Even if he is an ordinary person, appearing here at this hour is seeking death, and he deserves it. Indeed, in a place like Linjiang District, it is foolish for anyone to venture out late at night. The long-haired woman nodded in agreement. Very well. Feng immediately summoned the spiritual energy within him, activating the battle skill Lightning Flash. Accompanied by blinding flashes of lightning and thunder, he surged towards Xiao Wuye at an astonishing speed. Excuse me, kid. The power of thunder erupted with his movement, causing the entire bridge to tremble violently. Bang! However, the moment he collided with Xiao Wuye, it felt as though he had struck an invisible barrier, unable to advance even a fraction further. What is happening? Feng's face went pale as he locked eyes with Xiao Wuye's cold gaze. This is all a misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain. Chapter 65, Town Demon Division. Do you know what the smoke you inhale into your lungs is? It is called lung mist. I have borrowed it for a moment. Xiao Wuye's cold voice pierced into Feng's ears like a needle, causing him to stiffen all over. Boom! Feng felt a rush of wind sweep past him, and Xiao Wuye's figure had vanished from sight. Where did he go? Why can I not even sense his presence? In the next moment, he suddenly felt an unusual weightlessness, as if he had lost all perception of his body, and the entire world became ethereal. My body? Bang! Before he could comprehend, his form exploded in place, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist. Ding! Successfully impersonated a hungry wolf. Awakening value 5. Current awakening value 35100. Honestly, I feel rather good at the moment. Xiao Ye gazed at the 2 trembling women before him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I thought I would gradually become an emotionless machine, but now I realize I was mistaken. I ultimately cannot achieve the detachment of Teacher Chiyu. Encountering foolish people and absurd events still irritates me. He stepped forward, a hint of amusement in his tone. I should thank you for confirming that I am still a flesh-in-blood person, capable of anger and concern. What do you intend to do? The short-haired woman forced herself to ask sharply. We are the sentinels of the town demon division. How dare you attack us? Do you know what this means? Boom. Her words were abruptly cut off. A scarlet light erupted from Xia Wuye's fingertips, and the blinding radiance instantly engulfed her. When the red light dissipated, only a swirling mist of blood remained. No, don't kill me. The long-haired woman, witnessing this scene, completely broke down, collapsing to the ground. I am willing to do anything. Please, spare me. Anything? Xiaoya looked down at her, a glint of mockery in his eyes. Very well. Now, take me to the headquarters of your town demon division immediately. He raised his gaze toward the brightly lit city center in the distance, his voice growing colder. I am curious to know if you so-called sentinels have had your brains devoured by the demons. Shangjing City, town demon division headquarters. A high-level meeting was taking place in a sealed conference room, the atmosphere tense. Xia Wuye, a resident of Duotian City, aged 18. The first to speak was Qi Yinshan, the director of the town demon division. This nearly 60-year-old powerhouse had piercing eyes and a steady voice. According to intelligence from the town demon division in Duotian City, he is likely a perfect awakener of sequence 39 with unfathomable power. He recently relocated from Duotian City to Shangjing and purchased property in Linjiang District. The minister of the task department, Zaidi, took over the conversation. This purple-haired woman spoke calmly, her thoughts clear, with a defined course of action, though her purpose remained ambiguous. The Minister of Logistics, Lu Wenxing, adjusted his glasses and added critical information. Just this afternoon, he single-handedly stormed the Xiao family estate, killing the family head, Xiao He, as well as the sentinels Xiao Shuihan and Xiao Xuemei. All awakened members of the Xiao family met with the same fate, leaving no survivors in the estate. Furthermore, 10 minutes ago, the isolation zone adjacent to Linjiang District was completely obliterated, reduced to ruins. The Minister of Combat, Feng Gue, clenched his fist, his voice suppressing rage. Judging by his modus operandi, this is likely the work of that brat. We cannot tolerate such a dangerous, unstable factor existing in Shangjing City. Then, what insights do you have on this matter, Minister Feng? Zaidi inquired, raising her gaze. Insights? My suggestion is simply to kill. Feng Gue slammed his palm onto the table, causing the teacups to rattle. Regardless of his perfect awakening, he dares to slaughter the entire Xiao family in Shangjing City. That shows he looks down upon our town demon division, and he must pay the price. I propose assembling the full strength of the division to completely eradicate this threat. Xiao Shuihan was a junior he personally nurtured, and now he has died tragically and inexplicably. He cannot let this grudge go unaddressed. Moreover, he had some unfinished dealings with the Xiao family. Mobilizing the entire division's forces is too extreme. Lu Wenxing immediately retorted, at this time, when demons are rampant, we should not expend a significant amount of our combat power on dealing with a single awakener. The real enemy remains the demons. I concur with Minister Lu's perspective. Zaidi nodded in agreement. We should first ascertain Xia Wuye's motives for attacking the Xiao family. From the current intelligence, he does not appear to be a senseless killer. Ha! I do not care what reasons he has. Feng Gue laughed in anger. You cowards. He brazenly slaughtered sentinels in front of so many people. If we do not impose severe punishment, what dignity does the town demon division have? Will the public still trust us? Enough, Minister Feng. The silent director Qi Yunshan finally spoke, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. Do you know how astonishing Xia Wuye's combat achievements are in Duotian City? According to the local town demon division's report, he single-handedly slayed 4 disaster-level demons. Do you understand what that number signifies? 4 disaster-level demons? Feng Gue furrowed his brow. Then relax, so what? We have dealt with such threats before. Since you are all unwilling to take action, I will personally lead the team. I will command the special forces of the combat department and surely bring back Xia Wuye's head. Feng Gue is not a reckless man. He knows that an awakener capable of slaying 4 disaster-level demons is no trivial matter. Nevertheless, Xia Wuye is ultimately an awakener. Moreover, he possesses a secret weapon specifically designed to counter awakeners. This matter is settled. Feng Gue abruptly rose, slamming the table hard. I will go and bring back that Xia Wuye's head. Just as everyone prepared to continue the debate, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled violently. Boom! The entire secret conference room collapsed under the intense shock, bricks scattering, dust billowing. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Qi Yinshan was the first to react, instantly deploying a psychic defense field to shield everyone in the center. What is happening? This is supposed to be the core area of the town demon division. The most secure. Lu Wenqing looked around in disbelief. Remain calm. Everyone prepare for battle. Zaidi shouted sharply, gathering psychic brilliance in her hands. How can anyone breach this place? Feng Gui's brow furrowed deeply, his muscles tensed. At that moment, a calm voice emerged from the depths of the dust. An invisible gravitational field suddenly descended, like a towering mountain pressing down upon them. Everyone present was instantly pinned to the ground, unable to move even a finger. What is this power? Qi Yinshan revealed a look of panic for the first time. His proud psychic defense field was as fragile as paper before this force. Retreat, quickly. Feng Gui struggled with all his might, but found it difficult to even breathe. The dust slowly settled, and Xiaoya brushed off the dust from his sleeves. Walking leisurely before them, he looked down at the town demon division's high-ranking officials pinned to the ground, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You are the officials of the town demon division, truly useless. No wonder the demon scourge in Shangjing City has never been eradicated. The so-called high-level combat capabilities are also concerning. His gaze shifted to Feng Gui among them, his voice dripping with disdain. Instead of thinking about how to deal with the demons, you wish to come after me? Is your mind filled with excrement? Chapter 66. I am the rule. I do not eat beef. Who are you? Do you know what crime it is to attack the headquarters of the town demon division? The wind demon, crushed mercilessly against the ground, howled in agony. Who am I? Xiaoya approached him slowly, leaning down to place his foot gently upon the demon's head, exerting a slight pressure. Bang! Ah! The wind demon's skull instantly sank into the shattered earth, blood gushing forth from the crevices. Now, allow me to enlighten you as to who I am. Xiaoya surveyed all those present, bound by the weight of gravity, his voice as frigid as ice. I'm the one who personally beheaded the Calamity, Ruler Silver Misfortune, Curse, Netherworld, Ice Morning, and Crimson Lotus. I am also the one who vanquished the pinnacle of the Super Sequence Level 6, the Devil Path Awakened, Yi Chang'e, who colludes with demons. I have safeguarded Duotian City from peril time and again. I'm not merely the hero of that city, but the strongest human across the entirety of Daxiane, this very planet. Were it not for me, you would have long since perished. His voice rose sharply. And you fools are plotting how to kill me? This afternoon, I annihilated the Shao family, who had already colluded with the Calamity Ruler Demon Essence, becoming traitors to humanity. I sent them to hell. Do I require your imbecilic opinions? He continued. And what are the Red Quarantine Zone in Linjiang District? What are you worthless beings doing? The living within have long since been devoured by demons. The pressure beneath his foot intensified, eliciting a pained groan from the wind demon. I fight on the front lines for you, for humanity, while you conspire against me from behind. Xiaoya let out a cold laugh, his gaze cutting through each terrified face like a blade. Are you all spies sent by the demons to Earth? You must be Mr. Xiaoya. The director of the Demon Suppression Division, Qi Yinshan, the director, managed to speak through great difficulty, each word a Herculean effort. We are well aware of your contributions to Duotian City and all of humanity. The previous meeting was actually to discuss how to establish a friendly relationship with you. We have no intention of opposing you. Xiaoya's gaze shifted to Qi Yinshan, his 6 eyes glimmering slightly as he sensed a deeper power within him than others possessed. Oh, you appear considerably stronger than them, he remarked, scrutinizing. Are you the leader here? Not at all. Qi Yinshan, having witnessed Xiaoya's absolute power, dared not regard himself as a strong man. I am Qi Yinshan, the current director of the Demon Suppression Division in Shangjing City. I implore you, Master Xia, to quell your anger. Everything can be discussed. The director of the Demon Suppression Division, Xiaoya's lips curled into a slight smile. Very well. Since you are the highest authority, listen closely. From this moment forth, the Demon Suppression Division belongs to me. All night watchers must obey my commands. Do you understand? This may not comply with the rules, Qi Yinshan said, cold sweat beading on his brow as he forced a smile. The position of director must be appointed by the capital's main office, and we truly have no authority to allow you to take over. I believe you have misunderstood. Xiaoya's voice turned frigid. I am not seeking your consent. I am announcing this decision. I'm the strongest being on this planet. What I say is the law. Before he had finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force beneath his foot. Bang! The wind demon, still struggling, had its head explode, blood and brain matter splattering. The last vestiges of life extinguished. We understand, Director Xia. Before Qi Yinshan could respond, the Minister of Missions, Zidai, knelt on one knee first. Her voice clear and resolute. You shall be the sole leader of our Shangjing City Demon Suppression Division. Following her, the Minister of Logistics, Lu Wenxing, also knelt, his voice trembling yet unwavering. I have no objections. The former director, Qi Yinshan, bowed deeply. From now on, all members of the Shangjing City Demon Suppression Division shall heed Director Xia's commands. At this moment, everyone had come to their senses. Since Xia Wuye claimed to be the strongest in the world, and likely was indeed the strongest, the rules he set forth would become the new order. As for the stance of the capital's main office, the most important thing now was to survive. Very well, Xia Wuye lifted a finger, lifting the infinite pressure. Everyone felt a sudden lightness and struggled to rise, yet none dared to meet his gaze. Remember your promise at this moment. His eyes swept over everyone from now on. You and the entire Demon Suppression Division shall be under my control. Untersteht, Sie die respondet, Hetbot. We will abide by the director's commands. Lu Wenxing quickly echoed. No dissent, Qi Yinshan answered in a deep voice. As for the former Minister of Combat, the Wind Demon, he now lay as a cold, headless corpse, silently resting in a corner. First Order, Xia Wuye raised his index finger to the entire Demon Suppression Division, and all awakened in Shangjing City, publicly announced my existence, name, appearance, and power to all. His voice turned cold. I do not wish to be disturbed by ignorant fools while exterminating demons. Understood? Understood. We will arrange it immediately. They replied in unison. Second Order, he raised a second finger. Starting this week, capture a batch of living demons each week and deliver them to my residence. These beasts need only remain alive. There is no need for leniency, as they are merely for me to slay. The 666 illustration trembled gently in his mind. No problem. Though they did not fully comprehend, no one dared to voice dissent. Lastly, Xiao Ye surveyed the crowd, his gaze sharp as a knife. Thoroughly rectified the discipline of the Night Watchers. My greatest disdain is for traitors who collude with demons. Corrupt Night Watchers cannot be trusted. No one knows when they might turn against us. Do you understand? Absolutely. Qi Yinshan understood that at this moment, accepting everything was their only option. I know what you are all thinking. Xiao Ye looked at the seemingly obedient subordinates, a cold smile gracing his lips. Perhaps you are plotting to seek aid from the capital or the world to find stronger awakened ones to punish me, this lawless individual. He chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Feel free to call. There is no one in this world who can match me. The one who will ultimately pay the price, his gaze turned icy, will be you, because I am unequivocally the strongest. Xiao Ye unabashedly declared, his smile radiating absolute confidence and disdain. We understand. The three immediately knelt again, pledging their loyalty. In truth, Xiao Ye did not require their loyalty. As long as they could fulfill his orders properly, that was sufficient. As for loyalty or disloyalty, it was of no consequence. Any betrayal would only amuse him. It would serve no purpose. Chapter 67. Drawing cards, pulling a little angel? I'll just wash some seaweed. I'm off now. As for the female night watcher who guided me, if you wish, please give her a proper burial. Xiao Wuye lazily yawned, his figure then dissipating from the spot, leaving behind two ministers in shock and Director Qi Yinshan exchanging glances. Upon teleporting back to the Linjiang villa, Xiao Wuye recalled that he had yet to complete his 2 daily tasks. He swiftly freshened up, ate, and finished various exercises. The system prompt soon echoed. Hunting points 100, current hunting points, 28,100, high-level draw ticket 1, current high-level draw tickets, 12 good night, Makabaka. Today has indeed been a disciplined day. After taking a comfortable hot shower, he sank into the soft bed of the villa, quickly slipping into slumber. Outside the window, the morning light began to illuminate the sky. A new day quietly approached. Unusually, Xiao Wuye woke up early. A new day. Would there be any fortunate demons appearing before me today? He stretched lazily and then rose from his bed. In regard to the events of the previous night, Xiao Wuye felt not a ripple of disturbance within his heart. This so-called group of night watchers from the Zhima division had troubled him once or twice, but he could no longer tolerate their antics. While initially bearable, Their repeated provocations had begun to grate on his nerves. Having already ascended to the pinnacle of strength, how could he endure the insolence of those lacking in foresight? He had never been one to embrace passivity. Thus, Xiao Ye decided to shed his pretense and soared directly to the headquarters of the Jinma division, intending to demonstrate to their superiors what it truly meant to be the strongest human. Now, the awakeners of Shangjing City and the Night Watchers would undoubtedly become aware of his existence, and the insolent would think twice before daring to provoke him again. He merely wished to quietly eradicate all demons and monsters from the world. After rising, Xiao Ye proceeded with his daily routine of brushing his teeth, eating, and washing his face, swiftly completing his mundane tasks. Hunting points, 100, current hunting points, 28,200. He then engaged in his regular physical training, performing 100 push-ups, 100 pull-ups, and completing a 10-kilometer run, fulfilling his daily objectives. Advanced card ticket 1, current advanced card tickets, 13. Well, if I don't draw cards soon, I might forget that your full name is the hunting card collection. Opening the advanced card pool, I am ready for a 10-fold draw. Here it comes. Here it comes. Xiao Ye took out his phone and played the song Good Luck Comes. Good luck comes, bringing joy and love. He began the 10-fold draw. Consume 10 advanced card tickets. Commencing 10-fold draw. SSR character fragment Artoria Pendragon. Fate Stay Night. Fragment 1. SR character fragment Natsum Takashi. Natsum's Book of Friends. Fragment 1. SSR character fragment Sweet Mask. One Punch Man. Fragment 1. SSR character fragment Itachi Uchiha. Naruto. Fragment 1. SSR character fragment Altair. Re. Creators. Fragment 1. SR character fragment Levi Ackerman. Attack on Titan. Fragment 1. SSR character fragment Subaru Natsuki. Re. 0. Starting life in another world. Fragment 1. SSR character fragment Dio Brando. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Fragment 1. SSR character fragment Aldous Tider. Mashoka Tensei. Fragment 1. SR character fragment Ken Kaneki. Tokyo Ghoul. 1. Current advanced card tickets. 3. My King and the Military Princess. When Xiao Ye discerned 2 of the SSR fragments, he felt an ominous sense. Are there female characters as well? People should not, or at least ought not to, wash the seaweed. The music from his phone had inexplicably shifted from Good Luck Comes to something else. Ken Kaneki? Is it still just a fragment? The good news is that the guarantee mentioned in the collection has arrived early. The bad news is that the guaranteed character is not an SSR. Dongxiang. I shall not return to the Ending district. His Chinibu spirit had been ignited in an odd manner. In his backpack, alongside the glittering SSR character fragments, was a complete character card radiating a purple glow. Wait, I need to ask first. Xiao Ye paused and inquired, Brother Collection, after unlocking Ken Kaneki. Will I become a ghoul? I won't have to eat humans, will I? If I must consume humans, how am I different from the demons? Yes. The response from the collection caused Xiao Ye to regain his composure instantly. Forget it. I am not lacking in combat strength, he said helplessly. He had feared he would become a half-ghoul with half of his eyes transformed. At that point, he would truly be half a demon and half a spirit jewel. What a pity for such a complete character card. Can it be sold? He asked. Yes. How much can I sell it for? The price for an SR complete character card is 1,000 hunting points. Then I shall not sell it. 1,000 points is merely equivalent to a troublesome demon. I shall keep it as a memento. Let us open the shop and see what good items are available today. At that moment, Xiao Ye still had 20,000 hunting points. It was time to spend them. The following are today as shop items. A luminous display appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. Universal Fragment 10, 10,000 hunting points. Advanced Card Ticket 10, 10,000 hunting points. Main Quest White Knight 1, requires the key to the attack on Titan World, 10,000 hunting points. Main Quest Priest Battle 1, requires the key to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure World, 10,000 hunting points. Main Quest Ninja World War 1, requires the key to Naruto World, 10,000 hunting points. Time Rewinder, 10,000 hunting points. Space Jumper, 10,000 hunting points. The items in the shop become increasingly extraordinary as my strength grows. Xiao Ye gazed at these items, lost in thought, particularly drawn to the last 2 items, each valued at 10,000 points. I shall purchase the main quest concerning the giants first. Hunting points 10,000. Unlocking main quest White Knight. Current hunting points 18,200. It is essential to possess main quests, as this ensures a fixed availability of SSR awakening cards in the daily shop, representing the simplest path to enhancing his strength. Everything is priced at 10,000 points. I can still buy one more. Logically speaking, Xiao Wuye should quickly accumulate 100 universal fragments to exchange for the SSR character by Yi. However, the allure of the last two items was undeniable. I shall purchase the Time Rewinder. Hunting points, 10,000. Acquired Time Rewinder. Current hunting points, 8,200. Time Rewinder. The hunter can return to any point in time, permitted only once.